immediately. Damn it, you fat tub of lard. We're giving you face just by standing here. Facing the man's roar, the old butler remains unfazed. I already told you. This is a private villa. We are not accepting guests. Gufei instantly flares his aura, threatening violence. Don't be ungrateful. Our master is the southern myth, a grandmaster of his generation. Wenxian replies deadpan, then I invite you to leave even more. Don't stoop to our mortal level. He turns to walk inside, ignoring Gufei screaming about whether he has a death wish. Luckily, the other disciples hold him back just in time. Calm down. Master forbade us from attacking ordinary people. Before Wenxian shuts the door, he sees Gufei jumping up and down in the loving embrace of his brothers, who calmly tell him to go back and discuss things first. Seeing them turn away, he slams the door shut. The moment the latch clicks, Wenxian's stoic facade crumbles instantly. Holy mother of... That was an actual grandmaster. Just then, Chu Ran walks up. So, we have a grandmaster in the mix this time? Seeing him, Wenxian confirms, it really is a grandmaster. Something about the southern myth. Chu Ran mutters, the southern myth, huh? He muses silently. If even a grandmaster was lured to this competition, there must be a special treasure involved. Maybe a relic from the Immortal Gate? I'm looking forward to this feast more and more. Cut to nighttime at the Phoenix Club in Linhai City. Young Master Li asks with a fawning tone, Master, are you satisfied with the service? Hu Jue, with a beauty in each arm, replies with satisfaction. Very good. The women of Huaxia are truly beautiful, he adds. If I can get my hands on that ancient tomb, my mood will be even better. Young Master Li immediately responds, Master, rest assured, I've arranged everything. He hesitates. Master, regarding the upcoming turf war, do we need to head to Qujiang City early to prepare? Hearing this, Hu Jue instantly shoves the girl in his arms away. Hu Jue's rage explodes in the blink of an eye. The terrifying pressure makes Li panic, stuttering as he calls out to him. A moment later, Hu Jue speaks coldly. I am a grandmaster. It is not your place to order me around. He turns on his heel to leave, tossing back a warning. If there is a next time, you won't be keeping your head. With that, he flies off, leaving young Master Li pale with fear amidst the mess of the luxury apartment. Scene shifts to Chu Ran. As soon as he steps out, he sees Cheng Feng and Fan Hong waiting. Chu Ran leisurely opens the car door and sighs. Finally, the tournament is here. Inside the car, the old man speaks calmly. Teacher Chu, this martial arts tournament is being held in a small fishing town. It will take some time to get there. Chu Ran asks why it's being held there. Fan Hong explains. Teacher Chu might not know, but on the surface, these tournaments are banned. The higher-ups only secretly allow us to organize it in a remote location. Cheng Feng adds that the fighting tournament will only proceed quietly the following day. The authorities will also publicly organize a competition for ordinary people as a cover-up. Chu Ran nods, understanding. He remarks that it makes sense. After all, this is still the era of ordinary people. In his heart, Chu Ran calculates. There is still some time before the Immortal Gate opens. After escorting him to the destination, they excuse themselves to handle other matters. Chu Ran replies politely, See you tomorrow. He begins taking his first steps to explore the fishing town. But he hasn't gone far when someone calls out to him. Chu Ran sees an old friend and greets him warmly. Wu Lei. What are you doing here? Wu Lei replies happily. I came with some classmates. Suddenly, Yuan Xiang cuts in. Isn't this Chu Ran? The dignified high school teacher came to a place like this to have fun just like us? Fang Yu chimes in as well. The handsome Chu Ran from back then. I heard you went back to school to be a normal teacher? Chu Ran notices they are holding hands and raises an eyebrow. Yuan Xiang and Fang Yu? I didn't expect you two to be dating. She replies arrogantly, why not? My Yuan Xiang is way more interesting than a certain someone. Yuan Xiang can't help but sneer with contempt. Some people really have no eyes. While Wu Lei tries to mediate, Chu Ran silently muses. Rejecting this girl's confession back in the day was definitely the right move. Yuan Xiang thinks his own suggestion is quite good, so he speaks up. Before we officially start sightseeing, I'll treat everyone to a meal. The classmates behind him immediately praise his generosity. The others join in the flattery. Truly a boss who opened his own company, successful right after graduation. On the side, only Wu Lei looks apologetic, whispering, Sorry, I shouldn't have called you over. Chu Ran waves it off, completely unbothered. Don't sweat it. I'm already here, might as well catch up with some old classmates. Scene shifts to the restaurant. Yuan Xiang stands up and declares, "We haven't seen each other in years. Today we absolutely have to party until we drop." The other classmates immediately stand up to join him. "Come on, let me toast you," one shouts, while another gushes about him being the most handsome guy there. Chu Ran ignores their polite hypocrisy, sitting alone and judging the menu. The food here is actually pretty decent. As he's nibbling, Xiao Fen suddenly asks, "Hey Chu Ran, that instructor salary of yours isn't too bad, right?" He doesn't know why she's asking, but he honestly gives a figure. Yuan Xiang immediately sneers. "That low?" Fang Yu chimes in, looking concerned. "With only 3,000, how will you ever afford a house?" Chu Ran calmly drops a bomb. "I already bought one." Xiao Fen jumps up in disbelief. "How could you afford a house with that salary?" She secretly wonders if he's actually a hidden rich heir. Chu Ran calmly sips his wine and replies, "There are some houses that money alone can't buy." Yuan Xiang sneers contemptuously. "Nice line. Money can't buy. So tell us, where exactly is this house of yours?" Chu Ran casually points a finger behind him and says, "Right here." Yuan Xiang is stunned. "The Mai Mountain District? How is that even possible?" Feng Yu gasps in shock. "No way! I know the prices in Mai Mountain. Even Yuan Xiang's family couldn't afford a place there." Zhang Yi, sitting quietly in the corner, asks calmly, "So what kind of house did you buy?" Chu Ran answers at his own pace, "Hidden Dragon Villa." Yuan Xiang bursts out laughing. "Hidden Dragon Villa? Are you drunk?" Fang Yu immediately backs him up. "Oh, Chu Ran, I didn't realize you still love telling jokes after all these years." Beside him, Wu Lei sees their hostility and whispers a suggestion. "They're just looking for trouble. Let's go for a walk by ourselves after we finish eating." He understands Yuan Xiang and Fang Yu are mocking him, so he explains one more time, "I'm not making it up. I'm a very honest person." Who knew Xiao Fen and the others would laugh even harder? Is that a place normal people can just buy? "Classmate, stop joking. Handsome Chu is as funny as ever." Wu Lei sees them mocking him and feels incredibly guilty. "Brother, I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have brought you here to get roasted by them." Chu Ran takes a calm sip and replies, "It's fine. I don't mind." He silently adds, "Their status is too small to matter anyway." After dinner, the group walks around the town to digest. Wu Lei looks around and remarks, "This small town is actually pretty lively, huh?" Chu Ran is about to reply when a loud voice suddenly cuts him off. "Excellent. Another hero wins 5 rounds in a row. Curious," he asks, "is that a martial arts tournament?" Chu Ran comments, "Watching ordinary people fight is actually quite entertaining." Yuan Xiang immediately scoffs. "Ordinary people? Are you crazy? These are authentic martial artists." Chu Ran remains unfazed. "They're just average. Good enough to handle civilians, I guess." Feng Yu gets annoyed by Chu Ran's indifferent attitude. "Keep bragging. Those guys on stage are nothing compared to my man." Xiao Fen nods in agreement. "That's right. Doesn't Brother Yuan have a black belt in Taekwondo? Go show them." Yuan Xiang feigns modesty. "I just practice for fun. I can't compare to pros, but looking at their skill level, winning 5 rounds in a row shouldn't be a problem for me." Seeing his arrogance, Xiao Fen and the others look at him with pure admiration. Chu Ran glances at Gu Fei, standing nearby, and thinks, "I'm afraid a fool like you won't be able to keep pretending for long." A critical hit lands, knocking the opponent out in a split second. Yuan Xiang finishes the punch and looks around triumphantly, asking if there is anyone else. Feng Yu stands below, cheering frantically. "Hubby, you're so amazing. I want to have your babies." Seeing him win streak after streak, Wu Lei starts feeling inferior. The gap really is too big. Not only is he a big boss, but he's this strong too. Chu Ran immediately steps up to comfort his friend. "Don't feel insecure. Once you turn 30, you'll be better than them." Wu Lei bursts out laughing, saying he hopes so. Just then, Gu Fei can't watch anymore and leaps onto the ring. A piece of trash dares to show off. Seeing this, Chu Ran whispers, "Finally couldn't hold back. Huh?" In the end, this Yuan Xiang is still going to get beaten. Hearing Gu Fei's insult, Yuan Xiang threatens back. "Trash? I suggest you watch your mouth. If I accidentally beat you to death, don't blame me." Without another word, he rushes straight at Gu Fei, shouting about his arrogance. But Gu Fei's speed makes him panic instantly. Too fast. Yuan Xiang takes a solid hit right to the gut, receiving a dismissive send-off from Gu Fei. He flies through the air before crashing painfully onto the ground. Fang Yu is completely stunned to see Yuan Xiang defeated so quickly. Hubby? Up on the stage, Gu Fei speaks with utter disdain. This is a man of Huaxia, can't even handle one move. Xiao Fen's group reacts fiercely. What are you so arrogant for, you foreigner? If you're so good, go fight a professional. Even the gentle Wu Lei can't help but speak up. Even though Yuan Xiang isn't a good person, this foreigner is too much. He dares to insult our Huaxia. On stage, Gu Fei keeps his arrogant attitude, muttering, "Looks like a bunch of people with zero skill." Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts. "You dare bully ordinary people?" Gu Fei spins around, asking in confusion, "Who are you?" Chu Ran replies, "Neither hot nor cold, just a passerby who likes to protect the rules." Chu Ran adds, "As a cultivator coming to this match, you broke the rules." Gu Fei sneers, "Rules? Ridiculous. I am the disciple of a grandmaster. Do you think I have to follow these garbage rules of yours?" Down below, Yuan Xiang isn't grateful at all. Instead, he says arrogantly, "Idiot. Even I couldn't beat him. What ability do you have?" Fang Yu chimes in, "Chu Ran is really too much, trying to show off at a time like this." Only Wu Lei silently cheers for him. "Brother, you've never been weak. I hope you can deal with this bastard." Right then, Chu Ran raises his voice coldly. "In our Huaxia, dragons must coil, and tigers must crouch. Even if your master came here, he would have to obediently follow the rules." Gu Fei doesn't listen. He mutters aggressively, "Stinking brat, you've got guts. I was planning to spare your life." He leaps up to attack. Before launching a critical strike like before, Gu Fei shouts for Chu Ran to go to hell. He puts all his strength into his leg, aiming to cripple him. Unexpectedly, Chu Ran blocks the move without even channeling energy. A second later, Gu Fei's face twists up, screaming in agony. In that split second, Chu Ran had already neutralized his move and counterattacked. Gu Fei flips in the air and slams into the ground with a thunderous boom. He lies there, dazed. What just happened? How did he neutralize all my power with just a wave of his hand? Wu Lei's group goes crazy screaming. Chu Ran is amazing. So badass. Yuan Xiang huffs, claiming it was just luck, but inside, he is dying of jealousy. Why is that brat more powerful than me? Seeing his dissatisfaction, Wu Lei makes a sarcastic remark. Chu Ran regained honor for Huaxia. Unlike someone who is a defeated general and just watches, Fang Yu can't help but retort. "What are you saying? Chu Ran definitely used some dirty trick to win." Wu Lei gets angry. "You really have no shame." Seeing a fight brewing, Chu Ran quietly calms him down. "Lei, don't lower yourself to their level. We've had enough fun, let's go elsewhere. We can't hang out with clowns forever." Yuan Xiang yells angrily, "What's so great about fighting well? Isn't money the only thing society respects?" Zhang Yi acts knowledgeable too. "Chu Ran, instead of training, you should think about how to make money. Networking with famous people is what you should be doing." Chu Ran replies calmly, "You're right. Knowing big shots is indeed very useful." Yuan Xiang immediately starts lecturing condescendingly. "Good that you understand. You need a career." He is cut off by Fan Hong. "Master Chu, I finally found you." Zhang Yi's group whispers as they see him and Dongfang Ao appear. "That's Fan Hong and Dongfang Ao. Why are they walking over here? Are they looking for Brother Yuan?" Yuan Xiang, completely delusional, actually thought his own fame had attracted them. Puffing up his chest, he stepped forward to greet them. "Boss Pan, Mr. Ao, what brings two legends like?" Before Yuan Xiang could even finish his sentence, they walked right past him like he didn't exist. Dongfang Ao's face lit up as he grabbed Chu Ran's hand. "Finally, we found you," Pan Hong chimed in immediately. "Teacher Chu, we were just debating where to start looking for you." Yuan Xiang's jaw dropped in disbelief. How the hell does Chu Ran know these titans? Chu Ran shrugged, his tone casual. "Ran into an old friend earlier, got held up a bit." Pan Hong glanced over at Wu Lei's group. "Ah, so these are Teacher Chu's friends?" Seizing the chance, Yuan Xiang forced a smile and shoved his business card forward. "Boss Pan, I'm the CEO of Yuan Wu Group. Our companies have actually collaborated in the past." Pan Hong took the card with a polite but distant nod. Internally, however, he was baffled. "Collaborated? Since when? I don't remember this guy at all. Why is my memory drawing a blank?" Suddenly, Chu Ran cut in, leaving Yuan Xiang completely stunned. "Here, let me introduce you. This is my good brother, Wu Lei." Wu Lei, clearly overwhelmed, awkwardly greeted Pan Hong and Dongfang Ao. In stark contrast, The two tycoons were incredibly warm. Dongfeng Ao beamed. Any brother of Teacher Chu is a friend of mine. Pan Hong immediately handed over his personal card. Mr. Wu, please take this. If you ever need anything, call me, day or night. Feng Yu watched the whole scene, seething with jealousy. How? How does a nobody like Chu Ran have connections this deep? Chu Ran threw an arm around Wu Lei's shoulder, grinning. Lazy. Listen to me. If you ever run into trouble, just say the word. I've got your back. Despite receiving such powerful public backing, Wu Lei remained humble. Thanks, brother. But I still want to succeed on my own merits. Pan Hong nodded in approval. Spoken like a true man. No wonder you're Teacher Chu's brother. You've got backbone. Yuan Xiang stood there, dazed, muttering to himself. I thought he was just bluffing. I never thought. His breakdown was making Feng Yu nervous. Honey, listen. Maybe he just happened to tutor their kids or something. There's no way someone like him actually runs in their circles. Just then, a one-of-a-kind luxury car roared onto the scene. Zhang Yi's group stared in awe. Hua Sheng stepped out of the car, his voice booming. Teacher Chu. You're here early. Cheng Feng followed close behind, bowing slightly. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Teacher Chu. Zhang Yi and his crew were shook. Chu Ran hadn't been lying. The owner of the Hidden Dragon Villa. It really might be him. Chu Ran didn't even spare them a glance. He just signaled for Wu Lei to follow. Wu Lei happily tagged along. Yuan Xiang, watching them leave, slumped in defeat. The clown. It was me all along. What was I even trying to prove? Meanwhile, inside a private facility, Cheng Feng began his report. Teacher Chu, I've finished the investigation. Our main competition this time hails from Jinlin and Linhai City. Chu Ran's expression hardened. What kind of heavy hitters are they bringing? Cheng Feng paused. Ling Yun recruited a renowned elder, likely at the martial general level. But Linhai City, they've brought in a foreign expert. His cultivation level is currently unknown. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes. A foreign expert? Interesting. I actually ran into a foreign martial artist earlier today. He claimed his master is a grandmaster. Dongfeng Ao gasped. A grandmaster? They actually have a grandmaster backing them? Pan Hong leaned in, anxiety written all over his face. Teacher Chu, are you confident you can handle this? Chu Ran leaned back, completely relaxed. If I dared to show up, do you really think I'd be afraid of some petty little grandmaster? Cheng Feng pressed on. But do you have a plan to counter him? Chu Ran's expression shifted. Don't ask so many questions. I know what I'm doing. All you need to do is sit back and watch me win. The next morning, under the bright sun, Wu Lei groaned, rubbing his eyes. Why did you drag me out to the ocean this early? He was just about to complain that he'd seen a sunrise before when Chu Ran cut him off. I'm taking you somewhere interesting. Wu Lei raised an eyebrow. Interesting? More interesting than the tourist festival back in town? Chu Ran smirked. Do you know what that festival is actually for? Boosting the local economy, right? Wu Lei guessed innocently. Wrong, Chu Ran corrected. That's just the cover story. In the shadows, this is a summit to divide power across the southern Jiangnan region. Realization hit Wu Lei. So that's why all the big shots are here. He looked around. But where is this summit happening? Chu Ran scanned the horizon before pointing. Right there. Wu Lei followed his gaze and gasped. A massive cruise ship was floating in the middle of the deep blue sea. Once they boarded the ship, Wu Lei turned to Chu Ran, his curiosity piqued. So, about these arena fights. Are there any actual heavy hitters competing? He ponders for a moment before replying. If we're weighing the odds, it all comes down to that foreign expert Linhai City brought in. Chu Ran hasn't even finished when Ye Qing cuts him off. Whatever trash expert they have, they're nothing compared to our King of Hell Chu. He's the powerhouse who defeated a grandmaster. If he steps in, this whole tournament becomes pointless. Wu Lei immediately chimes in. Is he really that big of a deal? On the surface, he plays along, but deep down, he figures the guy is just some professional fighter. Hearing that, she snaps back fiercely. I bet you don't even know what a grandmaster is, do you? The nerve of you to question his power. Honestly, you don't know a damn thing. Chu Ran, standing nearby, pours oil on the fire. Who knows? Maybe this King of Hell Chu is some 50 or 60-year-old geezer. Would you girls still worship him then? Ye Qing instantly shoots back. Impossible. With a majestic name like that, he's definitely a handsome young man. Right then, Wu Lei casually drops a bomb. Or maybe just a young idiot. That comment makes her explode with rage. Yi Qing looks ready to murder the two of them for insulting her idol, but luckily Liu Yu steps in to stop her, since the big shots have arrived. As soon as he speaks, Ling Yun's group storms in, radiating aggression. Following close behind is none other than Fan Hong and his allies. Chu Ran scans every single face, but the Grandmaster is nowhere to be found. Ling Yun barely hits his seat before he starts mocking them. What's wrong? Is Zhujiang so desperate that a gangster is running the show now? Aren't you afraid you can't handle the heat? Fan Hong fires back instantly. Watch your mouth, kid. I was running the underworld while you were still playing in the mud. At that moment, Miss Zhu chimes in with a charming tone. Boss Hong is a regional warlord. Of course he can control the situation. I'm just wondering, why hasn't Teacher Chu arrived yet? Fan Hong answers bluntly, Teacher Chu does whatever he pleases. How would I dare question his schedule? He pauses. Did you have something to say, Miss Zhu? Facing his bluntness, she remains composed. Oh, it's nothing. He just shares a surname with King of Hell Chu, so I was curious to see him. Out of nowhere, Ling Yun jumps in with a compliment. I heard Miss Zhu was a national beauty, and seeing you today, it's absolutely true. But internally, he scoffs. Chu Ran, a nobody like that wouldn't dare show his face here. Miss Zhu replies modestly. Boss Chu, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary girl. I assume you're all here to meet this King of Hell Chu. Naturally, I'm no exception. Right then, Bai Wan speaks up. King of Hell Chu? Please. I think you Zhujiang folks are just blowing things out of proportion. Cheng Feng slams the table in fury, standing up to shout. You know nothing. Is King of Hell Chu someone you can just question like that? A man at the next table sees a fight brewing and steps in to intervene. All right, calm down you two. Everyone's getting impatient. How about this? This old man will be bold enough to offer the first performance. This friend here is a martial artist. Is there any hero brave enough to step into the ring with him? Weibo narrows his eyes, calculating silently. His cultivation level is on par with mine, but his footwork is messy. Thinking this, he heads down to test the waters. Cheng Feng calls out, warning him to be careful. In another corner, a puzzled Wu Lei asks Chu Ran, can he win? That foreign guy clearly looks more powerful. Chu Ran explains calmly, the foreigner has stronger muscles, sure, but he's no match for Weibo's formal training. Just bet with me, Lei. I guarantee a win. Finding the logic convincing, Wu Lei puts his faith in Chu Ran. Ye Qing excitedly places her bet too, while Chu Ran remains the only one completely unfazed. Just enjoy the show. You won't see fights like this in the outside world. As soon as Weibo lands in the ring, he issues a sharp challenge. The foreign fighter roars back with equal intensity. Without wasting a second, he channels all his power into his legs and charges straight at him. Weibo stands motionless, silently observing, impressed by the sheer force of his opponent. A split second later, the foreigner unleashes a barrage of thunderous strikes toward him. Wu Lei gasps from the stands. Those moves are so fast. Can humans really reach that level? Ye Qing, sitting nearby, replies arrogantly, why care about a fight between low-level martial artists? Just wait until the grandmasters show up. That'll probably scare you to death. Embarrassed, he turns to Chu Ran. It is my first time here, after all. But seriously, that foreigner is huge. Do you think Weibo has a chance? Chu Ran replies with confidence. The foreigner's attacks look aggressive, but Weibo has already figured out his footwork. He looks like he's on the defensive, but he's actually just draining his opponent's stamina. As the words leave his mouth, the foreign fighter leaps into the air, aiming for a finishing blow. Seeing this, Chu Ran states flatly that the winner is already decided. At that exact moment, Weibo blocks the strike and speaks with a dangerous edge. I've been waiting for that move. With that, he launches a devastating counterattack. Weibo spins him around overhead like a rag doll before tossing him aside like a broken toy. Bam! A split second later, that poor fighter is plastered against the wall like a sticker. The winner is obvious. Up in the stands, Wu Lei cheers in pure delight. Bro, you've got eagle eyes. You seriously called it. Yi Qing is just as hyped beside him. Looks like we won't be hurting for pocket money for a long while. Down in the ring, despite just wrecking a hulking giant, Weibo speaks up with surprising humility. My skills are crude and unrefined. I hope I haven't made a fool of myself. Watching this, Ling Yun up in the VIP box waves his hand, signaling Tu Gu to make his move. The old man obeys instantly. Catching the movement, Chu Ran mutters to himself, calculating the odds. A martial general rank? Old Luo said fighters of this caliber usually save their energy for the late rounds. Looks like Ling Yun is getting impatient. As soon as Tugu lands in the ring, he puts on a fake act of righteousness. Fists and feet have no eyes. I never intend to cause lasting harm. However, this old man's cultivation is far above a grandmaster. Do you have the guts to face me? Cheng Feng immediately shouts a warning. Wei Bo, stand down. You're no match for him. Wei Bo catches the drift instantly and nods obediently. Understood, master. Beside them, Fan Hong asks curiously, Mr. Luo, just how strong is that old guy? Cheng Feng answers slowly. He's at least a peak grandmaster. I'm afraid only Master Chu can handle him. Fan Hong is stunned by the estimation. What? A monster like that is fighting this early in the night? Down in the ring, seeing no one step up, Tu Gu starts mocking the crowd. What's the matter? Can a great nation like this not scrape together a single capable fighter? Looks like Huasha has truly fallen. Wu Lei bristles with rage. That old geezer looks like a dried-up mummy, yet he talks so much trash. I don't believe he's tougher than that last guy. Chu Ran calmly reassures his friend. Relax. Look, someone's stepping up. Too bad he's not going to win. Down below, Zheng Lang strolls toward the ring, leisurely fanning himself. He introduces himself with cool composure. I am Zheng Lang. I ask for your guidance, senior. Tu Gu replies with a sinister edge. You want this old man to make the first move? Fine, I won't hold back. Before the words even settle, he launches himself into an attack. Zheng Lang doesn't even flinch in the face of Tu Gu's overwhelming power. Two massive forces collide, sending a heavy shockwave through the arena. But the old man doesn't let the stalemate last. He immediately launches a second strike. Wu Lei gasps. Is that old guy a monster? I can't even track his movements. Chu Ran evaluates the fight with a bored expression. It's nothing special. For a martial general, he's just mediocre. Wu Lei is stunned. You call that mediocre? Chu Ran glances at the ring and shrugs. It's just that his opponent is too weak. Look. That fanboy can barely keep his grip. Down in the ring, Zheng Lang realizes he's done for. Seizing the moment of distraction, Tu Gu lands another devastating blow, sending Zheng Lang sprawling across the floor. The old man sneers, standing over him. You can't even execute a single decent move? You've disappointed this old man. With the match over, Ling Yun calls out arrogantly. Well, what do you all think? Is the expert I recruited worthy of your attention? Miss Chu turns to her guard, confused. Uncle Lin, who is that old man? How is he so powerful? Uncle Lin answers grimly. Miss, you might not know this, but years ago, a man slaughtered over 100 martial artists at the Songhu market. That man is him. They call him the Human Butcher, she gasps. The Human Butcher? It seems winning this time won't be easy. Tu Gu uses the same tactic as before, calling out to the crowd. I've long heard of Master Chu in Zhujiang, a man with influence reaching the heavens. Would this hero do me the honor of showing his face? Liu Yu looks confused. Master Chu? Does he mean Chu, the king of hell? Yi Qing frowns thoughtfully. I don't know. If it were really Chu, the king of hell, that old man wouldn't dare be so brazen. Wu Lei is about to ask Chu Ran about this Master Chu when he sees him stand up. Chu Ran says casually, Isn't that old man looking for me? If I ignore him, wouldn't that be terribly rude of me? Wu Lei thinks he's joking. Chu Ran doesn't look anything like those martial arts monsters. But then, Chu Ran jumps straight down into the arena. Before he lands, he shouts back to bet everything on him for a guaranteed payout. Wu Lei and Ye Qing are left standing there, jaws on the floor. Wait, he's Master Chu? Down in the ring, as soon as Chu Ran lands, Tu Gu starts sneering. So you are Master Chu? You don't look the part. Chu Ran fires back instantly. And for someone called the Human Butcher with such a terrifying reputation, aren't you just a frail old man? Tu Gu explodes with rage. You insolent brat! How dare you speak to me like that? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and chop off your own arms, and I might spare you. Facing the blatant threat, Chu Ran remains ice cold. You insult Hua Xia and show zero respect for true strength. I'm afraid you won't be leaving here in one piece. That pushes the old man over the edge. Fine. Let's see how you handle me then. Chu Ran doesn't answer. His expression shifts. He looks up at the sky and sighs nonchalantly. I was planning to teach a lesson to a senile old man with bad manners, but it seems that's not necessary anymore. Tu Gu roars and lunges at him. What did you say, you little punk? Talk big, die young. Chu Ran instantly spots the old man's sneak attack. He grabs Tugu's weapon and calmly asks, "Planning a sneak attack?" Tugu is stunned that his move was caught. Without wasting words, he flicks his hand, sending the old man sprawling. Tugu lies there, paralyzed. "I can't move. What kind of technique is this?" Chu Ran watches a figure descending from the sky and sighs. He's finally here. He shouts a warning, "Everyone stay down. Cover your heads." A second later, a strange object smashes through the ceiling and slams into the ground. The impact sends shockwaves that rattle Wu Lei and the others. Who the hell is that? Why is he so terrifying? Ye Qing shields himself and replies, "That's a grandmaster. Only a grandmaster has that kind of power." From the dust, Hu Jue speaks calmly. "I got held up on the way. I hope I didn't miss the show?" Gu Fei sees him and cheers. "You're here, master." Bai Wan is just as excited. "Grandmaster Hu, you're just in time." Hojue glances down and sees Tugu struggling to crawl up. He drops a cold remark. "Where did this dog come from?" The old man can only gasp. "Martial arts grandmaster." Hojue, too lazy to listen, kicks him aside. Ling Yun watches in despair. "It's over. I thought I could win first place, but a grandmaster is not someone I can mess with." Then Huju raises his voice. "Who is Chu the Yama? Get out here and face me." Chu Ran admitted it without hesitation. "That's me." But the old man just sneered. "You? You don't even have a trace of aura flowing through you." Barely finishing his sentence, he lunged straight at the boy with a lethal warning. Faking toughness is a quick way to die. Chu Ran calmly raised a hand to block. "If you can't see my power, blame your own blind eyes for not understanding the art of qi concealment." Hu Jue roared arrogantly. "Excellent. Let's see how long that mouth of yours stays hard." Chu Ran fired back without hesitation. "Is this all the skill you have? Seems the legends of the South are nothing but trash." Hu Jue's expression shifted wildly. "Big talk. But you do have some skill." Ms. Ju gasped. Is that really Chu the living Yama? I don't recognize him." Uncle Lin struggled to speak. "That scar-faced man. It's him. That is Hu Jue, the one who terrorized Jinlin City back then. I can't believe he's become a grandmaster now. Huaxia is in grave danger." Ms. Ju's face turned grave. "You mean the fugitive currently wanted by the entire nation?" Uncle Lin nodded. "The very same." Down below, Hu Jue started muttering again. "Whether you're Chu the living Yama or not, today is your funeral." He threw a massive punch straight at the boy. Chu Ran gently raised his leg to block and scoffed. "You think you can take me alone?" With a burst of force, he shoved Hu Jue back. Undeterred, the old man summoned even more power to attack. "I will show you the true terror of a grandmaster." On the stands, Wu Lei screamed warnings to be careful. Ye Qing twisted her hands nervously, wondering if Chu Ran could withstand it. Just then, Hu Ju unleashed another strike, an unimaginable force rushing toward the boy. Everyone thought Chu Ran was done for, but he just mocked his opponent. "A dignified grandmaster. And this is the only move you know?" Hu Jue was stunned, but Chu Ran continued his cold provocation. "Hurry up and show me some real ability." This sentence instantly ignited Hu Jue's competitive rage. He roared in excitement. "Fine. You have some tricks. Then witness the technique it took me 10 years to comprehend." Above, Uncle Lin voiced his doubt. "This Chu Yama is only a martial general. How can he possibly defeat a grandmaster? Rumors are just rumors after all." Elsewhere, Ye Qing was so terrified she unconsciously pressed close to Wu Lei. "Chu the living Yama will be okay, right?" Wu Lei replied awkwardly, I don't know." Less than a second later, Hu Jue unleashed the burning heart kill. He thought smugly. Even Chen Zhentian wouldn't dare take this move head-on. "How can a brat like you survive?" Ignoring the panicked warnings from the crowd, Chu Ran remained perfectly still in the face of imminent death. A second later, Chu Ran finally reacted, speaking in a bored tone. "The flawed technique of the Nanyang Li sect? Just scratching cat kung fu." He immediately launched the separation art. He used the 8 winds rending palm to block Hu Jue's strike. Gu Fei gasped in shock. Master's invincible heart kill was blocked. Below, Chu Ran ordered the attack with surging momentum. The massive energy transformed into a powerful dragon and charged straight at the old man. Hu Jue was blasted backward, forced to jump frantically to dodge the blow. Even so, he took a hit. Hu Ju was now bewildered, wondering who this kid was to be so terrifyingly skilled. Answering his shock, Chu Ran said calmly, Marshal General, Grandmaster. They are just titles. In front of me, there is no difference. Hu Jue was furious. So arrogant. Even if you killed the old Blade Master in the past, so what? Let me teach you a lesson. Even among Grandmasters, there are levels to this game. Wu Lei feels like he's melting from the sheer pressure of the old man's colossal power. Yi Qing breaks down in helpless tears. I haven't even gotten married yet. I don't want to die so young. On the other side, Cheng Feng conjures a shield, screaming over the noise. Everyone, get behind me, now! Inside, the old man is praying desperately. Master Chu, you have to win this. Down below, Chu Ran quietly analyzes his opponent. He managed to comprehend this much from an incomplete manual? Looks like this guy actually has some skill. He decides to give the old man a proper beating. Without wasting a breath, Chu Ran unleashes the minor 36 sword formation. Hundreds of sword tips obey his command instantly, swarming the enemy. It looks like this attack is way beyond Ho Jue's ability to control. In a blink, Chu Ran's sword energy completely envelops the old man's technique. Ho Ju thinks helplessly, this is bad. I can't hold it. A split second later, his technique is utterly shattered by Chu Ran's blades. Unable to withstand the clash of two titanic forces, the vessel explodes in an instant. Below the arena, Chu Ran attacks without pause. Hu Jue is forced on the defensive but refuses to fold. It's not over yet. Take this. Suddenly, his honed instincts scream a warning. Chu Ran soars into the high air, pointing 10,000 swords directly at Ho Jue, and coldly declares the old man has lost. This only fuels Ho Jue's determination. He gathers energy in his hands, but Chu Ran instantly commands the swords to dive bomb him again. Seeing the inevitable, Hu Jue throws his hands up in terror and screams, I surrender. I yield. Chu Ran retracts his swords and says modestly, You let me win. Witnessing this, Gu Fei is crushed. Master, how could you possibly lose? Bai Wenbing isn't any happier, stammering out the words, Grandmaster. In stark contrast to the gloom on that side, Pan Hong is ecstatic. As expected of Master Chu, he defeated a generational grandmaster in just a few moves. Yi Qing excitedly hugs Wu Lei tight and cheers. King of Hell Chu is insane. I can't believe I actually got to talk to him today. Thrilled to the bone, he replies, absolutely legendary. Elsewhere, Ling Yun mutters, refusing to accept it. Some South American myth he is. Can't even beat a brat. But the situation is bad. I'll have to swallow my pride for now. Down below, while Hu Ju stands dazed by the result, Chu Ran evaluates him again. I remember in my past life, this Hu Jue died protecting the city. He's arrogant, sure, but not evil. Actually, he's quite a talent. With that in mind, he decides to invite the old man to cooperate. Hu Jue waits for Chu Ran to speak, but internally he's confused. He crushed a grandmaster so easily. Why would he need a partnership? Chu Ran acts hesitant. With your status, you obviously lack nothing. You have plenty of spirit stones too. Hu Jue gets antsy. Grandmaster, just say it straight. Don't be shy. So Chu Ran casually drops the bomb. It's like this. Follow me for a year, and I'll teach you the complete heart-slaying technique. Deal? Hu Jue gasps, completely blindsided. What did you say? Hu Jue panics. Grandmaster, do you know what you're saying? The heart-slaying technique. I thought I possessed the only copy. Chu Ran places a finger on the old man's forehead. To me, it's nothing special. Suddenly, a light flashes on Hu Jue's forehead. He breaks into a cold sweat, unsure what's happening. Then it hits him. This is the complete manual. The Grandmaster wasn't lying. Chu Ran instructs, all right, I've passed the technique to you. It's a mediocre art to me, but in the mortal realm, it's a rare treasure. Practice hard, and don't slack off. Hu Ju is too moved to speak properly. Grandmaster, are you really giving me something this precious? Chu Ran waves his hand dismissively. I already have the inheritance for this art. I'm just helping you fill in the missing pieces. Ho Jue immediately drops to one knee. This great kindness. I can never repay it. If I can ever be of service, Grandmaster, just command me. Watching from above, Ling Yun shoots up from his seat. A Grandmaster. Submitting just like that? Cheng Feng's eyes bulge out. Master Chu actually tamed a Grandmaster. Pan Hong laughs with glee. Now let's see who dares to fight for territory with us in Guizhou City. Zhou Xiaoshu watches, impressed. King of Hell Chu really is terrifying. If only he were one of our people. Behind her, Uncle Lin mutters, Jiangnan is truly about to change. Just then, Chu Ran points up at the spectator stand. Oh right. That disciple of yours has a rotten character, too fond of bullying the weak. Gu Fei flinches violently. Hu Jue shoots a glare at him. Gu Fei. Starting now, you are no longer my disciple. You're on your own. Gu Fei's face goes blank as tears stream down his cheeks. Why? Why is this happening? Seeing the tide turn, Ling Yun starts scheming. Damn it, why do I keep messing with this guy? I need to find a back door and get the hell out of here. Down below the stage, Hu Jue offered his opinion. Master, you are now the top figure in Zhujiang City. Surely, none of them will dare to object. Chu Ran checked his watch and replied, I'll handle a few more loose ends. Then we leave. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from behind Chu Ran. I, Bing Long of Tianfang International, acknowledge Master Chu as our leader. Ling Yun bowed 90 degrees, his body trembling. Master Chu, please forgive my past offenses. Chu Ran stared at Ling Yun with eyes cold as ice. Forgive you? Do you honestly think what you did is something that can be forgiven? Cold sweat poured down Ling Yun's face. Master Chu, please don't be angry. I can pay. Name your price. I have the money. I can give you anything, he stammered, desperate to survive. I was too rude before. I admit it. Just let me go. Chu Ran cut him off sharply. I might have considered letting you go. Then his voice rose to a thunderous roar. But what about the dozen girls you imprisoned and tortured? Will they forgive you? Ling Yun flinched violently, shock written all over his face. How do you know? Chu Ran scowled. If you don't want people to know, you shouldn't have done it. I investigated your disgusting, filthy secrets a long time ago. He signaled to the stands. President Jiang, show everyone the truth. Jiang Kun immediately projected a video from his phone for the whole crowd to see. The crowd erupted in whispers and gossip. Does CEO Chu Yi have a dark history? What is this? Imprisoned girls? The screen displayed two young women, bound and covered in horrific bruises. Chu Ran pointed an accusing finger at the screen. This is your glamorous CEO Chu, a monster who commits evil deeds in the dark. Ye Qing fumed with rage. That Chu bastard is disgusting. How dare he do something so sick? Wu Lei was equally furious. Wait, isn't that the missing girl from the news? He kidnapped her? That piece of trash. That damn animal. Miss Zhou grimaced in disgust. I can't believe Chu Ling Yun is this evil. My dad actually wanted me to date him. Ugh, I hate him. Uncle Lin's face went dark. You can know a man's face, but never his heart. Ling Yun turned pale, screaming denials. No, it's not like that. This is slander. They faked it to frame me. It's all lies. Chu Ran stepped closer, his presence suffocating. With my power, do I need schemes to frame a villain like you? I can take your life whenever I please. Ling Yun shook in terror. What do you want? Stay back. He turned to beg. Elder Tu, save me. But Tu Gu was already sprinting away. Tu Go yelled back as he ran for his life. Screw you. I have a long life to live. I'm not dying with you. Ho Jue saw this and immediately gave chase. You old villain. You think you can run? He rushed toward Tu Go and dropped the old man with a single, crushing palm strike. Witnessing this, Ling Yun dropped to his knees, begging, Please, I have tens of millions. Take it all. Just let me live. Chu Ran's voice was freezing. Do you think I care about your dirty money? He placed a hand on Ling Yun's head. The man was a mess of snot and tears. Electricity began to crackle around Chu Ran's body. Be smarter in your next life. After disposing of Ling Yun, he issued a command. Clean this up. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Chu Ran flew into the sky. The crowd on the stands bowed in unison. Safe travels, Master Chu. CEO Zhou clasps his hands respectfully. Master Luo, I pledge my loyalty to Master Chu as well. Another man jumped in quickly. I won't hide it. I've been Master Chu's man for ages. Cheng Feng smiled wryly. Only the strong take it all. Just how high will Master Chu rise in the future? Meanwhile, Chu Ran had traveled a fair distance and landed on a nearby beach. Chu Ran thought to himself, since my rebirth, the thing I worried about most is finally resolved perfectly. Dad, little sister, from now on, you two will never be hurt by scum like that again. Hu Jue spoke up hesitantly. Master, I actually returned to Huaxia for another reason. Chu Ran looked intrigued. Let's hear it, Hoju explained. A year ago, when I secretly returned to Huaxia, I accidentally discovered a strange spiritual fluctuation in Haishi. Chu Ran asked, a spiritual fluctuation? Could it be a treasure? Hojue nodded. I believe so. If you have time, Master, you should check it out. Chu Ran mused. If it's an artifact from the immortal world, I definitely can't miss it. Seeing this, Huju added, Master, I'll finish my business in South America and then return to find you. Chu Ran instructed him carefully. Go. Cultivate diligently. I won't shortchange you on benefits later. Hojue flew off, shouting back respectfully. Yes, Master. Chu Ran scratches his head, muttering, things here are basically resolved. But why do I feel like I've forgotten something important? Just then, his phone rings. He answers it with a nonchalant expression. A voice screams from the other end. Teacher Chu, didn't you say you'd give us a makeup class this afternoon? Where are you? That's when it hits him. That's what he forgot. He immediately shoots into the sky. You guys wait right there. I'm on my way. Moments later, Chu Ran arrives at Linhai City. He stares intently at his phone. It wasn't easy getting a chance to visit Linhai City. He needs to make the most of this opportunity. After a moment of thought, Chu Ran expands his divine sense to scan the area. He detects an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy. Looks like he found the right place. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out his name from behind. Fatty grins. It really is you. I never expected to run into you here. He walks over, wrapping an arm around Chu Ran's shoulder. Not bad, kid. I heard you became a teacher after leaving the company. Glad you finally landed a job. Chu Ran smiles back. You're doing pretty well yourself. Did you manage to suppress that old geezer in the development department yet? Fatty winks and laughs. You know it. Another voice chimes in from nearby. Well, if it isn't little Chu. We haven't seen you in ages since you left the company. It turns out to be Li Minghui and Liu Ruxin. Little Chu, where are you working these days? Chu Ran retorts. Director Li and Sister Liu are dating now? You two really are an enviable pair of lovebirds. Internally, he thinks, Li Minghui and Liu Ruxin. In my past life, these two were the main reason I was forced out of the company. Ruxin snaps angrily. Cut the sarcasm. You've been out in the real world for over a year, and you still haven't learned basic social etiquette? Minghui sneers. I don't think he'll ever learn. Fatty quickly tries to smooth things over. Director Li, Manager Liu, come on, we're all old colleagues here. Chu Ran throws a sharp jab. Oh, I understand how the world works perfectly fine. It's just that some things standing here clearly aren't human. Ruxin explodes. How dare you, Chu Ran? I didn't realize your mouth was this filthy. One day, that attitude is going to bring you a disaster. Chu Ran remains calm. So, are you saying you are the disaster? Minghui intervenes. All right, that's enough. Don't waste your breath arguing with him. A nobody like him isn't worth our time. Besides, young Master Li will be here soon. We don't want him seeing a scene like this. Fatty whispers to Chu Ran, Brother, don't provoke them. It's not worth the trouble. Chu Ran replies casually, You're joking, Fatty. If it wasn't for the rare chance to see you, I wouldn't have stayed here for a single second. He turns, curious. By the way, who is this young Master Li they keep mentioning? Fatty explains. Young Master Li is a big shot in Linjiang City. The company sent us here to negotiate a deal with him. Fatty suddenly points. Speak of the devil! Young Master Li is here. Young Master Li approaches them slowly, one hand casually in his pocket. Chu Ran suppresses a smile. So, it's this kid. Minghui rushes over to light a cigarette for the VIP. Oh my! Young Master Li, you arrived so quickly. Young Master Li nods. Didn't have anything else to do anyway. Minghui barks at Fatty. What are you just standing there for? Get over here and pay your respects. Fatty frowns, muttering to himself. When you live under another's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. I really hate sucking up like this. Chu Ran observes silently. Without power, you're forced to grovel. In the end, this world belongs to the strong. Young Master Li spots Chu Ran immediately. Chu Ran raises a hand in a lazy greeting. You seem to be in a good mood, young Master Li. Young Master Li freezes. His heart skips a beat. Why is this terrifying god here? He's not here to punish me, is he? Minghui yells. Chu Ran, how dare you speak to young Master Li like that? Chu Ran smirks. How I talk to him is none of your business. Minghui's veins bulge as he shouts. You blind fool. You're digging your own grave offending young Master Li. Young Master Li trembles with rage. This idiot. If I let him keep running his mouth, my life is forfeit. Without hesitation, young Master Li punches Minghui in the face. You offend Teacher Chu, and not even the gods can save you. Minghui rubs his head, bewildered. Young Master Li, what did I say wrong? Everyone watches in confusion as young Master Li walks toward Chu Ran. What is going on? Young Master Li bows deeply, showing total respect to Chu Ran. Minghui's jaw drops, stammering, What? What is happening? Fatty is equally shocked. He can't believe young Master Li is being so submissive to Chu Ran. Chu Ran waves his hand dismissively. All right, no need for all this formality. I'm just here to look around. Young Master Li straightens up immediately. Teacher Chu, if you wanted to visit, you should have told me. I would have personally given you a tour of Linhai City. Chu Ran points to the group behind him. Everyone's getting hungry. Young Master Li spins around and roars. What are you all staring at? Get over here. Li Minghui, lead the way immediately. We cannot show any neglect to Teacher Chu. Minghui panics. Yes, yes, I'll lead the way right now. Chu Ran signals to young Master Li. You go ahead. I'll walk with my friend. Young Master Li heard the news and followed suit. The fatty nudged Chu Ran hard. Bro, that was awesome. You really hid your power. Even young Master Li is scared to breathe around you. Chu Ran laughed. I'm not as cool as you. Come on, let's go eat a big meal. Moments later, young Master Li led them into a luxurious restaurant. Young Master Li checked Chu Ran's mood cautiously. Master Chu, does this place suit your taste? Chu Ran nodded. Not bad. Let's eat here. Young Master Li barked at Minghui. Hurry up and get the waiters. Treat Master Chu like royalty. Minhui didn't hesitate for a second. Yes, sir, I'm on it. He bowed slightly, gesturing for the group to proceed with total obedience. Right this way, your table is ready. As they walked, Chu Ran casually asked, By the way, are there any scenic spots worth checking out around here? Young Master Li lit up. Actually, yes. There's an ancient tomb nearby. If you're interested, Master Chu, you should definitely take a look. The words ancient tomb piqued Chu Ran's interest, but the real kicker was the description. A mysterious lake where the surface boils with scalding heat, while the depths remain bone-chillingly cold. Chu Ran's eyes gleamed. A mystical lake? Now that sounds interesting. Tell you what, Li suggested eagerly. After we eat, I'll take you there myself. Everything's already arranged. Please, follow me. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Chu Ran, what are you doing here? Jian Yanji beamed, walking over. Long time no see. I never expected to run into you at a place like this. Chu Ran greeted her warmly. Well, look at you. The great beauty Jian is glowing even more than before. Life must be treating you well lately. Yanji gave a wry smile. Hardly. If I'm doing well, it's all thanks to you, isn't it? She didn't shy away, wrapping her arms affectionately around Chu Ran's arm. Are you free right now? It's too crowded here. Let's go somewhere private. Chu Ran turned to Fatty, apologetic. Sorry, man. Something came up. I've got to run. Fatty waved him off immediately. Hey, don't worry about it. Go handle your business. Fatty watched in awe. Chu Ran is a legend. I can't believe he even tamed a superstar like Jian Yanji. Young Master Li nodded in agreement. That's Master Chu for you. Making the impossible look easy, he's a true expert. Min Hai stole a glance, sweating nervously. I had no idea he'd become this powerful. To think I used to act arrogant in front of him. I was practically begging for death. What a joke. Once they reached a quiet spot, Chu Ran cut to the chase. All right, spill it. You didn't pull me away just to catch up. You need something, don't you? Yanji looked down, acting bashful. You're as sharp as ever. You got me. I'm actually dealing with a bit of a situation. Chu Ran raised an eyebrow. Something that can trouble a big star like you? Let's hear it. If it's within my power, I'll help you out. I'm about to shoot a new music video, she explained. We invited 2 foreign martial arts grandmasters, but something feels off about them. I was hoping you could check them out and see if they're the real deal. Chu Ran was genuinely surprised. You actually managed to hire martial arts grandmasters? That's rare. Where are they right now? Yanji pointed down the hall. Right inside that private room. Chu Ran walked over, placing his palm flat against the door. Let's see what we're dealing with. He focused, his eyes narrowing as he expanded his spiritual sense through the wood. Chu Ran thought to himself, huh, they're actual martial artists. Since when do cultivators need to shoot music videos to make a living? Seeing his reaction, Yanji asked, well, did you figure anything out? After a moment's thought, Chu Ran pushed the door open. All right, I'm going in to have a little chat with them face to face. Inside, Zheng Shi was loudly proclaiming that Chinese martial arts were too soft and weak compared to his Western boxing. He didn't stop there. He was actively trying to convince the others to ditch Tai Chi and bow to him as their master instead. The man with glasses, the one who hired him, nodded like a bobblehead. You are absolutely right, sir. Our kung fu has been declining for decades. We desperately need your guidance to fix it. He then raised his glass with both hands, offering a respectful toast to Zheng Shi. That was when Chu Ran stepped in, his voice cutting through the air. Is this what the world has come to? Any random stray dog thinks they can bark and act like a king? People like you? I could crush you with a single finger. The atmosphere snapped instantly. The wine glass in Zheng Xi's hand was crushed in a fit of rage. Zheng Xi and the foreigner looked at him like he was a dead man walking. But Chu Ran didn't back down. He sneered, look at you. A bunch of savages who haven't even finished evolving. If you don't apologize to our martial arts today, don't expect to leave this room alive. Manager Zhou quickly stepped in, faking a smile as he invited Chu Ran to sit. Come now, let's have a drink and cool off, shall we? But the bootlicker immediately turned on Yanji, accusing her of bringing someone to insult the two esteemed masters he had worked so hard to invite. Yanji stood her ground, insisting that Chu Ran was there to vet them, ensuring she wasn't getting scammed by frauds. Before the manager could explode, Zheng Shi sighed loudly, feigning deep disappointment that Yanji didn't trust his abilities. He puffed out his chest, announcing his name Zheng Shi, and issued a challenge. If you can manage to hurt me even a little, I'll take back everything I said. Chu Ran smirked. He was actually a little intrigued by how much faith this guy put in his steroid-pumped muscles. Zheng Shi mocked Chu Ran's slender frame, laughing, careful kid, don't break your arm hitting me. Chu Ran didn't waste breath. He simply stepped forward, readying his stance. He decided to use a spiritual rebound, a move lethal to mortals. As the punch connected, Zheng Shi's defense crumbled instantly, his body unable to withstand the impact. Seeing Zheng Shi sent flying, the foreigner shouted his name in panic, rushing over to check if his partner was still breathing. Manager Zhou was hyperventilating, screaming that Chu Ran had caused a disaster. Yanji, however, remained calm, trusting that Chu Ran had everything under control. The manager turned on Chu Ran, accusing him of brutality. You reckless idiot. If you hurt our foreign guests, you'll be rotting in a prison cell. Chu Ran looked at him with cold eyes. Only a spineless fence-sitter like you would consider trash like this. Friends, regaining consciousness. Zheng Shi spoke up. I was careless. You're strong. I admit that. We shouldn't have underestimated your country, but you shouldn't look down on my wolf transformation arts either. Chu Ran admitted the technique itself wasn't half bad. But back then, before he could even finish his sentence, the guy had rushed in blindly. Every claw strike missed by a mile to Chu Ran. That speed was agonizingly slow. He had simply grabbed Zheng Shi by the collar. Hoisting his enemy into the air, he offered a critique. Your strength is lacking too. Writhing in pain and thoroughly defeated, Zheng Shi stammered out, Who the hell are you really? But he chose to answer with his humble cover identity. Just an ordinary teacher. Yanja immediately stepped up to praise his skills while mocking the two foreigners. Chu Ran made sure to drive the point home. Their country's martial arts might be keeping a low profile, but the foundation is rock solid. They'd better drop those twisted prejudices. The guy took the lecture like a good student, promising he'd never look down on this land again. Before heading out, Chu Ran left instructions. I'm done here. You ladies figure out how to deal with those two. Zheng Xi and Mao Zi were promptly kicked out. To the onlookers, they were just all talk and no bite. Total frauds. Once outside, Zheng Xi was seething with resentment. He couldn't believe he'd run into a hidden master the moment he arrived. Mao Zi urged him to let it go and focus on the treasure they needed to keep a low profile. But Zheng Xi swore an oath. Once the job was done, he would come back and make Chu Ran pay. Chu Ran, overhearing every word, confirmed there really was a treasure in the swamp. Better yet, he decided to make sure their master would be thoroughly disappointed. Moments later, he arrived at the mysterious swamp. Chu Ran could tell at a glance this place was far from normal. Young Master Li, however, was eager to show him something even more impressive. Chu Ran's gaze instantly turned ice cold. He sensed another presence. A powerful figure stepped out from the shadows, someone with actual skill. Seems your country actually has some experts. Pity. We've temporarily commandeered this spot. You two can leave now. The old man clearly believed these foreigners had no right to act so arrogant on his turf. Gale sneered. I heard this was a land of etiquette. Looking at you, it seems it's just a land of savages. With that, he unleashed 2 streams of dark purple energy. It looked intimidating, but to Chu Ran, it was nothing more than a parlor trick. He raised a single hand, easily blocking the energy flow and compressing it into a harmless little sphere. Chu Ran found it pathetic, but Gale suddenly smirked, a hidden meaning behind his grin. It's not over yet. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the energy sphere. As the fractures spread, the contained power began to leak out violently. It surged toward Chu Ran's face like a starving beast, swallowing everything in its path with a massive explosion. But no matter how potent the attack, Chu Ran's control was absolute. He instantly suppressed the energy before it could do any damage. Gale's eyes bulged in pure shock, yet Zhengxi was still blindly worshipping the old man. Our master is one of the 12 European gods, a war general of his majesty. A bug like you couldn't possibly comprehend his power. Chu Ran didn't know much about these so-called gods, but young Master Li had heard the rumors. They're powerhouses who borrowed names from mythology. Every single one is a grandmaster. Alano is the strongest, and his subordinates are all battle-crazed maniacs. Chu Ran was slightly surprised. He thought Gale was the big boss, but turns out he's just a lackey. Meanwhile, the old man started preaching self-righteously. Young man, don't be so haughty. You need to show basic respect to the strong. Arrogance like yours will only get you killed. Chu Ran replied casually. Your voice is annoying, but you did say one thing that was actually correct. His feet lifted off the ground. Chu Ran decided it was time to teach this old man what respecting the strong really looked like. Gale felt a sudden chill instinct told him he absolutely could not block this incoming palm strike. He scrambled out of the way, letting the strike smash into the earth. Chu Ran scoffed, disappointed that Gale didn't even have the guts to take one hit. Trembling, Gale finally asked, How? How are you this strong? Who exactly are you, sir? Please, have mercy. I'll do anything you ask. His 2 students watched in horror, unable to accept that their master was begging for his life. Chu Ran shook his head, mocking how these Westerners never learned humility until they were beaten into the dirt. Gale just kept bowing, admitting his faults and begging for release. But deep down, the old man was seething. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. Ignoring the man's ego, Chu Ran cut to the chase. Were they here for the swamp? Gale confessed they'd heard rumors of a rare treasure hidden beneath the water. Chu Ran smirked internally. He had arrived just in time to stop the artifact from falling into the wrong hands. Young Master Li asked how they should deal with Gale's group. Chu Ran's verdict was simple: get out of the country and never come back. Gale nodded furiously, promising everything, though his face was dark with the shame of total defeat. He grabbed his 2 students and started to drag them away. But then, he made a sudden hand seal and barked a single command: detonate. Their bodies instantly swelled into massive, glowing balloons right behind Chu Ran. Sensing the lethal danger, he shoved young Master Li out of the blast zone. An explosion erupts, sending chunks of flesh flying everywhere. Gay gloats, declaring that today, he is going to tear Chu Ran to pieces. But wait, his face seems to be sliding apart. It turns out, right in the middle of his gloating, Chu Ran had already sliced him cleanly in 2. Chu Ran thinks the old fool really dug his own grave. Young Master Li has now witnessed the true terror of King of Hell Chu, realizing how lucky he is that he didn't completely offend him earlier. Next, Chu Ran orders him to handle the cleanup, while he goes to investigate the pond himself. Thick mist rises endlessly from the water, as Chu Ran scans the surroundings with a sharp gaze. Peering through the haze, he realizes the objects hidden within are all artifacts from the immortal realm. But deep at the very bottom of the lake, a strange light begins to pulse. Or rather, it is a small bead carved with patterns radiating immortal energy, with a streak of blue light trying to merge with its aura. With a wave of his hand, Chu Ran pulls the bead out of the water. Chu Ran is actually surprised. He never expected a sword seed to appear on Earth. It is an extremely rare treasure even in the immortal realm. Unfortunately, his current strength isn't enough to refine it perfectly. so he will just have to hold on to it for now. A while later, young Master Li returns to report that everything has been handled. After a brief word of thanks, Chu Ran heads back first, but the moment he turns to leave, someone sneers, calling him a show-off. Before Chu Ran can even react, young Master Li shuts Minhai down. "Shut up. I'm warning you, if you want to keep your life, don't you dare mess with Teacher Chu. He is not someone you can touch." One day later, at school, the students receive the announcement for winter break. They are celebrating both their improved final exam scores and the start of the holidays. Chu Ran, however, is suffering. His students are teasing him about being single as winter approaches. He immediately affectionately smacks them with a stack of papers. "Did I give you too little homework?" he asks. A handsome guy like me doesn't need to worry. But in reality, Hu Lai is just trying to nudge him to pay more attention to Principal Chin Ran. Chu Ran starts to say that his handsome face will surely make her feel. Before he can finish, he gets summoned to the office. He quickly corrects himself, saying she will feel he is a great teacher. Then, Chu Ran hurriedly chases after Chin Ran. Lu Jie is surprised to see him appear. Then, a rather sentimental scene unfolds as water is handed over. Chin Ran has to fake a cough, reminding them to watch their behavior in the workplace. Chu Ran quickly explains that since they served in the military together, their camaraderie is just a bit casual. He then asks why the two of them were looking for him. Lu Jie speaks up first, hesitating slightly before asking if he plans to return to the Chu family for the new year. Chin Ran chimes in, suggesting that if he isn't going back to the Chu family, he should go with Lu Jie to her home. He replies indifferently, "I know what you two are thinking. Thank you. But if I don't go back, my father will be upset. Don't worry, the Chu family can't touch me now." Chin Ran then shyly announces that she will be resigning next semester, and a new principal will be taking her place. Hearing this, Chu Ran bursts into fake tears. "My good principal, how can you leave? Without you, I am like a fish out of water." Chin Ran can't stand the cringe and snaps at him to speak normally. The truth is, her family's company is busy, and she needs to go back to help. As for him, she hopes he won't cause trouble while she is gone. Chu Ran proudly reassures her that if people don't mess with him, he won't mess with them. Seeing there is nothing else, he takes his leave. Lu Ji now assures Chin Ran that she will watch over him carefully in her place. Outside, he feels touched by their concern. But unfortunately, he has no energy to think about romance right now. His only goal now is to see how the Chu family intends to deal with his family this year. Sometime later, Chu Ran is at the airport. Shan, he looks at his two children with guilt, knowing that every time they go home, he forces them to endure humiliation. Chu Mu replies calmly, "Father, don't say that. It has been so many years, are you still afraid they will make things harder for us?" Chu Ran also tells his father to rest easy, promising that the Chu family won't be able to bully them anymore. But his father insists that while they can do whatever they want, Chu Ran specifically must behave himself when they get home. Although he agrees verbally, in his heart, Chu Ran has already decided he won't hold back any longer. In a hidden corner nearby, Chu Mu is being sized up without anyone noticing. Truly a fine specimen. A pity about those legs. But if she can't be my disciple, she can certainly serve as cultivation material. This figure is Lu Yuan, a man with a white snake spirit who constantly needs blood to cultivate. He immediately approaches Chu Ran's family to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me for the intrusion. I am a martial arts grandmaster named Lu Yuan." With a single glance, Chu Ran recognizes him as a martial general, and an interesting one at that, given his skill with snakes. Lu Yuan lavishes praise on Chu Mu's talent, expressing a sincere desire to take her as his disciple. The young girl is still marveling at him. "An underworld martial artist? Sir, your aura suggests you are quite powerful." Although Lu Yuan acts humble, Chu Ran directly points out his rank as a martial general, and the snake hidden in his sleeve. Lu Yuan's friendly demeanor vanishes instantly. His voice drops to a dark, low tone. "You have sharp eyes for someone so young." A sinister voice cut in. "You're sharper than you look. Then you should realize what a blessing it is for your sister to be my disciple, shouldn't you?" Chu Ran matched his tone, dripping with sarcasm. "If you were a normal martial artist, maybe. But that snake of yours has drunk gallons of human blood. You just want to use my sister as a fresh blood bag, don't you?" Lu Yuan loudly accused Chu Ran of slander, trying to save face. But, internally, Lu Yuan was terrified that his secret had been exposed. Suddenly, Chu Ran stepped forward. "Show us the snake. Let's see who's really lying." Cornered, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. "You insolent brat," he roared, launching a lethal attack. Shan He and his son watched in terror, fearing for his life. But Chu Ran, he didn't even flinch. With a casual flick, he struck the acupoint right in the center of the man's forehead. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank to pinpricks as pure terror flooded his nervous system. He finally realized the truth: he was facing a grandmaster. But by then, it was already too late. Chu Ran, clearly enjoying himself, smirked and teased. "What's wrong? Is your little snake too shy to come out and play?" While his words were mocking, his hand unleashed a terrifying suction force. The white serpent lost all control, forced to reveal its head. Splat. Chu Ran crushed it instantly. A martial, general-level beast. Reduced to nothing but paste, Lu Yuan collapsed to his knees, slamming his head against the ground in a frantic kowtow. "Grandmaster, I was wrong. I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. Please, I beg you, spare my life." Since his family was watching, Chu Ran didn't want to stain his hands with blood today. He simply waved his hand. "Get lost." To Lu Yuan, those words were a divine pardon. He scrambled to his feet and bolted, not daring to look back even once. Shan He finally stepped forward, his eyes wide with shock. "Son, since when did you become so powerful? You looked like a god from the legends just now." Chu Ran didn't offer an explanation. He simply promised that he'd prove it again at the Chu estate, and that from now on, no one would ever bully them again. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. "Second uncle, Chu Ran. Over here." It was Yun Yun, beaming as she explained she was late due to traffic. Both Chu Ran and his brother had always been incredibly close with her. She was the cousin who cared for them the most, honestly. She was the only reason they even dared to return home for the new year. Yun Yun pinched Chu Mu's cheek affectionately. "Don't say that. Everyone in the family really wants to see you guys." Chu Mu pouted and swatted her hand away, insisting he wasn't a child anymore. But Yun Yun just teased him further. "Oh please, in my eyes, you'll always be a baby. Shan." He chuckled, suggesting they head inside since it was getting late. Soon enough, the magnificent, sprawling estate of the Chu family loomed before them. Staring at the mansion, Chu Ran felt a bitter thought rise. "This place is so massive, yet somehow, it never had enough room for my family." Seeing him zoned out, Yun Yun urged him to hurry up. Chu Ran took a deep breath and stepped into the old grounds once again. He silently declared to the Chu family, "I have returned." As they walked in, Yun Yun announced loudly, "Grandpa, Grandma, second uncle is here." But Huaiga just let out a cold snort. "You sure have a lot of nerve. Every year you're the last to arrive." "What? Do you expect me to personally go out and invite you?" Xiu Fang frowned at her husband. She believed their son coming home from so far away was a blessing, not a burden. She smiled gently, comforting Shan He. "It's good that you're back. We're family. There's no need for such grudges. Don't listen to your father's nonsense." At that moment, Chu Ran and his brother stepped forward to greet their grandmother. Xiu Fang's face lit up, clearly pleased to see how handsome and grown-up her grandsons had become. Suddenly, Huaijie ordered Shan He to follow him for a private talk. Though clearly intimidated, Shan He had no choice but to obey. Before leaving, he told Chu Ran to look after Chu Mu. Chu Ran knew exactly what was coming. His father was about to be scolded and humiliated, but he swore to himself, this will be the last time. Just then, another voice cut through the air. Well, isn't this our eldest brother? I didn't see you in the main hall, so I guess you just arrived." Chu Ran was actually surprised. Zhang Fei usually ignored him, yet here he was, striking up a conversation. He scratched his ear, looking incredibly rude. "You're the eldest young master of this family. After all, if I didn't come say hello, I'd be breaking the ancestral rules. Unlike you, I actually care about manners. I heard you have no sense of propriety outside. There are even rumors about you and the principal." Chu Ran calmly shot back. "And what if it is true?" Zhang Fei immediately snapped, cursing him. "You shameless trash! You have no respect for our family rules." Chu Ran's expression darkened. "Do you think my family is easy to bully? Who gave you the right to stand there and bark at me? Besides, why should I give a damn about your Chu family rules?" The pressure radiating from Chu Ran was suffocating. Zhang Fei suddenly felt incredibly small, his body trembling uncontrollably, though he couldn't understand why he was so terrified. Huaijie exploded with rage, roaring at them. "Descendants of a noble house bickering like street thugs? Have you no shame? Shut your mouths, all of you." Chu Ran decided to swallow his anger for now. It wasn't the right time to reveal his hand just yet. Immediately after, Shan Lu chimed in, urging everyone not to ruin the old man's mood and to head to the dining table. As the lavish feast was served, Chu Ran dug in, stuffing his face without a care for anyone else. Seeing this, Huai Jie's temper flared again. "Look at you. You useless glutton." The youngest uncle, Shan Chuan, spoke up with a condescending smirk. "Oh, let him be. Little Ran has probably never seen food this expensive before." Chu Ran didn't care. "It's a dinner table. What else am I supposed to do? Stare at your ugly faces?" Suddenly, a boisterous laugh echoed through the room. "Something smells delicious. Hey, old man Chu. You're having a family reunion without inviting me? That's not very brotherly of you." Huai Jie laughed, teasing his friend. He knew the man had tasted countless delicacies. Surely he wouldn't care for a simple home-cooked meal like this. While the two elders chatted, Zhang Fei stepped forward to respectfully greet the guest, Taoist Ju. Chu Ran quietly assessed the old man's strength. Half-step grandmaster, not bad. Taoist Ju patted Zhang Fei on the shoulder. "A true dragon among men. I suspect in just a few days, you'll officially break through to become a martial apprentice." Huai Jie hurriedly thanked Taoist Ju for mentoring his grandson, grateful that the Chu family would finally have a real martial artist in their ranks. Taoist Ju waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, think nothing of it. I eat your food and drink your wine all the time. This is the least I can do." Then, his gaze drifted to Chu Ran, curious about the unfamiliar face. Huai Ge immediately barked an order. "Chu Ran, stand up and pay your respects. Now." Seeing him still sitting there, and fearing Taoist Ju would get angry, Huai Jie quickly explained that the boy didn't understand the necessary etiquette. The old man didn't mind. He walked over and asked, "Do you want to be my disciple?" Zhang Fei stood there, jaw dropped. Taoist Ju was nearly a grandmaster, yet he was personally begging for a student. Seeing Huai Ji's disbelief, Taoist Ju explained that he saw a deep destiny for cultivation in Chu Ran. Immediately, Shan Chuan urged the boy to agree, simply wanting to use this to keep Taoist Ju anchored to the Chu family forever. Next, everyone heard the boy's cold refusal. "I appreciate the Grandmaster's good intentions, but I do not need a master." Huai Ge and Zhang Fei thought the refusal was ungrateful and would offend Taoist Ju. Indeed, the old man's face turned black. "Are you saying I am not worthy to be your master?" Chu Ran confidently replied that he wasn't targeting the old man specifically, but that no one in this entire world was qualified to be his master. A loud slam on the table echoed as Huai Ge shouted, "Enough, Chu Shanhe, is this the son you raised? Are you trying to destroy the Chu family?" Chu Mu couldn't take it anymore and retorted, "The Chu family? You people still have the face to lecture us? When you kicked us out, no one had a damn thing to say." Chu Ran stood up, stating that if they were being looked down upon, the three of them should leave early. Yun Yun spoke up, saying she would see them out. Back inside, Huai Ge was still desperately trying to appease Taoist Ju's anger. He adds, "Youngsters these days have terrible tempers. Allow me to apologize on their behalf." But deep down, the old man is already plotting to beat that arrogance right out of Chu Ran. Back in the car, Yun Yun lectures him. She insists he was way too reckless. Taoist Ju is no ordinary old man, after all. Chu Ran just shrugs, coolly replying that he had his reasons. But the moment the wheels start turning, a massive tree trunk comes flying out of nowhere. Lightning fast, Chu Ran grabs the wheel to help Yun Yun steer. Just as the timber smashes into the asphalt, the car swerves, barely dodging the impact. Chu Ran steps out to investigate, but not before warning the others to stay inside where it's safe. Perched on a tree branch is none other than Taoist Ju, the old man from the house. Chu Ran smirks. He wants to see what other dirty tricks this sneak-attacking lowlife has up his sleeve. Taoist Ju speaks first, his voice dripping with ice. "I have lived a long life, yet never have I been humiliated the way I was today. Boy, out of respect for old man Chu, if you kneel and kowtow right now, I might just spare your life." Chu Ran scoffs. If he hadn't been respecting the old man earlier, he wouldn't have rejected him so politely. Losing his patience, Taoist Ju unleashes his full power, energy surging from his body. "I've crushed countless insects like you," the old man sneers. "You truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Chu Ran gives him a brutally honest reply. "Not to brag, old man, but someone at your level, you're not even worth looking at." Enraged, the old man launches a punch, determined to teach this brat a fatal lesson in manners. The technique actually piques Chu Ran's interest. It's the ethereal heart method. Shame. He can tell the old man has barely scratched the surface of its true potential. The energy condenses, forming a terrifying set of sharp, spectral jaws right in front of the old man. Realizing those fangs are coming for him, Taoist Joe leaps from the tree in a panic. He hits the ground, trembling in terror. Grandmaster level? Who exactly are you? Suddenly, Chu Ran decides to show mercy and offer a little guidance. Your heart is too narrow. You lack the righteousness of a true grandmaster. Go teach at a school. Maybe then, you'll finally take that last half step to enlightenment. Taoist Jew freezes, questioning his entire existence. Is that the bottleneck stopping his breakthrough? His own pettiness? A young grandmaster. Audio. With the surname Chu. Watching that retreating back, the pieces click together. The old man gasps in horror. This kid is the legendary king of hell Chu. Chu Ran simply raises a finger to his lips. Taoist Jew instantly clamps his hands over his mouth, silently swearing to take this secret to the grave. Back in the car, Yun mentions she wants Chu Ran to meet someone. She needs him to vet this person. He guesses immediately she wants him to inspect a boyfriend. After all, very few men ever catch her eye. Yun's cheeks flush bright red. She scolds him, embarrassed. Shut up. You'll find out when we get there. Before they reach the table, Yun warns him. Don't reveal my true identity. I don't want to scare him off. She beams at the man waiting for them. Wu Hang, we're here. He looks nervous, but politely stands to invite them to sit. Right off the bat, Chu Ran teases him. It must be tough handling Yun's princess attitude, huh? She turns to her damn brother with a terrifyingly sweet smile. My dear sweet little brother. What did you just say? But Wu Hang just smiles. He feels lucky to see this different side of Yun. To him, she's adorable no matter what. The moment they sit, Chu Ran gets down to business. Wu Hang knows he's being tested. Turns out, he works in finance at a major construction firm. He humbly admits his skills are decent, and he's managed to save up a nice little nest egg over the years. Chu Ran taps his fingers on the table. For a normal family, that's not bad. But do you honestly think that qualifies you to be with my sister? His gaze is intense, snapping Wu Hang's nerves tight. Yun immediately jumps in to scold Chu Ran. That's going too far. Wu Hang, don't listen to him. In this modern age, nobody cares about that stuff anymore. Then, everyone heard Wu Hang's deep, steady voice. I know your family is wealthy. The current me truly isn't worthy of your sister. But we only live once. If I can't even be brave enough to pursue the woman I love, then what is the point of living? Yun's maiden heart was deeply moved by his words. After using his qi-gazing technique, Chu Ran confirmed that Wu Hong wasn't flustered or lying. On the contrary, he was incredibly righteous. Finally, he smiled and spoke up. Well said. Let me toast to that. They clinked glasses like kindred spirits. Just then, Kai Da stormed into the restaurant, cursing non-stop because his table hadn't been reserved. His lackey immediately reported that Chu Ran's group was occupying the spot where Kai Da usually sat. However, his anger turned to excitement when he spotted a beauty sitting there. He was even more surprised to see Wu Hang sitting with them, so he decided to use that as an excuse to go over and hit on the girl. As Kai Da's group approached, mocking them along the way, Chu Ran knew he had run into another bunch of blind fools. Wu Hang immediately shot up from his seat and asked, President Lin, what are you doing here? He looked down on him with pure contempt. If a wage slave like you can come here, why can't I? Since when can a lowly employee question his superior like that? Wu Hang lowered his voice, warning him to watch his language, as this wasn't a place for him to cause a scene. The next second, Kai Da leaned in close to Yun, mocking Wu Hang for being a toad lusting after swan meat. Why don't you just let me play with this beauty instead? Instantly, Kai Da's nasty face was punched into a pulp. Wu Hang, still fuming, shouted, You dare harass my girlfriend? You're asking for death. Furious but unable to fight back, Kai Da ordered his lackeys to take him out. One of them immediately charged forward, clutching a dagger. Wu Hang bravely shielded Yun behind him. No one noticed the dark, silent expression on Chu Ran's face. A split second later, he flicked his wrist and threw something. The beer glass shattered upon impact with the thug's face. In the same motion, Chu Ran twisted the dagger right out of the guy's hand. Seeing the dagger flying back toward him, Kai Da screamed in terror, I was wrong. Don't kill me. Chu Ran furiously roared at him to get lost. Wu Hang came over to thank him. But Chu Ran felt there was no need for formalities, seeing as Wu Hang had risked his own safety to protect Yun Yun. Although Wu Hang felt great about venting his anger, he knew he would definitely be fired. He looked embarrassed, realizing he was about to be unemployed. Chu Ran suddenly spoke up. Actually, I'm preparing to make an investment soon. Brother, if you trust me, would you mind partnering with me? Yun Yun immediately tried to stop him. Even though she knew her brother meant well, money wasn't something to make casual promises about. He simply told them to look at some documents on his phone, and they would understand. It was a plot of land with massive development potential. Once they realized the land was in the Anjiang district, the couple agreed it looked promising. But Chu Ran insisted the land value would skyrocket. He asked Wu Hang what he thought. He decided that instead of working for someone else, he should take a risk for Yun Yun's sake. A second later, he answered boldly, "Brother Chu, I'm with you." Chu Ran was satisfied and promised he wouldn't let him or Yun Yun suffer any losses. That evening, he went to a bar and ordered a random drink. Just then, a playful female voice spoke up. "Don't you want to buy me a drink? Wasn't this beauty Wang Shui?" He felt like teasing her a bit too. "A beauty like you could easily make a man commit a crime." She raised her glass and asked casually, "Then how come you've never had such thoughts?" Although her teasing made him blush, he quickly regained his composure and asked what she wanted. It turned out someone was trying to force her out of the Fenghua Group's management, so she needed Chu Ran's help. However, he wondered where Old Man Fan was to let this happen. Wang Shui gloomily explained that the old master had gone into seclusion for cultivation, which was why people were bullying her. While they were talking, another man approached. "My dear cousin, long time no see. What brings you to my turf today?" Wang Shui raised her voice, warning Cao Han not to act out in front of her friend. But he pretended to look around as if he couldn't see him. Then, Cao Han pointed mockingly at Chu Ran. "The person you mentioned. It isn't this broke loser, is it?" Wang Shui slammed her hand on the table in fury. "Fan Cao Han, if you have any shame left, stop bothering us." But his cronies just sneered, calling her an adopted wench who shouldn't be so arrogant. Wang Shui angrily warned them not to push people too far. But Cao Han stubbornly challenged her. "You want to hit someone? Here's my face, come on, take your shot." The very next second, a powerful force smashed precisely into his face. After throwing the punch, Chu Ran looked innocent. "I've lived a long time, but I've never heard such a request before." While trying to stop the bleeding, Cao Han gritted his teeth and cursed him for being a bastard. At this moment, Yang Tian stepped in. "Brother, let's talk this out calmly. What's the point of hitting people?" Chu Ran didn't back down for a second. "You got a problem with that?" The man lowered his voice, sneering that while Chu Ran might not know his face, he definitely heard the thunderous name of the Yang family. Chu Ran feigned shock, his jaw dropping. "Whoa, you mean that famous Yang clan, the big shots?" Seeing the fear, or so he thought, Yang Tian smirked with satisfaction. He arrogantly laid down his terms. If Chu Ran knelt and begged for forgiveness right now, he might just let him live. But Gao Han wasn't having it. He chimed in with a cruel grin, insisting that mercy was too easy. At the very least, Wang Shui needed to warm Yang Tian's bed for a night. Hearing this filth, Chu Ran sighed. The style of these wealthy scumbags never changed, arrogant, unreasonable, and completely devoid of logic. Wang Shui was trembling, terrified because she knew how dangerous these men were, but Chu Ran just smiled, comforting her with a promise that not a single hair on her head would be harmed. Yang Tian burst out laughing, mocking Chu Ran for playing the hero without checking if he had the strength to survive the consequences. Gao Han caught the signal and immediately barked an order to his thugs. "Get him. If he dies, I'll take the heat." Instantly, 3 thugs lunged at Chu Ran like rabid dogs. They didn't notice the terrifying glint in Chu Ran's eyes. Suddenly, a surge of visible energy exploded outward, blasting the thugs backward before they could even touch him. Gao Han froze, ignoring his goons groaning on the ground behind him. Chu Ran stepped forward, his aura suffocating. "Now, who gave that order?" Before Chu Ran could even raise a hand, the cowardly Gao Han pointed a shaking finger straight at Yang Tian. Chu Ran turned his gaze to the young master. "So, you claim to know a lot about the powerhouses of the underworld, don't you?" Yang Tian didn't back down. "Don't get cocky. There are plenty of people stronger than you," he then shouted, summoning his trump card Master Lu. Wang Shui gasped, recognizing the newcomer as Lu Yuan. a notorious killer who used venomous snakes. But to Chu Ran, snake charmer or not, this guy was nothing. Lu Yuan stepped forward with a sinister grin. Big talk. I'd like to see exactly what kind of... He froze mid-sentence. His eyes bulged. Standing right there was the monster who had beaten him to a pulp at the airport just a few days ago. Panic flooded Lu Yuan's face. Oblivious to his terror, Ouyang Tian assumed the tension meant bad blood, and cheered. Go on, Master Lu. Finish him off. Lu Yuan's rage exploded, but not at Chu Ran. He spun around and smacked Ouyang Tian right across the face. Then, to everyone's shock, Lu Yuan bowed deeply before Chu Ran. Grandmaster, I didn't know it was you. Please forgive my blindness. Ouyang Tian clutched his cheek, bewildered. Why was a ruthless killer like Lu Yuan groveling like a servant? Chu Ran smirked, teasing him. Aren't you here for revenge? This is a rare chance. Lu Yuan sweated bullets, stammering that he only wanted peace. Who would dare provoke a god of death like Chu Ran twice? Chu Ran waved his hand dismissively. Make Ouyang Tian and his crew apologize, and I might let this slide. Lu Yuan immediately roared at the group to get over there. Humiliated and terrified, the three men crawled over, knelt, and apologized to Wang Shui. She simply told them to get out of her sight and never appear before her again. Chu Ran added a final warning, his voice cold as ice. Remember her words. If there is a next time. Lu Yuan cut in frantically. Don't worry. If they try anything, I'll chop their heads off myself. Only after Chu Ran and Wang Shui walked away did he dare to exhale. Trembling, Ouyang Tian finally asked why the hell Lu Yuan was so terrified of that kid. Lu Yuan asked flatly, where do you think I rank among martial generals? Ouyang Tian replied that he was surely one of the top recognized experts. Lu Yuan sighed with helpless despair. But compared to a grandmaster, a martial general like me is nothing but an ant. The color drained from Ouyang Tian's face. He had just offended a grandmaster. Outside, Wang Shui looked at Chu Ran with awe. You're a mystery, Chu Ran. Even someone as scary as Lu Yuan couldn't touch you. Chu Ran shrugged confidently. The person who can beat me hasn't been born yet. Wang Shui's eyes welled up with emotion. Thank you, really. With this, I don't think anyone from the Fan family will dare to block my path anymore. Chu Ran looked her in the eye. As long as I'm breathing, no one, and I mean no one, will ever bully my friends. Back at the Chu family estate, Zhang Fei was basking in praise for a successful land deal. Elder Huaiga noted that once the Longbei project launched, the family would secure a massive, steady fortune. The old man added softly, clearly throwing shade. If only someone else was as sensible as you, the Chu family wouldn't have to suffer so much. Zhang Fei seized the moment, puffing out his chest and promising that the family would never decline under his watch. Satisfied, Huaiga nodded. Excellent. When I'm gone, I want you to take my place as the head of this family. Zhang Fei smirked internally. With the old man's approval, the seat of the patriarch was practically his. Time flew to New Year's Eve. As soon as Chu Ran stepped through the door, the staff welcomed him warmly. He had finally arrived. Yu Hua complained immediately. This place is a snooze fest. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. Chu Ran chuckled, guessing his friend wasn't used to these stiff family gatherings either. It was a personality clash, really. Yu Hua couldn't stand talking to the pretentious young masters of the house. Brushing it aside, Chu Ran invited him to catch up on old times. But just then, Zhang Fei showed up to ruin the mood. Big brother, why didn't you tell me you were back? It's New Year's Eve, and the great young Master Chu is hiding in this corner? If word gets out, our family will be a laughingstock. Suddenly, Yang Hua steps up to defend him. Are you out of your mind? Since when do you control what Brother Ran does? The rival shouts back, insisting that an outsider has no business meddling in the Chu family's affairs. Seeing Yang Hua about to explode, Chu Ran firmly grabs his arm to hold him back. Chu Ran steps forward himself. It's true I haven't been at the Chu estate for a few days. But tell me, since when does a little tag-along brat like you dare to act so arrogant in front of me? Zhang Fei turns red with rage at the insult. It reminds him of childhood, always running behind, begging Chu Ran to wait for him. Stung by the truth, he snarls, "Who the hell is your tag-along?" Chu Ran finds it amusing it took so little to make the kid lose his cool. Yang Hua joins the fun, pulling out his phone. I should snap a picture of that face. Priceless. Seeing Zhang Fei about to scream, Zhonggu quickly whispers a warning. Compose yourself, the old master is watching. Zhang Fei huffs, pointing a finger at Chu Ran. All you have left is a sharp tongue. I won't waste my time. The position of family head is mine. You don't stand a chance against me. Chu Ran looks at him with utter contempt. You say that as if I actually want that position. Yang Hua throws an arm around Chu Ran's shoulder, praising him for not caring about power. Chu Ran just shrugs that throne was never his goal to begin with. With that settled, Yang Hua urges him to hurry up. Come on, we're going to be late for the banquet. Chu Ran reminded himself that as the Yama Immortal Venerable, he couldn't let himself be blinded by such shallow, worldly vanity. Meanwhile, the banquet was about to begin. Everyone, please take your seats. No need for formalities. Chu Gu was busy instructing Xiaoman to make sure she greeted grandfather properly. He also made a point to express his deep gratitude for the medicinal pill she had provided. To the family, she was their lucky star. But internally, Xiaoman was a nervous wreck. Her biggest fear? That the mysterious seller of that pill would suddenly show up at their door to collect the debt. And the moment she laid eyes on Chu Ran walking in, she nearly jumped out of her skin. That face. It was terrifyingly familiar. Xiaoman was struck with horror as she realized the very person who sold her the pill was standing right here in this room. She frantically whispered to her boyfriend, asking for the guy's identity. Chu Gu scoffed, explaining that he was just the Chu family's eldest young master, a useless figurehead with a hollow title, unworthy of any respect. Xiaoman was spiraling into a panic. She didn't know what to do, terrified that her lies were about to be exposed in front of everyone. As Chu Ran walked past, he glanced in their direction. With a smirk, he muttered a compliment about what a perfect match they were, one fool and one scammer, truly made for each other. Chu Gu shot up from his chair, accusing Chu Ran of trying to start trouble. But Chu Ran just kept his cool, dropping cryptic hints about how some people are too stupid to realize they're being played, even helping the scammer count the money. Before the argument could escalate any further, Chu Huai roared at them to stop. Enough! Making such a racket. Do you two have no dignity as descendants of the Chu family? Chu Gu immediately tried to tattle, claiming Chu Ran was spouting nonsense and needed to be taught a lesson. The old man snapped back irritably. I don't need you to teach me how to handle things. Sit down and eat. After the meal, Chu Huai cleared his throat, announcing that he had some excellent news to share with everyone. Shan Chuan and Shan Liu exchanged glances, sensing a business opportunity. Chu Huai then brought up the upcoming expansion and development of the Longwan district. It turned out that before the land prices skyrocketed, Chu Fei had already secured a massive plot of land there. Chu Gu couldn't help but heap praise on him. As expected of the leader of our younger generation, Chu Fei feigned humility, then smirked, adding that saying such things might hurt Chu Ran's fragile self-esteem. But Chu Gu sneered, declaring that a guy with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan didn't deserve respect anyway, unless, of course, he could somehow make hundreds of millions. Chu Ran acted like it was a slip of the tongue. Wow, as expected of my little brother. How did you know I made 3 billion? Chu Fei gasped in shock. 3 billion? Do you even know what you're saying? Chu Gu joined in, laughing mockingly. I say, big brother, don't start making up fairy tales just because you're jealous. Chu Huai naturally scolded him too. You're just like your father. Nothing but nonsense coming out of your mouth. Chun, he whispered, urging him to just endure it for now. But Chu Ran calmly reassured him. Don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. Then, brushing aside the money talk, he held up a pill and asked if anyone recognized what he was holding. Everyone instantly recognized it as the miraculous pill that had restored Chu Huai's health. The old man, clearly annoyed, questioned him. The Hongyan pill. Where did you steal that from? Chu Ran looked him in the eye. If I told you I made this myself, would you believe me? Chu Gu was the first to object. He was convinced that his girlfriend had gone through hell and back just to secure those 3 pills. The trap was set. Chu Ran smirked. Then why don't you ask Lin Xiaoman right now? Who exactly sold them to her? Under pressure, Xiaoman stammered that she bought them from a certain Mr. Lin. But that was when Chu Ran revealed the IOU she had signed that day. Chu Ran spoke plainly. You wrote this debt note with your own hand. You're not going to deny it, are you? She started stuttering, trying to claim she only took on the debt for the sake of grandfather's health. Furious, Chu Gu didn't buy her excuses. He slapped her, canceled their engagement on the spot, and kicked Xiaoman out of the Chu family home. As she ran out of the room in tears, she still couldn't comprehend how everything had fallen apart so quickly. Back inside, Chu Ran didn't let up. I assume the prestigious Chu family wouldn't dream of defaulting on a 3 billion debt, right? Chu Fei suddenly cut him off. Big brother, you've got it all wrong. A grandson showing filial piety by curing his grandfather. There's no logic in charging money for that. He argued that demanding payment for saving grandfather's life was nothing short of unfilial behavior. Chu Ran sneered, mocking him. He was capable of saving their grandfather, while that guy was nothing but a barking dog. Zhang Fei exploded with rage. It was just dumb luck. Bringing actual profit to the family is the only thing that matters. Zhonggu chimed in to support him, immediately bringing up the land investment deal. Chu Ran casually mentioned he'd made some investments recently too, challenging them to see who earned more. Hearing this, Zhonggu thought he was just a clown. With his low-class vision, how could he possibly spot a prime piece of land? Chu Ran took a sip of wine before dropping 3 words. Enjiang District. Zhonggu found this pathetic joke even more amusing. What kind of dump is that? Everyone with eyes knows Longwan is the hottest spot right now. Why would Big Brother pick a godforsaken wasteland where monkeys cough? Shan Chuan spoke up, his tone flat. Looks like the Chu family will still have to rely on Zhang Fei to take over. Yun Yun could only worry in silence. They were all family. Why speak to each other like this? Could little Ran actually pull through this time? Right at that moment, a figure named President Liu called to report on the mining project. Shan Lu quickly picked up. Is it exactly as Zhang Fei predicted? Speak up. But it seemed something had gone completely off script. Huai Ge was getting impatient, having no clue what was happening. Turns out, they calculated wrong. The mining zone wasn't in Longwan at all. While Zhang Fei was losing his mind, Huai Ge demanded the exact location of the mining project. Reluctantly, Shan Lu had to admit the truth. It's in the Anjiang district that Little Ran mentioned. Zhang Fei was so triggered he started questioning the man. Is it really there? I don't believe it. There had to be a mistake. Chu Ran, however, asked in a leisurely tone, well, do you still think it's a piece of trash land? Zhang Fei was a mix of fury and fear. He couldn't understand why. From childhood to adulthood, he always lost to this guy. Meanwhile, Huaiji immediately ordered an investigation to see who had bought the land, hoping to snap up whatever was left in Enjiang. But the phone call brought bad news. The land had been swept clean. The old man was so agitated he wanted to hunt down the buyer to negotiate immediately. The truth was, Chu Ran had already dropped 20 billion to buy every inch of land in Anjiang. He kept that faint smile on his face, looking at them, then humbly claimed it was just pure, accidental luck. Huaiga, however, interrogated him. Where did you get that kind of money? Even the Chu family would struggle to produce that much cash. Zhang Fei insisted it had to be dirty money that would drag the whole family down. Suddenly, Chu Ran smirked coldly, every word dripping with killing intent. Do you think everyone is as useless as you? Let me make one thing clear to everyone here. Even without the help of the Chu family, I, Chu Ran, can still build my own empire. Yang Hua cheered happily. Brother Ran, you're amazing. I knew you had a plan. Chu Ran then said his goodbyes to those who actually cared about him, leaving with Shan He and Chu Mu. Back inside, Shan Lu turned to ask Huaijia. Little Ran's estimated profit this time will be over 100 billion. What should we do next? Huai Ge sighed miserably. What else can we do? No matter what, he is still one of us. We can't be too heartless. Deep down, the old man blamed himself for letting the Chu family fall this far. Zhang Fei's mind was filled only with hatred. Why did that guy always get the glory? He refused to accept it. One day, I swear I will trample you beneath my feet. Just then, fireworks lit up the black night sky. Chu Mu squealed with delight. Daddy, look, the fireworks are so beautiful. Chu Ran thought that when their family was truly reunited, the fireworks would be even more spectacular. Shan He was filled with hope for that day, promising to take his 2 children out for fun. Chu Mu was overjoyed. It was the best New Year's Eve she had ever had. Meanwhile, Chu Ran was surprised to see his phone light up. Why was that little handsome video calling him? Turns out, his students were gathering and wanted to wish their teacher Chu a happy new year. Chu Ran was deeply touched. These kids actually had a heart. He then nudged Chu Mu to head home for dumplings. But looking back at that cold, unfeeling Chu residence, he wondered if those people were really his family at all. A while later, Chu Ran took the opportunity to absorb the dense purple energy of the first day of the year, as it made his cultivation much more effective. After finishing, he remembered today was the debut of Taiji, and Yanji was probably in Qinhua. Chu Ran stretched lazily, wondering if he should go take a look. Just as he was washing his face, he noticed a message inviting him to a university class reunion. Seeing that the reunion coincided with his free time, Chu Ran decided to attend. As he reached a certain street, someone called out, "Chu Ran. Sorry, did I make you wait long?" Chu Yi joked that he was just like in the old days, always arriving early. Chu Ran complimented her, saying she was even more stunning than before, then cheekily wondered aloud if he stood a chance at dating her now. Chu Yi laughed at his wit. She instantly understood exactly why so many girls had a crush on him back in the day. Just then, a car pulled up right beside them. Someone had recognized them. Jianming sat inside, feigning politeness as he offered to drive her to the reunion. But Chu Yi gave him the cold shoulder, insisting she'd rather walk with Chu Ran. Seeing this, he sneered. He thought it was just some random pauper, but it turned out to be Chu Ran. Chu Yi, don't let this loser fool you. Chu Ran wasn't about to take that lying down. He shot back, calling him narrow-minded, adding that comparing his mouth to a dog's would be an insult to the dog. Jianming ground his teeth in rage, snapping back. "Shut your mouth, you broke piece of trash." Chu Ran kept up the offensive. "Driving that piece of junk and you still have the nerve to mock others? You've got some serious guts." He roared back that at least he owned a car. What right did a walker have to criticize? At that exact moment, a white supercar roared onto the scene. A bad feeling rose in Jianming's gut. Meanwhile, Chu Ran gallantly opened the car door for Chu Yi. "Beautiful lady, please hop in. Our classmates are waiting." She hesitated, stammering as she asked Chu Ran if the car was actually his. Hiding nothing, he honestly confirmed that he'd made a little money recently. But Jianming refused to buy it. He thought, how could a mere teacher possibly afford something like this? Chu Ran gave him a profound look, saying a guy like him wouldn't understand. He even added a free piece of advice. Idiots shouldn't drive today. Consumed by rage, Jianming spewed a stream of vulgarities. But right in the middle of his tantrum, he realized his car was malfunctioning. Meanwhile, Chu Ran's supercar smoothly glided past Jianming's stalled vehicle. Sitting inside, he glanced back with a smirk. "Offend a petty man like me? If I didn't punish you a little, I wouldn't be satisfied." After dropping Chu Ran and Chu Yi off, the driver bid them farewell. "Take care, President Chu." She caught that and asked, "You're already a company director, so why are you still a teacher?" Chu Ran quipped, "Isn't being a teacher of the people glorious enough?" "Just kidding. I actually just rented that fancy ride for the occasion." Chu Yi fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Even renting it must have cost a fortune. Was it worth it?" Chu Ran answered without hesitation. "To save a beauty from a hooligan's harassment? Absolutely worth it." She couldn't help but admire his smooth talking, then thanked him with genuine sincerity. As soon as they stepped into the hall, they heard someone scolding loudly, "Song Shi. Everyone's here to celebrate. Why are you crying like that? You're bawling just like you did in college. What a buzzkill." Chu Ran looked over. It was Lin Ni and Shi. Lin Ni was always harsh to others. She'd even humiliated him in the past. No wonder the dark aura around her was far heavier than a normal person's. Shi apologized guiltily. "I'm sorry. I just couldn't control my emotions." And Tai showed zero sympathy and scolded her instead. "If your husband cheated, you obviously have a problem too. Don't you find your crying annoying?" Lin Ni threw herself into Entai's arms, gushing, "My hubby is still the best. I'm so lucky." He smirked arrogantly. "Good men like me are rare." Just as they were getting intimate, Chu Ran suddenly cut in. "I heard dogs barking from a mile away. Turns out it's just a bitch and her dog." He crossed his arms, mocking them. Lin Ni instantly flared up. "Chu Ran, watch your mouth," he calmly retorted. "Do I need to speak politely to livestock?" That line made her blood boil. And Tai couldn't hold back either, and shouted, "Where did this punk crawl out from? Bow your head and apologize right now, and I might consider letting you off." Chu Yi pulled Chu Ran back, whispering frantically, "Chu Ran, don't be impulsive. He's a boss in the black market group. He's got blood on his hands." Chu Ran listened and sighed theatrically. "Oh, a young master? In that case, an apology is definitely in order." He paused for a beat, then dropped a bombshell. "But you are the one who's going to kneel and apologize to me." And Tai sneered in disbelief. "You want me to kneel to you? Are you insane?" Shi also started panicking, begging him. "Chu Ran, please don't provoke him. This is my fault. You should leave. I'll apologize to him." Ignoring her pleas, Chu Ran kept walking straight toward him, standing right in front of him. He calmly repeated, "I said, I apologize." Antai snapped, ready to beat him into submission. But Chu Ran didn't even dodge, he just shifted his gaze. Instantly, Antai's body was seized by an invisible force, his legs giving way. A split second later, Antai collapsed to his knees right at Chu Ran's feet. Chu Ran chuckled, as expected of a young master. Even your apology has such intensity. He tried to scream curses, but found his voice completely paralyzed. Chu Ran's expression shifted slightly, and Antai's head slammed onto the floor with a loud thud. He was furious and confused. Why wouldn't his body obey him? Chu Ran stood over him, casually mocking. "Why is young Master Zheng still kowtowing? Aren't you going to get up? I'm not your father. Why bother with all this? Fine, since you're so sincere, I'll let you off the hook. Now get lost and stop bothering that couple." Lin Ni helps him up, confused. "Hubby, Chu Ran is just a normal teacher. Why kneel for him?" Hearing this, Antai slaps her face and yells, "You dare mention kneeling? If I wasn't trying to save face for you, would I be humiliated like this?" After the slap, Lin Ni can only sob unjustly. "I didn't know this would happen." He whispers a vow to repay this humiliation to Chu Ran 10,000 times over. The scene shifts to a private room. At the table, Chu Ran whispers advice. "Shi, if you're tired, start a new life. You were the liveliest girl in college. Becoming like this, it isn't worth it." She sniffles, replying, Ren is just blinded by demons right now. Maybe he'll get better later." Hearing this, he quietly responds, "I'm afraid you won't live to see the day he gets better." Just as Chu Ran finishes speaking, someone appears with a greeting. "Long time no see. Everyone doing well?" Yang Ling walks in, and the crowd instantly buzzes. It's our big superstar. Yang Ling is getting more beautiful by the day. Jianming thinks obsessively, "What a beauty. How did that brat Chu Ran ever get to take advantage of her back then?" Spotting Chu Ran, sipping wine, she thinks, "As expected, you came." Yang Ling immediately teases, "Chu Ran, drinking gloomily like that? What's the fun in that? Why not say hello? Could it be you still haven't let me go?" Other classmates immediately flock to flatter her. "Yang Ling, you're a superstar now. Maybe he's just feeling inferior?" Hearing this, she becomes even more arrogant. "Makes sense. After all, you're not worthy of me anymore. But if you kneel and beg, I might consider it." The crowd instantly whispers, "What game is Superstar Yang playing? Does being good-looking mean you can do whatever you want?" Only Jianming volunteers to be her lapdog. Seeing him stand up, Yang Ling thinks smugly, "With my beauty, he's definitely moved. If he comes back, it proves I'm superior to Yanqi." She eagerly agrees, thinking Chu Ran admitted he couldn't let go. But his next words are, "Did you take the wrong medicine today?" Yang Ling goes mad. "What did you say?" Chu Ran casually mocks her. "Is there actually something wrong with your brain? Do you really think I still have eyes for you?" Before she can react, Jianming jumps up and yells, "Chu Ran, watch your mouth. Why don't you take a look at yourself?" He immediately roasts him too. "Does a dog like you even have the face to speak? Yang Ling hasn't even looked at you once." Just as he's about to hit him, she suddenly screams to stop it. "Chu Ran, do you really think you've latched onto Yanqi? You're dreaming." Just then, Yanqi appears out of nowhere, cheerfully calling his name. She asks why he's here. Chu Ran replies, "Just meeting some old classmates." Yanqi pouts, "You knew tonight was the premiere, yet you didn't contact me. You really are." Her words leave everyone completely stunned. Jianming gasps in shock. "Impossible. How could you have a relationship with Yanqi?" She calmly replies, "Chu Ran acted in my movie. He is my partner." Hearing this, he thinks blankly, "Partner? He's even more of a beast than he was in school." Meanwhile, Chu Yi thinks proudly, "As expected of the famous figure from back then, I knew he wouldn't be ordinary." Just then, Yang Ling lunges forward. "Sister Yan, don't let him fool you. You need to keep your eyes open with men, or you'll end up with someone who's all talk." Yanqi retorts, "You don't need to worry about that. On the contrary, little sister, it seems you're the one who can't keep a good man." Yang Ling snaps back angrily, "Well, I hope he can actually help your movie." Chu Ran finally speaks up. "Don't worry, I'm just afraid you'll flood the cinema with tears later." This makes Yang Ling even more furious. Right then, her phone rings. Yang Ling glances at it and recognizes the caller immediately. She answers warmly. That's right. I'm at your hotel. Okay, see you in a bit. As she hangs up, Chu Ran mocks her. That smile is nauseating. That's not your sugar daddy, is it? Yang Ling replies arrogantly. The owner of this hotel is my friend. He's coming over. Surely you won't look down on him? Jianming seizes the chance to flatter. That's a big shot. Superstar Yang really isn't simple. Oh, right. What's his name? Yang Ling answers haughtily. The young master of the Chu family, Chu Jonggu. Hearing that name, Chu Ran can't help but burst out laughing. This infuriates her. What are you laughing at? He laughs and replies, I wondered who the big shot was. Turns out it's just that brat. As he speaks, someone interrupts with a loud voice. I want to see who dares to look down on me like that. Seeing Jonggu, Yang Ling cries out in excitement. Young Master Chu, you're finally here. I missed you to death. Jianming immediately sidled up to greet him. President Chu, what an honor. Why didn't you tell us you were coming? He calmly replied. It's fine. I just came to support Yang Ling's movie. I want to know who was running their mouth just now. As he spoke, he looked around. Then, Chu Ran casually greeted him. Well, if it isn't young Master Chu, long time no see. Seeing this, Zhonggu's jaw dropped in shock, wondering, why is it him? Yang Ling noticed his strange expression and asked worriedly, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jianming smugly said. He must be disgusted seeing Chu Ran being such an eyesore. President Chu definitely won't forgive him. Hearing that, Zhonggu immediately rewarded him with a slap and a warm greeting. What the hell kind of nonsense are you spouting? Slapped for no apparent reason, he asked back in grievance. President Chu, what's wrong? Just then, Chu Ran calmly advised, young people shouldn't be so hot-tempered. It's bad for your health. If the young master of the Chu family goes crazy with anger because of me, I won't be able to bear the responsibility. By now, Zhonggu was scared pale, thinking to himself, can't bear it? After everything that happened, who dares say you can't bear it? Thinking that, he immediately apologized. Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you. Yang Ling couldn't believe her ears when she heard him call Chu Ran big brother, until Zhonggu angrily asked, He is my big brother, the eldest young master of the Chu family. How dare you people provoke him? Only then did Yang Ling belatedly realize, the eldest young master of the Chu family? How is that possible? After the shock passed, she started questioning him, asking why he never told her before and always deceived her. Chu Ran bluntly replied, You never asked. Besides, my relationship with the Chu family isn't that deep. This isn't your fault. But then again, what right do you have to blame me? Chu Ran leaned in close and whispered, Didn't you dump me back then to cling to someone richer? How could the great superstar Yang forget her own words? Yang Ling immediately changed her attitude, sniffling, I didn't know. Actually, I still love you. Can you give me another chance? We can go back to how we were. He didn't even spare her a glance, turning instead to Yanji. There's no point staying here anymore. Let's go. Oh, right, Chu Yi, the mood is ruined. Let's hang out another day. She happily replied, Sure, see you then. Seeing their good relationship, the others crowded around, saying, I always knew classmate Chu was extraordinary. Remember to call me next time you guys hang out. On the other side, Zhonggu also turned his back on Yang Ling. Don't come looking for me anymore. I'm afraid Big Brother might misunderstand. All of this left her stunned, blurting out, How did it end up like this? Scene change. As the two walked out, Yanji said, I guessed you had a special background, but I never expected you to be the eldest young master of the Chu family. Chu Ran teased, Why? Do you regret not sucking up to me earlier? It's not too late to start now. She immediately burst out laughing and clarified that she wasn't that kind of person. Then Yanji suddenly turned serious. In my eyes, you are just Chu Ran. It has nothing to do with the Chu family. Hearing this, Chu Ran silently concluded that if everyone thought like that, friends wouldn't be used as tools for social climbing. He turned to her and said, Let's stop talking about this. Let's go to your film crew. Yanji replied excitedly, Tonight's premiere will definitely be a success. Chu Ran didn't reply, only glancing at the huge poster overhead, then smiling silently. He thought to himself, Tai Chi. Huh. Then I will use Tai Chi to shatter this fictional universe. The next day, at a garden party by the lake, chatter about the movie suddenly rang out. Did you watch Tai Chi yesterday? It was amazing. The boy replied, that Tai Chi Grandmaster was incredible. He looked just like an immortal descending to earth. Hearing this, the girl asked, do you think cultivators are real? Chu Ran looked at the box office rankings and thought smugly. With me stepping in, the revenue couldn't be low even if it wanted to. While he was still immersed in his victory, Yun Yun suddenly appeared and called his name. She cheerfully asked why he had arrived so early. Chu Ran flatteringly replied, if Sister Yun Yun has business, how could I dare be late? Yun Yun laughed. Your mouth is as sweet as honey. Chu Ran smiled and said, let's go. Let's relax a bit today. Unexpectedly, as soon as they walked in, they heard some bizarre sales pitches. From used women's handkerchiefs to treasures that help you regain your confidence as a man, Chu Ran couldn't understand why these weird things were here. Sister Yun Yun, you look unhappy. Did something happen? After walking a bit, Yu Hong said, you two rest here. I'll go buy some water. Chu Ran politely replied, sorry to trouble you with errands, Brother Feng. Sister, you've been frowning and looking gloomy from the start. What's wrong? Yun Yun sadly recounted. Grandpa is forcing me to get engaged to Ouyang Si on the 7th. Hearing that, Chu Ran jumped up. Forcing you to marry that famous violent maniac? Are the people of the Chu family crazy? She asked back sorrowfully. Do you think I have the right to refuse? Instead, she decides to spend these final days with Wu Hong, just so she won't have any regrets. Meanwhile, Chu Ran makes a silent vow. First, they tried to force a marriage on his father, and now they're treating Yun Yun like this? He definitely won't let them get their way. With that in mind, he comforts her. Don't worry, sis. I'll find a way to help you. Yun Yun hopes he's right, but she doesn't want him to push himself too hard. Chu Ran replies instantly. It's not that hard. When the time comes, we'll just have to see if Brother Wu is a real man or not. Wu Hang hears this and looks confused. What do you mean, a real man? As they're happily strolling along, a group of men suddenly blocks their path. Young Master Li speaks up with a sneer. Isn't that young Master Ouyang's fiancé? Why is she cuddling up to some strange man? Another lackey laughs along. Just looking at her, you can tell she's loose. Maybe we should take this chance to teach her a lesson. Li puts on a self-righteous act. We're just helping young Master Ouyang save face. Don't be so crude. The lackey obediently replies, you're absolutely right, boss. On the other side, Chu Ran sees them and thinks with annoyance. Another bunch of trashy rich kids. They just never quit. Just then, young Master Li changes his tone to something sleazy. Miss Chu, you look pretty excited, don't you? Why don't you come hang out with us brothers instead? Hearing this, Wu Hang shouts angrily. Watch your mouth. She's my girlfriend. Young Master Li mocks him. She's about to get married, yet she's still looking for a boyfriend? Miss Chu, you really are something. Wu Hang freezes in shock. Married? Yun Yun never told him about this. Is she marrying someone else? Right then, Yun Yun furiously warns him to stop insulting her. But instead of being scared, he dares her to have her boyfriend hit him. This makes Yun Yun even angrier, and she screams that young Master Li is a filthy animal. He pushes his luck, sneering, you think you can touch me? But before young Master Li can finish his sentence, Chu Ran smashes a fist right into his face. Grimacing in pain, he yells, who dares to hit me? Chu Ran calmly replies, Chu Ran. Hearing the name, young Master Li gasps in shock. The eldest son of the Chu family, his cronies are just as terrified, whispering to each other that they shouldn't mess with him. Then, Chu Ran grabs him by the back of the neck, making young Master Li shriek in panic. What do you want? He replies coldly. Apologize to my sister and brother Wu right now, and I might let this slide. He immediately protests. Damn it, I'm the young master of the Li family. Hearing that, Chu Ran slams his head straight into the ground, causing him agonizing pain. Finally, young Master Li cries out, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, be the bigger person, and let me go. Chu Ran orders them to get lost, and young Master Li's group scrambles away. Just then, a voice heavy with age echoes out. Who is bullying Master Gu's friend? If you don't give me an explanation, don't expect to leave here today. Chu Ran smirks with amusement. Isn't this Master Gu? Long time no see. Hearing that voice, Master Gu feels like he's been struck by lightning. Oh no, it's the demon Chu. Chu Ran glances around and asks, where's this demon you're talking about? Surely, the demon you mentioned isn't me, right? Master Gu immediately denies it, waving his hands frantically. No, no, you heard wrong. Seeing the old man's reaction, young Master Li asks, Master Gu, what's wrong with you? The old man instantly slaps him across the face and scolds, What do you mean? What's wrong? I told you already. Don't be so arrogant. Did my words just go in one ear and out the other? Witnessing all this, Wu Hang asks in shock, Yun Yun, tell me the truth. Is your brother some kind of hidden big shot? She replies, stunned, I'd like to know that too. Chu Ran waves his hand generously. All right, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you guys off the hook for now. Master Gu bows respectfully and thanks him. Inside, the old man thinks, thank God this demon isn't angry, or we'd all be dead meat. Just as things are settling down, Ouyang Yi shows up. Isn't this young Master Li? Why do you look so pathetic? Judging by your state, did you get beaten up or something? Li quickly lies, Ouyang Yi, don't talk nonsense. I just fell, that's all. Then Ouyang spots Wu Hang and Yun Yun, thinking, isn't that Chu Yun Yun? She's about to marry my brother, yet she's out here acting loose with another guy. He starts walking over, but young Master Li tries to stop him, warning that Chu Ran is there. Ouyang Yi brushes him off without a care, scolding, you think a tiny Chu family can compare to my Ouyang family? Hearing this, Master Gu mutters, if he wants to die, let him. Just don't let his blood splatter on us. Young Master Li nods obediently. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yi aggressively asks, so, you're the eldest son of the Chu family? Hand over that shameless sister of yours right now. Chu Ran immediately gifts him a loving slap across the face, asking coldly, the hell kind of language is that? Ouyang Yi, furious after taking the hit, screams in rage. You dare hit me? Even my dad doesn't hit me. Chu Ran replies calmly. Is that so? Then let me do your dad a favor and hit you again. Ouyang Yi yells angrily. Don't you have any sense of reason? Chu Ran puts on a brazen face and replies, you're absolutely right. I am unreasonable. So what? Hit me if you can. Just then, Zhou Yan speaks up with a voice full of disdain. A martial artist bullying normal people? What a joke. Do you dare to face me, Zhou Yan of Langya? Chu Ran pondered for a moment before replying. A member of the government's Langya unit? You really want to be a traitor and help the enemy? The guy attacked instantly, shouting, Sharp tongue, I'll teach you a lesson. Chu Ran blocked the strike effortlessly, his tone dripping with arrogance. Teach me? Do you even have the right? Zhou Yan froze, stunned that his attack was stopped so easily. Seizing the moment, Chu Ran launched a counterattack. The force was so intense that Zhou Yan's clothes instantly disintegrated into dust. Regret washed over Zhou Yan. If I'd known he was this strong, I wouldn't have acted so tough. Damn it, this is humiliating. Having made his point, Chu Ran's voice turned ice cold. Get lost before I change my mind. The gang scrambled away in terror, swearing never to mess with this monster again. Yun Yun grabbed Chu Ran's hand, beaming with gratitude for driving them off. Chu Ran shrugged it off. No big deal. But his expression darkened. If we want to stop them for good, we need a better plan. Wu Hang stepped forward anxiously. Tell me what to do. How do we handle them? Chu Ran replied calmly. They're using my sister's engagement as an excuse. So, we just crashed the wedding. Wu Hang hesitated. But, that's a decision made by the Chu family elders. Maybe Yun Yun and I should just run away. Yun Yun nodded in agreement. No one dared to defy her grandfather. Chu Ran smirked mischievously. Who says no one dares? I've got a plan. On the big day, you just need to show up and propose. Yun Yun looked helpless. Have Wu Hang propose? That's your master plan? Ignoring her doubt, Chu Ran said confidently, I guarantee it. If Brother Wu has the guts to show up, it'll work. Wu Hang was fighting an internal war. It's just crashing a wedding. Come on, Wu Hang, what are you afraid of? Am I really going to watch Yun Yun get taken away? After a moment of intense hesitation, he decided to trust Chu Ran. Chu Ran grinned triumphantly. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Then it's settled. Let's keep moving. Internally, Chu Ran vowed to reclaim everything the Chu family owed him. The scene shifts to the 7th of the month, the day of the engagement. Chu Ran, looking sharp, answered a call. The caller wanted to visit since he was at the Chu estate. Just come over, Chu Ran replied. No need for formalities. As he hung up, a voice called out his name. Seeing Wu Hang approach, Chu Ran greeted him warmly. You finally made it. Wu Hang looked nervous. Everyone here is rich or noble. Do I really belong? Chu Ran immediately reassured him. You're already here. What's there to be afraid of? Just follow my lead. Wu Hang nodded, swallowing his nerves. Inside, the guests had already gathered. The moment Chu Ran stepped in, Zhang Fei sneered. Well, if it isn't the eldest brother. I thought you wouldn't show up, Chu Ran replied coolly. If the eldest young master doesn't come, where would that leave the rest of you? Zhang Fei scoffed arrogantly. You're just a title with no power. Look at the trash you brought with you. Let me show you what real connections look like. Young Master Li, Young Master Yi, and Grandmaster Gu. These are true heavyweights. Chu Ran smiled, completely at ease. We meet again. Fate really brings us together, doesn't it? Tianshan trembled but tried to maintain composure. Yes. Quite the coincidence. Zhang Fei frowned, confused. Why are you shaking? Is it cold in here? Suddenly, Wu Yangxi stepped forward. They're shaking because your big brother beat the hell out of them. He turned to Chu Ran. Isn't that right, eldest young Master Chu? We finally meet. Upon seeing him, Chu Ran's expression shifted slightly. Wu Hong realized this was the man trying to marry Yun Yun. I can't let him see me sweat. Spotting him, Wu Yangxi sneered with contempt. So, you're Wu Hang? A commoner like you thinks he can compete with me for the Chu family's daughter? Instead of backing down, Wu Hang fired back. Strip away your family name, and a power-tripping brat like you isn't even worth a commoner's time. Wu Yangxi signaled his guards, amused. Interesting. Let's see if you can keep running that mouth in a minute. On his command, the bodyguards lunged forward aggressively. Throwing a punch, he scoffed. Kid, I'm going to teach you what happens when you talk trash. Wu Hang was terrified but stood his ground. Don't dodge. Don't be a coward. Suddenly, Chu Ran caught the fist mid-air, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. You've got guts, touching my friend. With a casual motion, Chu Ran twisted the guard's wrist 180 degrees. The man screamed in agony. Wu Yangxi's face darkened. Eldest young Master Chu, aren't you being a little too vicious? Chu Ran taunted him. So what if I am? If you don't like it, come over here and make me stop. Wu Yangxi looked ready to attack, but Zhang Fei quickly held him back. Just as things heated up, Elder Huaige stormed in. Stop this at once! How dare you juniors cause a scene on such an important day? As the old man grumbled about the constant chaos, Wu Yangxi glared at them. I'm only stopping out of respect for the Chu elder. But you just wait. Chu Ran didn't stand on ceremony with him either. Relax. I wouldn't have waited for you that long anyway. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Fei started using his flattering tone again. Don't be angry, Chu Ran is just a jumping clown. Another guy chimed in. Exactly. How could that rude brute compare to young Master Chu and young Master Wu Yang? Hearing this, Wu Yangxi spoke smugly. Of course I won't take it to heart. After all, he loses to me by a mile when it comes to connections. Just let them sit there and be embarrassed at that empty table. On the other side, Chu Mu piped up, asking, Big brother, is it really just the three of us? Chu Ran just kept eating, completely ignoring the moral lecture. He turned to his side and casually said, Hey, nobody's fighting us for the food. Isn't that great? Wu Hang nodded in agreement. You're right, Ran. It's better without anyone bothering us. As they were eating, Zhenshu walked over, sneering. I was wondering where you were. Turns out you're hiding over here? Chu Ran looked up. Is there a problem? She replied with a disdainful look. Your table doesn't need this many chairs. I'm taking them. He stopped eating and stared at her. If you take them, where are my friends supposed to sit? Zhenshu laughed in his face. Don't make me laugh. You? Friends? Please. If you have some trashy friends coming, they can just stand. Chu Ran didn't bother stopping her anymore. He just gave a calm warning. Don't regret this. Zhenshu scoffed. Oh, I'm trembling with anticipation. At that exact moment, Chang Heng appeared at the entrance. Master Chu, this old man has arrived as promised. I hope I haven't come at a bad time. The guests began to murmur. Some recognized his aura as that of a general, while others were confused, wondering who this old man was. A man nearby quickly whispered a warning. That is the martial arts grandmaster, Chang Heng. Watch your mouth. Seeing him, Chu Huaige immediately rushed over to welcome him with a beaming smile. Grandmaster Chang, why didn't you notify me of your arrival? Please forgive this old man for not welcoming you from afar. Chang Heng waved his hand. Old Master Chu, there is no need for such formalities. I have come here today for a different reason. Where is Master Chu? The old man froze, confused. Master Chu? Our family only has one person who works as a teacher. Surely you don't mean Chu Ran? Zhang Heng confirms it's Chu Ran without hesitation. Huaiga freezes, completely petrified. A martial arts grandmaster is looking for Chu Ran? Ouyangxi gasps in disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? Beside him, Zhongfei clutches his head, refusing to accept reality. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng greets Chu Ran with effortless grace. Teacher Chu, long time no see. You've been well? Chu Ran replies humbly. Brother Zhang Heng, your presence is my honor. But we have a slight problem. Hearing this, the old master asks, if there's any difficulty, Teacher Chu, just say the word. He points to his table and explains, the Chu family didn't arrange seats for my friends. So, you and the three generals will just have to stand and eat. Nearby, Zhen Shu jumps, heart pounding in her chest. Huaige explodes in rage. What kind of job is this? Why did you take away the chairs from this table? She panics, stammering an apology. Dad, I was wrong. I'll go get chairs right now. Zhang Heng observes the scene, thinking, seems the Chu family is deliberately making things hard for Teacher Chu. I need to back him up. Making up his mind, he says aloud, it's fine. I sit in meditation all day anyway. Standing for a while is actually good for me. Chu Ran plays along immediately. True, it's the Chu family's poor hospitality. Brother Zhang Heng, please forgive us. Huaiji nearly passes out, cursing his brat of a son internally. Finally, he has to swallow his pride and beg, Xiao Ran, please, calm down. The Chu family can't afford to offend these figures. Chu Ran feels he's made his point. He turns and invites Zhang Heng to sit. The old master replies, all right, whatever Teacher Chu says. Old Master Chu, you should return to your seat. I wish to speak with Teacher Chu alone. Huaijie bows respectfully. Please, go ahead. I won't let anyone disturb you. Once he's gone, Chu Ran asks, Brother Zhang Heng, did you come looking for me for a specific reason? Glancing at the eavesdroppers, he replies, well, I want to invite Teacher Chu to be the instructor for the Wolf Fang unit. The crowd erupts. Wolf Fang? That special forces unit? If that's true, young Master Chu is skyrocketing to the top. The Chu family is going to ride his coattails to glory. Zhang Fei grinds his teeth, muttering furiously. Why? Why is he always above me? I don't believe it. He must be pulling a scam. How could he know a martial arts grandmaster? You're a fraud. Zhang Heng snaps back. Where did this brat crawl out from? Daring to insult Teacher Chu? Chu Ran stands up calmly, reassuring him. Brother, don't get angry. Let me handle this. As he steps forward, Zhang Fei screams, it's always been like this. You take everything good. Why is heaven so unfair? A split second later, Chu Ran gently greets one side of his face with a slap. He stares coldly at him and asks, what right do you have to talk to me about fairness? Suddenly, Ye Tian's raspy voice cuts through the air. Well said. But I wonder, did you think about fairness when you injured my son? Huaijie panics, trying to intervene. Senior, please, let's talk this out. No need for violence. Ye Tian retorts arrogantly. Half a year ago, Chu Ran killed a member of my Heavenly Master Association. Now he injures my son. Old Master Chu, I'm afraid I have to offend you today. Huaige pleads, whatever you want, I can give you. Before he can finish, Zhang Heng reassures him. Old Master Chu, don't worry. No one who seeks trouble with Teacher Chu ever meets a good end. On the other side, Chu Ran mocks carelessly, standing so high up. Aren't you afraid everyone will see your underwear? Yi Tian snarls. About to die and still spouting nonsense. Take this. Before he can finish, a cool breeze hits his lower half. Ye Tian looks down, his pants have dropped to his ankles. From below, Chu Ran laughs triumphantly. See? I told you so. Furious, the old man roars. You shameless brat. I'll tear you to pieces. Chu Ran shoots back. You senile old fool. They exchange blows instantly. A second later, Ye Tian realizes a shocking truth too late. A strike whizzes past his head. He gasps in horror. A grandmaster? Ye Tian collapses face first onto the ground. Chu Ran stands over him, dropping a cold remark. Too late to realize that now. The troublemaker is down. Now, let's continue our chat. He turns his gaze. My dear little brother. Zhang Fei's face turns deathly pale, snot running down his nose. Terrified, he bows his head. I was wrong. Brother, please forgive me. Chu Ran replies indifferently. Apologizing only because you're scared. Does it really mean anything? Watching this, Huaiga asks, confused, Master Zhang, what is going on? Is Xiao Ran really a grandmaster? Zhang Heng reveals casually, Chu Ran is none other than Chu the Yama. The guests are thunderstruck. Chu the Yama is a terrifying legend. They realize the Chu family is about to ascend to the heavens. Huaiga stammers, shocked, Xiao Ran. Is Chu the Yama? Chu Liu and Shan Chuan are paralyzed with fear. Will Xiao Ran take revenge on the Chu family? Meanwhile, Chu Ran speaks up calmly. Apologies for ruining the mood. The banquet continues, but the agenda has changed. It is now a marriage proposal. Right on cue, a friend reminded Yun Yun that it was time for her big entrance. Yun Yun stepped out, looking absolutely elegant and graceful. Yu Hong couldn't help but blush as he gushed over her beauty. Yun Yun is just gorgeous. Seeing him frozen in place, Chu Ran nudged him. Brother Feng, what are you spacing out for? Get in there. Startled, Yu Hang stammered. Right, I'm going. He walked over, took her hand, and tenderly whispered her name. She responded with a soft, loving gaze. Finally, Yu Hang dropped to one knee, placed a hand over his heart, and asked with total sincerity, Yun Yun, will you marry me? Overcome with emotion, tears welled up in her eyes as she said yes. A second later, they shared a passionate kiss amidst the cheers and blessings of the crowd. Chu Ran smiled happily. Now this is a true celebration. Meanwhile, back at the main Chu family estate, Xu Fang spoke up. Little Ran, please come back. Do you really not need your grandma anymore? Hearing this, Chu Ran's heart softened. The Chu family might be trash, but grandma has always treated us well. Then she turned to Huaiga and bluntly exposed him. And you, stop pretending. Every time Shan, his family visits, you're always peeking from the upstairs window. The old man immediately shot back. That's not peeking. That is observation. How can a father watching his son be called peeking? Shan. He was stunned by this revelation. But right then, Xiufang started questioning him. Your father made mistakes back then, but do you think you bear no responsibility? You ran away from your marriage arrangement right when the Chu family was struggling the most. Do you have any idea how much pressure your father was under? Choking back tears, Shan He admitted, Mom, Dad, I was wrong. Huaijia, filled with guilt, added, Shan He, little Ran, little Mu, I apologize to you all too. Grandpa was wrong. Chu Ran listened in silence, deep in thought. A moment later, he quietly asked, Grandma, Grandpa, I want to know, who exactly is my mother? Xu Fang replied sharply. She is the eldest young miss of the Tong family in the capital, Tong Wanru. Shan Lu gasped in shock. She was actually from the Tong family? Shan Chuan exclaimed loudly. That is legendary. Uncle actually managed to woo the Tang family's eldest miss. Chu Ran frowned. I know a bit about them. But why are you two so terrified of the Tong family? Huaige replied with a pained expression. It's not the Tong family we fear. It's the hidden clan standing behind them. Chu Ran froze the moment he heard the words, hidden clan. Seeing his reaction, the old man explained. Back then, your mother was engaged to someone from that hidden clan, but she ran away with your father instead. The fact that they didn't wipe out the entire Chu family was already an act of mercy. Xu Fang added softly. That is why. To protect the family and to protect you children, we had no choice but to drive your parents away. It finally clicked for Chu Ran. The root cause of all his family's suffering was the Tang family and the hidden clan backing them. Chu Ran swore internally. This grudge, I will definitely settle it. After a moment, Shan He asked, Dad, why didn't you just tell me the reason back then? Huaiga shot back. With that temper of yours, you would have gone straight there and caused a scene. Chu Ran nodded in agreement. Dad, Grandpa is right. If you had gone knocking on their door back then, you wouldn't have survived. Seizing the moment, Xu Fang urged them to move back into the Chu family estate. Witnessing everything, Zhang Fei thought to himself, I never guessed Grandpa had such deep intentions when he kicked Big Brother's family out. He immediately bowed 90 degrees, apologizing to Chu Ran and begging for his forgiveness. Zhen Shu also spoke up remorsefully. I was wrong before. Please, come back home. Shan Lu and Shan Chuan joined in, urging them to return. Chu Ran hesitated. Although he still held some grudges, he could see that their apologies were sincere this time. Making up his mind, he announced, All right, our family will officially return to the Chu clan. Huaige beamed with joy, sighing, I never thought this old man would live to see the day his family reunited before he died. Sean, he frowned. Dad, didn't you take the elixir? Shouldn't your body be fine now? The old man replied calmly. That medicine only bought me 3 more years. When my time comes, nothing can save me. Sean, hey. I'm passing the position of family head to you. Sean, he immediately protested. Dad, there has to be hope. We'll go find another expert. Right then, Chu Ran stepped forward. Why look for outsiders for such a trifling illness? Leave it to me. Huijie looked at him skeptically. Little Ran, can you really cure my condition? He replied with absolute confidence. Of course I can. As he spoke, a miraculous light radiated from his hand. Huijie's face lit up as he murmured, this feeling. A second later, he shouted in excitement, I'm cured! The illness is gone. Then, looking at his grandson with awe, Huijie asked, Little Ran, have you reached the Grandmaster realm? Chu Ran calmly shook his head, denying that he was a Grandmaster. Zhongfei was confused. You aren't? But everyone says that Chu the Yama King killed a Grandmaster. Chu Ran shot him a sharp look. Who made the rule that only a Grandmaster can kill a Grandmaster? Xian Chuan and the others whispered in shock. Killing above his rank. Doesn't that mean Little Ran is even stronger than a Grandmaster? He really is full of surprises. Meanwhile, Chu Ran closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. It had been a long time since his heart felt this clear and at peace. With that thought in mind, he declares, the time is ripe. I will become a Grandmaster right here. Huijie couldn't believe his ears and had to ask again, You're a Grandmaster. Now? Outside the Chu residence, sunlight bathed the roof in a warm golden glow. As Chu Ran circulated his energy, he thought, a Grandmaster is simply someone who opens a special zone in their dantian to absorb spiritual qi, just like this. Immediately, he channeled his power to separate yin and yang. Chu Ran reflected on his past life. Back then, his heart was filled with resentment, so becoming a Grandmaster had sown the seeds of disaster. But now, that problem didn't exist anymore. For him, this realm was child's play. Seeing his grandson officially step into the Grandmaster rank, the old man exclaimed with joy, Wonderful, just wonderful. My grandson, Huijie's own flesh and blood, has actually become a Grandmaster. I'd like to see who dares to bully our Chu family now. I'll be watching them closely. Sean He stood silently in the distance, watching Huijie's unconcealed delight. He fell into deep thought, certain that the day of the Chu family's resurgence was not far off. He mused inwardly. The Tang family's foundation is indeed formidable. As if reading Sean He's mind, Chu Ran reassured him, Don't worry, Dad. One day, I'll bring Mom back so we can be a family again. He silently vowed to fulfill his father's wish at any cost. Just then, the butler arrived to announce that the old master of Qin Huafeng had come to visit. Huijie didn't hold back and exposed him immediately. That old fox is purely profit-driven. He sees our Chu family has birthed a dragon, so he comes running like a madman to sniff around. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, someone exclaimed in high-pitched shock, Chu Ran is actually Chu the Yama? Is he that terrifying? Our Li family has no choice but to avoid his spearhead for now. Old Master Li thought furiously, damn it. Why does that old man from the Chu family always hog all the good fortune? The young master of the Li family called out fearfully, Grandpa. Came last time we went against Chu Ran like that, he definitely won't let it slide. What are we going to do next? The old man believed that since Chu Ran was young, he had strength but lacked ruthlessness. He replied, the Chu family's eldest young master is still too soft-hearted. Didn't you see that Ouyangxi is still alive? Just then, Tianshan hesitantly interrupted. Master, my father is dead. So, what about the Celestial Master Association? The old man replied decisively. The Celestial Master Association needs to vanish for a while. Don't worry, the Chu family heir probably won't hunt you down to the very end. Hearing this, Tianshan went along with Old Master Li's reasoning and obediently agreed. But who could have guessed? A second later, an invisible force snatched his life away in an instant. Seeing this, Old Master Li turned pale and asked the equally terrified young Master Li, Is this Chu Ran's doing? The scene shifted to the next day. Zhao Peng said he had already reported to his superiors, assuring that there would be no issues this time. Zhang Heng responded with a simple, good. Then Zhao Peng affirmed, with Chu Ran's strength, Longya won't be in any danger of sinking. Just then, he calmly said, He's here. As soon as Zhang Heng finished speaking, a figure darted into the room as fast as a squirrel. That speed made Zhao Peng marvel inwardly. Is this the true power of a martial general? Zhang Heng sensed the aura radiating from him and asked in shock, Instructor Chu, have you reached the Grandmaster realm? Hearing the word Grandmaster, Zhao Peng was completely stupefied. Chu Ran calmly recounted that he had officially become a Grandmaster just yesterday. Zhang Heng sighed with emotion. A Grandmaster. Going from Great Martial Master to Grandmaster in just 1 year. That is truly top tier. After hearing this, he immediately changed the subject to Langya. Zhao Peng immediately spoke up. What I'm about to say involves state secrets. Currently, Langya has a total of 3 Grandmasters, 10 Martial General Instructors, and over 100 subordinates. Seeing him pause, the old man continued. Internally, we also possess complete mental and martial arts techniques. Suppressing martial artists of the same rank is quite easy for us. Zhao Peng thought he would be surprised by this. But Chu Ran didn't even blink. He just shrugged. Is that all? Cut the small talk. Let's get to the real mess your organization is dealing with. His nonchalant attitude caught the old man off guard. Just that? He thought. Does the immense power of Langya mean nothing to this kid? Zhang Heng's expression turned grim. To be honest, high-level martial artists have become a dying breed in recent years. I'm the only new Grandmaster to emerge in a decade. That's why we need you. We want you at Langya to teach us, to show us what we're missing. Chu Ran grinned, relaxed as ever. Brother Zhang, you're too polite. Teaching is teaching. No matter where I do it, I'm in. Hearing that, the old man loudly thanked him. Even Zhao Peng couldn't hide his excitement, declaring that Langya's rise to power was finally within reach. With the deal sealed, Chu Ran didn't linger. He turned and left. Before heading out, he told them to wait until after the new year to visit. He had his own business to handle. Overjoyed to have him on board, the 2 men bowed respectfully as he departed. Back at Hidden Dragon Villa, Chu Ran was buzzing with anticipation. Finally, he thought, now that I've hit Grandmaster, I can start the body tempering art. This technique would forge his internal organs, clear his meridians, and harden his bones, laying the perfect foundation for the Xiantian realm. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang Fist. The ultimate body tempering technique of the Tai Chi sect. In this life, he was determined to master it. As he channeled his energy, Chu Ran calculated his next move. The key to the thunder body technique is mastering the minor thunder body first. Once I do that, my skin will be tough enough to stop bullets. But with my current physique, summoning heavenly thunder directly would turn me into a pile of ash. How do I get around this? Wait, what if I start with a weaker current? Practical application is the only way to find the truth, right? Let's give it a shot. Sometime later, a young man and woman arrived at the villa's entrance. Is this it? They wondered. Is this really where our new instructor lives? Sun Shang grumbled under his breath. This tiny little Kujiang city. What kind of expert could possibly be hiding in a dump like this? Fei Yan chimed in. This new instructor is supposed to be mysterious. Rumor has it, he's not much older than we are. Hearing that, Sun Shang marched forward, fists clenched. If he's a fraud, I'll beat him to a pulp. Nobody wastes my time and gets away with it. Just then, Wen Xian appeared to greet them. You must be the guests Teacher Chu was expecting. Please, come on in. Sun Shang and Fei Yan froze. Teacher? Seeing their confusion, Wen Xian clarified, that's right. Teacher Chu teaches literature at Noborn 3 High School. So, naturally, he's a teacher. Sun Shang nearly jumped out of his skin. You've got to be kidding me. What can a high school teacher possibly teach me? Why don't you just say he teaches PE while you're at it? Wen Xian didn't blink. Oh? How did you know Teacher Chu teaches PE? As well? Sun Shang was speechless. He started wondering if Grandmaster Qing had gone senile, but with no other choice, the 2 of them followed Wen Xian inside. As he led the way, Wen Xian added, Teacher Chu is currently in the middle of his cultivation. Follow me. I'd love to see what kind of cultivation a high school teacher does, Sun Shang thought skeptically. When they arrived, Wen Xian gestured solemnly toward Chu Ran, who was curled up in a ball. Teacher Chu is right there. Sun Shang stomped over, aggressive and loud. Hey, you're supposed to be Teacher Chu? Chu Ran looked up, calmly shoving a metal fork into an electrical socket. Yep, that's me. The sight was so absurd that Sun Shang nearly choked. He stared in disbelief and whispered, Is Is this guy a complete moron? Chu Ran ignored him, lost in thought. He found it surprisingly amusing to clamp the live wire to his tongue, wondering if using his tongue was actually less efficient. Without hesitation, he jammed the plug in. Zap! A high-voltage surge blasted through his body instantly. Fei Yan shuddered. Okay, that's a little too freakish for me. Sun Shang, watching this lunacy, finally snapped. You have got to be kidding me. This brain-dead idiot is supposed to be my instructor? Chu Ran, hair now standing on end and smoking, casually smoothed it back down. Do the people of the River Wolf team not know how to respect their teachers? But internally, he grinned. Youth is great, confident, arrogant, rebellious. I actually kind of like it. Sun Shang, annoyed by Chu Ran's indifference, barked. What kind of teacher are you supposed to be? You think you're tough? Fight me. Ignoring the challenge, Chu Ran looked past him to Fei Yan. Are you from the Tang family? This blatant dismissal only made Sun Shang's blood boil hotter. She blinked, cautious. Why do you ask? Do you know someone in my family? Internally, she rolled her eyes, assuming he was just trying to suck up to the powerful Tang clan. But Chu Ran just shrugged. No reason, just asking. Behind him, Sun Shang roared and charged, ready to teach this fake teacher a lesson. Without even looking, Chu Ran extended a foot. Sun Shang tripped, slamming face first into the dirt with zero grace. Chu Ran looked down, smirking. You wanted to teach me a lesson? Is that the best you've got? Fei Yan stepped forward, her voice sharp. Hey, do you dare to have a real contest with us? The assessment is coming up in June. If we rank last, we lose our qualifications entirely. Can you take responsibility for that? Chu Ran asked what kind of contest she had in mind. She stood tall. Cultivation is nothing without resources. Let's gamble with spirit stones. The River Wolf team spends a fortune training students, but by the time the resources get down to us, there's barely anything left. So, do you have your own resource channels like the other instructors, or are you empty-handed? Chu Ran raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. We're comparing spirit stones by size? That's your big challenge? Is that it? Right on cue, Hao Jie strolled out, lugging a massive chunk of spirit stone. Master, this piece is way too small. If you don't need it, I'm tossing it in the trash. Fei Yan's jaw dropped. That rock was 10 times the size of hers. She nearly cursed out loud. Chu Ran immediately grabbed Hao Jie by the ear. You wasteful brat! Don't throw it away! Absorb it yourself! Hao Jie scrambled away, yelping, I can't absorb anymore. I'll just feed it to the husky. Sun Shang and Fei Yan watched in horror as he actually tossed the priceless treasure to the dog. Fei Yan's eyes nearly popped out of her head. This place was insane. Sun Shang looked like he'd swallowed a fly. Using spirit stones as dog food? It was blasphemy. Chu Ran waved it off casually. Kids these days, right? He just feeds the dog for fun. Don't mind him. Sun Shang flipped him the bird, his face red with anger. Stop acting so high and mighty. So what if you have spirit stones? In Wolf Fang, raw power is king. Do you even have any? Chu Ran sighed, deciding to humor the kid. Fine. How exactly do you want to test me? Sun Shang puffed out his chest. Combat techniques. If you can beat me, I'll acknowledge you as the boss. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the entrance. Someone actually dares to challenge Teacher Chu in combat? Now this. I have to see. It was none other than Ho Ju. Sun Shang's arrogance evaporated instantly. He stared at the newcomer, trembling. A martial arts grandmaster? Fei Yan panicked, assuming the grandmaster was here to wipe out Wolf Fang due to some old grudge. She stepped forward, voice shaking. Hu Jue, what are you doing here? Chu Ran cut in, his tone sharp. You're here, fine, but did you have to make such a dramatic entrance? You're scaring the children. Chu Ran's glare made the mighty grandmaster turn pale. Hu Jue instantly remembered his place. Challenging Chu Ran would be suicide. Ho Jue bowed respectfully, sweating slightly. Teacher Chu, I'm here as promised. Please forgive my intrusion. Chu Ran nodded, relaxing. Good. Stay here. Having a grandmaster guarding the place makes me feel a lot better. Fei Yan felt dizzy. He took a grandmaster as a lackey? It was a whole different world. Beside her, Sun Shang looked like his soul had left his body. He pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Then Chu Ran turned to him with a devilish smirk. Oh, right. Didn't you want a duel? Let's proceed. Actually, why don't you warm up with Hu Jue first? Sun Shang's jaw hit the floor, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. Hu Jie cracked his knuckles, stepping forward. Come on, kid. You had a big mouth earlier. Let's exchange a few moves. The Grandmaster's aura hit Sun Shang like a heat wave. He realized instantly he couldn't block a single hit. He had almost dug his own grave. Terrified, he screamed, Teacher Chu, I was wrong. Please, just teach us. Fei Yan bowed her head too, begging for guidance. Seeing their submission, Ho Jue instantly retracted his crushing aura. Chu Ran nodded, his expression serious. Fine. Go rest for today. I'll have your training schedule ready by tomorrow. As he turned to leave, Fei Yan called out. Wait, Chief Heng told me to give you this. He said it contains the information you asked for. Chu Ran took the drive, his eyes narrowing. Finally, the intel he needed. Moments later, he plugged the USB into his computer. Ho Jue leaned in, reading the screen. He muttered, The Tang family? Is there a problem with the Tangs? Chu Ran asked. Hu Jue scanned the data, his face grim. The 12 European gods, the North American Liberty Alliance, the 5 great families of Huaxia, and the hidden sects. These are the apex powers of the world. Every one of the 5 great families is backed by a grandmaster, but the Tang family, their roots go deepest. No one dares to touch them. Chu Ran's expression didn't change. Just because others are afraid, doesn't mean I am. Hu Ju hesitated. Teacher Chu, if I may ask, what is your feud with the Tang family? Chu Ran's voice turned ice cold. You know Tang Gentian, the family patriarch? He's my uncle. Hu Jue gasped, eyes widening. Wait, so you're a descendant of the Tang family? Chu Ran immediately shot that down. No, they are my enemies. The answer didn't exactly comfort Ho Jue. Hu Ju rubbed his temples. If you plan to go to war with them, we need serious preparation. Suddenly, Chu Ran noticed something else on the screen. His voice dropped an octave. It seems it's not just the Tangs. My enemies also include the hidden Jiang family. Hu Jue nearly fell out of his chair. Chu Ran shot him a sharp look. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Are you scared? Hu Jue wiped sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. I always thought the hidden families of Huaxia were just myths. I never believed they actually existed. Rumor has it they possess cultivators in the celestial immortal realm. Teacher Chu, this is beyond dangerous. Chu Ran didn't give him a second to back down. His eyes burned with resolve. If gods block my path, I will kill gods. If Buddhas block me, I will kill Buddhas. The Wolf Fang Grand Assessment is in June. By then, I'll be in the capital. On that day, nothing will stop me from reuniting my family. The scene shifted to Chu Ran's office. He was resting in his chair when Zhao Peng walked in, carrying a thick stack of documents. Here are the profiles for the new batch of recruits, Zhao Peng said. You can use this data to build their training regimen. But Chu Ran didn't even open the folder. Instead, he slammed his hand down on the files with a thunderous bang. Then, Chu Ran threw a curveball question at Zhao Peng. Tell me, what do you think is the ultimate goal of a martial artist? Hearing this, Zhao Peng immediately straightened his posture and declared, to become stronger, to protect our country and our home. Chu Ran let out a soft chuckle. You're right, but not entirely. The fundamental purpose of cultivation is absolute freedom. The old man looked completely baffled. Freedom? Chu Ran confirmed it, explaining that a human life is short, and the goal is to live unfettered and free. Therefore, those old, rigid rules of yours only stifle the spirituality and natural talent of the students. Zhao Peng understood the logic, but he hesitated. But, we don't have any other training experience. What should we do? Chu Ran smirked, his voice brimming with confidence. Those methods of yours are nothing but parlor tricks for mortals. Do it my way, and by June, every single student here will level up. Zhao Peng turned pale with fright. That kind of speed was absolutely terrifying. Then, Chu Ran handed him a piece of paper, assuring him that trusting him was the right move. I need these ingredients. I hope you can prepare them for me. The old man scanned the list. These herbs are extremely precious. I'll need a week to gather them. Chu Ran didn't rush him, simply nodding and thanking him for the trouble. Meanwhile, in a desolate, cloud-covered wasteland known as the Holy Land of Cultivation, Fei Yan and Sun Shang were walking near a massive stone pillar. She turned to him, eyes wide. This stone stele is glowing faintly, and the spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. It really is a treasure land formed by nature. Cultivating here for one day is worth 2 days of our past training. Just as Fei Yan was speaking, a voice praised her sharp eyes. Chu Ran descended from above, majestic and imposing as a god. Fei Yan stared at Chu Ran, struck by how much he resembled her uncle. Chu Ran ignored the stare, walking to the side and shouting for everyone to gather up. The more she looked, the more the resemblance haunted her. The brows, the nose, that piercing gaze. It was uncanny. Could he be an illegitimate child of the Tang family? Once everyone had gathered, Chu Ran finally spoke up. He announced that he wouldn't micromanage their training, as long as they ensured steady progress. Sun Shang raised a concern. But without your guidance, how can we possibly improve? Chu Ran replied calmly, no need to rush. I never said I wouldn't help you. In his hand, he held a technique called the Azure Wood Art, perfectly suited for their current level. Hearing this, Sun Shang hurriedly asked, but we all have our own cultivation methods. If we practice another one, won't our internal energy become impure? The others, including Fei Yan, chimed in. There's a rule within Langya. Before becoming a grandmaster, one can only practice a single technique. Chu Ran seemed to expect this pushback. His expression darkened, and he threw a challenge back at them. What if I told you the Azure Wood Art could make you a grandmaster in 5 years? The cultivators were thunderstruck. Obviously, they were desperate to become grandmasters, but they struggled to believe his bold claim. Chu Ran crossed his arms, cutting through the excitement. Don't celebrate just yet. To master this art, you must cripple your current cultivation and start from zero. Sun Shang looked down at his hands, deep in thought. Then, he clenched his fists, looking up at Chu Ran with a confident grin. If I can become a grandmaster, then what does it matter if I scrap my cultivation? Sun Shang then clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Chu Ran. Please, guide me. Following his lead, the others bowed in unison, begging for Chu Ran's instruction. Chu Ran looked at them and smiled. Their mentality was solid. They were all good seeds for cultivation. He raised his hand high and declared, I will write the essentials now. Watch closely. In the next second, a tree branch flew into Chu Ran's hand as if pulled by a magnet. With a sharp swish, he swung the branch toward the massive rock behind him. Chu Ran used the branch to carve characters directly into the stone, which began to glow. Sun Shang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He was carving stone with a twig. Chu Ran's power was truly terrifying. A moment later, he flicked the branch upward, clearing the dust cloud in front of him. He pointed at the glowing stone slab and told them, this is the Azure Wood Art. Study it well. In the Holy Land, the group gathered around, buzzing with noise. Someone shouted, this technique is incredible. It's leagues above anything we've practiced before. Sun Shang stood before the carved stone and roared. So that's how it works. I get it now. Chu Ran watched the excited students and chuckled to himself. As long as they trained properly, every one of them would become a member of the Yan Huang unit and stand at the top of Langya. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky. A group of grandmasters, huh? When that day comes, Huaxia will truly stand at the apex of the world. The scene shifts to 3rd high school. Chu Ran stepped out of a car, wondering to himself, after a whole summer break, I wonder how my students are doing. As he walked into the school, he ran into the scar-faced security guard. The man greeted him warmly and wished Chu Ran a happy new year. As he was walking into the school, he ran into the scar-faced security guard. The man greeted him and wished Chu Ran a happy new year. He chuckled, taking a jab at the man. Look at that rosy glow. Did you finally get lucky in love? Scarface scratched his head, embarrassed. He laughed it off humbly. Come on. Who'd want to beat up old fruit like me? Chu Ran walked inside but tossed a final word over his shoulder. Your luck is red hot today. Don't let the chance slip by. A few steps later, he spotted a familiar figure and called out, well, if it isn't the breathtakingly beautiful Miss Tan. Hearing her name, Tan Yu spun around. She shot him a curious look. Why aren't you walking with Miss Lu today? He gave a sheepish grin. Isn't it obvious? I wanted some alone time with you. Tan Yu's face flushed red. You and your smooth tongue. Keep that up, and your future girlfriend will have you kneeling on a washboard. The word girlfriend made Chu Ran think of Chin Ran. Soon, they'd be reunited. Suddenly, Tan Yu remembered something. By the way, did you hear? We got a new Tai Chi instructor. He smirked. Oh? What's his name? Maybe I'll pay him a visit. As they climbed the stairs, Tan Yu replied, I think his name is Chen Ju. He's pretty old, actually. She pulled up a photo on her phone. Chu Ran took one look and froze. You have got to be kidding me. Him? Tan Yu blinked, curious. Do you know him? Chu Ran sighed. Yeah, you could say we're acquaintances. The photo showed Chenju posing with a staff. And as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. There he was, standing right in front of them. Chenju bowed deeply, his voice dripping with respect. Mr. Chu, I hope to learn much from your guidance. Internally, the old man was scheming. A grandmaster this young? If I don't cling to his leg now, I'd be an idiot. Chu Ran gave an awkward laugh. As long as you're happy, old man, calling this guy a teacher, please. He was clearly here to kiss up. Scene shift to the principal's office at number 3 high school. A knock echoed at the door. It was Zhang Li, the new assistant, coming to report. Principal Tian, the task you assigned? It's done. Here is the data I've gathered. Please, take a look. Sitting behind the desk was Tian Chu, the school's new principal. He spun his chair around, eyes cold. Skip the reading. Just give me the results. Zhang Li flipped open the file. It's worse than we thought. Last year, only one student made it to Capital University. Even for Jiangnan University, a second-tier school, only one student passed. Tianchu gritted his teeth. I heard the former principal and some new teacher had a shady arrangement. With trash like that running things. No wonder this place is a dump. Zhang Li smirked, seizing the opening. That teacher is Chu Ran. He's currently in charge of Class 18. A cunning grin spread across Tianchu's face. Perfect. We'll use him as an example. Let's kick off my tenure by taking him down. He thought to himself, I just need to survive this hellhole for 1 year. Once I'm back in the capital, my career will skyrocket. As for these hillbillies, they can stay the hell away from me. Meanwhile, inside Chu Ran's Class 18, the room was filled with groans of despair. Why is the world so cruel? The boys were practically weeping. Their goddesses Luo Luo and Xier had both transferred away. Fei Fei watched the boys wailing and sighed helplessly. Ugh, bunch of horn dogs. She shouted, Teacher, I demand compensation. Transfer in some hot guys. Someone on Chen Zhuyang's level. Xiao Shuai pouted. Hey, what about me? I'm pretty handsome. Chu Ran ignored the banter, lost in thought. Cultivators seek freedom, and my job is to protect that freedom for them. Suddenly, the door slammed open. Zhang Li and Tianchu marched into the room. What is this racket? Tianchu bellowed. Is this how students are supposed to behave? He pointed a shaking finger at the class. Mr. Chu, is this how you discipline your students? Chu Ran narrowed his eyes. Is this guy trying to make an example out of me? Zhang Li chimed in with a sneer. I don't mean to be rude, teacher, but this discipline is a joke. No wonder your class's grades are always in the gutter. Chu Ran let them finish, his expression darkening. You're the new assistant, Zhang Li, right? Suddenly, Chu Ran's voice boomed. Who gave you the guts to come in here and bark like a dog? The insult hit the mark. Zhang Li's face twisted, grinding his teeth in fury. Beside him, Tianchu exploded, pointing a finger at Chu Ran. It's the first day of school. Is this the kind of attitude you teach? Chu Ran crossed his arms, looking completely unbothered. This is my teaching style. I don't need a peanut gallery. Tianchu screamed, his face turning purple. I don't care about your style or your so-called skills. As of today, it ends. He spun around to face the students, barking out an order. If you don't shape up immediately, Class 18 is on cleaning duty for the entire school. For a whole week. And as for you, Chu Ran, you will write a public apology and read it at the next staff meeting. After listening to the rant, Chu Ran calmly asked, You must be Principal Tian, correct? Tianchu smirked arrogantly. Oh, finally realized your mistake? Too late for that. Unexpectedly, Chu Ran shoots a sharp glance at Tianchu and fires back. He tells him he isn't a bone to be gnawed on, so there's no need for Tianchu to target him the second he walks through the door. I'm only saving you some face out of respect for your title as the new principal. If there's nothing else, get out. Don't disturb my class. Chu Ran's message is loud and clear. He's kicking the guy out. The students in the classroom stare up at Chu Ran, their eyes sparkling with pure admiration. Tianchu slams his hand on the desk, furious. Chu Ran, don't push your luck. But Chu Ran just brushes him off, completely ignoring the outburst. Tianchu wants to escalate things, but Zhang Li holds him back, whispering that there's no need to waste energy on a nobody like this. Someone will naturally teach him a lesson later. Only then does he grit his teeth and storm off, tossing a threat over his shoulder for Chu Ran to just wait and see. Chu Ran finally shoots him a look of utter contempt, muttering that even his threats lack skill. He turns back to his students, telling them to ignore the clown and focus on the lesson. After witnessing their teacher act so incredibly cool, the students smirk with newfound confidence, looking down on this so-called new principal. The scene shifts to the conference room of number 3 high school, where a full staff meeting is underway. Tianqiu stands at the podium, looking down at everyone. He's still fuming about this morning, thinking, a tiger down on the plains really does get bullied by dogs. Just wait until he deals with Chu Ran. Tianqiu clears his throat and announces loudly that the nation is aggressively pushing for quality education in the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This is a major focus for the upcoming college entrance exams. Even number 1 high school has established a genius class based on this model. Our number 3 high school cannot afford to fall behind. Therefore, from now on, grades 10 and 11 must take an additional talent course. Tan Yu whispers to the female teacher next to him. They both agree this is a bad move that will only pile more pressure on the students. Suddenly, a voice rings out, voicing strong disagreement. It's Chu Ran. His face is dark with suppressed rage. You want to turn my students into assembly line products? Keep dreaming. Seeing Chu Ran oppose him, Tianqiu slams the table with a loud bang, demanding to know what his problem is. Chu Ran crosses his arms and shoots back. When you force students to take on extra work, have you ever stopped to consider how they feel? Tianqiu pushes up his glasses, retorting that he is encouraging them, nurturing them into professionals. He adds that the best example of success is none other than himself. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the entire room falls dead silent. Right on cue, Zhang Li speaks up, pointing at Tianqiu. Principal Tian was specially recruited by the world's top academy during high school, all thanks to a single landscape painting. Not only that, Principal Tian has also received the prestigious White Stone Award of Huaxia. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the room erupts into a buzz of impressed whispers among the teachers. Yet, Chu Ran speaks up with total calm. What a coincidence. I also know a little something about that field. Mind if I ask for a few pointers? The teachers around him are stunned. A literature teacher like him knows how to paint? Tianqiu agrees immediately, challenging him to head to the school's art studio for a showdown. Tianqiu smirks internally. Finally, I've found the perfect chance to finish off Chu Ran. Inside the art studio of number 3 high school, a crowd has gathered, buzzing with anticipation. Everyone is discussing the duel between Chu Ran and Tianqiu. Zhou Ru stands nearby, chatting with another male teacher. She sneers, saying that without Qin Ran to protect him, his arrogance is just a death wish. The competition between Tianqiu and Chu Ran begins. The rules are simple. Whoever completes a painting within 10 minutes wins. Without wasting a second, Tianqiu's brush dances across the paper, leaving the crowd in awe. One look at his technique reveals a master at work. In no time, he completes a breathtaking landscape painting. Meanwhile, Chu Ran hasn't even picked up his brush. His utter stillness makes the onlookers grow suspicious. Xiao Shuai and Hu Lai stand on the sidelines, whispering about their bet that their teacher Chu is definitely going to win. Chen Zhu stands behind them, stroking his beard. He thinks to himself, here it comes. But then, shockingly, Chu Ran grabs the entire inkstone and splashes it. His white paper is instantly splattered with shapeless blobs of black ink. Xiao Shuai's jaw drops, staring in total disbelief at what his teacher just did. He's probably about to lose his bet of spicy sticks. Chu Ran simply explains his chaotic move with a calm question. Isn't the splashed ink landscape style just about splashing ink? His students? They were left completely speechless by their teacher's antics. What kind of twisted logic was that? Zhang Li smirked from the sidelines. Without anyone backing him this time, let's see how Chu Ran handles this mess. Tichu crossed his arms, pouting as he lectured. The splashed ink method is about using the brush and ink to create complex variations in color. So, what exactly was Chu Ran doing? But then, out of nowhere, Chu Ran asked him a completely unrelated question. Do you know what the greatest joy in my life is? It's crushing an enemy in the very field they excel at most. Chu Ran smirked at Tichu. But the guy just kept up his condescending tone. Tichu scoffed, calling him a rude, unrepentant brat who wasn't fit to be a teacher. Chu Ran's voice dropped low. He warned Tichu not to jump to conclusions before seeing the result. Then, he picked up the painting. Then, to everyone's shock, Chu Ran grabbed the paper and gave it a violent yank. Guo Hao stared at Chu Ran in silence, thinking, this kid is so schematic. What trick is he pulling now? Suddenly, Tan Yu shouted for everyone to look at the paper. On Chu Ran's paper, Those shapeless ink blobs from before had blurred and transformed. Chu Ran held up his work for all to see. Slowly, mountains and trees began to emerge from the chaos. Fei Fei and Hu Lai stared at their teacher's painting in total disbelief. One of the other teachers immediately burst into praise. It's flawless from every angle. Landscape masters value creation, peaking at the realm of transformation. Painting and viewing become one immersive experience. Seeing this today brings me a lifetime of luck. Meanwhile, Tichu's jaw dropped, his face turning pale as he stammered. How? How is this possible? The teacher gave a thumbs up and broke it down simply for the crowd. If Principal Tian's landscape painting is the peak of perfection, then Teacher Chu is a god among gods, rarely seen in this mortal world. Holding the painting, Chu Ran thought to himself, "This is my home at the Taiji sect. I've looked at it for 1,000 years. Every mountain, every stone is etched in my heart. Of course, my brush has a soul." Hu Lai and Fei Fei looked at him with eyes full of awe and fear. How can one person be so talented? While the other teachers buzzed with excitement, only Chenju watched in silent observation. He stared intently at a specific spot, as if struck by enlightenment. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Chenju's eyes. A massive golden sword materialized before his vision, standing tall amidst the mountains. Suddenly, Chenju saw something that drained the blood from his face, terror filling his eyes. He used sound transmission to ask Chu Ran, "Why did you cut off my path to the Grandmaster realm?" Chu Ran calmly replied, "This is not your Tao." He asked if Chenju knew where this path actually led. The old man stammered, "This painting is incredibly profound. I don't know." Chu Ran explained, "If you can see the end, you can step into the Xiantian realm." Hearing this, the old man froze, unable to believe his ears. Chu Ran's face darkened as he added, "But what is the Xiantian realm, really?" The words hit home, making him jump in shock. Just then, the enthusiastic teacher turned to ask Chu Ran, "What will you name this masterpiece?" "A Path to Xiantian. That is its name," Chu Ran answered him. "Its meaning is freedom and transcendence. The massive gap between Xiantian and Grandmaster lies in the liberation of the heart." Then, Chu Ran turned to Tichu and stated simply, "You lose." He explained that Tichu's interest lies in systematization, a procedural process with no soul, and Tichu himself was the perfect example of that failure. Surprisingly, Tichu didn't argue. He admitted defeat immediately. But he added a condition. If Chu Ran could win one more match, the fate of the gifted class would be entirely up to him. Chu Ran didn't beat around the bush. He asked straight up, "What's the challenge?" He smirked and replied, "The zither." Hearing this, Xiao Shuai and Hu Lai were furious. "Isn't that just blatant bullying?" But unexpectedly, Chu Ran happily agreed. After all, he had studied it for 3 years. Hu Lai felt like he'd just been slapped. Beside him, Fei Fei giggled. "Do you really think Teacher Chu is going to embarrass himself? 3 years? That's not even worth my time." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. It was Liu Yue. Tichu quickly introduced him to the crowd. "This is Master Liu, known as the Sound Absolute. He is also the zither instructor for the students at No. 3 High School," Tan Yu whispered to another teacher. Although they hadn't heard the name, anyone with such a title was definitely extraordinary. Tichu couldn't wait any longer. He rushed everyone to the music room. In the music room, skillful hands plucked the strings. "I am one of the capital's 4 absolutes, the Sound Absolute. Before me, all other sounds fade into silence. Out of respect for the principal, I'll reluctantly teach you a lesson today." Liu Yue turned and spoke arrogantly to Chu Ran. Chu Ran waited for him to finish his speech before replying, "Master Sound Absolute, don't you think you're being a little too full of yourself?" Liu Yue furiously slams his hand onto his zither, screaming that his skill isn't a dead end, it's the ultimate sound. "And you, Chu Ran, just you wait." Chu Ran calmly prepares his instrument, asking the man exactly what he wants to play. Liu Yue smirks, announcing they will compete using one of the 10 great ancient classics of Huaxia, High Mountain and Flowing Water. Watching from the side, Tianqiu chuckles to himself. Angering, Liu Yue never ends well for anyone. He specifically requested this transfer to rack up achievements and secure a promotion upon his return. That is exactly why this talent class must be established, no matter what. Liu Yue's fingers dance across the zither strings with practiced ease, sending a rich, melodious tune flooding through the entire room. As the final note fades, he shoots a contemptuous side-eye at Chu Ran. Let's see how you handle this, kid. Try to follow my lead, and you're guaranteed to crash and burn. Chu Ran just smirks, unfazed. Man, you folks from the capital really have some nasty tempers, don't you? Meanwhile, outside Tamtrung High School, a passing luxury car suddenly screeches to a halt. Inside the car, and Yi gazes toward the school building, her ears perking up at the faint, drifting sound of a zither. Ye Fei seems to hear it too. When it comes to the zither, who in the world doesn't know the legendary An Yi and her crew? Yu Xing chimes in from the back seat, nodding enthusiastically. Exactly. Her skills are unmatched, spanning from ancient times to the present day. Ye Fei listens closer to the music coming from the school. That player inside, they might actually be a master. Even I feel relaxed listening to it. Though, obviously, they're still miles behind An Yi. Joke nods in agreement from the back. Yu Xing eagerly asks An Yi for her verdict. She rests her chin on her hand, thinking for a moment. That rendition of high mountains and flowing water barely scratches the surface of entry level. The guys in the back are floored. A melody that, soothing, not, is just entry level? Back in the music room, it's finally Chu Ran's turn to take the stage. He doesn't even clean his hands, chalk dust still coating his fingers as he strums the strings. The sound that erupts is hypnotic, instantly captivating everyone in the room. Liu Yue's jaw practically hits the floor. How? How is this even possible? Chu Ran taunts him while effortlessly playing. Is that really the best you've got? I could play better than you without knowing a single thing about music theory. As the melody flows, Chu Ran's gaze softens. The music pulls up a memory of Qin Ran dancing before him, and a wave of longing washes over his heart. The notes grow richer, more emotional, tugging at the very soul of anyone listening. It feels like the music is speaking directly to their hearts. Even Principal Chu is clutching his chest, completely overwhelmed by the emotion. Liu Ye stares in horror, cold sweat dripping down his face. I can't lose to this kid. Desperate, he tries to match the melody, but only produces a screeching, ear-piercing noise. The students, rudely awakened from their trance, glare at Liu Yue with pure rage. Even An Yi's group outside winces in pain. Who the hell is making that racket? Have they no shame? And Yi steps out of the car. She needs to see this for herself. I've traveled the world looking for a worthy rival. I never expected to find one here. In this tiny city of Kujiang, as the group approaches the gate, the scar-faced security guard is still lost in thought, pondering the music and the romantic luck Chu Ran predicted for him. Ye Fei barks at him. Hey, open the gate for us now! Scarface dismissively waves his hand. Non-students aren't allowed inside. Beat it. Ye Fei slams his hand against the gate, furious. Do you have any idea who I am? But Scarface stands like a statue, refusing to budge, and Yi steps forward, trying a softer approach. Please, sir, could you make an exception? We just want to meet the zither master playing inside. She clasps her hands together, looking up at him with big, pleading eyes. Scarface blushes, looking visibly uncomfortable. Whoa, miss, don't look at me like that. I'm not into petite girls like you. And Yi freezes, her face turning bright red with shock. Scarface continues his narcissistic monologue. Seriously, no matter how hard you try, you're just not my type. Is this the romantic luck Mr. Chu warned me about? He thinks. What a shame. She's just not the one. Yu Xing and Joke exchange glances, completely dumbfounded. Does this guy have a death wish? Yi Fei growls. Realizing they're getting nowhere, he tries to drag the group away, already plotting revenge on this guard. But An Yi digs her heels in. She isn't leaving until she meets that musician. I can't let a rival like this slip away. She points at the guard. Who runs this school? New guy named Chu. You know him? Scarface grunts. Ye Fei immediately whips out his phone and dials the principal. Moments later, Principal Chu comes sprinting down to the gate, bowing and scraping before them. He spots the girl with purple hair and the hat, and his eyes nearly pop out. Wait, is that An Yi? When Joke asks about the music, Chu waves it off. Oh, just a small student competition. Come, let me show you in. Ye Fei follows but frowns, annoyed that An Yi cares so much about some high schooler. I have to see who thinks they're cool enough to catch her attention. Inside, Chu Ran is swarmed by adoring students begging for an encore. He just lowers his gaze. Music comes from the heart, not on command. You think just because you ask, I'll play? Suddenly, Tichiu's voice booms across the room. Attention everyone! We have distinguished guests from the capital. He starts introducing them with flair. And finally, the world-renowned zither prodigy, An Yi. The students erupt into chaos, screaming in excitement at seeing a real celebrity. Chu Ran barely spared them a glance. So, you're from the capital? Joukei stepped up to Liu Yue, demanding to know if he was the one playing earlier. If so, he better play it again right now. Liu Yue stammered in panic. No, that was An Yi. How could I dare show off my meager skills in front of a master like her? An Yi stood directly in front of Chu Ran, eyes sharp. That melody was full of spirit and confidence. I suspect you are the one who played it. But Chu Ran just smirked, teasing her. Hey, don't stare at me like that. You're making me blush. And Yi didn't beat around the bush. She challenged him right then and there. Chu Ran simply stood up, bored, not interested. He thought to himself, she's a musical maniac. Her skill level is practically alien. Only an idiot would offer up their face to be slapped by challenging her. Without another word, he walked out of the music room. As he passed Tianqiu, he made sure to rub salt in the wound. I win again. So, drop that idea of forcing students into your talent class. Tianqiu didn't care about the class anymore. He was too busy panicking about losing face in front of An Yi. He snapped that playing against her was a supreme honor, and Chu Ran shouldn't be so ungrateful. Chu Ran didn't even look back. If it's such an honor, you do it. I don't care about her. But just as he stepped out, Joukei blocked his path. He growled, get back in there and play. Don't be stupid. Chu Ran slipped past him before Joukei could react, casually calling out, Scar. Instantly, Scar stepped forward, ready to execute his master's will. Joukei tried to chase Chu Ran down, but froze when he saw a baton pointed straight at his face. Scar dared him to take one more step. Seeing Joukei fail, Ye Fei pulled out his phone, scoffing, I can handle this. But An Yi stopped him. Enough. Let's go. She watched Chu Ran straight back as he walked away. She was impressed, but she knew she couldn't force him. Chu Ran didn't give the encounter a second thought. After finishing his classes, he was busy treating Wolf Jiang's students to dinner. Later, at the Fenghua restaurant during the evening rush, Chu Ran sat lost in thought. In my past life, the Tang family sent people to Qujiang City around this time to find me. But back then, to avoid that pervert Chu Lingyun, I hid where they couldn't find me. But with my current strength, the Tang family won't apologize for what happened back then. However, with my cultivation speed, I can reach the Xiantian realm before the Immortal Gate opens. By then, I'll be invincible in that realm. The Tang family better prepare to become a laughingstock. Just then, An Yi and her entourage arrived at the restaurant. Her group was still trying to cheer her up after the morning's incident. But when they stepped inside, the staff gave them bad news. Sorry, we're fully booked. Yi Fei immediately pointed at Chu Ran's table and yelled at the staff. Full? What about those two empty tables right there? The waiter explained. Sir, those are reserved by Mr. Chu. Ye Fei didn't listen to a word. He barged in anyway. They were eating here today. And that was final. Joukei pulled out a chair next to Chu Ran and sat down. If you know what's good for you, you'll give us this table. Chu Ran remained calm. My students are arriving soon. Are you sure you want to sit here? Joukei scoffed. He claimed it was Chu Ran's honor to share a table with them. He sneered, I hope you can keep that confidence up. Then Ye Fei chimed in, telling Chu Ran, in all of Jiangnan, only Chu Yama is worthy of my respect. Chu Ran raised an eyebrow, amused. Oh? What's so great about this Chu Yama? Ye Fei immediately started singing praises, declaring that Chu Yama was his absolute idol. Chu Ran crossed his arms. I didn't know I had a fanboy. Ye Fei and Yu Jing, sitting opposite, burst out laughing. You're delusional, they mocked. Meanwhile, An Yi, who was still standing, insisted, I still want to challenge you. Chu Ran shook his head. No need for a duel. However, I could give you a few pointers. Ye Fei exploded in anger. You? A nobody like you thinks he can teach An Yi? Ignoring him, Chu Ran turned to An Yi. If you want my guidance, you have to treat my bodyguard friend to a meal. He smiled internally. An Yi has a deep karmic connection with Scar. This world really is full of surprises. And Yi was stunned. Guidance? No teacher has been able to teach me anything since I was 22. Yet Chu Ran claimed he could. Yi Fei's group cracked up laughing. Chu Ran really has a death wish. But to everyone's shock, An Yi nodded. She wanted to see exactly what he could teach her. Chu Ran began to explain. He might not know the zither's technicalities, but when it came to musical theory and spiritual realms, he was leagues above her. Chu Ran asked Yi, "You know what wheat is, right?" Chu Ran continued, "Everyone knows wheat used to be just a weed. Later, humans domesticated it into a staple food. But, did humans really domesticate wheat? Speaking from a DNA perspective, whichever species has the most DNA copies is the most successful species. Look at it. With human effort, wheat has spread across the entire world. So, how successful is it really? Humans assume they tamed wheat, but they don't realize wheat actually tamed humans." Chu Ran's words made Yi feel that his way of thinking was truly terrifying. Chu Ran went on, "You said instruments are the same. So, don't let the instrument control you. You must feel the sounds of heaven and earth deeply. You will definitely gain a different harvest." And Yi stood amidst the rising and falling musical notes, looking as if she had realized something profound. She seemed to sink into another world, completely ignoring the people around her calling her name. Then, Yi bowed, thanking Chu Ran for helping her understand her problem. Yu Xing saw this and immediately retorted, "Yi, don't get scammed by Chu Ran." But unexpectedly, Yi praised Chu Ran, saying his realm was even higher than hers. Through Chu Ran's words, she had comprehended so many things. After that, Yi took out a ticket and told Chu Ran, "This is a VIP ticket for my concert taking place this May in the capital. If you have time, please come listen." This trip wasn't a waste for her. After returning and polishing her skills, her realm would definitely rise another level. Yi Fei and his crew watched Yi hand the VIP ticket to Chu Ran, exploding with jealousy. He took the ticket, saying he would definitely go if he had time, then asked them again, "Are you guys sure you want to sit here and eat?" Yi Fei scoffed arrogantly, "Of course. Even Chu Ran's students would have to serve me respectfully if they saw me." Chu Ran smiled, "Then you better sit tight. You're about to see a good show." At the table, as Ye Fei's group watched Chu Ran calmly eating the food laid out, a voice suddenly rang out. "Is all the food here? Instructor Chu, you're really fast." Along with the voice, a hand reached in and grabbed the fried shrimp. Sun Shang grabbed the whole plate of shrimp, stuffing his face as he spoke. "I'm starving to death." "Instructor Chu, you have no idea how hard it is to swallow Butler Gao's cooking. We haven't eaten properly in days." Chu Ran looked at his student, feeling second-hand embarrassment. He didn't know how bad Gao Wenxian's cooking was to make the students this desperate. Ye Fei saw Sun Shang and screamed in disbelief. Sun Shang immediately turned his head back to ask, "Why are you calling my name?" Ye Fei waved his hands, stammering, "No. Sun Shang is the heir to an enterprise even bigger than the Qinhua family. Why is he here? And why does he have such a good relationship with Chu Ran?" Just then, another person walked in to greet Chu Ran. Ye Fei saw the person approaching and his jaw dropped. A Sun Shang I can't offend is one thing, but even the famous Tong Fei Yan from the capital's elite is here? Suddenly, Sun Shang pointed at him. He asked if he recognized Ye Fei from the Feng Mu group, and asked why he was here. Ye Fei trembled, stuttering that he was just passing by. People like him, compared to the Tang family and the Sun family, were absolutely nothing. Fei Yan greeted Ye Fei warmly, making him sweat bullets. But then, Ye Fei suddenly realized something. These two. They look like members of the Wolf Fang squad. Zhou Kei trembled beside him in fear. "No wonder I felt that person looked familiar. I think I saw them at the last gathering." Yu Xing saw the two whispering and asked what was wrong. Zhou Kei turned to her. "They are all members of Wolf Fang." Yu Xing was shocked after hearing that. "That special agency?" Yi Fei, having a headache from being played by Chu Ran, suddenly remembered Chu Ran had said earlier that he was waiting for his students. Could it be? Sun Shang, still chewing shrimp like a starving ghost, confirmed to Ye Fei that this was indeed a gathering for a small Wolf Fang squad. Ye Fei's group was petrified by Chu Ran's earlier warning to sit tight. Ye Fei forced a smile. "It's nothing." "So, Instructor Chu is?" Sun Shang, who had switched to slurping noodles, introduced Chu Ran as their new instructor. The others turned to look at him in shock. Chu Ran smiled and waved back. Ye Fei's eyes nearly popped out. "Why didn't you say you were the instructor earlier? Did you do this on purpose?" Chu Ran obviously knew what they were afraid of. He winked, signaling that he did it on purpose, and it was too late for regrets now. Sun Shang draped his arm around Chu Ran, laughing at them. "Looks like you guys offended Instructor Chu." You're done for. Feiyan also laughed along. Instructor Chu is a grandmaster, yet you dared to offend him? Do you have a death wish? Ye Fei looked blank. Grandmaster Chu. You aren't Chu the living Yama, are you? Chu Ran continued to smile. Seems like I am. The group felt like they had been struck by lightning. They couldn't understand how they had been so brainless and foul-mouthed to a grandmaster. Chu Ran wasn't trying to drive them to a dead end. He told them the situation was still salvageable. If they did him one favor, he wouldn't hold a grudge over this matter anymore. Yi Fei, naturally not wanting to miss a chance to fix his mistakes, hurriedly agreed. Chu Ran smiled and took out the landscape painting he had drawn that morning. He told him to simply take this painting to the capital for auction, specifically instructing him to go to the largest auction house available. Ye Fei took the painting, unrolled it to take a look, and immediately gasped at its sheer beauty. He never expected Chu Ran to possess such incredible artistic skill. Sun Xiang and Zhou Ke also marveled at the painting, but they felt it was a pity. If it had come from a famous artist, it could fetch hundreds of millions. 1 million? You're insulting me. Chu Ran's voice cut through the air. He ordered Ye Fei to take the painting to the auction house, stating that if the bid was anything less than 10 billion, he absolutely must not sell it. Everyone present was startled, unable to believe their ears. Sun Xiang held the painting in his hands and said to Chu Ran, "That is completely impossible. Even if this were an authentic masterpiece from centuries ago, it wouldn't sell for that price." Chu Ran pointed at the painting and told him, "This piece is titled One Path to the Heavens. It was drawn for grandmasters to view. If they comprehend it, they can break through to the heavenly realm. Do you still think it's expensive?" Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, everyone present felt as if they were being sucked into the painting itself. Sun Xiang stammered, asking him, Is this really the realm of the heavens?" And Ye Fei, and the others also felt something magical, though they couldn't quite understand what this sensation was. Chu Ran took the painting back, telling them that they wouldn't understand it just by looking, which was exactly why he required it to be sent to the biggest auction house. Only there would someone recognize its true value. He added that, if the buyers didn't have enough cash, they could use items of equivalent value to trade. As Chu Ran added these conditions, Ye Fei held the painting as if he were shouldering a massive burden. This was an item worth 10 billion. He was terrified he might mess this up, but Chu Ran absolutely refused to give Ye Fei a chance to decline. Although the guy was arrogant, his heart wasn't evil. Chu Ran felt that assigning this to him was the best option. While he was arranging for Ye Fei's group to auction the One Path to the Heavens painting, far away in Europe, a conspiracy born because of Chu Ran was currently being planned. At the Temple of the Sun in the Mediterranean, Europe, a magnificent and brilliant palace surrounded by rolling mountains stood under strict guard. Inside the palace, a man was kneeling on one knee. He was Len, one of the chosen candidates to inherit the position of the sun god in the next term. Len was reporting to Apollo that a few days ago, a cleric was sent to Huaxia to find a treasure, but it had been many days since they lost contact, and he feared the man was dead. Upon hearing this, Apollo turned around, furrowing his brows. Huaxia was indeed unfathomably deep. It had been over 20 years since he was injured by Chen Zhantian, and he hadn't returned since. Len secretly thought that although Huaxia's economy had developed, their martial arts had not. Their policies were disadvantageous to martial artists, and for decades, there had only been Chen Zhantian. Basically, there was no need to fear them. Thinking this, he bowed his head and said to Apollo, "Please allow me to go to Huaxia to gather intelligence." Apollo listened and agreed, saying, "Go and investigate the situation of the underground world in the major cities of Huaxia." The scene shifts to Kujiang City. Len and his cohorts were standing on high ground, looking down. He spoke with disdain, saying Gay was truly stupid to go missing in a place like this. He couldn't understand why there were no martial artists in this place. The people here didn't have bodies of steel, so why was Apollo so worried? A subordinate of Len, named Aben, came to report that Gay Yu had gotten into a conflict with a high school teacher, but after that, nothing was known. They only found out that the teacher was free today, but his location was unknown. Len said, "Then make a move on his student first. Kidnap his student, and he will surely show himself." He then ordered Aben to go kidnap a student immediately. They needed a quick victory so they could return. One of Len's subordinates was observing the surveillance cameras of No. 3 High School, waiting for the right moment to strike. Inside the school, Xiao Shuai was looking for his English teacher, Lu Jie, to ask about the lesson. Since his family planned to send Xiao Shuai abroad, he was taking intensive English supplements. Lu Jie happily told him to find a quiet place so they could talk. Another subordinate of Len had sneaked into the school and saw that this was the perfect moment to act. He rushed toward the two of them, fueled by the excitement of those watching through the cameras. But unexpectedly, the very next second, Lu Jie slammed a book straight into his head. Len and his crew watched the screen, their jaws dropping in shock. His subordinate was sent flying by her strike, his head smashing into the wall, unable to counter even a single blow. Xiao Shuai turned to ask his teacher, "Teacher, what happened just now?" Lu Jie replied, "It's nothing. Let's continue." Everything happened so fast that Xiao Shuai basically didn't see it clearly. A moment later, that subordinate returned with a bruised face to report that the female teacher was a peak martial apprentice. He was not her match. Len still hadn't given up, so he ordered someone else to take his place. This time, they absolutely had to catch someone. This time, he lurked in the shadows while Xiao Shuai was leading Ying Zhong and Hao Jie. Heading to the bar, he muttered to himself, "Two morons and a spoiled rich kid. I'll wait for them to get close, then grab the idiot on the left." But the moment he lunged with his knife, a blow to the chest turned his face deathly pale. His head was shoved right into a trash can. The subordinate beside him stared at the screen. A teacher who's a martial apprentice, and two idiots who are martial masters. "Don't tell me this is just a coincidence." The underling stammered, It must be a coincidence. Let's try again." Len gritted his teeth. "Send a martial general directly. We've wasted too much time." Meanwhile, Chen Ju was explaining a stance. "Tai Chi isn't just for show. Real Tai Chi is made for combat. Now, I'll demonstrate it once. Watch closely, everyone." He instantly struck out with a palm, unleashing a violent gale that sent the ambusher flying. Chen Ju huffed coldly. "To think someone dares to spy on my class. You truly don't know your place." The students cheered in pure admiration. Watching this, Len ground his teeth in rage. A half-step grandmaster? How is that possible? Just then, a subordinate reported that they had found the main target. Su Ran was sitting in the car, chatting with Hu Jue. "There's a pretty good restaurant nearby, so I'm taking the kids out for a meal. Cao Wenxian is such a terrible cook that for those kids, eating dinner is more painful than training." Suddenly, he remarked to Hu Jue, "It seems a bit restless around here." The old man replied, "Not just restless, it's downright noisy." Clearly, the two of them had realized they were being followed. This time, Len decided to take action personally to capture them. He couldn't sense a single ripple of spiritual energy from Hu Jue or Su Ran. He was certain they were just ordinary people. As the two stepped out of the car, Hu Jue whispered to Su Ran, 6 of them in total. All from the Western faction. Su Ran deduced, must be related to that missionary from before. Suddenly, Len charged forward, launching an immediate attack. He darted past Hu Jue, rushing straight for Su Ran, but suddenly, someone grabbed him from behind and yanked him back. He was startled, unable to comprehend what just happened. A normal martial master shouldn't even be able to see his speed, let alone touch him. Len whipped around to see Hu Jie smiling at him. "Can I help you with something, my foreign friend?" Cold sweat broke out on Len's forehead. He was already a half-step grandmaster. The only person who could stop him like this had to be a full grandmaster. He realized the man gripping his collar was indeed a grandmaster. Thinking quickly, he decided to pivot and grab Su Ran instead. Assuming the boy was just a civilian, seeing the boy standing motionless, Len assumed Su Ran was frozen with fear. Watching the attacker lunge, Su Ran realized this man was definitely a subordinate of the sun god. So, they finally noticed something unusual here? He extended the hand he usually used to hold chalk, and with a gentle motion, slammed Len into the ground. Len lay on the pavement, mouth agape. He couldn't believe it. This kid was a grandmaster too. Su Ran knelt down on one knee and asked, "You're here to investigate the death of that missionary, aren't you?" Then he stood up and said bluntly, "No need to investigate. I'm the one who killed him." Len listened in terror, unable to believe his ears. He couldn't understand why Su Ran showed zero fear. Do you have any idea what happens when you offend Apollo?" Ho Jue turned to Su Ran. "Should we really let them off this easily?" The enemy seemed dangerous, but Su Ran just replied calmly, "It's fine. The muddier the water, the more interesting it gets. If they dare invade Huaxia, I'll kill them one by one." Hu Jue smiled. Are you sure you want to stir up this much trouble? Su Ran explained that only when the water is chaotic do the big fish surface. As his strength grew, he felt something was wrong, a lingering sense of unease. The Sun God faction has a 1,000-year legacy. They should have experts as common as clouds, yet they've been strangely quiet. Hojue finally realized the anomaly. You're right. Why is that? Su Ran thought for a moment before declaring, there is only one explanation. Sacrifice. Hujue didn't quite understand, but Su Ran assured him he would find out eventually. The old man sighed in admiration. Teacher Su, you really know everything. Then, they got back into the car. Len and his men were left sitting on the ground, trembling in fear. He stammered, ordering his subordinates to rush back and report everything to Apollo. Meanwhile, at the Sun God Temple, Apollo's voice boomed through the hall. You claim that every single target turned out to be a Grand Master or a Martial Master? Apollo stood with his back to them. I understand. You are dismissed. In truth, he didn't believe a word of it. He was convinced that in Huaxia, apart from the Chen Zhantian family, there were no strong cultivators left. My subordinates must be hallucinating, he thought. Just then, a figure dropped down from above, landing right behind Apollo. It was Adolf, a European noble and Apollo's only disciple. He bowed respectfully. Master, you summoned me? Apollo turned around. In 1 year, the immortal gate will open. If you haven't reached the innate realm by then, you will be sacrificed. However, this situation in Huaxia has revealed an opportunity. Adolf looked confused. What kind of opportunity? Apollo patted his disciple's shoulder. There is a painting in Huaxia, one that holds the secret to breaking through to the innate realm. Apollo said to arrange a time to follow him into Huaxia. At Qianlong Villa in Kujiang City, Chu Ran knew nothing of Apollo's plan, but he had guessed the storm his painting, One Path to Heaven, had caused in the capital. Sun Shang ran over in a panic and said to Chu Ran, the capital is going absolutely crazy. How can you still be so calm? Chu Ran replied coolly, relax, let them make noise. It's not unexpected that the Tang family would end up buying that painting. Fei Yan stepped forward and asked, Instructor Chu, how did you know? The Tang family really did buy that painting for 100 billion. He answered seriously, because that yin-yang sword grandmaster of the Tang family needs this painting. Moreover, the Tang family definitely made a promise. Otherwise, it certainly wouldn't have been as simple as just 100 billion. With a curious look on her face, she asked, now I am a core member of the Tang family, so understanding their secrets is natural. But why? Why do you also? But right then, Chu Ran cut her off. Don't waste your brain cells. You'll never figure me out. Go train. He crossed his arms and smiled faintly. The capital is all set. Tang family, are you ready? Chu Ran stood up and looked toward the sun. I didn't manage to lure the hidden families out this time, which is beyond my calculations. But no rush. I'll investigate something else first. Half an hour later, he and Hujue walked into a women's lingerie store, right under the scornful gaze of the staff. He whispered bashfully, Master Chu, how about I wait for you outside? 2 grown men strolling through a lingerie shop. This is social suicide. Chu Ran didn't care in the slightest. Don't you feel something special about this place? Meanwhile, Hojie ducked to dodge the staff's phone cameras, wondering how many years in prison he'd get for being a pervert. Chu Ran quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. What's the problem? Let's talk outside. Don't scare the poor girl. Once outside, Chu Ran pointed to the stalls opposite them. These shops just popped up recently. Hujue was confused. Opening a lingerie store in the suburbs, I get. But what's the deal with opening a coffin shop right here? Chu Ran stroked his chin. Lingerie represents femininity, and femininity represents yin. Coffins are also yin. So many yin attribute things appearing at once. It's too strange. Suddenly, a massive beam of light caught Chu Ran's attention. He looked up at the brilliant dragon silhouette in the blue sky, thinking, why is this hidden destiny vein so terrifying? Something's wrong. Immediately, Chu Ran leaped high into the air. Seeing the 2 opposing currents of yin and yang, he thought, just as I suspected. Ho Jue hurriedly flew up after him, asking curiously, Master Chu, what is it? Chu Ran explained, it's just like what happened at the Jiaomu archipelago last time. Hu Jue felt an itch of unease. About that. Chu Ran flew down with a calm expression and continued, let's talk when we land. Chu Ran pointed nearby. Someone is using the Tai Xuan fate seizing method to steal the destiny vein of this place. Look closely at those lingerie shops, the coffin store, and that newly opened road. Hearing this, Hu Jue couldn't help but ask, what is the hidden mechanism in all that? Chu Ran walked and explained, these things channel the local luck away more efficiently. Ho Jue scratched his head. That's the first time I've heard of such a thing. Could it be the work of other grandmasters? Chu Ran's face darkened as he glanced at him. Grandmasters? You overestimate them. To use a technique like this, it has to be someone at the Xiantian realm or higher. Facing Chu Ran's gaze and words, Ho Jue stammered. Xiantian? Chu Ran touched his chin, thinking, but why would the Tai Xuan fate seizing method appear on Earth? Could a mysterious martial arts family possess this inheritance? Suddenly, Hu Jue spoke up anxiously. Then won't the luck of all Kujiang be stolen away? Chu Ran's rage intensified, daring to cause chaos in Yamachu's territory. Do they think I'm dead? Ho Jue became even more confused. Master Chu, what do you plan to do? He smiled sinisterly. Closing shops and destroying roads isn't an option, so I'll have to use another way. The next day, screams echoed through the school. Which bastard wants to go outside? Is he brain damaged? Amidst the cursing, Chu Ran tiptoed in. His students saw him and asked, Mr. Chu, did you get the news? Chu Ran turned back with the fakest smile imaginable. What news? Other students replied angrily. National Defense Education. It's freezing winter. What is the school thinking? Is the new principal trying to flex his authority on us? Hu Lai suddenly exclaimed, holding his phone. I just got intel. Someone specifically requested this from the principal. The guy sitting next to him sat up to look. Damn it. Which crazy pervert is behind this? Hu Lai zoomed in on a photo. There's a picture. Both of them stared at the image on his phone. Both of them gritted their teeth, eyes popping with rage. Why does this elegant back look so familiar? Everyone in the room roared in anger. Teacher Chu, you pervert. Chu Ran shrugged nonchalantly. Why so fierce? Am I not doing this for your own good? He thought to himself. There's no sun in winter. I have to rely on the yang energy of these military instructors to dispel the yin energy. I'm out of other options. Immediately, the room erupted. Teacher Chu, I'm so grateful. This is a total scam. Just destroy me. I'm done. Meanwhile, in Songhu City, at the headquarters of the Qiaoshang Technology Group, an intense game of Go was underway. Wenbo puffed on his cigarette, focused on the board. A pre-celestial map has appeared in the capital. Won't you go take a look, Mr. Wang? Wang Sheng played a white piece and replied, Why bother? It's merely the pre-celestial realm, he thought. I just awakened and returned from the immortal world to Earth 1,000 years in the past. Wang Sheng slammed the piece down, ending the game. Wenbo looked surprised and praised him. Mr. Wang's strategy is too grand. Fu, concede. I've lost again. Wang Sheng stood up with a calm expression. Beating you was far too easy. He continued thinking, although I must cultivate from scratch, with the techniques from the 10,000 Dharma sect of the immortal world, in this life, I, Wang Sheng, will definitely conquer the heavens. Wenbo asked again, Mr. Wang, Jiangnan has a Yamachu. He killed a grandmaster right after debuting. Do you want to recruit him? Wang Sheng's face turned pale with fear as he thought, Yamachu? Why is there a Yamachu on Earth too? Wang Sheng unleashed a terrifying power. No, it can't be him. Rebirth doesn't just happen randomly. This life is destined to be free from Yamachu's oppression. This will be the era of me, Wang Sheng. Seeing this, Wenbo hurriedly called his name to make him retract the pressure. Hearing Wenbo's voice, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wang Sheng immediately shouted, Fu Wenbo, check what happened at Jujiang No. 3 High School right now. My formation has been destroyed. What on earth happened? Hearing this, Wenbo hurriedly took out his phone. Yes, Mr. Wang. 5 minutes later, Wenbo explained the situation. Wang Sheng looked visibly confused. What? Winter training? Wenbo continued. It might be the new principal trying to assert dominance over the students. Wang Sheng broke into a cold sweat and gritted his teeth. Is it really such a coincidence? He thought. Cultivating the Azure Emperor's longevity art requires luck as a foundation. Last time, I unexpectedly failed at the Chaomu Islands. Now, an accident happens at Jujiang No. 3 High School. Wenbo asked nervously, Mr. Wang, what should we do next? He placed a hand on his forehead. Huaxia has a total of 18 dragon veins, 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes. The others cannot be touched for now. Then we'll make a move on the one in Songhu City first. Sometime later, Chu Ran was sitting on the sofa answering a call. Hello. What's up? Shan He on the other end exclaimed. Xiao Ran. The Tang family sent people here. Chu Ran frowned. The Tang family? What do they want? Shan, he continued. The Tang family arranged a marriage for you. They want you to return to the capital for the engagement. He shouted. Marriage? They haven't visited or asked about us for decades, and now they show up wanting to meddle in my marriage? Who gave them the face? You agreed to this? The Tang family is so arrogant and showy, it pisses me off. Chu Ran tried to suppress his anger and spoke gently. All right, Dad, don't worry. I will handle this. Night fell, and the lights in every house went out. He had just changed his clothes when he heard a knock at the door. The Tang family moves fast. They're already here looking for me. Chu Ran opened the door with a sharp gaze. Seeing him, Zheng Cheng spoke up. I assume the Chu family has already notified you? He thought to himself. This bastard is getting a huge bargain. Marrying the eldest miss of the Chen family, the new nobility of the capital, under the identity of the Tang family's grandson. Chu Ran crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. If you have something to say, spit it out. Stop dragging it on. Zheng Cheng, seeing his attitude, couldn't help but shout in anger. He explained, the family head sent me to bring you back to be the Tang family's grandson and marry you off to the eldest miss of the Beichong group. Meanwhile, he silently sneered. Damn bastard, acting so arrogant. Wait until you're back at the Tang house, I'll deal with you. He laughed scornfully. Sounds nice, but would that uncle of mine really be so kind? Zheng Cheng continued. Becoming a live-in son-in-law for the Chen family is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't be ungrateful. Chu Ran retorted. Live-in son-in-law? Turns out the men of the Tang family didn't want to do it, so they remembered me? Zheng Cheng didn't argue further and turned to leave. Stop talking nonsense. Follow me immediately. He crossed his arms confidently and asked, Are you trying to teach me what to do? I'm not. So what? Hearing this, Zheng Cheng glared at Chu Ran. This isn't up to you. One of his bodyguards quickly reached out to grab him. Chu Ran immediately released a massive burst of power, blasting them away. Zheng Cheng was panic-stricken. A martial artist? No wonder your attitude is so arrogant. But the Tang family has no shortage of martial artists. But before he could finish his sentence, Chu Ran slammed a slipper straight into his face. Chu Ran dusted off his hands, looking down at the walking trash beneath his feet. You dog slave? You dare to defy the heavens? Chu Ran pointed straight at Zheng Cheng's face. Go back and tell the Tang family. My business is not for them to dictate. He glared. And another thing, if they dare touch my mother, I will annihilate the Tang family. The man covered his face and shouted, Are you crazy, daring to speak to the Tang family like that? You have a death wish. Hearing this, Chu Ran looked down with disgust, opened the window, and threw Zheng Cheng straight out. He stepped back inside, preparing to close the window, and looked at them with pure swagger. What the hell is a Tang family anyway? The next day, at the Tang family estate on Feng Mountain in the capital, Zheng Cheng rushed back to report everything Chu Ran did, adding fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Tong Wei asked immediately, Did he really say that? Zheng Cheng brazenly replied, Yes. Chu Ran doesn't put the Tang family in his eyes at all. Wang Lan sat up and shouted, Is that bastard child trying to flex on the Tang family? Zhen Tian also spoke up, daring to spout nonsense about destroying us. It seems Chu Ran doesn't understand the true terror of the Tang family. Chen Ba gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Big brother, leave this to me. I'll find a chance to teach him a lesson. The man waved his hand. It's fine. The wedding is in June. We'll just send someone to capture him directly then. Sacrificing one Chu Ran to gain the support of the Beichong group. The Tang family will definitely rise to a new level. Tang Wei continued. Handle this as you see fit. No need to tell your sister. By the way, what's happening in Jiangnan? I heard a spirit mine appeared. Zhen Tian replied, I sent people to investigate. It's a high-quality spirit mine, but someone has already seized it. The old man's face hardened as he spoke. The 3 spirit ore mines left by the Tang ancestors are nearly dry. It is time to hunt for new sources. You must figure out a way for the Tang family to secure this spirit ore. Zhen Tian replied with confidence, I have already made the arrangements. With the Tang family's power, it is only a matter of time. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, May arrived. Everyone was training hard at the martial arts field in Hidden Dragon Villa. Sun Shang smashed his fist into one of the boulders in front of him. He stared at his fist, Now wrapped in energy, he had finally broken through to become a grandmaster. Fei Yan, standing nearby, teased him. You are way too slow. I became a grandmaster half a month ago. But I have to admit, the azure wood art that Teacher Chu taught us is seriously powerful. The vast majority of us students have already advanced to the grandmaster stage. Sun Shang pointed into the distance. That's right, we are definitely going to win the competition in June. But honestly, I feel like my talent has taken a serious hit. Just look at those two over there. It is enough to make you die of envy. She followed his gaze and saw two students, one sleeping, one eating. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out, making both of them jump. They looked over to see Chu Ran running and screaming at the top of his lungs. Get out of the way! I am about to get struck by lightning. Fei Yan stared in shock at the scene and said, Teacher Chu is absorbing electricity again? Sun Shang panicked. Holy crap, is getting struck by lightning the new training trend? Chu Ran skillfully dodged the bolts, thinking, I accidentally became a second-stage grandmaster. Now, let's step into the intermediate thunder body threshold. Once I do, I won't even fear cannon fire anymore. With that thought, he pulled a bolt of heavenly lightning down to strike himself. The people around him stumbled from the shockwave of the impact. A second-stage grandmaster? Teacher Chu is just too much of a monster. Can't he go level up somewhere else? Electricity surged through his entire body, coursing through every vein. Then, his eyes snapped open. Staring intensely ahead, Chu Ran thought to himself, I never had the chance to cultivate the great yin-yang fist back at the Taiji sect. Today, I finally make up for that regret. It is done. A new power erupted within him, the great yin-yang fist. The very next second, he shot straight up into the sky, intending to grab the lightning bolt crashing down. Sun Shang hid behind a rock, watching him, and said, What kind of cultivation technique is this? It is insanely powerful. He can actually lure heavenly lightning to temper his body? Hu Jue couldn't help but exclaim, Does Teacher Chu want to leave any room for the rest of us to live? His power rivals creation itself. I am afraid I will never catch up to him in this lifetime. Chu Ran gathered the lightning with all his might and roared, Myriad thunderbolts, merge with my divine form. A massive ball of electricity began to accumulate right there in the sky. It was only then that everyone realized he was flying in the sky completely naked. The onlookers immediately covered their eyes, scolding, So embarrassing. With a personality like that, he is definitely not from our Tang family. Chu Ran still hadn't noticed anything wrong. He just stood there, sniffing the air, and said, Even if you guys worship me, there is no need to be so shy. Why is everyone covering their faces? Sun Shang hurriedly shouted at him, Teacher Chu, how can you be such a pervert in broad daylight? Only then did he realize the situation, and let out a blood-curdling scream. Close your eyes, nobody look. Seeing Chu Ran flee in panic, everyone burst into laughter. I am going to die laughing. I can brag about seeing this for the rest of my life. Am I the only one who noticed Teacher Chu is actually packing some heat? Meanwhile, in the capital, the eldest daughter of the Bei Qiong group, Chen Qingqing, was on the phone. She complained to the person on the other end. She My dad didn't even ask for my opinion before marrying me off to someone. I am going to die of anger. On the other end of the line, Shi asked suspiciously, Who is the guy? Qingqing was filled with frustration. She vented her anger on the glass window beside her, saying, Shi it is that son Tang Wanru had with some other man outside years ago. After the Tang family revealed Chu Ran's identity, the Tang family's dirty laundry became public knowledge. Shi remained calm, reading her book as she listened. So that is it. Your dad wants the support of a superpower like the Tang family. Qingqing thought of someone and blushed, replying, I understand everything you are saying, but I already have someone I like. Shi teased. It is Li Linhao, the son of the director of the #1 capital hospital, right? He is very outstanding, but his background can't compare to the Tong family. Hearing this, Qingqing sighed deeply. What can I even do? Shi continued flipping pages. I actually think your uncle treats you well. He couldn't bear to see you suffer, so he found a live-in son-in-law for you. Qingqing snapped angrily. What good is that? Isn't it just sacrificing my marriage to solidify his power? Now rumors are spreading that I am getting married at the end of May. Li Linhao is still waiting for my answer. It is so annoying. Shi splashed a bucket of cold water on her reality. If the person you were marrying was the eldest Tang son, Tang Qifeng, you would be pretty satisfied, wouldn't you? You don't love Li Linhao to the bone. You just feel he isn't quite on the Tong family's level. Hearing this, Qing Qing's face turned black. She thought, Tang Qifeng is both talented and has a terrifying background. Every woman in China probably dreams of marrying him. Qing Qing clicked her tongue and said, that is different. Anyway, I definitely won't marry that nameless nobody. I heard he's coming to the capital soon. You absolutely have to humiliate him so completely that he wouldn't dare marry you. At the capital airport, Chu Ran stepped off the plane, dragging his suitcase behind him. He gazed at the scenery, thinking to himself, Feng Shan, the Tang family headquarters, the place where mother lives. I have arrived. Zhou Ke spotted him and rushed over to greet him. Master Chu, I've been waiting. Why did you suddenly decide to come to the capital? Chu Ran replied, I'm here to attend Miss Anne's concert. Zhou Ke fawningly took his suitcase and said, Miss Anne gave us tickets, but let's grab a meal first. I want to introduce you to some friends. Chu Ran cheerfully responded, It's my first time here. I'll follow your lead. A while later, at a high-end hotel, Zhou Ke arrived and profusely apologized for keeping everyone waiting. Wang Qin walked over, threw his arm around Zhou Ke's shoulder, and asked, Who is this person you wanted to introduce? You called me first thing in the morning to wake me up for this. Zheng Weiqi immediately chimed in. Exactly. Which top-tier family's daughter is it, anyway, to make our Master Wang wait this long? Zhou Ke stepped aside to introduce Chu Ran standing behind him. Zhou Ke thought to himself, he probably doesn't want to reveal his identity as a grandmaster and the instructor of Wolf River, so I better keep my mouth shut. The group whispered among themselves, eyeing Chu Ran. He doesn't look like someone from a noble family. Where did this poor little brat crawl out from? Chu Ran waved to everyone and introduced himself. I am a literature teacher from Jiangnan province. Wang Qin heard the introduction and shouted in shock. A literature teacher? Seeing the intense reaction, Chu Ran added, I have another identity. I am the eldest young master of the Chu family in Qinhua City. Zheng Weiqi scoffed. Oh, the Chu family from Qinhua. And here I thought it was some prestigious clan. Someone beside him added, just a declining family. What bad luck. We wasted all this time waiting for someone like this. He continued, Zhou Ke, this isn't right of you. If you want to make friends with trash, don't drag us into your suffering. Everyone at the table began to express their dissatisfaction. I thought it was some big shot, but it turned out to be just this. Well, we shouldn't say that. After all, it is the Chu family. They're still better than nouveau riche folks like us. Zhou Ke nervously glanced at Chu Ran's face, thinking, Master Chu is a grandmaster. Do these people have a death wish? I made a mistake inviting them. What a bunch of idiots. Wang Qin stepped in to break the tension. Everyone, say a few words less. A guest is a guest. Let's eat first. A moment later, as they sat at the dining table, Zheng Weiqi turned to talk to Chu Ran. Eldest young Master Chu, right? I suppose I could reluctantly help you out. Zhou Ke saw the look of disdain on his face and was so furious he couldn't speak. Chu Ran smiled, revealing a cunning expression, and said, Then I'll thank you in advance. Seeing this reaction, Zheng Weiqi whispered contemptuously to the person next to him. What a spineless coward. How boring. Zhou Ke looked at Chu Ran's face. Master Chu, I didn't expect it to be like this. Please don't be angry. Chu Ran remained calm and whispered back to him. It's fine. If someone offers their face to be slapped, I'm more than happy to oblige. Wang Qin curiously asked Chu Ran, Brother Chu, I wonder what hobbies you have. Hearing the question, he cheerfully replied, I don't have many hobbies. I just dabble in calligraphy and painting. Everyone shook their heads upon hearing that. I know a master whose painting just auctioned for 5 million yuan. Money is king. You should just scramble around the capital and try to find some connections for the Chu family. Zhou Ke broke out in a cold sweat. 5 million is worth a fart. Thank God I didn't get too involved with these self-righteous idiots, or I'd be screwed. Chu Ran gave a dry laugh. You guys have it wrong. I didn't come to the capital for connections. I came to get married. The room froze. Someone spoke up. In this circle, other than Chen Qingqing, I haven't heard of anyone getting married, he replied calmly. If you mean Chen Qingqing from the Baiqiang group, then yes, she is my bride. Wang Qin's jaw dropped, staring at Chu Ran in disbelief. Impossible. Chen Qingqing's fiancé is a descendant of the Tang family. How could it be you? Chu Ran looked him in the eye. Her fiancé isn't surnamed Tang. But surprise, I am Tang Wanru's son. The room went dead silent. Wei Qi jumped up and screamed. So it's this bastard child stealing Brother Hao's girl. Get the hell out of the capital right now, or I'll beat you to death. Chu Ran stared him down, eyes provoking. And if I say no? Wei Qi frowned, turning to leave, but tossed back a warning. Then prepare to die. He pointed a finger at Zhou Ke. This meal is ruined. You better watch yourself. Chu Ran didn't care. He smirked. You're the one who should watch your step. One by one, everyone stood up and left. Bad luck this early in the morning. Let's go. There's going to be a show soon. Wang Qin's face darkened as he warned Chu Ran. Zheng Weiqi wants to suck up to Li Linhao. He's going to make trouble for you. For Zhou Ke's sake, I'm advising you. Leave now. Suddenly, Chu Ran asked a completely unrelated question. Mr. Wang, you've been having really bad luck lately, haven't you? Wang Qin's expression shifted. I haven't been lucky, sure, but not that bad. Don't curse me, he thought to himself. I've just been forgetful and had some trouble signing contracts, that's all. Chu Ran's gaze turned serious. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to see blood today. Wang Qin wanted to lunge at him. He thought this kid had gone crazy trying to cling to the rich and powerful. Chu Ran sighed wearily. That's it for today. I need to rest. Do as you please. Before leaving, he gave one last generous warning. On your way back, stay far away from any red cars, or you will die. Wang Qin was furious at the curse and screamed, Are you insane? Zhou Ke held him back. Mr. Wang, calm down. Wang Qin stormed off in a huff. Zhou Ke, stay away from that guy or you'll get dragged down too. I'm leaving. Think about it. A moment later, Wang Qin sped away from the hotel restaurant. Sitting in his car, he was still fuming. Zhou Ke must be brain damaged to respect that Chu Ran. Suddenly, a red car zoomed past him. He remembered Chu Ran's words about the red car. His face went pale. Wang Qin stared at the red car ahead. Chu Ran's voice echoed in his head. Without thinking, he slammed on the brakes. The red car suddenly lost control. Wang Qin struggled with the steering wheel, barely avoiding a collision. The red car flipped over. If he hadn't braked, he would have crashed straight into the wreck. The cars collided with a loud bang, but thanks to Chu Ran's warning, Wang Qin was safe. Cold sweat poured down his face. It happened exactly as he said. Red car, bloody disaster. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke sat at the table, head in his hands. I didn't know Master Chu was from the Tang family. This is trouble. Suddenly, the door burst open. Wang Qin rushed in, screaming, Where is Master Chu? Zhou Ke looked up, startled. Mr. Wang, calm down. What happened? Wang Qin shouted excitedly. I got in a car accident. Zhou Ke looked at him like he was crazy. Are you stupid? Why are you happy about an accident? Then it hit him. He gasped. You mean Master Chu's words came true? The red car's driver passed out. I slammed the brakes just before I hit them. If I hadn't slowed down, I'd be dead or critically injured. Zhou Ke's face lit up. Master Chu really is a god. He actually has the skills. Wang Qin grabbed his shoulders. Brother, tell me the truth. Does Master Chu have another identity? Zhou Ke hesitated. I don't want to lie to you, but I can't say much. There is nowhere in this capital he cannot go. Even the Tang family has to think twice before crossing him. Wang Qin turned pale, trembling. Is he really that terrifying? Zhou Ke sighed. Master Chu is at the hotel. I'll take you to apologize. He's reasonable. Right after the meal, news of Chu Ran's arrival in the capital spread like wildfire. In a high-end district, Chen Qingqing heard the news about Chu Ran. Furious, she made a call. Her voice dripped with venom. I'd rather die than marry that neglected bastard. You have to find a way to cancel this engagement. On the other end, Shi disagreed. Sister Qingqing, marrying him is an honor for you. Qingqing snapped back. An honor? For me? Shi, have you lost your mind? Shi didn't want to say any more to her. Sister Qingqing, listen to my advice. Just obediently wait to get married. Do not offend him. She never expected that the person Qingqing was about to marry was Master Chu. She had to tell her grandfather immediately. On the other end of the line, Qingqing screamed in anger. Shi, how can you say that? I will absolutely never marry low-class trash like him. End of discussion. I'm going to figure out how to handle him. She hangs up, the screen fading to black. Shi sighs. True, the gap between your worlds is massive. Except Teacher Chu is in a league far above yours. She smiles, her thoughts racing. This is getting interesting. I need to make a call. Things are about to get even better. With that, she picks up her phone and dials a certain number. Meanwhile, In the Li family villa's living room, Li Linhao sighs in frustration. How did it end up like this? He snaps. Chen Xiao is too impatient. Forcing Qing Qing to marry that guy? Chu Ran? Guo Yu sits beside him, replying calmly. Businesses built on real estate like the Beiqiang Group in the capital are fragile. He has to be impatient. Linhao roars in anger. But Dad, if that happens, doesn't that mean all our hard work goes down the drain? He shouts even louder. You told me to pursue Chen Qingqing just so the Beiqiang Group would help me secure the dean position next term. Guo Yu looks at him evenly. A few days ago, my surgery on the Long family patriarch was a success. They promised to stand by us when it counts. Linhao is ecstatic. The Long family, that legendary medical clan, we have their support? Chen Xiao might waver, his father tells him. So, go ahead, use everything you have to destroy Chu Ran. In the Tang family living room, Tang Tian paces anxiously. This move by Chu Ran. It's backed us into a corner. Did he do it on purpose, or was it an accident? Wang Lan snaps. He wants to muddy the waters for this marriage. Tongba quickly tries to calm her down. Don't worry, Mom. Chen Xiao signaled that there's no problem. They'll skip the engagement and go straight to the wedding at the end of the month. Tang Tian sighs. Pick a time to bring him to the Tang house. It's time he learns just how terrifying the Tang family really is. Meanwhile, in his hotel room, Chu Ran is refining an artifact. Eyes closed, he thinks. The appearance of the Tai Xuan fate-stealing technique is too suspicious. I need to be cautious and reach the Xiantian realm as soon as possible. Suddenly, a knock echoes from the door. Calmly, he tells them to enter. Wang Qin and Zhou Ke push the door open. Seeing him, they stammer in awe. Teacher Chu, you really are a grandmaster-level figure. Wang Qin steps forward and bows deeply. Teacher Chu, before, I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. Please, forgive me. Chu Ran glances at Wang Qin. Look at him trembling. Am I really that scary? I'm obviously handsome and gentle. Unfazed, he speaks casually. Don't worry about it. Sit down. Leaning against the table, he continues. I accept your apology, but I need you two to handle something for me. He pauses. I have a spirit stone I want to sell. Wang Qin and Zhou Ke freeze, eyes wide. A spirit stone? He stammers. Teacher Chu, how many do you have? If it's just a few, I can try to find buyers for you. Chu Ran remains calm. A few stones wouldn't be enough to pick my disciple's teeth. I have a spirit mine. His words hit like a thunderclap, turning Wang Qin's face pale as he screams. A whole mine? Sweating bullets? He asks. What? What is the scale? Chu Ran thinks for a moment. Scale? Oh, about 10 times larger than the mine in North America, and the quality is far superior. Hearing this, Wang Qin is paralyzed with shock, sweat pouring down his face. 10 times? That North American mine triggered a small-scale war. Aren't you afraid? Chu Ran stares him down. On this earth, no one can rob me of my spirit mine. Not even a Xiantian expert. Zhou Ke trembles, asking, Teacher Chu, do you really want to entrust this to us? Chu Ran answers calmly. You two have decent character. Plus, your families have influence in the underground world. I feel at ease leaving it to you. Wang Qin jumps up, asking for instructions. Inside, his mind races. If this deal succeeds, both our families will be filthy rich. Chu Ran continues. Release a small amount first via auction to grab the Tang family's attention. He looks at them. Let them slowly realize I hold a mine in my hands. I came to the capital specifically to deal with the Tangs. It's only fun if the stakes are high. Wang Qin and Zhou Ke exchange looks, thinking, Teacher Chu wants to take on the Tang family? He's incredibly brave. Later, at the Divine Wind Pavilion Music Festival, Chu Ran makes his appearance. As he walks with Zhou Ke and Wang Qin, whispers erupt from the crowd. Look, that's Chu Ran. Zhou Ke whispers urgently. Teacher Chu, trouble's here. Before he can finish, Chu Ran cuts in. It's fine. If they dare start something, I'll finish it. The crowd buzzes with gossip. I can't believe the eldest daughter of the Beiqiang Group would fall for him. Everyone knows Chen Qingqing and Li Linhao are the real couple. There's going to be a good show to watch soon. Ignoring the chatter, Chu Ran calmly raises his wine glass. His eyes drift to the corner where two figures approach. Small world, isn't it? Yang Ling walks in, arm in arm with Wei Qi. She spots Chu Ran and gasps in shock. Chu Ran? How the hell did he get in here? Wei Qi asks suspiciously, turning to the woman beside him. Babe, what's wrong? She points a trembling finger straight at him. That guy, he's my ex, the one who was obsessed with me and wouldn't let go. Hearing this, Wei Qi sneers with contempt. Don't be scared. He dares to marry Chen Qingqing, dares to bully you. I'll make sure he regrets ever being born. He stomps over, pointing straight at Chu Ran's face. I can't believe a loser like you bullied my girlfriend. You're done for. Yang Ling snickers in the background. Chu Ran didn't expect to become the punchline here. He looks at her, calm and mocking. Bullying, huh? You mean in bed? If that's the case, yeah, I definitely bullied her. Wei Qi's face goes dark, teeth grinding. You little punk? You want to die? Yang Ling glares at him. You're worthless here. Know your place and get lost. Wei Qi barks. Didn't you hear her? My girlfriend said, get lost. The whole hall jeers, demanding he leave. Chu Ran sighs, clutching his head in mock distress. You people, you're making me feel so helpless. Wei Qi taunts him further. What's wrong? You mad? You want to hit me, don't you? Come on, bite me if you have the guts. Chu Ran looks up with a smirk, pure contempt in his eyes. Sorry. I don't eat shit. The crowd erupts in laughter. Wei Qi's face turns pitch black. He grinds his teeth, furious. Chu Ran, I'm gonna kill you. Chu Ran calmly mocks him. Why is it always violence with you? What era is this? Is this the average education level of the capital? He pauses, then shouts for the whole hall to hear. Did you all stop learning at prenatal care? The crowd explodes, turning their rage on him. You're the one with a fetus brain. Your whole family is uneducated. Yang Ling gloats internally, watching the chaos. Chu Ran, you're really digging your own grave. Suddenly, his gaze shifts to her. He thinks, this witch wants to start trouble? Fine. Don't blame me for what happens next. He steps toward her. Stop laughing. That chive stuck in your teeth is distracting. And honestly, with a head that looks like a tumor, you really shouldn't be out here scaring people. The crowd is stunned. His insults are flowing like poetry. This guy is savage. He even dares to roast Zheng Wei Qi. I actually kind of respect him. What's gonna happen next? Yang Ling grinds her teeth, face dark. Chu Ran, you bastard. Suddenly, a voice from behind grabs everyone's attention. Miss Chen, Mr. Lin, you're here. Chen Qingqing and Lin Hao walk into the hall side by side, looking like a perfect couple. Seeing them, Wei Qi puffs up with confidence. Babe, Chu Ran is dead meat. Brother Lin has a big surprise prepared for him. Whispers fill the room. Now that is a true power couple. A match made in heaven. How can Chu Ran compete with young Master Lin? Lin Hao approaches Chu Ran with a fake smile. Brother Chu, first time meeting you. Hello. Chu Ran ignores him completely, glancing at Chen Qingqing instead. So, this is Miss Chen, my fiancée? Wow. You're even uglier in person than in your photos. The crowd gasps in shock. He's lost his mind. He looks Qingqing up and down, judging her. Flat ass. And that nose, those boobs, definitely fake. Must have taken a lot of Photoshop to fix that sour face of yours. She glares at him, furious. Say that again. I dare you. Chu Ran replies calmly. Don't worry, wifey. Even though you're ugly, have a terrible temper, and zero morals. Once we're married, I'll be generous and overlook it. She looks like she's about to explode with rage. You scumbag. What are you talking about? Chu Ran leans in closer. I'm right here. How did you know my nickname? And what is that cheap knockoff perfume? Do yourself a favor and stop using it. Unable to take it anymore, she signals Lin Hao to hand her something. He hands her a pre-written annulment agreement and a pen. Qingqing slams the papers against his chest. Listen to me, Chu. I'm done talking. Sign this annulment agreement. Now. The hall erupts in whispers again. An annulment? Is she trying to offend the Tong family? Is this what they call love? Chu Ran reads the paper, amused. Interesting. She dares to dump me, the Yama Immortal Venerable? That's a new one. Lin Hao sneers. You and I are like clouds and mud. Don't humiliate yourself any further. Just sign it. I'll be honest with you, the Long family is backing us. Chu Ran's voice turns cold. The Long family? One of the 4 great families of the capital? Seeing his reaction, Lin Hao smirks, thinking he's scared. That's right. Chu Ran calmly takes the pen. Fine. I'll sign. Seeing him obey, Qingqing and Lin Hao exchange triumphant glances. But then, Chu Ran rips the paper to shreds right in front of their faces. He spins the pen calmly. You're never escaping me. I'm an expert at disciplining bad wives. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. Well, isn't this lively? Tang Qizhong stands there, strutting like a peacock, staring them down. Chu Ran recognizes him. Tang Qizhong, Tang Wei's brother, Tang Lin's nephew. A pity. He has potential, but his body has been hollowed out by excess. Lin Hao rushed over, fawning like a dog. Brother Tang, what brings you here? Tang Qizhong replied with his nose in the air. It's the Music Saint and Yi's concert. Of course I had to grace it with my presence. He didn't miss a beat. I see. I still haven't congratulated you on joining Wolf Fang, Brother Tang. Once you graduate, you'll be a peak grandmaster, at the very least a true elite. The crowd erupted in whispers of awe. Wolf Fang? Young Master Tang actually got in? With that kind of power, he's definitely a top contender for the next head of the Tang family. Wang Qin leaned in, whispering anxiously to Chu Ran. Master Chu, these guys are bad news. We should probably lay low and avoid the heat. Chu Ran remained completely unfazed. Scared of what? The show is just getting started, but Zhou Ke couldn't hold back his rage. Damn it, these morons are all brain dead. They must be tired of living. Tang Qizhong smirked arrogantly. I'm just a reserve member for now. I still have to pass the exam next month, but it's practically in the bag. Lin Hao bowed respectfully. Then I wish you the best of luck, Brother Tang. We'll celebrate properly when you pass. Tang Qizhong then turned his sneer toward Chu Ran. Chu Ran, aren't you ashamed of using the Tang family name to throw your weight around? Chu Ran shot back instantly. Tang Qizhong, your sister-in-law is out there seducing men and dragging your family's name through the mud. Instead of lecturing her, you're coming at me? Can you handle the punishment from the family supervisory board when they find out? Chu Ran laughed internally. The number one rule of the Tang family was simple: profit, and family interests above all else. They even set up a supervisory board for it. What a joke. Tang Qizhong barked back, stubborn as ever. Don't try to scare me with the rules. The Tang family will never accept an outsider like you anyway. Yang Ling immediately chimed in with a dig. Chu Ran, look at you. Do you still not know how to repent? He didn't back down an inch. The one who needs to repent is you, isn't it? You've starred in over 100 films, but the moment the government banned adult content, your entire career got cancelled. Yang Ling's face turned purple with shame, but she couldn't stutter out a single word of defense. Seeing this, Chen Qing put on a pitiful act, clinging to Tang Qizhong. Young Master Tang, look at him. I'm not trying to cause trouble for the Tang family, but this guy is just too much. Blinded by lust, he lost all reason and declared, Don't worry, Miss Chen. I'll call my senior from Wolf Fang to teach this punk a lesson. Chu Ran spoke, his aura crushing the room. Even Qing Chang Hong and Zhao Peng have to bow to me. Who the hell do you think you are? Hearing those two names drop, everyone looked at him like he was insane or just drunk out of his mind. Tang Qizhong roared, You arrogant trash. You won't live to see tomorrow. Chu Ran didn't even flinch. He casually grabbed a pastry. Fine. I'm waiting. 10 minutes later, a hulking figure stormed in, voice dripping with rage. Which one of you has a death wish and dared to touch a Wolf Fang man? Liu Gu screamed at the entire banquet hall. Who was it? Get your ass out here. Tang Qizhong rushed over to snitch. Senior, it's him. He's talking crazy, disrespecting Elder Qing and Consul Zhao. Chu Ran was still happily munching on his cake when he heard his name. Liu Gu glared at him, bellowing, Hey kid! If you've got the guts, say that again. Chu Ran's reply was dripping with dominance. I said, Even Qing Chang Hong isn't worthy of fighting me. So what exactly are you? Liu Gu didn't waste another second. He lunged straight at him. You foul-mouthed brat! You're asking for death! In a flash, he was right on top of Chu Ran, a smug grin on his face. But Chu Ran wasn't having it. With a slight shift, he effortlessly dodged the surprise attack. Chu Ran didn't forget to lecture him. Wolf Fang doesn't recruit trash. Go home and eat some cake. As the words left his mouth, he smashed the plate of cake right onto Liu Gu's head. The big guy staggered, his entire face plastered with frosting. Liu Gu barely wiped his eyes open before he realized Chu Ran was already in his face. He flicked his leg out a kick that looked gentle, but it sent Liu Gu flying over 30 feet. He slammed into the wall and slumped to the floor, out cold. Tang Qizhong and Chen Qing were terrified out of their wits, their faces frozen in disbelief. Yang Ling trembled in fear, thinking, how is Chu Ran this strong? But Chen Qing was the most panicked. She couldn't believe she had bet on the wrong horse. Liu Gu cracked his eyes open, his voice shaking as he asked no, stated, Are you a warlord? Tang Qizong finally panicked, gasping in disbelief. A warlord? He's a warlord at that age? Hiding in the back, Lin Hao secretly messaged someone. Dealing with Chu Ran won't be as simple as we thought. Time for plan B. Chu Ran rolled up his sleeves, mocking them. Why is everyone in Wolf Fang so useless? I really need to make some changes around there. Tang Qizong stammered as he helped Liu Gu up. Chu Ran. What? What are you doing? Don't do anything rash. Chu Ran gave a devilish grin. Me? Do something rash? I just want to treat you guys to some cake. With a casual wave of his hand, every cake and pastry on the banquet table lifted into the air, suspended by his invisible power. Then, he launched them. The pastries bombarded Tang Qizong and Liu Gu mercilessly, leaving them scrambling to cover their heads under the sugary assault. Suddenly, a voice boomed, ordering Chu Ran to stop. Yi Ting stormed in, not caring about who was right or wrong, and immediately targeted Chu Ran. I own this establishment, and you are not welcome here, Mr. Chu. Get out. He glanced at Lin Hao, the snitch. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Couldn't handle it yourself? Pathetic. Zhou Ke roared in fury. Young Master Zhou, we all have invitations. What gives you the right to kick people out? Yi Ding feigned righteousness. You all can stay, but Mr. Chu has offended everyone. He has to go. Only a fool would offend Lin Hao, the Beiqiang group, Long Ya, and the mysterious Long family just for the sake of a mere martial general. Chu Ran rolled his eyes. If he hadn't promised An Yi he'd attend this concert, who would bother with this dump? Hearing this, Qing Qing chimed in with a sneer. Thank God I didn't marry you. Your stupidity would have ruined our children's genetics. Even we can barely get a glimpse of the music-obsessed and Yi. Yet you're here talking nonsense. Chu Ran smirked, teasing her. Wifey, you're already thinking about having my babies? I'm so touched. Qing Qing fumed, unable to find a comeback. Seeing her losing ground, Lin Hao coughed loudly. Signaling Yi Ding, he got the message and immediately shouted, Mr. Chu, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for getting rough. Chu Ran dug his ear nonchalantly. Getting rough? You think you can beat me? Lin Hao was stupid, yet tried to act dangerous. You've already played your trump card, so stop embarrassing yourself. You need to face reality. Without the power of a grandmaster, I will always be above you. Yi Ding once again tried to chase Chu Ran out, but his voice was cut off, and Yi stormed in, shouting, Yi Ding, who dares to kick out my guest? The entire banquet hall froze, shocked by the sudden appearance of the music-obsessed, An Yi. Qing Qing trembled in fear. Is he really An Yi's honored guest? Lin Hao ground his teeth in rage. He hadn't expected this. If not for this interference, his setup would have ruined Chu Ran's reputation for good. And Yi confronted Yi Ding, her voice commanding. Are you the one trying to kick out my guest? He tried to suppress his terror. I apologize, Miss An Yi, but this man is causing trouble. Even you shouldn't interfere. She didn't waste her breath. Is that so? Then there's no need for this concert to happen at all. Yi Ding panicked, chasing after her. Wait. Miss An, what do you mean? And Yi linked arms with Chu Ran, replying coolly. Exactly what I said. Chu Ran raised an eyebrow, curious. You really want to leave? And Yi nodded firmly. Your guidance gave me an epiphany. This concert doesn't matter. Let's find a quiet place so you can hear my progress. Everyone who heard this was left stunned, unable to believe their ears. But the most terrified person was Yi Ding. He never imagined Chu Ran was this important to An Yi. He immediately stepped forward, his voice dripping with sycophancy. Miss Anne, it's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Please don't be rash. An Yi rolled her eyes. A misunderstanding? Didn't you say even I couldn't stop you? Who exactly are you looking down on? Yi Ding glanced at Lin Hao, cursing him internally. You bastard. You've screwed me over big time. He immediately bowed to Chu Ran. I was blind and arrogant. Please forgive me. I beg you, persuade Miss An. This concert is crucial. Chu Ran smiled, satisfied. Since young Master Zhou has apologized, I'll give you some face. Just stop listening to barking dogs in the future. It only brings trouble. Yi Ding nodded obediently. While Lin Hao seethed, furious at being compared to a dog, Chu Ran turned to An Yi gently. Didn't you want me to check your progress? Let's go. She agreed immediately. Of course. This way, Teacher Chu. Ching Ching stood in disbelief. How does he know the music-obsessed in Yi? Lin Hao looked just as terrified. Impossible. How could a hillbilly like him know An Yi? Qizhong apologized seriously. Senior brother Liu, I'm truly sorry about today. He thought to himself. I need to investigate Chu Ran's background. There's something about him the Tang family doesn't know. Liu Gu replied arrogantly. It's fine. Wait for the exams next month, and you'll see the true power of Lang Ya. A tiny martial general like him won't even get through the door. And Yi respectfully led the way for Chu Ran. It's right here. Please, come in. But before he could step inside, a fist came flying at him. In a split second, he realized this attacker was a grandmaster, and Yi shouted, Uncle Zhong, just as the man was repelled by Chu Ran's impenetrable defense, and Yi quickly stepped in to explain. I'm so sorry, Teacher Chu. Uncle Zhong was sent by my family to protect me. He was just testing you. Chen Zhong was shocked when he heard the name. Teacher Chu? Are you the king of hell, Chu? Chu Ran dusted off his clothes, replying calmly. That's me. I didn't realize my reputation had already reached the capital. Chen Zhong praised him. I never expected Teacher Chu to be so young, yet already a grandmaster. You really are a monster. Chu Ran responded politely. You flatter me, Grandmaster Zhong. May I ask where you two are from? Chen Zhong glances at An Yi for approval. She gives a curt nod, and only then does he turn to answer Chu Ran's question. It's no state secret. I hail from the hidden An family. Chu Ran plays dumb, asking innocently, the An family? You mean a martial arts lineage? Chen Zhong sighs heavily. Exactly. But Earth's spiritual energy has hit rock bottom. The era of martial artists is withering away. In all of Huaxia, there are probably fewer than 6 true martial arts families left. Suddenly, his mood flips 180 from tragic to electric. But when things hit rock bottom, they can only go up. Martial arts will rise again. The immortal gate is about to open. Celestials will descend to choose disciples and bestow countless treasures. Chu Ran thinks to himself, the immortal gate opening? The timing seems right. I wonder how my old buddies up there are doing. Chen Zhong makes an excited proposal. Master Chu, when the gate opens, let's go check it out together. Chu Ran nods outwardly, but smirks internally. Poor old guy. With your weak power, the immortal gate isn't something you can just go see. He shifts the topic, asking if either of them knows about the Jiang family. Hearing the name, Chen Zhong slams the table in a rage. The Jiangs? He calls them traitors, which instantly piques Chu Ran's curiosity. He explains. After the founding of Huaxia, the 6 great martial families agreed to go into seclusion. We swore off worldly affairs to pursue the Xiantian realm, but the Jiang family broke the pact. They wanted to rule the secular world as kings. 20 years ago, they tried to marry into the capital's Tang family to make their first move. An accident stopped them then, but now they're stirring again. Who knows what they're plotting? Chu Ran's eyes widen in shock. He thinks, 20 years ago? This might be the truth behind why Mom fled her marriage back then. Chen Zhong sighs. Enough of that. I just want to follow in Chen Zhantian's footsteps and reach the Xiantian realm. Chu Ran asks, intrigued, Chen Zhantian? Is he some kind of legend? Chen Zhong explains patiently, his voice dripping with admiration. Chen Zhantian was the one closest to the Xiantian realm. He could single-handedly hold off multiple Western grandmasters. He adds a compliment. But, Master Chu, you're the only person I've ever met who rivals Chen Zhantian. Chu Ran plays along. He's that strong? I'll have to meet him someday. But internally, he's skeptical. If this Chen Zhantian is so amazing, why did I never hear of him when I was in the immortal world? The concert hall is packed. Chu Ran approaches a beauty named Zian and asks, Hey, isn't this my seat? She shoots back arrogantly. This entire front row belongs to my family. Are you holding a fake ticket, you broke loser? Chu Ran glances around. She's not lying. Better not cause a scene. He decides to just find an empty spot nearby. Just as he's about to sit, Zian snaps at him. That seat is taken too. Go sit somewhere else. Chu Ran loses his patience. Are you sick in the head? Zian freezes, looking like she's been struck by lightning. She gasps. How? How did you know I'm sick? Her reaction leaves Chu Ran completely speechless. I just meant you're brain damaged. Don't get the wrong idea. She starts to scream, but her grandfather stops her. Zian, quiet. Apologize to the gentleman. She pouts and glares at Chu Ran, while he analyzes her aura. Her yang energy is incredibly heavy. Catching his stare, Xian bristles like a hedgehog. What are you looking at, you pervert? Chu Ran switches to a playful tone. Wow, how did you know my nickname is pervert? Xian calls him shameless. Half an hour later, the concert ends, and she helps her grandfather leave. Chu Ran ponders. Excessive yang energy, but it's not an illness. Could she be his descendant? Xian catches him staring again. You're still looking? I'll gouge your eyes out. Chu Ran stays calm. My eyes aren't the problem, but if you keep listening to this music, your condition will only get worse. Xian frowns. You know medicine? Chu Ran smiles mysteriously. I'm no doctor, but I am a fortune teller. You're from the mysterious Li family of the capital, aren't you? Xian panics. How do you know that? Have you been investigating us? Who are you? Ignoring her, Chu Ran turns to the grandfather. Old man, do you know Li Tianren? Hearing the name, Grandpa Li trembles in shock. Xian screams. You rotten pervert. Stop bullying my grandfather. But Grandpa Li covers her mouth before she can finish. He turns to Chu Ran with sudden, immense respect. Young friend, if you have time, please visit our estate. The Li residence has beautiful ancient architecture you might enjoy. Inside the room, Chu Ran cuts to the chase. Mr. Li, what is your relationship to Li Tianren? The old man explained with great care. According to the Li family records, their earliest ancestor came from the immortal realm. Li Xian's jaw dropped in shock. Our ancestor was from the immortal realm? Does that place actually exist? Chu Ran secretly rejoiced. He hadn't expected that old geezer Li Tianren to actually have descendants left on Earth. Li Tianren was a powerhouse at the nascent soul stage and the founder of the Nanyang Li sect. He had ties to the Taiji sect, and Chu Ran had been close friends with him despite their age difference. He spoke with certainty. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you people went to that concert was to use the occasion to suppress the heart fire burning inside you, wasn't it? Old man Li gasped in astonishment. Mr. Chu, how could you possibly know about that? He couldn't believe his ears. The heart fire had plagued the Li family for generations. It was a closely guarded secret. How could this young man know? Chu Ran replied calmly. Don't be so surprised. Your ancestor, Li Tianren, was born with a powerful fire spirit root. It's only natural that he passed that trait down to his descendants. Old man Li asked with a surge of hope. Sir, since you understand our family's cultivation methods so well, is there a way to cure us? Chu Ran gave a faint smile. Your personality really is just like Li Tianren's. Your talent isn't bad either. I'll pass on a cultivation technique to you. Master it, and your future will be extraordinary. Old man Li felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He stammered, staring at Chu Ran. Who exactly are you? He answered nonchalantly. My surname is Chu. My given name is Ran. Hearing that name, both the grandfather and grandson of the Li family froze in disbelief. Old man Li asked incredulously, You're from the Tong family? The grandson of Tong Wei? The one set to marry Chen Qingqing? Is that you? Chu Ran smirked playfully. It seems the Li family hasn't truly retired from the world if you know all that. Old man Li laughed heartily. The Li family were founding merits of Huaxia with deep internal power. Even if we want to hide, too many eyes are watching us. We have no choice but to play the pig to eat the tiger. If you can truly help us solve this problem, the Li family will support you with everything we have. Chu Ran readily shook the old man's hand. Deal. It wasn't until midnight that Chu Ran finally left. Confused, Li Xian asked, Grandpa, wasn't that promise a bit too heavy? We could have just traded some rare medicinal herbs for his mental cultivation method. Why go that far? Old man Li shook his head with a sigh. You don't understand. There are things he didn't say. Do you know what it implies when he says, my personality is just like Li Tianren's? The old man sensed that a massive storm was about to shake the capital. Back at Chu Ran's residence, a furious roar erupted. If you have the guts, say that again. Zheng Cheng stood there arrogantly, looking down on Chu Ran. Young Master Chu, the family head says you must come to the Tang estate today. We've already invited your father and sister over for a little family reunion. Chu Ran's rage exploded instantly. He squeezed his hand, crushing the phone into dust. His expression darkened, anger boiling to the limit. The Tang family was playing dirty to control him. Fine. It was time to go see his mother. Chu Ran arrived at the back of Mount Feng. He silently analyzed the feng shui formation. It seemed the Tang family had a master of considerable skill backing them. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a desolate, isolated villa. That was the place where the Tang family imprisoned their sinners. Looking at the crude, lonely courtyard, a wave of resentment surged in Chu Ran's heart. That place had imprisoned his mother for over 20 years. His heart ached for her, and his hatred for the Tang family deepened. She must have lived such a miserable life all these years. The Tang family will pay for this. As he climbed onto the roof, he saw a fat man barge in, shouting straight at Chu Ran's mother, Tang Wanru. The man ordered arrogantly, "You're allowed out today, but you must return before 12 noon sharp." Suddenly, the fat man was sent flying with a single kick, crashing 10 meters away. A crisp female voice rang out, "Blind fool! Get the hell out of my sight!" Hearing that familiar voice, Chu Ran's jaw dropped. His tragic image of his mother shattered completely. A peak grandmaster? Where was the gentle, scholarly lady he expected? A familiar maid arrived with food and saw the scene, gasping anxiously, "Miss, why did you hit someone again?" Her cheerful voice immediately drifted out. "Sister Joe, quick, let me see what delicious food we have today. Flour chicken salad? My favorite." Chu Ran stood there, bewildered. Where was the suffering woman washing her face with tears? As he jumped down into the courtyard, he heard Tong Wanru's angry voice again. "This is outrageous. Not only do they kidnap people, but they also force my son into a marriage? Do they think I'm dead? I'm going to have a word with them." She threw the door open just as Chu Ran was about to step in. The moment he saw his mother, his eyes welled up with tears of longing. Tang Wanru's eyes went wide with disbelief. Are you little Ran?" Joy flooded her heart. He looked just like her, especially the eyes and lips. No wonder he was so handsome. But the joy quickly turned to panic. She hurriedly pushed him away, her voice trembling with worry. "Wait, this isn't right. Why are you here? Leave quickly. If they find you, it'll be big trouble." Chu Ran reacted fast, gently pushing her back into the house. "Mom, don't panic. Let's go inside and talk." Inside the room, mother and son finally reunited. The room was simple and quiet, but filled with an overwhelming warmth. Tong Wanru kept holding her son's hands, saying, "Little Ran, all these years I told Sister Joe to. There is money in a foreign bank account. Listen to me, withdraw it and leave Huaxia immediately." Tears well up in Chu Ran's eyes. So this is a mother's love. Even after 20 years apart, she still only cares about protecting her family. He gently pats Wanru's shoulder. "Mom, don't worry." His voice hardens with resolve. "I'm going to make the Tang family publicly apologize to us." She was terrified for her son, pleading with him. "I know you mean well, honey, but the Tang family is not easy to deal with. Please, don't risk your life." To set her mind at ease, Chu Ran decided to demonstrate a little trick, controlling objects from a distance. "Mom, listen to me. I'm not afraid of them. Watch this." As soon as the words left his mouth, a nearby potted plant floated into the air, and he crushed it into dust with a mere thought. Wanru stared in shock, her heart racing with joy. Even she couldn't pull off a feat like that. Could her son really be? Chu Ran confirmed her suspicion with a confident nod. "It's exactly what you think, Mom. I've already reached the Grandmaster realm." Finally, knowing her son had the strength to protect himself, Wanru let out a long breath of relief. With that kind of power, maybe this mess really could be resolved. Chu Ran made her a solemn promise. "So please, don't worry. Just wait a little longer. Once I handle everything, I'm walking right in here to take you home." Wanru nodded immediately, tears welling in her eyes. Watching her sons retreating back, she couldn't hide her pride, asking the maid, "Joe, my son, he's handsome, isn't he?" The maid gave a thumbs up, beaming. "The young master is the most outstanding young man I've ever seen, ma'am." Meanwhile, in the Tong family living room, Tong Wei addressed his son and nephew. "You've all heard what happened yesterday. Any thoughts?" Gentian narrowed his eyes, calculating. "That son of my sister's, he inherited her talent. He's actually got some skill. If he's really a grandmaster, he could be a massive asset to the Tang family." But Tong Wei shot that idea down immediately. "Our family doesn't lack grandmasters. Besides, who knows if he'll actually be loyal? Our best interest still lies with Chen Xiao." The old man laid out the current situation. Originally, the Long family was going to make a move, and Chen Xiao was set to marry his daughter off to Li Lin Hao. But now, Chen Xiao is hesitating. Chu Ran's cousin immediately chimed in. "Hesitation means there's room for negotiation. The Long family patriarch probably looks down on us. ignoring how much the Tang family has grown these past few years. He continued his analysis. The Li family is history. They won't get involved. But the Longs and the Luos, that's harder to say. Gentian let out a cold, angry snort. Just wait until we settle things today. Once it's done, even if the Long family tries to butt in, it'll be useless. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, Chu Ran finally reunited with Chu Shanhei and Chu Mu. As Zheng Cheng led the way, Chu Ran pushed Chu Mu's wheelchair and asked his father curiously, "Dad, tell me, what kind of person is Mom?" Chu Shanhei's face lit up with pure adoration. "Oh, she is stunning, absolutely beautiful. She's so gentle, so virtuous, so just a wonderful personality. I can't believe it's been over 20 years. Hearing this, Chu Ran had giant question marks floating over his head. Gentle and virtuous? Yeah, right. Love really does make you blind. He turned to Chu Shanhe, his voice firm. Don't worry, Dad. Our family is going to be reunited this time. The Tang family can't stop us. Zheng Cheng overheard and sneered. Talk is cheap. This is Tang family territory. Who do you think you are? Chu Ran marked him down on his hit list. You piece of trash. Sooner or later, I'm gonna rip that mouth of yours right off your face. Tang Chi Chong swaggered over, deliberately raising his voice to humiliate them. Zheng Cheng, you're the butler here. Stop letting stray dogs and cats wander into Fengshan. Zheng Cheng quickly scurried over and whispered, Young master, this is Chu Ran's family. I was ordered to bring them up the mountain. Suddenly, Chen Rong jumped out, shrieking, So you're Chu Ran? You think you're worthy of marrying my cousin? Don't you know she and Li Lin Hao are meant to be together? Having trash like you connected to the Tang family is a disgrace. Chi Chong smirked internally. This fat pig is actually useful for once. She's a nightmare to deal with. Go ahead, Chu Ran. Let's see how you handle this. Mess with me, and you're asking for a death wish. Chu Ran didn't hesitate to fire back. Hey, fatty, you're wider than you are tall. Your head is empty, but the rest of you is just pure lard. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? If I were you, I'd find a pigsty and end it all just to save face. Chen Rong's eyes bulged out, her face twisting into a grotesque mask of pure rage. She opened her mouth to scream, but Chu Ran shoved her aside before she could get a word out. He sneered. You what? Spit it out. Move your ass. You're blocking the path so bad my phone just lost signal. Chen Rong completely snapped. She lunged forward, screeching like a banshee. I'm going to kill you. She pointed a trembling finger at Chu Ran. Furious at the humiliation, Tang Chi Chong joined in, pointing at him accusingly. She is a crucial partner of the Tang family. You'd better apologize to her right now. The surrounding crowd jeered, looking at Chu Ran with disdain. They were all thinking the same thing. Who does this guy think he is? Chu Ran slowly turned his head to look at Tang Chi Chong. Are you done talking? If you're done, then go ahead and slap yourself in the face. The crowd erupted in laughter, convinced the kid had lost his mind to say something like that in Tang territory. Standing behind him, Zheng Cheng hissed a warning. Know your place, boy. Don't push your luck. Unexpectedly, Chu Ran just laughed and threw the insult right back. Since when did Tang Tian's dog start taking orders from a brat? The one who needs to learn his place is you. Zheng Cheng flinched, terrified, but he stiffened his neck and retorted, Chu Ran, you really don't know when to quit. Ignoring him, Chu Ran walked up to Tang Chi Chong, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous rumble. I have Tang blood in my veins too, and since I'm older than you, the family shouldn't mind if I teach my little brother a lesson. Right? Chu Ran stared daggers at Chi Chong, his entire body radiating, a suffocating killing intent. In a blur of motion, he lashed out and slapped Tang Chi Chong so hard it nearly twisted his head off his shoulders. He was supported by the people behind him, clutching his cheek in pain, glaring furiously at Chu Ran, unable to speak. The Tang family's men rushed forward simultaneously, intending to attack Chu Ran, but he simply uttered one word, noisy, as his eyes flashed. He waved his hand toward them. Instantly, they were all slapped until their cheeks swelled up. Just then, a voice rang out from behind Chu Ran. The person said, The family head and the elders of the supervisory team are all waiting for you. The speaker was the head butler of the Tang family. He signaled for everyone to follow him. Chi Rong was startled upon hearing this, thinking to himself, Why have the elders been alerted? Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss over a bastard child? But Chu Ran chuckled to himself after hearing that. The supervisory team? I remember they were the ones who decided to capture Mother and bring her back to the Tong family all those years ago. I hope those old fools aren't dead yet, because I'm coming to collect my debt. Sunlight shone upon a beautiful lake within the Tong family estate. In stark contrast, the atmosphere inside the Tong family conference room felt stagnant. Everyone present had dark expressions. No one said a word to one another. Inside the conference room, Tong Lin sat in his chair, fanning himself. He clicked his tongue and said to his older brother, Tong Wei, this grandson of yours. The moment he steps through the door, he beats up my own grandson. Is he going to beat me up next? Tang Wei sat in the chair beside him. He retorts that the Tang family's rule is simple. When those below mess up, those above have the right to punish. But it's a pity Tang Lin seems deaf to the filth his own grandson spouted first. Tang Lin is so furious he's practically spitting as he screams. Who the hell taught her so poorly that she ran off to elope and birth a bastard back then? Huh? Tang Wei is hit right where it hurts, unable to retort with a single word. Just then, Tang Kang steps in, telling them to knock it off. Today isn't the day for you two to bicker. Behind him, the head butler announces that Chu Ran's family of 3 has arrived. At that moment, Chu Ran enters, pushing Chu Mu's wheelchair. Seeing the atmosphere inside, he knows they've been plotting this for a while. Zhen Tian sees Shan He with Chu Ran and calls out, noting it's been 20 years since they last met. Shan He can only offer a dry smile. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, over 20 years have passed. Then, Zhen Tian points to Chu Ran and Chu Mu, asking Shan He about them, and introduces himself as their uncle. He continues by introducing the 2 silver-haired figures sitting nearby, saying these are their maternal grandparents. Wang Lan hears this and immediately starts screeching at Shan He. You just got here and you already want to slap this old woman's face? Look at the good son you raised. He causes a scene the moment he arrives. Are you trying to humiliate the Tong family on purpose? She glares at Chu Mu, gritting her teeth as she thinks, and he even brought the cripple along. Absolutely zero value to be exploited. Chu Ran glares back at her, cold and sharp. If you have something to say, say it. If not, we're leaving. Wang Lan flinches, startled by how terrifying his gaze is. Seeing this, Tong Wei slams the table and stands up, roaring in anger. Is that how a junior speaks to his elders? Unexpectedly, Chu Ran isn't scared in the slightest. He glares right back and retorts, don't rely on being old. I don't buy that act from the Tang family. Crash. A priceless teacup is smashed to smithereens on the floor. It seems Zhen Ba was the one who threw it. He jumps up and screams, is that how you talk to your grandfather? Yet Chu Ran calmly turns his head, looking at Zhen Ba with eyes that could kill. Who the hell are you? Who gave you the guts to bark here? Zhen Ba points a finger, frowning as he curses. You little brat. Remember this clearly, I am your second uncle. To everyone's surprise, Chu Ran just crosses his arms and sneers, mocking Zhen Ba right back. He quips, there's a saying, cut your hair in the first month and your uncle dies. Yet I get a haircut every single New Year. So how are you people still alive and kicking? Zhen Ba is so furious he jumps to his feet, but he can't sputter out a single word. Just then, a man standing nearby claiming to be Chu Ran's cousin speaks up. As long as you return to the Tong family, we will support the Chu family to a certain extent. But Chu Ran radiates killing intent, asking him coldly, are you using the Chu family to threaten me? The cousin glances at Chu Ran and replies, it's not a threat, it's cooperation. You're just a martial general right now. Do you really think you can protect the Chu family for a lifetime? Chu Ran doesn't agree. Instead, he gently adjusts his collar, slowly walks up to him, and whispers, first, you aren't worthy of being my cousin. Second, before you can even touch the Chu family, the Tang family will already be destroyed by my hands. Ran steps closer to his cousin, smiling sinisterly. Finally, Tang Lin can't take it anymore. He leaps up, cursing Chu Ran for his audacity. If you dare say one more word, I'll beat you to death right here. Only now does Zhen Tian finally speak up. He lowers his head, face dark and grim, and growls, everyone, shut your mouths. Then he turns gently to Chu Ran, saying he doesn't want to beat around the bush anymore. You just need to marry Chen Qingqing. We'll restore your Tang family status and let your family reunite. Zhen Tian adds one more thing. Of course, you will be marrying into her family as a live-in son-in-law. Chu Ran waits patiently for him to finish, then sneers. It seems you people have misunderstood something. He continues. We didn't come here to be live-in servants. I'm here to take my mother away. And furthermore, I want the Tang family to publicly apologize to us. Tang Wei immediately jumps up, screaming, "Dream on! I will never agree to that." Seeing that the soft approach failed, Gentian glares fiercely at Chu Ran. "Looks like talking won't work today. In that case, Shan He, your whole family will stay here as our guests." As soon as the words leave his mouth, several shadows jump out behind Chu Ran. Gentian sneers, "5 martial generals to hold down a family of 3. That should be enough, right?" Chu Ran doesn't back down an inch. In fact, he's getting so excited he's about to go crazy. "If I, Chu Ran, want to leave, no one in this world can stop me." Gentian looks at Chu Ran, thinking to himself, does this brat really think the Tang estate is a marketplace where he can come and go as he pleases? He orders the martial generals to stop Chu Ran and cripple his limbs. The group immediately rushes in to attack him. Chu Mu grabbed Chu Ran's hand in terror, whispering that she was scared. He gently reassured her, closed his eyes to take a deep breath, and then surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Chu Ran stood there like a god of death, his cold gaze watching the destruction unfold. The members of the Tang family watched in utter terror, unable to believe their eyes. Chu Ran turned to face them, his killing intent still suffocating the air. "Consider this a warning. Next time, I won't be so merciful. I will be back." Once Chu Ran and his family were gone, Jun Tian exploded in rage, screaming at his subordinates. "What the hell just happened? I thought he was just a martial general." One of his men trembled, his voice shaking. "No, sir. He's not a general. He's a grandmaster." Jun Tian couldn't believe his ears. "That bastard? A grandmaster? Impossible. There's no way." Wang Lun glared at them, her eyes wide with contempt. "It's just a grandmaster. Why are you all so terrified? Do you think the Tang family lacks grandmasters of our own?" Gentian immediately sided with his mother, nodding vigorously. "You're absolutely right, mother. This marriage alliance must proceed. We have to secure the Chen family and the Bei Qiang group. If he refuses to cooperate, we'll have Grandmaster Mu handle him." Zhenba chimed in. "I sent someone to check recently. Grandmaster Mu obtained the Path to Heaven map. He's on the verge of another breakthrough." Tang Wei spoke up, asking Zhenba, "What about the spirit stones? What's the status on that?" Spirit stones were their only leverage to maintain ties with the Grandmaster, so this was a matter of life and death. Zhenba clasped his hands respectfully. "Sir, we've located a source for the spirit stones. Someone has been selling them on the black market, but only through auctions. I suspect this seller possesses an entire spirit stone mine." Tang Wei issued his command immediately. "Win the auction first. Then, do whatever it takes to make contact with the seller. If we play our cards right, we might get the whole mine." Suddenly, Zhen Tian shouted in excitement, "Excellent! Recall the 2 grandmasters immediately. With the wedding next month, I will raise the Tang family to the very peak of Huasha." Meanwhile, at the Beiqiang group, an angry voice echoed through the office. "What's so great about that Chu Ran guy anyway? He's not even a Tang. I'd be better off marrying Li Lin Hao." Chen Xiao stroked the small cat in his lap, trying to reason with his daughter. "Listen to me. You are my only daughter. Do you really think that Li Lin Hao is worthy of you, Ching Ching?" Ching Ching snapped back at her father. "You're just saying that because he refuses to marry into our family and take our name. If he agreed to be a live-in son-in-law, the company would stay a Chen enterprise." Hearing this, Chen Xiao lost his temper. "The Long family has gotten involved now. Do you honestly think they're helping the Li family just so he can marry you?" He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. "The young master of the Long family is 28 this year, and he's still single. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Ching Ching realized it immediately. The Long family only had one son. If she married him, she would undoubtedly become the matriarch of the Long family. Chen Xiao smiled, seeing the gears turn in her head. "Exactly. If this plays out in our favor, the Beiqiang group will never have to bow down to anyone ever again." But privately, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Rumors of a king of Hell Chu have been spreading through Jiangnan. Chu Ran shares that surname. If they are the same person, then having him as a son-in-law would actually be the ultimate jackpot. Back at the hotel where Chu Ran's family was staying, the lights were still burning late into the night. Inside the suite, Chu Yi's worried voice broke the silence. "Little Ran, I know you're powerful now and you have your own plans, but expecting the Tang family to publicly apologize and bow their heads, that seems impossible." Chu Ran rummaged through his pockets, his tone calm. We just need to strike fear into their hearts, Dad. Once they're terrified, they'll apologize on their own. Chu Hei, however, still looked deeply conflicted. Chu Mu watched him searching for something and asked what he was doing. Suddenly, Chu Ran pulled out an incredibly rare spirit herb from his pocket. Chu Mu gasped, covering her mouth as tears welled up in her eyes. You actually found it? Chu, he was equally shocked, staring at the plant. I can't believe it. Does such a legendary herb still exist in this world? Chu Ran held the herb and knelt before Chu Mu. I promised you, didn't I? I swore I would heal your legs. Starting today, you're going to walk again. Chu Ran looked at the herb in his hand. This immortal world herb hasn't withered even after 1,000 years. It seems fate is truly on my side. He looked up at his sister gently. This might hurt a little. Just try to hold on, okay? Chu Mu nodded firmly. I've endured the pain of not walking for years. A little physical pain now is nothing. Please, brother, do it. Chu Ran didn't hesitate. He immediately brought the glowing spirit herb toward his sister's legs. The herb erupted with a blinding light. At the exact same moment, Chu Mu screamed in agony. As she screamed, tendrils of black smoke began to seep out of her body. The pure yang energy was forcing the toxic yin energy out. Chu, he wept, unable to bear watching his daughter in such pain. But Chu Ran gritted his teeth, focusing every ounce of his will on purging the cold poison from her body. Suddenly, as he looked at her legs, he noticed something strange. Chu Ran turned sharply to his father. Dad, was her condition really congenital? Chu, he nodded quickly. Yes. The moment she was born, the doctors said her legs were atrophied. Once the procedure was done, Chu Ran stood up and dropped a bombshell. Chu Mu's condition wasn't congenital. Gritting his teeth in rage, he hissed. Someone definitely tampered with her while Mom was still pregnant. Chu, he felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Chu Ran continued, explaining that when he purged the yin energy earlier, it was obvious someone had deliberately planted it there. If Chu Ran hadn't stepped in, Chu Mu's life would be entirely in the hands of the mastermind behind this. Chu Yi trembled with fury. Who could be so vicious? Who wouldn't even spare an unborn child? Chu Ran patted his dad's shoulder. Sis is safe now. Actually, I discovered she has the rare ice-clear body. That constitution is the only reason she survived the pain and the treatment. Speaking of which, Chu Ran suddenly realized something. That person was specifically targeting Chu Mu's ice-clear body. And there's more. He had a vague idea of who it was. Chu, he immediately asked, who exactly is trying to destroy our family? It's likely the Tang family, Chu Ran said. And probably the Jiang family too, that legendary hidden clan. Chu, he was confused. How do you know all this? Chu Ran told his dad to think about it. The Tangs know he's a grandmaster, yet they haven't reached out or tried to mend bridges. Why? Because they have a massive backer. Not only do they have support, but they also plan to use his sister's life as leverage against them. The Tang family. They want to drive the Chu family to a dead end. Chu Ran stared ahead, his eyes filled with hatred. Starting today, he would make sure the Tang family vanished from the face of the earth. They arrived shortly after. The family of four looked toward the distant courtyard. Chu, he couldn't hide his anxiety. 20 years. I don't know if I can even see your mother today. Chu Ran quickly lifted his spirits. Don't worry, Dad. We will be reunited. Chu Yi patted his son's shoulder, smiling kindly. I always believe in you, Huai Ge. Watching from the side, felt relieved seeing this bond. The Chu family had birthed a true dragon. Heaven was truly blessing them. Even his old bones felt comforted. Suddenly, a soft hand tugged at Chu Ran's left arm. Chu Mu's voice was sweet as sugar as she whined. Brother, let's go inside. Chu Ran snapped his fingers and winked. You got it. But seeing his expression, Chu Mu started to feel like something was wrong. Too late for regrets now. Chu Ran pushed the wheelchair with all his might, sprinting forward. Her face went pale as she screamed. Slow down, slow down. Chu Ran drifted Chu Mu right into the restaurant, stopping in a secluded corner. We're here. They tried to be low-key, but someone just had to come over and start trouble. A woman sneered. Country bumpkins really have no manners. Chu Ran recognized her immediately. His face darkened. It was this trash again. He didn't mind a fight. He walked up with murderous intent. What? Want a beating? The woman started sweating bullets. But relying on her home turf advantage, Miss Tang lifted her chin arrogantly. This isn't the outside world. I'm standing right here. Hit me if you dare. Fox borrowing the tiger's might. Chu Ran immediately granted her wish, slapping her so hard she went looking for her teeth on the floor. I've never heard such a weird request before. Miss Tang couldn't believe he actually did it. She face-planted, literally. Her cheeks swelled up like two steamed buns, and she was seeing stars. Chu Ran rubbed his wrist, satisfied. He mocked her. See? Symmetry looks much better on you. Then he turned and walked away. He smirked. I just love helping people. No need to thank me. The crowd was left with their jaws on the floor. That's speed. Chu Ran really is a martial artist. A jealous voice sneered from the crowd. So what if he's a martial artist? He's just an outsider, with a different surname in the Tang family. Nothing more. Trouble arrived instantly. Seems like keeping your head down doesn't stop the mess from finding you. Chu Ran and Chu Mu were surrounded by a gang of thugs. She panicked, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother, what do we do? Hating to see her terrified. Chu Ran stepped forward, shielding her. Don't panic. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on us. As the words left his mouth, a group of young masters stormed in through the main gates. Chi Chong roared furiously. Hey, you surnamed Chu. You have the guts to hit my sister? Chu Ran felt like his ears were being assaulted by such garbage. He replied, cool and unhurried. So, she's allowed to humiliate my family, but I'm not allowed to teach her how to be a decent human being? Realizing he couldn't win the argument, Chi Chong lunged forward to fight. You're asking for death. Chi Feng immediately held him back. Enough. Go help your cousin up. Why bother stooping to the level of a disposable chess piece? As he brushed past Chu Ran, the boy deliberately hummed a mocking tune. Unable to ignore it, Chi Feng lowered his voice and hissed a threat. Beating our people right here in the Tong family main hall. Have you stopped to consider the consequences? Chu Ran knew exactly what he was capable of and didn't mind poking the bear. So what? You want to exchange a few moves with me? Chi Feng's face darkened with fear. He knew he was no match for Chu Ran, so he just stood there, swallowing his rage in silence. The Tang girl ran over, tears streaming down her face, playing the victim. Brother, that bastard Chu is too much. Chi Chong was restless with anger. Why didn't you strike him down? Chi Feng couldn't admit he was too weak to win, so he just sighed heavily. Just wait. The time isn't right yet. The other two looked at him, completely bewildered. Trying to cover his weakness with bravado, he gritted his teeth, putting on a dangerous front. Once that chess piece loses its value, we'll crush him into fine dust. Chu Ran heard every single word. Chess piece, huh? His eyes went pitch black, his entire body radiating a suffocating killing intent. Too bad for them. The piece they think is useless is the one that will flip the entire board. Chu Mu glanced around, her attention suddenly caught by a painting. Brother, look at that painting. It's mountains and clouds. Layer upon layer of peaks hidden in the mist. Chu Ran glanced over. Turns out, he was the one who painted it. That's the sword Dao diagram I casually splashed ink on. The Tang family actually bought it and hung it here? Aren't they afraid of inviting trouble? Chu Mu seemed mesmerized by the ink strokes. Do you feel it too? There's something extraordinary about this painting. Chu Ran didn't expect his sister's taste to be so basic. He whispered, it's just a painting. Say the word, and I can draw you dozens of these with my eyes closed. Suddenly, a mocking voice sneered from behind. It was Yan Huo. Frog in the well. You don't even recognize the Xiantian sword Dao diagram, yet you stand there bragging? What a country bumpkin. The commotion was loud enough to draw a crowd instantly, everyone eager for some drama. It really is the Xiantian sword Dao diagram. I heard a rumor that a Western divine lord infiltrated Huasha just to get his hands on this very painting. A divine lord, one of the 12 strongest grandmasters of the West. Chu Ran didn't bother reacting. He just crossed his arms and shot a bored, side-eyed glance. And who are you supposed to be? Yan Huo, clearly bursting with pride over his background, smirked disdainfully. Jiang family. Jiang Yan Huo. As soon as the name dropped, a woman nearby visibly shuddered. The Jiang family? The hidden clan? They've actually come out into the world? Yan Huo's gaze shot straight toward Chu Mu, a look filled with filth and twisted desires. Truly a heavenly beauty. In his eyes, this innocent girl was strangely alluring. An ice purity body, just like her mother. If I use her for dual cultivation, it'll be enough for me to break through to Grandmaster. Sensing that disgusting gaze, Chu Ran immediately launched a palm strike to cut him off. He didn't hold back. The palm strike roared forward like a hurricane. His eyes burned with killing intent, yet remained as cold as glacial ice. Yan Huo barely managed to dodge. The wall behind him was instantly blasted into rubble. Terrified, Yan Huo started screaming. Chu Ran's brotherly instincts kicked in. He shielded his sister and said, "No need to shout. I can hear you just fine. Besides, the way you looked at her earlier made me sick. If you have any dirty ideas about Chu Mu, I'll make sure you regret being born." Yan Huo knew he couldn't win a fistfight, so he resorted to running his mouth. "Good. Very good. I hope you can keep up that arrogance. Just you wait." Seeing Chu Ran making new enemies every day, Chu Mu couldn't hide her anxiety. "Brother, I heard the Jiang family has more than one grandmaster." Chu Ran gently patted her head. Not a trace of worry on his face. He spoke as if it were nothing. "Trust me. They're just grandmasters." He didn't even take them seriously. "Grandmasters? Back when I was just a great martial artist, I slaughtered them." Chu Ran politely bid farewell to the elders and prepared to head out. "Grandpa, Dad, Chu Mu, you all stay here. I need to step out for a moment." He had a plan. Since the sword Dao diagram was his creation, if anything went wrong, he could use it to protect his family. Chu Mu knew her brother was both domineering and reckless. She nervously asked, "Bro, what exactly are you planning?" Chu Ran rubbed his hands together in glee, a truly diabolical smile spreading across his face. "It's my wedding, after all. Going around to collect some gift money isn't too much to ask, right?" At the entrance to the main hall, 3 greeters bowed warmly as he approached. "You made it, sir? Please, right this way." Chen Rong was grinning ear to ear, enthusiastically welcoming everyone. "Distinguished guests, come in, come in." Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from afar, "Hey, Sister Rong!" Chu Ran strolled up, beaming with excitement. "Long time no see. Wow, your calves are getting so big they're almost the size of my thighs now. Congratulations, by the way." That remark made her so furious, she nearly had a stroke. You damn Chu, can't you just shut your mouth for once?" Chu Ran didn't rush. He flashed a slow, meaningful grin, his steps leisurely but carrying an undeniable pressure as he approached. His next words instantly struck a nerve, leaving Chen Rong stuttering and unable to speak. "By the way, didn't you claim your sister and Li Lin Hao were true love? So why did I hear she's off trying to seduce and cling to young Master Long instead?" Chen Rong snarled, looking ready to smash Chu Ran's teeth in. "You're speaking nonsense!" Chu Ran nimbly dodged her strike. Her allies quickly held her back, trying to de-escalate the situation. "Don't stoop to his level. The only one losing face today is him. Sister Rong, ignore him. Ugly people will do anything just to get a little attention." Chen Rong took deep breaths to calm herself. Then, she slammed her massive behind onto a fragile chair. "You're right." She comforted herself, smirking arrogantly. "Let's wait until a certain someone receives 0 red envelopes. I hope he can still be this cocky then." Suddenly, a voice called out from nearby. "Sister Rong, long time no see." It was Yang Ling, holding hands with Wei Qi. Chen Rong responded enthusiastically. "Sister Yang Ling." Yang Ling handed over a red packet, smiling softly. "Here is our gift money." Wei Qi's eyes then landed on Chu Ran, who was standing there watching the drama. Seeing Chu Ran, he immediately seized the chance to mock him, his tone dripping with disdain. "Isn't this our young Master Chu? Congratulations. A live-in son-in-law position is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Yang Ling stood beside him, shaking her head with fake pity. "Chu Ran, I never thought you'd end up like this. But I guess, for you, marrying into a rich family counts as defying destiny." Chu Ran felt like he was looking at garbage. He scoffed. "Is this person sick in the head? Was I blind in my past life? How could I have ever liked her?" The crowd of guests grew larger, everyone waving red packets. "Congratulations, a little something to add to the Tang family's joy. Please accept it." Aunt Tang didn't waste a second, snatching the envelopes with lightning speed without missing a beat. "You're too kind, too kind." Chen Rong had no shame, opening the packets and loudly counting the cash for everyone to hear. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Glancing at Chu Ran's empty table, she laughed vindictively. Some people haven't received a single cent. Despite being broke, Chu Ran remained optimistic. He decided to teach her a lesson. Red packets are about quality, not quantity. All of yours added together wouldn't even equal a single hair on what my guests will bring. To the Tang family crowd, this sounded like empty bragging. Clueless idiot, humiliating himself. Still making a scene. Suddenly, an announcement came from the entrance. The Long family had arrived, a name equal in power to the Tang family. The bride seemed to have been waiting for this moment. Seeing the Long family, she lifted her dress and jumped up. Great! Young Master Long is here. A vision of a happy home and children filled her mind. Long Chin's sweet words echoed in her ears. Follow me, and you'll be the young madam of the Long family. Ching Ching went weak at the knees just thinking about it. She shyly thought, handsome, gentle, and refined. This is the man for me. Chi Feng suddenly blocked the way. Hold on. He deliberately made things difficult, raising his voice. I wonder what relationship young Master Long has with my Tang family. If it's to give gift money. He grit his teeth, thinking, if the Long family came uninvited, this is trouble. Long Chin curled his lips into a meaningful smile, his expression full of arrogance. He spoke with rampant haughtiness. Give gift money? No, no, I think you misunderstood. This young master is here today to receive gift money. He looked up at Ching Ching on the balcony. The only one who can marry Ching Ching is me. Long Chin glanced sideways at Chu Ran, treating him like air. As for Chu Ran, driven by the crowd and his need to show off for the girl, he couldn't help but step forward. Every word was dripping with hostility, intended to trample Chu Ran underfoot. Just a disciple from a side branch of the Tang family wanting to marry Ching Ching? You don't know your place. Long Chin pointed at the cold-faced old man standing behind him, raising his voice to threaten. Do you see him? That is a martial arts grandmaster. He could crush you to death with a single finger. Then he gritted his teeth, barking like he was shooing away a beggar. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of the Tang family right now. As soon as he said this, several powerful figures arrived. The Long family sure has a big presence, don't they? Seeing the faces of the newcomers clearly, the blood drained from Long Chin's face. Major General Liang. Chen Rong stood in the corner, a smug look plastered on her face as she schemed. For General Liang to come personally, he's really giving our Chen family so much face. Ah, I have no shame standing here looking this eager. General Liang, welcome, welcome. I never expected you to grace us with your presence personally. But the general treated her massive frame like thin air, breezing past her as if she didn't even exist. Totally ignored, Chenrong froze, awkwardly fidgeting with no idea where to put her hands. Meanwhile, the general marched straight up to Chu Ran and happily shoved a red envelope into his hands. Teacher Chu! Congratulations! Congratulations! This scene sent the crowd into a frenzy, jaws dropping and eyes popping out in shock. What the hell is going on? General Liang is actually giving a wedding gift to some nobody? Chu Ran took the envelope and greeted him warmly. Elder Liang, what brings you here? The general crossed his arms and chuckled. If I didn't come, who would have your back? His eyes suddenly turned razor sharp, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. This is the capital, and there are still people here who have to show some respect to me. Liang Xiangjun. Long Chin started to feel a deep sense of dread, sweating like he was sitting on a hot stove. Even though Liang is only a major general, his connections in the capital are vast. Chu Ran is just a teacher. What kind of backing does he actually have? Tang Wei sat high on the platform, watching everything in silence. He slowly waved his hand, signaling a subordinate to come closer. He had no intention of cozying up to the general, simply ordering carelessly, General Liang is here. Go say hello to him later. Chu Ran. Is this your big supporter? Zhen Tian heard this and felt it was incredibly disrespectful. After all, Liang Xiangjun is still. Before he could finish, Tang Wei coldly waved him off. He's just a major general. My Tang family doesn't need to pay him any mind. This display of dominance opened everyone's eyes. As expected of the Tang family who covers the sky with one hand, they don't even give a damn about Elder Liang. Chen Xiao leisurely sipped his wine, looking satisfied. He muttered to himself, the Tang family. The Long family. No matter who wins, they all make more than the Chen family and the Bei Cheng group combined. Zhu Yang and Shi grinned, handing over red envelopes. Here's the gift money. Teacher Chu, happy wedding. Chu Ran beamed, grabbing the envelopes. Not bad, not bad. At least you guys have some sincerity. But mid-laugh, he suddenly froze. He noticed one envelope was much thinner. Annoyed, Chu Ran glared at Zhu Yang. Hey, why is yours so flat? The boy turned away, acting innocent. Come on, teacher. It's a fake marriage anyway. It's the thought that counts. Chu Ran immediately put Zhu Yang in a headlock, roaring. The marriage is fake, but the money is real. Choked out, the boy screamed, I'm dying! I'm dying! Suddenly, Shi Er asked curiously. By the way, Teacher Chu, just so you know, Luo Luo knows you're here. She should be arriving any minute. Chu Ran turned around, surprised. Luo Luo? She's coming too? Memories of her flooded back, and he thought to himself, that girl is a total headache. Meanwhile, Long Qin crossed his arms. Chu Ran, looks like you and Elder Liang have a pretty good relationship. Chu Ran turned to look at him. Yeah. So what? Long Qin turned and started walking away. So what? Just a friendly reminder. You're not just facing the Tang family. Relying on Elder Liang alone? I'm afraid he can't save you. Just then, a group of people rushed in through the door. What if you add us to the mix? The crowd gasped in shock. The Shi family, the Li family, the Luo family. Long Qin frowned, thinking, why are all the noble families here? Is it all for Chu Ran? The thought terrified him. No way. Absolutely impossible. He glanced around nervously. All these powerful families? Arriving together? He looked back at Chu Ran. This guy. He's not as simple as I thought. Gentian stood up and called out their names. Old friend Luo Yan, Elder Li, Elder Shi. He looked at the arriving guests. For everyone to come here, it is truly an honor for this humble one. In the back, Qi Feng saw the person he had been waiting for. Luo, Luo. He stared at her, mesmerized. If only I could marry a girl like that. At the same time, the crowd erupted in admiration. It's goddess Luo Luo. The #1 beauty of the capital is here. I'm in love. Hearing this, Xian turned to look. What the hell? Why is everyone looking at Luo Luo? I'm not inferior to her, am I? Luo Yan stepped forward, shaking hands with a smile. Let's not block the entrance. Let's talk inside. Gentian smiled and waved his hand. My apologies. Please, come in. Everyone walked in, chatting as they went. Haven't seen you in years. The Tang family head is as imposing as ever. Oh, you flatter me. I must say, Brother Luo, you haven't lost your touch since the old days either. Walking through the crowd, Luo Luo suddenly spotted someone. Teacher Chu. She immediately pulled out a red envelope and ran over, intending to give it to him. But nearby, a woman noticed exactly what Luo Luo was doing. A woman approached her, beaming as she thanked her for the red envelope. Luo Luo immediately sidestepped, her expression bright as she kept walking, completely ignoring the woman who tried to hug her and missed. She ran up and clapped a hand on his shoulder, laughing. Teacher Su, stop hiding. I'd recognize you even if you turned into ash. Su Ran turned around, feigning confusion. Who are you? Have we met before? But while his mouth played dumb, his mind raced. This girl is too sharp. I need to be careful. Luo Luo sighed softly, holding up a red envelope. Fine, I'll just leave your lucky money here then. She pressed the envelope into his hand, then leaned in close to whisper directly into Su Ran's ear. Teacher Su, are you really going to pretend you don't know me? Luo Luo will be heartbroken. Watching this intimacy, Qi Feng gritted his teeth in jealous rage. Su Ran, who the hell does he think he is? Zhen Tian leaned over to Luo Yan, whispering loudly. Luo Yan, what is the meaning of your daughter's behavior? Luo Yan replied cheerfully. Isn't it obvious? The three men then walked away, leaving a stunned Zhen Tian behind. We didn't come here for your Tong family. Ignoring him, they headed straight towards Su Ran. Luo Yan stepped forward with a compliment. Teacher Su, my Luo Luo talks about you constantly. Meeting you today, I see you really are a talented young hero. Su Ran smiled politely. Senior Luo, you flatter me. Standing beside him, Luo Luo teased. Hey, didn't you just say you didn't know who I was? Su Ran glanced at her, offering a smooth excuse. Luo Luo, it's only because you looked so beautiful today. I honestly didn't recognize you at first. A man standing next to Luo Yan asked curiously. Luo Yan, your daughter seems to be very close with Su Ran. Hearing this, Luo Yan let out a smug sigh. What's wrong? Is Elder Li jealous? The old man glared back instantly. Me? Jealous? My granddaughter is just as close to Su Ran. He then brushed past Luo Yan, wearing a radiant smile. Teacher Su, please accept this small token from the Li family. Su Ran accepted the envelope with a grin. Thank you, Elder Li. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Su Ran spotted Xian standing behind Elder Li, waving at him. He called out softly. Li Xian was wearing a stunning dress, her arms crossed and her face flushed red. So, our great busy man Su finally noticed me? Su Ran smiled awkwardly. Come on, there are just too many guests today. Xian looked at him with a pout, feigning anger. I'm the one who put the money in that envelope. You're making a huge profit off me. Shi Chenglong dragged Bin Hong over to express his gratitude. Teacher Su, thank you for knocking some sense into this brat. If not for you, he would have been completely useless. Bin Hong raised a hand in an awkward greeting. He pulled out a red envelope, grinning at Su Ran. Teacher Su, thanks for everything. Please, accept this small gift. Chenrong's group watched with their jaws on the floor. The Luo, Li, and Shi families? How is this possible? How does Su Ran have connections with all these top families? Zhen Tian and Qi Feng watched the scene unfold. Qi Feng couldn't hold back, grinding his teeth in pure jealousy. Dad, those families are high and mighty. Su Ran is just a nobody. Does he really deserve this? His father lowered his head and replied, of course a nobody like Su Ran doesn't deserve it. Those families just see that our Tang family is becoming too powerful. They're using him to unite and suppress us. Zhen Tian waved his hand dismissively at Qi Feng. Let them strut around for now. We have the backing of the Jiang martial arts family. They'll regret this soon enough. Su Ran walked over to Long Qin, clutching his stack of red envelopes. He waved the pile in the air, grinning at everyone. How embarrassing. Is this all the lucky money you got? If I were you, I'd bang my head against a wall and end it all. Long Qin grabbed his tie in anger, thinking, petty villain, don't get so cocky. Grandmaster Long was sitting nearby when a voice called out, Grandmaster Long, teach these people a lesson. His eyes snapped open instantly. Grandmaster Long picked up a small pebble. With a flick of his finger, he sent the stone flying with precision, aiming straight for Su Ran. Su Ran glanced at it with disdain. Child's play. He deflected the stone right back. Grandmaster Long screamed in pain as Su Ran scoffed. You want to teach me? You're not qualified. Grandmaster Long looked terrified. A grandmaster? Is your realm? Are you a grandmaster? Su Ran's face lit up with a cold smile. That's right. You've provoked the wrath of a grandmaster. Do you think your Long family can survive that? Suddenly, a voice dripped with contempt. He's just a grandmaster. The shameless arrogance of the statement caused the crowd to whisper. It's the grandmaster from the Jiang family. Ying Shou stepped forward, sneering. Grandmaster Su, you are young and arrogant. You don't seem to know that there is always someone stronger, always a mountain higher. Su Ran's expression darkened. So, the Jiang family has sided with the Tong family today. Ying Shou challenged him. So what if you are? I advise you to wipe that ridiculous look off your face. Even if you are a grandmaster, my Jiang family doesn't give a damn about you. He was still rambling when a sudden force struck him. This power, it's the Shi family's palm strike. Ying Shu was stunned. He never expected Tong Tong, from the martial arts Tong family, to stick her neck out for a mere live-in son-in-law. Old Master Feng shot back without hesitation. Right back at you. If your Jiang family has decided to come out of seclusion to back the Tangs, then naturally, this old bag of bones wants to join the party too. Just then, Tong Wei stepped in to smooth things over. Everyone here has shown the Tong family great face. Please, let's head inside. Old Master Feng's granddaughter was also there. She approached Chu Ran with a drink. Chu Ran, this is for you. Chu Ran gave an awkward smile. Thanks. Some random bystanders seized the chance to gossip. Why give face to that guy named Chu? Who does he think he is to deserve that? These noble families had complicated backgrounds. They were probably just using Chu Ran as a pawn to fight their own proxy wars. Caught in the middle, Chu Ran's ending definitely wouldn't be pretty. Tong Wei announced loudly. Distinguished guests, the auspicious hour has arrived. The ceremony is about to begin. Chen Xiao thought to himself, finally, it's starting. He glanced over at Long Qin. Young Master Long, I'm waiting for your big show. Chu Ran rested his chin on his hand, looking at the woman beside him with a smile. Miss Chen, shall we? It's time to pay our respects to heaven and earth. Qing Qing just stood there, arrogantly turning her head away. The master of ceremonies spoke up. I declare the wedding ceremony officially begun. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. Hold it. Long Qin stepped forward, sending a ripple of whispers through the crowd. That's the eldest young master of the Long family. What's he doing? Long Qin stared at Chu Ran. Since the stage is set, the irrelevant extras can get lost now. Qing Qing, still in her wedding gown and veil, looked at Long Qin with eyes full of infatuation, practically swooning. Young Master Long really came for me. This is exactly the thrill I wanted. Down below, Chu Mu asked anxiously. Dad, what's going on? Are they trying to humiliate my brother? Sean, he patted her hand. Don't panic, I'll go up and see. Sean He stepped up and confronted Long Chin. What is the meaning of this? Long Chin looked at him with pure arrogance. Exactly what I said. Did you think my warning earlier was a joke? The only man Ching Ching is marrying today is me. Long Chin. The crowd erupted. The Long family was actually serious. Stealing the bride? Wasn't this a direct slap in Chu Ran's face? Long Chin kept a straight face. I've admired Ching Ching for a long time. I won't stand by and watch her future get buried in the hands of this Chu family trash. Hearing this, Ching Ching immediately clung to his arm, whining coquettishly, Young Master Long, the one I truly love is you. I could never marry Chu Ran in this lifetime. Down in the audience, Chi Feng sipped his wine, enjoying the drama. This Chu Ran really is garbage, can't even keep his own woman. The woman from the Tang family smirked. Without my Tang family, he's a nobody. Let's see how he cleans up this mess. Sean. He pointed a trembling finger at the bride's father, his voice shaking with rage. Chen Xiao. Chen Qingqing is your daughter. What is the meaning of this? Chen Xiao put on a helpless expression. It's a matter for the young folks. As long as my daughter is happy, does it really matter who she marries? Sean, he was so furious he nearly fainted, only managing to stammer, You. Chu Ran stepped forward to support him. Dad, calm down. He turned with a faint smile. As expected of the Chen family, you built your fortune on speculation, and you certainly know how to pivot with the wind. Chen Xiao shook his head as he walked over. Chu Ran, the world has changed. So what if you're a martial arts grandmaster? He spread his hands arrogantly. In the end, martial artists are destined to fade from the stage of history. Suddenly, a man stepped forward and stared at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, does this mean you have no intention of marrying your daughter to Chu Ran anymore? Chen Xiao sighed. That's correct. The man suddenly clapped his hands, beaming. That is fantastic news. Old Master Feng immediately dragged a young woman forward. Her. He held her hand and grinned. Chu Ran, my granddaughter is a top-tier beauty. If you don't mind, I propose we become in-laws right here and now. Both your elders are present. After all, he casually asked Chu Ran's father for his opinion. The girl's face turned beet red. Grandpa, why are you being so blunt? I haven't even agreed yet. Though, if it's Chu Ran. Chu Ran stood there, completely speechless. Are you kidding me? I invited the Feng family for backup, not to dump their granddaughter on me. Li Zhentian jumped up and rushed over, dragging another girl with him. Old man Feng, why are you trying to steal my grandson-in-law? He held the blushing Li Xian's hand and introduced her eagerly. Brother Shanhei, this is my granddaughter, Li Xian. He continued excitedly. You know the power of my Li family. If Xian marries into your family, I don't care if it's the Tangs, Longs, or Jiangs, no one will dare touch you. Shan, he looked completely overwhelmed. Old Master Feng stepped in and patted Chu Ran's shoulder. Brother Shanhei, let's be honest, my granddaughter is the better catch. I've already got the dowry packed and ready. Li Zhentian stood nearby, roaring in anger. Old man Feng, have you no shame? It was clearly Xian who fell for Chu Ran first. Old Master Feng didn't care in the slightest, looking smug. Since when is this first come, first served? In love, it's all about who has the skills to seal the deal. Ching Ching and Long Chin stood there, dumbfounded. Her father stammered in disbelief. What is going on? Why are the Feng and Li families fighting over Chu Ran like this? Tong Wei watched the scene unfold, his jaw dropping in surprise. The Shi and Li elders have gone senile. Why are they fighting over a piece of trash like Su Ran? Shi Chenglang slammed his hands on the table and stood up. Crossing his arms, he scolded, You two are ancient. What are you making all this noise for? Shi Chenglang bellowed, Have you no dignity? Look at everyone whispering. The crowd murmured, It's Elder Shi. Didn't he also try to betroth his granddaughter to Su Ran? Probably not. He came here alone. Looks like he's just crashing the stage to start a fight. Cheng Lang approached Shanhei and Chu Ran. His face was a mask of stern severity as he stared them down. Then, in a split second, his expression flipped. He whipped out his phone, scrolling furiously while chatting with a beaming smile. My dear in-laws, I have way too many granddaughters. They couldn't all make it today. Here are their photos. Take a look, see which one catches your eye. Tong Wei watched the chaos unfolding before him. Marry my daughter. No, my granddaughter. I have plenty right here. The old man finally snapped, roaring in fury. Enough, he stomped forward, his voice booming. Even if you want to suppress my Tang family, you don't need to use this trash Chu Ran to put on such a pathetic show. Chenglong turned his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What is wrong with you? You think we need to team up just to suppress you? Do you think the Tang family is that special? Another man stepped forward, smiling brightly as he addressed Chu Ran. Nephew Chu, if the Tang family isn't welcoming, then forget it. Let's go somewhere else to chat. Chu Ran curled his lips into a smirk. Go? Why should I go? Chu Ran pulled up a chair and sat down with absolute composure. The wedding farce is over, but my business with the Tang family has only just begun. Chu Ran's expression darkened as he began his interrogation. The Tang family has imprisoned my mother for over 20 years and repeatedly plotted against my Chu family. I want her released immediately, and I want a public apology for everything you did back then. Zhen Tian shouted. In your dreams, Cheng Long leaned in, whispering into Chu Ran's ear. Nephew Chu, noble houses like the Tang family value their reputation above all else. You should try a different approach, maybe ask for compensation instead. Chu Ran gritted his teeth, refusing to budge. Impossible. If they don't comply with my demands, I will make the Tang family famous across all of Huaxia for all the wrong reasons. The crowd below erupted into whispers. He really doesn't know his limits. Too young, too arrogant. The Tang family is far more powerful than they appear. Tang Wei finally spoke up. Chu Ran, perhaps I underestimated you before, but you alone are nowhere near enough to threaten the Tang family. He stepped closer, his voice dropping. Even if you have achieved the cultivation of a grandmaster, he leaned right into Chu Ran's face and whispered, the era of martial artists is already a thing of the past. Chu Ran raised an eyebrow in disdain. Short-sighted, he thought. Just wait until the immortal gates open, then you'll understand what a true dimensional strike really is. Steady footsteps approached as a voice laced with sarcasm cut through the air. Elder Tang's perspective is truly a bit unfair. Tong Wei frowned instantly, his sharp gaze darting behind him. Who speaks? Apollo smiled, speaking with effortless grace. This seat is named Apollo. I come from the place you call the Western Continent. The old man's eyes went dark, his face draining of color. The sun god Apollo, one of the 12 chief gods of the West. Standing nearby, Chu Ran's eyes filled with contemplation. That battle armor. It looks like a creation of the immortal realm. These so-called 12 chief gods are definitely not simple. Tong Wei took a few steps forward. His expression was grave, his voice calm but loaded with hidden meaning. Did your excellency come here today to attend the wedding as well? Apollo beamed, replying slowly. No. 30 years ago, this seat was defeated by a martial artist named Chen, Zhantian of your Huaxia during the East-West War. I have come today, firstly, to wash away that past humiliation. Apollo's gaze hardened, his voice turning cold. Secondly, I heard the Tang family recently acquired a miraculous map. I am quite interested. I would like to invite Elder Tang to part with his treasure. The old man shook his head slightly, his eyes deep and unreadable. I will not hide the truth. General Chen has been in seclusion for many years and has never shown his face. As for the pre-heaven sword, Dao map, it is the supreme treasure of my Tang family. I absolutely cannot allow anyone to take it. Please, Your Excellency, you should leave. Before he could finish, a cold laugh rang out. Ness, standing beside Apollo, raised his voice. Seclusion? I think hiding because he's too scared to fight is more accurate. Tong Wei's face twisted instantly. His eyes bulged, and he pointed a trembling finger straight at the interrupter's face. His blood boiled as he roared. The audacity! General Chen is the pinnacle of our Hua nation's martial Dao. How dare you insult him? Opposite him, the man chuckled, his eyes brimming with arrogance. I am Ness, the personal disciple of Lord Apollo. Hey Tang, if you're not convinced, do you dare to bet the sword Dao map on a duel with me? The old man didn't answer immediately. He lowered his gaze, his expression gloomy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This guy's aura is already at half-step grandmaster. If we fight at the same realm, I'm afraid winning will be difficult. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Grandmaster Long shot up. He slammed his hand on the table, eyes flashing with divine light, and bellowed, "A mere half-step Grandmaster dares to be so arrogant? I won't bully the weak. Let your master come out and exchange a few moves with me." Ness curled his lip in sneering contempt. "You're not worthy. Dealing with you? I'm more than enough." The old man frowned, eyes blazing with fury, veins popping on his temples, shameless boasting. Today, this old man will show you true power. As he spoke, Grandmaster Long's body trembled, and he stomped his feet with explosive force. On the other side, Ness didn't dodge. He took a step forward, his aura erupting. The old man roared, raising both palms high. He channeled his energy, sucking in the surrounding spiritual chi into a swirling vortex in midair. Nine heavens palm, dust billows everywhere. The crowd roars in unison. Grandmaster Long really lives up to his reputation. In the distance, old Master Feng watches silently, arms crossed. His gaze is deep, winning against a stronger opponent. Even that wouldn't be glorious enough. Beside him, the young man suddenly closes his eyes, frowning slightly. A pity. He won't win. Feng is stunned, his face paling. What? Grandmaster Long stands motionless, sighing heavily as he stares into the fierce battle. The dust swirls, blocking all sight. Suddenly, through the thick, gray smoke, a sharp ray of light tears through the air. Long is startled. Before he can react, a violent blast of energy pierces his stomach. Grandmaster Long stumbles back, nearly collapsing. The challenger steps out, a scornful smirk on his lips. He raises a hand, golden energy shining like a miniature sun amidst the chaos. One move, 9 punches. And every single one was weak. What a waste of a Grandmaster title. He laughs arrogantly, challenging the crowd. Who's next? Tang Wei stands on the sidelines, brows furrowed, deep wrinkles of rage carving his forehead. He flicks his sleeve, voice low. Elder Mu, you go test them. Ming Kong steps forward, expression calm. Yes. He draws his sword, voice sharp. I am Mu Ming Kong, guardian of the hall. Ming Kong gestures, his gaze calm but hiding a storm. I invite your excellency Apollo to exchange moves. Apollo shows no emotion, giving a faint order. Otter, you fight for me. Otter slams his long spear into the ground, the sound booming like thunder across the square. He takes a stance. You want to challenge the temple master? Beat me first. But the moment the spear tip touches the sword, a blinding white light erupts. Otter frowns, eyes widening in shock. The old man lowers his body, merging with the wind. His next strike slashes horizontally, tearing through the air like rolling thunder. Ming Kong rushes in, slashing decisively. His eyes are no longer calm, they are ice cold, burning with killing intent. Otter is knocked back, his body slamming into the ground and sliding a long distance. The old man shouts, his sword stirring up a storm, fire blazing at the tip. The stands erupt in uproar. Can a martial artist be this strong? With Grandmaster Mu here, we've definitely won. Old Master Feng walks slowly to Chu Ran, hands behind his back, voice steady. Little friend, Chu, what do you think of this round? The boy keeps his eyes closed, expression unchanged. Same as before, this Grandmaster Mu will lose. Feng's face darkens in thought. Surely not? Mu Ming Kong has the highest cultivation among all Huaxia martial artists here. 2 violent streams of sword energy tear through the air, about to collide. Suddenly, the sword in Ming Kong's hand is blasted away by a tyrannical force of energy. In that instant, golden energy pierces straight through the old man's chest. Screams ring out from the stands. Grandmaster Mu, he stands tall, gritting his teeth. I concede. Tong Wei's eyelids feel heavy. He raises his hands in surrender, thinking grimly, even Elder Mu lost, and so miserably. Just how strong is that sun god temple master? Apollo raises an eyebrow, his gaze lofty and arrogant. Every word drips with disdain. The great land of Huaxia, and yet not a single hero to be found. Since that's the case, I'll be taking the wager. Suddenly, a steady, majestic voice cuts in. Hold it! From the back, Zhang Heng strides forward, voice ringing out. Who says Huaxia has no one? Whispers break out. It's Langya. The Wolf Fang unit is finally here. He sneers. You're the leader? Just a newly advanced grandmaster. Without Chen Zhantian here, the Langya of this era is truly disappointing. Without waiting for a reaction, he strides past, completely ignoring the one mocking him. Zhang Heng walks up, clasps his hands, and bows with deep reverence. Instructor Chu. His voice is gentle yet firm. Please, instructor, take action. Fight for Huaxia. Behind him, 2 subordinates suddenly kneel, shouting in unison. Please, instructor, take action. Everyone is stunned. Instructor? Could this Chu Ran be the instructor of Langya? No way. Just him? Chu Ran stands there calmly, eyes lightly closed as if the surrounding chaos doesn't exist. Stand up, he nods, accepting the request. Very well. Apollo glances over, thoughtful. Such a young grandmaster? Interesting. Zhang Heng takes another step, voice urgent and solemn. Instructor Chu, this concerns the dignity of our Huaxia. Zhang Heng pleads, I beg you to temporarily set aside your grudge with the Tang family. Crush these ignorant ants. Please, instructor, take action. Crush these ignorant ants. He looks down, voice light as a breeze. Just a few people. Tang Wei's eyes go dark, staring in disbelief. Even if you are Lang Ye's instructor, so what? Going out there is just seeking death. Chu Ran turns, answering calmly. Tang Wei, you don't understand martial artists. Saying this, he raises his hand. In mid-air, a sword glowing with spiritual energy flies over, as if guided by its master's will. Chu Ran grabs the hilt, swinging it coldly. His voice commands authority. This battle is not for the Tang family, not for Lang Ye. It is for Huaxia. As the words fall, a sharp sword path slashes forward, carrying the roar of dragons and tigers. Apollo, get down here and fight. The great hall doors slam shut. A massive surge of spiritual energy blasts right through the ceiling, sending the crowd into a panic. Yan Huo frowns, his voice dripping with disdain. Reckless bravery. Chu Ran wasted so much energy right at the start. He's going to lose, no doubt about it. Beside him, Qifeng smirks, a vicious glint in his eyes. Isn't this perfect? If he dies by an outsider's hand, my Tang family gets off scotangent free. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through. Listen up, kid. If you want to fight our master, you've got to get through us first. DC and Otter charge forward in unison. Die! Elder Feng's eyes go wide, his face turning pale as he screams. Kid, look out! Those two have taken down grandmasters before. Their combined attack is even deadlier. Why isn't Chu Ran dodging? Chu Ran just smirks. Nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. He channels his energy, raising both hands to meet their attack head-on. DC and Otter stare in shock at what's happening right in front of them. They scream in unison. What the hell? In the center of the luxurious hall, Chu Ran stands his ground. He crosses his sword in front of his chest, unleashing a burst of blue aura and crackling lightning that instantly overpowers them. He sneers, barking a command. Get lost! The floor beneath DC and Otter shatters as they crash down. Unable to withstand the force of that single blow, they both cough up mouthfuls of blood. Yan Huo watches the one-sided beatdown, completely unable to believe his eyes. He stammers, No, that's impossible. Apollo's face darkens, his expression twisting into a frown of confusion, unable to say a word. Elder Feng thinks to himself in awe. Chu Ran actually blocked their combined attack that easily? The crowd erupts into cheers for Chu Ran, screaming his name in excitement. Chu Ran is a beast. What a fight. He's insane. Elder Long strokes his long white beard with a satisfied smile. Elder Long feels a wave of relief. With him here, Huaxia is safe. I don't need to worry anymore. DC struggles to sit up, wincing in pain. He grits his teeth, feeling like reality has just been turned upside down. My punch had 18 layers of force behind it. Even a grandmaster shouldn't be able to tank that. What kind of realm is this guy in? Chu Ran leaps into the air, sword in hand, surrounded by a blinding halo of blue aura and crackling lightning. In an instant, he breaks free from the hall. Chu Ran stands on a condensed circle of light, staring down at the roof. He points his sword forward, issuing a bold challenge. Apollo, get over here and fight. Apollo stands firm on a magic circle atop the opposite building, casually tossing out a remark. Your strength isn't bad, I'll give you that. He smirks, his cunning blue eyes narrowing as he makes an offer. Interested in joining my Sun Temple? I can make you the Vice Temple Master. Didn't the Tang family target you before? Just join me, and I'll help you wipe out the Tang family right now. Hearing this, Qifeng's expression shifts instantly. His brows furrow, and cold sweat trickles down his cheek. What? Both Chu Ran and Apollo are now hovering high in the air, sustained by their magic. Tang Wei points up, furious. Apollo, the Tang family has no quarrel with you. Why are you being so vicious? Chu Ran looks at Apollo and flatly rejects the offer. I'll settle the score between me and the Tang family with my own hands. I definitely don't need an outsider like you interfering. Now, make your move. Rejected so bluntly, Apollo closes his eyes halfway. and chuckles softly. I actually kind of liked you. What a pity. As he speaks, a magic circle manifests. Powered by his surging energy, multicolored lightning crackles within it as he declares, if we can't be friends, then we can only be enemies. Two beams of orange energy blast toward Chu Ran. He doesn't flinch, countering with a calm blue energy. The clash is like fire meeting ice. Chu Ran stands alone, sword in hand, surrounded by a magical blue glow that swirls into a small tornado. The shockwave rushes past Apollo like a biting north wind, whipping his golden hair around his face. Fragments of magic scatter around them like stars in a galaxy. Down below, two young boys watch in total awe. The boy on the left speaks up first. Just his aura alone is shaking the ground. The boy on the right nods. I didn't know a grandmaster could be this powerful. Apollo sneers, reaching back to grip his sword hilt. His tone remains polite but deadly. Kid, I admit I underestimated you. It's a good thing I came today. If I let you grow any stronger, you'd become a serious threat. He draws his sword, his voice dripping with arrogance. This strike will send you straight to hell. Golden light erupts from his blade, radiating terrifying power. The energy is so intense that the three kids watching from below instinctively duck for cover. One of them asks in shock, Is that seriously the sun god descending to the mortal realm? The guy on the right squints, dodging the dust, and drops a grim verdict. If that sword lands, we are all definitely dead meat. Chu Ran is fighting like a beast, but he notices something. He stays silent, keeping his cards close to his chest. Chu Ran's face locks into pure determination. He drops into a combat stance. A Bagua map materializes beneath his feet. Massive blue lights surround him, while crackling arcs of electricity weave together into a net. Summoning every ounce of strength, he launches a counterattack straight at Apollo. The world goes dark. In their eyes, only the enemy exists. Apollo sneers, his face twisted into an expression of indescribable malice. You dare get distracted protecting trash? You're gonna die real fast. A barrage of attacks rains down like fire, but Chu Ran's sword blocks the strike just in time. Chu Ran stands firm, raising the yin-yang Bagua high to withstand Apollo's onslaught. The sword pierces the Bagua circle. Friction screams, sparking a blade of fire that slashes across Chu Ran. He barely covers his face in time. Apollo pours everything into his blade and roars. Immeasurable great sun, heaven and earth return to silence. Chifeng watches the life and death struggle with the face of a vulture waiting for scraps. He laughs viciously. Die! Die! Just die already. If Chu Ran doesn't die, the Tang family isn't safe. He's cheering like a maniac until smack. A slap nearly sends him into next week. Shut your mouth. Chifeng clutches his face, staring at the older man. Grandmaster Chang Hong, what is the meaning of this? Chang Hong scolds him without a shred of mercy. Chu Ran is risking his life for this country. He's even distracted trying to protect you lot, and you dare spout such disrespect? The old man stares him down, asking a question sharp enough to cut glass. Does your Tang family intend to commit treason? Hearing those cold words, Tang Wei panics. He jumps in to save his skin. We wouldn't dare! We wouldn't dare! Chang Hong drops the scary act, finally showing a smile that could be called satisfied. That better be the case. Elder Feng jumps in, asking, Chang Hong, can Chu Ran actually block this sword? The old man observes the chaos and sighs. This move. It rivals the peak battle between Apollo and Chen Zhantian. And now Chu Ran is distracted protecting others. Chu Ran looks at the raging fire in front of him and sighs. It has finally come to this. Chu Ran wants to announce the truth to the world anyway, so he decides no more hiding. He shouts, Sword Dao Map. A picturesque landscape of black and white hills manifests like a painting in the sky, blotting out the blazing magic of Apollo below. He commands, Heed my order. Rise. An orange ribbon of energy flares up, twisting into a curve. Beneath it, Apollo's fire still burns wildly. The painting weaves through the flames, completely untouched. Not a scratch. The onlookers are totally baffled. What is that? Is that a painting? What? Chu Ran retracts the painting with icy blue energy, smooth and fast. Tang Wei is stunned. Why can Chu Ran summon the Sword Dao map? The painting in his hand grows larger. With one hand, Chu Ran controls it like a massive tarp, shielding against the spreading fire. Chang Hong strokes his beard, grinning. It seems the master of the Sword Dao map is Chu Ran. The three kids are still in shock, jaws on the floor. The brown-haired guy covers his mouth, gasping. The 100 billion sword Dao map came from Chu Ran? The buzz-cut kid nudges his friend. Money is secondary. Don't forget. This painting helps grandmasters see the path to the Xiantian realm. Apollo, in the heat of battle, frowns deeply. He finally realizes. So, the owner of the sword Dao map is you. But it doesn't matter. He unleashes another barrage of attacks. Light explodes from Apollo like a giant fan. The power shatters solid objects into floating dust. He is overflowing with confidence, taunting Chu Ran. Under this sword, all living things are equal. I alone am supreme. Chu Ran isn't backing down. He flexes his power with a wave of his hand, ready to clap back. Big talk. The balance breaks. The purple space shatters like glass. A blue aura spirals out from him like a physical tornado. Orange and blue energy clash head-on once more. The impact triggers an explosion that turns the surrounding space into a dazzling galaxy, a swirling vortex at the center, devouring every ounce of power. Apollo, still channeling his magic from the building opposite, stands with his long hair whipping wildly across his face. He mutters to himself, questioning if this is the Xiantian realm, before answering his own doubt. No, it's not Xiantian. But this is definitely not someone I can handle. Accepting defeat, Apollo grimaces and leaps high into the air, abandoning the rooftop to make his escape. Floating amidst the ethereal void, Chu Ran points a finger and leans forward, his voice cutting through the air. You think you can just leave? Apollo's face turns deathly pale. He grits his teeth, stammering. But before he can utter a single word, Chu Ran launches a fresh assault, a strike so swift and clean that blinding blue light instantly swallows the entire space. The group of kids down, below stare up at the sky in a daze. But the moment they realize his terrifying power, shock turns to exhilaration, and they erupt into cheers, hyping each other up. Incredible! He actually took down the sun god. Teacher Chu might be even stronger than Chen Zhantian was back in the day. He's gotta be the new number 2 in all of Huaxia. In stark contrast to the students' hype, DC watches the lopsided battle with a blank stare. His face is a mask of despair as he mutters, "Master lost. The legend has fallen." Zhang Heng maintains his composure, stroking his beard with a look of deep admiration. Decades ago, it was Chen Zhantian. Now it is Chu Ran. The martial arts world of Huaxia passes the torch from one generation to the next. Finally, someone has stepped up to carry the burden, and this era will be even more glorious. With the battle over, Chu Ran lands and asks calmly, "Is the Tang family still not ready to apologize?" Zhen Tian roars in response. Despite his dignified appearance, his words are nothing short of arrogant and tyrannical. "Chu Ran, I admit the Tang family underestimated you, but if you think we'll ever apologize, you're dreaming. That will never happen. There is something you should know." Chu Ran seems to anticipate the threat involving his family. "Let me guess. Does this have something to do with my sister?" Zhen Tian's eyes narrow sharply behind his glasses, flashing with sudden wariness. "How did you know?" Chu Ran smirks a look blending pure disdain with utter contempt. 20 years ago, you tampered with my sister's legs, infecting her with congenital cold poison and leaving her paralyzed for 2 decades. And now, you want to use her as leverage against me? Good. Very good." Tang Wei spreads his hands and shrugs with maddening nonchalance. "So what if it's true? Your sister was struck with the Zhang family's unique cold poison. If it's not removed within 3 years, she will die. There is no doubt about it." Zhang Heng, disgusted by their shamelessness, steps in to defend Chu Ran. "Tang Wei, the Tang family has gone too far." Tang Wei looks at the old man with barely concealed contempt, shooting him a side-eye, accompanied by a provocative sneer hidden beneath his white beard. "This is Tang family business. Since when do you have the right to interfere?" The old man has clearly lost all sense of shame. Thick-skinned and arrogant, he stands his ground and confidently offers Chu Ran 2 choices. Either your sister remains paralyzed for the rest of her life, or you submit to us and allow her to marry into the Jiang family. I'm giving you a chance to choose. Chu Ran half closes his eyes, letting out a weary chuckle and shaking his head in disbelief. The Tong family is beyond saving. Refusing to waste another breath on these shameless scumbags, he turns his back and walks away without a second glance. Tong Wei reaches out to stop him, arrogant enough to believe his family's influence can still intimidate Chu Ran. "Chu Ran, think this through. Right now, we are the only ones who can save your sister." Suddenly, a girl rises from her chair and calls out to Chu Ran, "Brother, Don't listen to them. The moment Tong Wei sees the girl, his eyes bulge, bloodshot and cloudy with shock. His brow furrows in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Chu Mu links her arm with her brother's and urges him gently. Let's go see Mom. Chu Ran catches the old man's expression and seizes the chance to twist the knife. What's the matter? Disappointed? Hands casually in his pockets, he strolls right past Tong Wei, delivering his final verdict. The Tong family just lost its last chance. Starting today, I have nothing to do with you people ever again. The scene shifts to a serene, spacious wooden house featuring exquisite ancient architecture, the back mountain of the Tang estate. The massive wooden doors creak open under Chu Ran's decisive push. He calls out warmly, "Mom, we're here to take you home." But the sight that greets them is a woman in a blue dress, sitting with her legs propped up on a chair, ravenously stuffing her face with huge chunks of food. Chu Ran instantly slams the door shut with a deafening bang. He buries his face in his hands, completely mortified and conflicted. Chu Mu, confused, asks, "Brother, what's wrong?" Chu Ran coughs awkwardly, trying to compose himself as he turns to his sister with serious advice. "Sister, your collar is a bit crooked. I know she's family, but for a first meeting, we really should maintain a proper image." She obediently lets him fix it, but as Chu Ran stalls for time, Chu Mu starts getting impatient. "Are you done yet? You've been adjusting for 1 minute." Chu Ran is sweating bullets. He finally has to stop. Okay. He's been calculating the issue behind that door for over a minute. That should be enough time, right? The door opens again. This time, it's slower than before, a complete contrast to the earlier scene. Nearby sat an elegant woman with a fan, looking incredibly noble. Seeing the commotion, even she was speechless. She looked up in surprise. "Chu Hei? And Dad? Little Ran? Little Moo? Is that you?" Chu. He was overcome with emotion, tears welling up. "Yuan Ru, it's been over 20 years. You haven't changed a bit. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." He happily introduced the indifferent young man beside him. "Luckily, we have little Ran. Without him, I don't know when our family would have ever reunited." He was so fierce a moment ago, but in front of Yuan Ru's gentle smile, Chu Ran started stuttering, unable to form a complete sentence. "Little Ran. Mom has always." Chu Yi nudged Chu Mu. "Hurry up and call her Mom." The girl flusteredly called out in embarrassment. The mother covered her face, trying to hide her grimace, but tears streamed down like a river. Yuan Ru tremblingly called out, Little Mu." While the crowd watched in stunned silence, Chu Yi stepped closer to her. "Yuan Ru, what's wrong?" He stood behind her, poking her back concernedly, even though she was laughing and crying at the front. "It's just seeing everyone so suddenly. I got too excited. I'm sorry." On the surface, Wanru kept a gentle smile, but inside, she was screaming, mourning the total collapse of her dignified image. She buried her face in her hands, panicking had she eaten too much earlier. Shanhe pulled Wanru into a tight embrace, and the two of them just let go, sobbing like absolute messes in each other's arms. "Wanru, you've suffered so much all these years." They completely ignored their son, who just shrugged and looked away with a long, weary sigh. Once they finally calmed down, Chu Ran pointed a thumb over his shoulder. "Mom, Dad, maybe this isn't the best place for a reunion, huh? Let's get out of here. Mom is safe now, which means it's time to put a final end to things between me and the Tang family." After their emotional reunion, the family of four walked out of the Tang estate. Outside, the air was hazy, with golden leaves drifting dreamily in the wind. Suddenly, Zhen Tian stepped out to block their path. He heaped on fake praise, but every word dripped with sarcasm meant for Wanru. "Little sister, you really are blessed. Today, Xiaoran killed a foreign powerhouse, bringing glory to Huaxia and making the Tang family look incredibly good." Ignoring her discomfort and Shan He's impatient glare, he cheerfully offered them a deal. "Starting today, your entire family will enjoy the full benefits of core disciples. The Tang family is using this opportunity to throw a grand banquet. You're all invited." Chu Ran quietly nudged his mother. "Mom, we don't need to discuss what the Tang family did. How we punish them is up to you. Just say the word, and we end this today." Seeing the conversation turn dangerous, Zhen Tian quickly intervened. He couldn't afford any losses, so he tried to smooth things over with a peace-at-all-costs approach. "Xiaoran, come on, we're all family here. There's no need for this, really." Chu Ran looked at him with half-lidded eyes, his tone dripping with disdain. "Family? You think you people are worthy of that word? The direct provocation made Zhen Tian's blood boil, but he forced a calm exterior. Little sister, we just had a small misunderstanding back then. Wanru cut him off cold. Misunderstanding or not, we both know the truth. Xiaoran is right. It's time to put an end to this. Tang Wei roared in anger at his daughter. Tang Wanru, have you thought this through? I am your father. You grew up in the Tang family. Betraying us is betraying your own blood, denying your entire existence. A sudden flash of blue light grazed past the old man's eye. Tang Wei flinched violently, his eyes widening in terror as a cold drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Chu Ran wasn't holding back. He stared down his grandfather with a look of pure, dark menace. Betrayal? You old fossil. You imprisoned my mother. You destroyed my sister. And now you have the nerve to preach about bloodlines and betrayal? You really are thick-skinned. Do you honestly think I won't kill you right where you stand? Wanru stood firm beside her son. Xiaoran is right. She placed a hand over her heart, her voice trembling as she recounted the years of cruelty from her own family. The Tang family gave me life and raised me, yes. But you also consumed me, harmed me, and left my daughter paralyzed for over a decade. I may be a daughter of the Tang family, but more than that, I am a wife and a mother. She gritted her teeth, finally making her choice, Wanru declared with absolute conviction. Starting today, the Tang family and I are done. All ties are severed. We are strangers. Zhen Tian snarled, Tang Wanru, is that how you speak to your father? Before he could finish, Chu Ran unleashed a powerful slash of magic, drawing a line in the earth to protect his mother. The terrifying blue energy blasted the old man backward, leaving him staring in absolute horror. Chu Ran glared at the hypocrites before him. Tang Wei, Zhen Tian, did you hear her clearly? From this day forward, if you try to come near us again, don't expect any mercy. Before their eyes, the residual magic shattered into tiny fragments, drifting down like glittering dust. That single burst of power had shattered the area, leaving a massive crater in the ground with deep cracks spreading out, forming a jagged barrier between them. The group walked peacefully down the quiet road. Chu Ran supported his sister with one hand and his mother with the other, beaming as he said, Let's go. Time to head home. They had finally stepped out of the Tang family's gates. Wanru looked up at the sky, watching red maple leaves dancing in the wind. She sighed with emotion. So it finally came to this. Just like this maple mountain, everything eventually withers. I remember back then. The days the maples were full were my happiest. Chu Ran stepped forward and smiled at her. Mom, look. The red maple leaves shimmered under the sunlight. Vibrant canopies sprouted and stretched out. They grew rapidly, and in moments, they formed a massive ancient maple tree that covered the sky. The youngsters screamed in shock. A miracle! Grandmaster techniques, truly godlike and unpredictable. Wanru smiled, her eyes overflowing with unconcealed joy. Xiaoran. This was his answer to her. The withered maple mountain could bloom again. Memories are the past, but the future is ours to change. She was deeply moved by her son's heart. Xiaoran. Thank you. He licked his lips and winked. Between mother and son, there was no need for thanks. Chu Ran reached out, closing one eye and opening the other as he addressed the young men, leaving them completely stunned. Right, a large amount of spirit stones has recently gone on sale in the capital. If you gentlemen are interested in cooperating, you can find me to discuss it. Or you can find Zhou Ke. Chu Ran didn't forget his one condition. He smiled cunningly. Of course, excluding the Tang family. Although that one building over there looks quite spacious too. Ching Ching sweated nervously, looking down at her white strapless dress in despair. Wrong. It was all wrong. If I had married him back then, how glorious would things be now? Over by the men, Tang Wei was furious at his daughter's actions. As a member of the Tong family, not only did she not think of the family, but she let us fall to this level. What an ungrateful wretch. Ying Shu tried to soothe him, looking smug. Old Master Tang, perhaps things aren't that bad. My Jiang family set a trap for his sister, yet he didn't do anything to us. This proves he's still apprehensive. He doesn't dare touch the Jiang family. The old man's eyes turned sinister as he thought he spotted Chu Ran's weakness. Exactly. He didn't pick a fight with your Jiang family. That proves he isn't invincible enough to ignore everything. He quickly proposed an idea to Tang Wei. That's right. Plus, my Jiang family's pills and medical skills are top tier. Every year, Many big shots beg us for help. If he provokes the Jiang family, he won't have an easy time. Hearing this, the old man's mood improved significantly. He laughed heartily. That's excellent. As long as our two families join forces, why should we fear a tiny Chu Ran? They plotted to form an alliance. These shameless old men were actually planning to scheme against their own grandson. Given the relationship between our families, why don't we become sworn brothers right here? Ying Shu liked the sound of that. It fell right into his trap. Brother Tang's words suit me perfectly. Both of them raised their wine glasses for a toast. They hyped each other up comfortably. Tang Wei swore, I, Tang Wei, swear with Brother Jiang here. We were not born on the same day, same month, same year. But we hope to die on the same day, same month, same year. Seeing Tang Wei's smug face, Ying Shu thought to himself, I'm only 40 years old this year. Damn it, are you sick in the head? The two shook hands in agreement. He really knew how to suck up. Brother Tang, please accept a bow from your younger brother. Meanwhile, Chu Ran watched the red maples fill the sky and confided in his parents. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Sis. You guys go back to Qinghua City first. I still have some things to do. Xiao Mu was puzzled. Brother, what's wrong? He patted his sister's head and explained, I can let the Tang family go for now, but the Jiang family, first they targeted Mom, then you. Do they really think I'll let them off? Chu Ran smiled arrogantly, thinking confidently about his remaining enemies. It's time for the Jiang family to disappear. Beneath Maple Mountain, the scenery was truly poetic. Shan, he offered a suggestion. After all, the Jiang family is a martial arts family. Our family just reunited with such difficulty. But before he could finish, Wanru voiced her opinion. I support Zhao Ran. We can spare the Tang family for old time's sake, but the Jiang family dared to do that? We absolutely cannot let them live well. Mom was full of fighting spirit, supporting her son as she let her inner little devil run wild. Son, the Jiang family is famous for alchemy. They definitely have plenty of precious medicinal herbs. You know what to do, and their assets find a chance to seize them. Our Chu family needs to develop too, right? And their land, rob it all. He gave his mom a thumbs up and winked confidently. Mom, I got it. I'll dig 3 feet deep, won't leave a single needle or thread behind. She placed her hand on her chest, closed her eyes, and advised her son. Son, forgive where you can. Digging 2 feet is enough. Leave them 1 needle and 1 thread. After all, we are good people. Hearing this, Chu Ran was speechless. Xiao Mu whispered to Shan He. Dad, didn't you say Mom was a gentle and kind woman? Hearing his daughter's question, he could only scratch his cheek helplessly. Well, this. Wanru felt a bit embarrassed. She felt like her image was slowly cracking. She had gotten too excited and forgot Shan. He was still there. She immediately reverted to her shy demeanor from before, softly explaining herself to her husband. Shan He, I was just teasing you earlier. You know I wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. He really is a love-struck fool, completely blinded by affection. He pulls his wife into his arms, coaxing her sweetly. Wanru, I believe you. The 2 kids and the bystander are left speechless. Dad is beyond saving. In a European-style estate, shadowy figures stand around a red carpet in a dim room, as if preparing for a ritual. A figure in a black cloak speaks up to announce, the news is confirmed. Apollo is dead. Another cloaked figure behind him, carrying a snake, hisses in fury. How dare they touch one of our 12 high gods? We must make them pay the price. But the first speaker shakes his head to stop him. Huaxia is a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If we go there recklessly, we'll suffer heavy losses. He offers a different opinion. If we can't strike in Huaxia, then we'll just change the battlefield. He reveals his face, shoulder-length white hair, framing sharp, piercing purple eyes. You mean, lure King of Hell Chu to Europe? The man with the snake smiles in agreement. I agree. We cannot forgive a mortal who dares to blaspheme a god. As long as he's on our territory, even if this King of Hell Chu is the real King of Hell, he'll be nothing but meat on the chopping block. The scene shifts to a much brighter space, Songhu City, a metropolis of modern architecture. Inside the Qiaoshang Technology Building, a man frowns. He rests a hand on his temple. Killed the sun god in the blink of an eye. King of Hell Chu. Is this name just a coincidence? A man in a red suit, wearing a dangerous expression, flatters him. President Wang, even the god of liberty from the North American 12 high gods has been subdued by you. You are the true ruler of this world. A tiny king of hell, Chu? A single wave of your hand would shatter his soul. Xiaoshang closes his eyes, weighing the pros and cons. Delay brings trouble. It seems I must gather the destiny veins quickly and cultivate the Azure Emperor's longevity art. And then there's the 10,000 Laws sect. I must settle everything here before the immortal gate opens. King of Hell Chu, the 12 high gods. They are nothing but a brief interlude in the mortal world. The vast and powerful immortal realm is where the true beginning lies. Back with Chu Ran's family in the capital, the boy waves his hand, preparing to leave. All right, I'm heading out. Sean, he reminds his son. Stay safe out there. Chu Mu also cheers him on. Big bro, I'll be waiting for you. Chu Ran stares at his phone, his expression turning extremely grim. These exam scores. Are they trying to give me a heart attack? He taps on a notification, likely the class group chat. Chu Ran is surprised. Wang Ling is prepping for art school. Guo Feifei plans to join the military academy, and Hu Lai, along with Qian Xiaoshuai, want to go abroad. Forget it. If they have their own plans, I won't interfere. While he's studying the scores, a voice calls out. Instructor Chu, I've been looking for you for ages. It turns out to be Zhang Heng. Chu Ran turns around. What's up? The old man doesn't hesitate to get straight to the point. Instructor Chu. About that cultivation technique you mentioned last time. Chu Ran pushes Zhang Heng away, annoyed. Back off. I'm not interested in men. He hands the old man a book and instructs him. This is the technique I told you about. I'll remind you one more time about the side effects. Once used, I'm afraid there's no hope of breaking through to the Shantian realm for the rest of one's life. Holding the treasure in his hands, the old man laughs happily. I know. Being able to mass-produce grandmasters is enough. We wouldn't dare dream of the Shantian realm anyway. Zhang Heng quickly adds, oh right, one more thing. The global martial arts blacklist has been updated. Chu Ran looks surprised. The blacklist? Zhang Heng confirms its authority. That's right. It's the most authoritative ranking in the martial arts world, listing only the top 100 powerhouses globally. You are currently ranked 6th. Chu Ran's face shows his displeasure. He crosses his arms. Only 6th? Zhang Heng hurriedly explains. 6th is already incredible. But relying on your true strength, you could definitely go much higher. Aside from General Chen Jiantian at 3rd place, only Zeus holds the top spot. Zhang Heng mentions one last name, and X is sitting at 2nd place. Chu Ran's interest is piqued, so he finally engages. Tell me more about that. Standing behind Chu Ran, the old man quickly recounts the details. General Chen Jiantian needs no introduction. His title, God of War, is enough to prove his strength. As for Zeus at number 1, rumor has it he's never lost a battle since his debut. No one knows his true strength, and no one has ever seen his real face. He is one of the 12 high gods of Europe, and he'll be a major enemy for you in the future. Chu Ran asks, and X? A mysterious silhouette appears in his mind as Zhang Heng speaks. We don't know much about this X either. We only know he appeared out of nowhere recently. He's a grandmaster who slaughtered more than half of the Liberty Alliance in a single night. Do you really want to know who that is? Do you know his true identity? The old man replies, the information is strictly classified. Even our spies were exposed and eliminated without rhyme or reason. All they knew was that this kid's power was immense. Everything else was a mystery. He was definitely not simple. Having gathered the necessary intel, Chu Ran nodded. Thanks. This information is exactly what I needed. The old man replied politely, no need for formalities, Master Chu. It was nothing. Do you have any plans for what comes next? Chu Ran didn't hesitate. I'm heading to the Jiang family. There's a good show about to start there. Backpack slung over his shoulder, Chu Ran strolled through the heart of Shenzhou City. The Jiang family's territory was close, he mused to himself. Rumor had it the place was so hidden that without a guide, you'd never find it. Luckily, he had a friend who could help. Chu Ran pulled out his phone and dialed. The moment it connected, he spoke up. Hello, Lin Yufan? I'm here. Do you really know where the Jiang estate is? As he spoke, a girl with pink hair walked past, glancing at him curiously. Chu Ran chuckled before hanging up. All right, see you soon. Unaware that he was being watched, he stretched his arms, feeling good. Chu Ran felt completely at ease. Right then. Now I just have to wait for the meeting time. The scene shifted to a tidy restaurant decorated in simple yellow tones. Chu Hong sat down, looking annoyed, and immediately grilled the person next to her. Why do we have to come to this dump to find a doctor? It's annoying me to death. Chen Chu Shui crossed his arms, trying to comfort her. You know about Grandpa's condition. Even the top specialists in Northern Europe couldn't cure him. We heard there's a miracle doctor here, so we have to check it out. Sitting at a nearby table with a glass of water, Chu Ran glanced back, thinking to himself, I didn't expect to run into martial artists in a place like this. The man sitting across from Chen Chu Hong and Chen Chu Shui finally spoke up in agreement. Young Master Chen is right. The doctors of the Jiang family town are renowned. It is worth a try. Chen Chu Hong closed her eyes and crossed her arms, replying with a pout. Fine, fine, whatever you say. Chu Ran realized something amusing. Their destination was exactly the same as his. Chen Chu Hong noticed his gaze. She marched over to where Chu Ran was quietly sitting with his water, then slammed her hand down on the table with a loud bang. Assuming he was just a lecher, she immediately lectured him. If you want to look at a pretty girl, just look openly. Why are you sneaking around like a creep? Are you even a man? Chu Ran decided to play along. He whipped his head around, startling her, and dropped a line that hovered between flirting and an insult. The pores on this beauty's face are huge. Chen Chu Hong covered her mouth and jumped back in horror. You jerk! Where are you looking? Chu Ran replied calmly. You were looming over me like Mount Tai. All I could see were the pores on your nose. Chen Chu Hong really didn't want to continue this humiliating conversation. Forget it. I won't stoop to your level. I heard you on the phone earlier. You know how to get to the Jiang family town, don't you? Chen Chu Hong winked, her expression suddenly sparkling. Lead us there, and I'll pay you handsomely. Chu Ran didn't hesitate to extend his hand. She looked surprised. What are you doing? He wiggled his fingers. Payment. Money first, then work. Chen Chu Hong was so angry she felt sick. You, suddenly. Another voice cut in from the side. Fine. If that's the case, we'll have to trouble you. Chen Chu Shui explained their situation as he walked over, reaching into his pocket. We just arrived from abroad and aren't familiar with this area. He handed over a stack of cash with both hands. Please, take us there. Chu Ran smiled, accepting the money. Deal. He walked toward the door, grinning. Follow me. A white car glided smoothly down the road, eventually entering a winding highway. Chu Ran chatted with the group and learned their identities. He politely apologized. Turns out they were the young master and young miss of the Lei Gu group. My apologies. The young man in the passenger seat introduced himself cheerfully. It's fine. I am Chen Chu Shui, and this is my younger sister, Chen Chu Hong. And this is our bodyguard, Master Wu. He turned back to ask Chu Ran. I heard that without a guide, you could spend all day looking for the Jiang family town and never find the entrance. Is that true? Chu Ran nodded, confirming the rumor. Chen Chu Hong squinted one eye, trying to grab attention, and scoffed. You're talking nonsense. It's just a remote place. Why make it sound so mysterious? They arrived at a lush green meadow with massive trees, where flocks of birds circled peacefully in the sky. Chu Ran ordered, Stop the car. My friend is here. Xiao Fan smiled brightly as he guided them. Brother Chu, if you want to get to the Jiang family town, you found the right person. I'm one of the few people with the means to get there. Without me, you'd never make it. After he finished speaking, Chen Chu Hong asked coldly, Just spit it out. Which way do we go next? He pointed ahead. We can't take the car any further. We have to walk from here. Xiao Fan pointed toward a towering peak, explaining the situation to the group. The Jiang clan town is the abode of immortals. Those without a sincere heart can never reach it. She burst into laughter upon hearing this. What century is this? People still believe such superstitious nonsense? Chu Shui scratched his head. Even martial artists aren't exaggerated enough to be called immortals. Master Wu seemed displeased, letting out a cold snort. Rumors have been getting out of hand lately. People flying into the sky to fight, destroying entire forests with a single thought. Ridiculous. Chu Ran thought to himself, that sounds like things I did. He needed to change the subject. Listen, standing here won't help. We should keep moving. Xiao Fan looked at Chu Ran curiously. Why did you come? Are you here to seek medicine for your sister, Xiao Mu? He explained, No. Xiao Mu has already recovered. Xiao Fan smiled warmly. That's great. Once my dad is cured, I plan to ask for some medicine for her as well. Chu Ran was surprised. Your father is ill? From behind, Chu Hong shouted, We've walked so far, but it's just a normal. Chu Ran glanced around. The path ahead, was shrouded in a hazy mist. He shoved his hands into his pockets, analyzing the situation. Ordinary people can't see the trickery here, but this forest is filled with arrays. This is no small feat. The Jiang family relies on this defense, which is why they fear no one. Chu Ran closed his eyes, recalling memories of ancient sealing formations. Back in the immortal world, the Taiji sect relied on their great guardian array to withstand the siege of rival sects. Suddenly, Xiao Fan pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, an immortal has appeared." A farmer carrying a basket on his back was walking casually along the sheer cliff face. Everyone gasped in shock. Chen Chuhong screamed, unable to believe her eyes. "Is this a movie set? No one can just walk on a cliff like that." Master Wu watched with deep admiration. To walk so leisurely on those sharp, steep rocks, his cultivation must be at least at the martial general stage. He turned to Chu Ran and asked, "How many immortals like that are there in the Jiang family town?" Xiao Fan answered immediately, "Not many. Only about a dozen." Chen Chu Shui and Chen Chu Hong exchanged silent, stunned glances. Master Wu warned them, "Young master, young miss, this place is full of hidden masters. We must be careful." In contrast to their anxiety, Chu Ran closed his eyes, enjoying the atmosphere. "Not bad. I can smell the scent of abundant spiritual herbs. It seems that before the immortal gate opens, I can cultivate the great yin-yang fist to its peak and break through to the Xiantian realm." Meanwhile, a guard of the Jiang family asked nervously, "That Chu Ran, he won't find his way here, will he?" The bald, bespectacled man, standing nearby, remained utterly relaxed. "Relax. Even if he shows up, he wouldn't stand a chance inside my grand array." Chu Ran's group rushed to their destination. Arriving at the Jiang clan's small town, they found a crowd kneeling on the ground. Chu Ran scanned the kneeling crowd, puzzled. "What are they doing?" Xiao Fan explained. "Begging for medicine. It's the Jiang clan's rule you have to kneel here for a full day just to earn the right to enter." Chu Ran frowned, confused. "Healing is healing. Why use such humiliating tactics?" Xiao Fan sighed. "If kneeling was all it took, that'd be fine. But for the rich, they demand sky-high consultation fees or rare exotic herbs." Chu Ran pressed on. "What about the poor?" But Xiao Fan just walked away silently. With a heavy sigh, he tucked a blanket around an old man. "The poor. They have to gather enough people to beg with them just to trade for a chance at treatment. I'm sorry, Chu Ran. The truth is, I brought you here just to fill the quota." Chu Ran replied casually, "No need to apologize. I intended to come here anyway." He sat beside Xiao Fan, studying the old man. "Your father?" Xiao Fan nodded. "Terminal brain tumor. I'm completely out of options." Chu Hong whined. "Do we seriously have to kneel?" "I don't want to." Chu Shui tried to calm her down. "Relax. I came prepared. They'll let us in." Suddenly, the gates burst open, and a figure stepped out. The kneeling crowd erupted in excitement, chanting in unison, "He's here!" Li Ruo emerged with his lackeys. The crowd went wild. "The immortal is out." But he ignored them, his gaze fixed in one direction. Li Ruo stared intently at Chu Hong and Chu Shui. Ignoring the desperate pleas of the crowd, he walked straight toward them. "Immortal, please. Grant us medicine. My family can't wait any longer." Li Ruo didn't even blink, stopping in front of Chu Hong to interrogate her. "New here? Why aren't you following the rules?" Xiao Fan quickly interjected. "Master Li Ruo, these are guests I brought with me." Chu Shui took the hint and presented a wooden box to Li Ruo. "Oh, immortal. I have a medicinal plant. Would this cover the consultation fee?" The box opened to reveal a glowing, multicolored flower. Li Ruo gasped. The tricolor herb. His eyes lit up with greed. He knew exactly how valuable this was. Li Ruo instantly masked the glee in his eyes, his voice turning stern. "You lot, stop kneeling. Follow me." Xiao Fan stammered, desperate to grab hold of him. "Wait. My father's illness," Li Ruo replied as if it were obvious. "Ah, right. I've seen you waiting here for a long time. You've shown enough sincerity. I'll examine your father today." Overjoyed, Xiao Fan kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, immortal. Thank you, Grandmaster Li." Chu Ran sat nearby, silently observing Xiao Fan's father. The boy led Li Ruo over and spoke up. "Immortal, my father is right here." The old man raised his hand to channel his technique, a faint green smoke curling from his fingertips. Chu Ran instantly recognized the technique flash spirit art. His expression turned cold as he stepped in, blocking Li Ruo from treating the man. Furious at the interruption, the old man barked, "What the hell are you doing?" Chu Ran shot the question right back. "That's my line. What exactly are you trying to do?" Xiao Fan panicked. "Brother Chu, what's wrong? Grandmaster Li is trying to save my father." Chu Ran's face remained stone cold. This is nothing but a scam to deceive people. The crowd instantly erupted in rage. He dares call the immortal a fraud? Where did this lunatic come from? Slandering the immortal, Li Ruo sneered arrogantly. "Kid, stop spouting nonsense. Do you have any idea where you are? This is the Jiang family's territory." Chu Ran didn't flinch. "Even if Jiang Yingshu himself stood here, I'd say the exact same thing. You are a fraud." Chu Hong was stunned. What was wrong with Chu Ran? They were all here to beg for medicine. Are you here just to cause trouble? She hurriedly explained to Li Ruo. "Let me be clear. We have no relationship with this guy. Immortal. We believe in you completely." Chu Ran let out a cold snort. "You trust him?" He pointed accusingly. "He's using the flash spirit art to burn the patient's remaining life force. It only looks like a cure." He pointed a sharp finger at Li Ruo, his voice booming. "But within 7 days, the patient will completely burn out and die." Xiaofan froze in horror at Chu Ran's words. Chu Hong, Chu Shui, and their bodyguards looked on in total shock. Chu Ran continued relentlessly. "Once the patient goes home and dies, it has nothing to do with you anymore. You rely on these fake miracles to scam everyone here." Li Ruo trembled, unable to form a coherent sentence. You're spouting garbage." His bodyguard stepped forward. "Grandmaster Li, this guy is too arrogant. Don't waste your breath on him. We need to teach him a lesson." Li Ruo nodded, barking the order. "Get him. Let everyone see what happens when you provoke the Jiang family." The crowd that had been kneeling scattered in panic. Chu Hong and Chu Shui shrieked, cowering behind their bodyguards. Li Ruo's 3 bodyguards lunged at Chu Ran simultaneously, smirking. "You asked for this, kid." But before they could finish, Chu Ran began gathering his energy. He snapped his eyes open, unleashing a terrifying burst of power. The sheer pressure froze the bodyguards in place. They couldn't move a muscle. A shockwave from Chu Ran blasted them backward. Defenseless, they crashed to the ground, sprawling right at Li Ruo's feet. His aura continued to crush down on them. Chu Ran issued a cold command. "Tell Jiang Yingshu to get his ass out here and face me." The ground trembled under his might, causing the clinic's sign to crash down. Yet, Chu Ran didn't stop. He kept pouring out his overwhelming power. The pressure grew so intense that the glass windows of the building cracked, then shattered into a million pieces. Inside, Jiang Yingshu felt the tremors and stumbled to his feet. What was that noise? He looked out the window and realized Chu Ran had found them. Yingshu's brother burst into the room. "Big brother, what's happening?" The old man barked an order. "That god of death is here. Set up the Jiang Grand formation, now." The brother nodded immediately. "Understood. But we haven't used that formation in years. I need a little time." The old man added, "Tell Jiang Anqiang to go out and hold him off." Despite the orders, the brother was trembling with fear. Outside, Li Ruo was still trying to act tough. "You dare call our ancestor by his full name? You're dead meat." Chu Ran frowned, annoyed, and cut him off. "Are you done talking yet?" Li Ruo felt an invisible hand crushing his throat, silencing him. Chu Ran delivered a brutal slap from a distance, then telekinetically hoisted Li Ruo into the air and tossed him aside like trash. "A dog like you isn't worthy to speak to me." Jiang Anqiang rushed out of the house, pointing furiously at Chu Ran. "Who dares cause a scene at the Jiang residence?" Chu Ran relaxed his stance, regaining his calm. He announced his name with terrifying pride. "Jiangnan, King of Hell Chu." Cold sweat drenched Jiang Anqiang's back. His heart plummeted. It's really him. Though his limbs trembled, he steeled himself. He had to buy time for the grand formation. Anqiang forced a calm facade and scolded him. "Chu Ran, why have you come to the Jiang family?" Chu Ran laughed out loud. "Why? Don't tell me the Jiang family has already forgotten what you did to my sister? You owe me an explanation." Suddenly, Li Ruo, blind with rage, interrupted again. "This is the Jiang family's town. How dare you cause a mess here? Get the hell out." Chu Ran's expression darkened. "You are too damn noisy. I came here to wipe out the Jiang family. A nobody like you has no business interfering." Chu Ran clenched his hand, invisible force throttling Li Ruo's neck. "If you're in such a hurry to die." He slammed Li Ruo violently into the wall. Then I'll grant your wish. The onlookers screamed as the old man slumped over, unconscious. He's dead. The immortal is dead. Xiaofan stared, torn between fear and awe at Chu Ran's power. Brother Chu, since when were you this strong? The sister's bodyguards watched in grim realization. That kid, he's at least a marshal general rank. Chu Ran stepped closer to An Qiang. Why the surprised look? You people have seen me kill before. I even slaughtered Apollo. I don't mind adding a few more bodies to the pile. Chu Shui flinched at those words. He killed Apollo? Did he just call himself the king of hell, Chu? Chu Hong was panicking too. Brother, what's wrong? Chu Shui was certain now. He was the king of hell Chu, who wreaked havoc on the Tang family in the capital. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out. Don't get cocky, you little brat. Ying Shou stepped out, leading his men to provoke Chu Ran, and Qiang turned around, his face lighting up like he'd found a savior. Ying Shou slammed the staff in his hand onto the ground, unleashing a violent wave of power. Then, Ying Shou and his subordinates set up a battle formation. The kneeling villagers scrambled to safety, cheering wildly as they witnessed Ying Shou's power. A true immortal. A real god. Chu Shui's bodyguards looked on in bewilderment. This Jiang family must be a hidden clan that even the Dongfang family fears. Chu Ran is in serious trouble now. Ying Shou warned, your sister's illness has already been cured. Why are you still here looking for trouble? Leave now, and the Jiang family will let this slide. We can all go our separate ways in peace. Chu Ran found that hilarious. Peace? If I snap your arms and legs and then reattach them for you, would you call that peace too? Ying Shou's brother cut in. If words won't get through to you, then we'll just have to show you some pain. He gathered his energy and chanted. Supreme Lord's command, Heavenly Master's decree, swift as fire, manifest instantly. He then unleashed the fire dragon curse to attack Chu Ran. The crowd panicked, scattering in all directions to escape the flames. Chu Ran's anger flared up again. He asked coldly, What? You trying to set up a barbecue stall here? Ying Shao's brother was provoked, but Ying Shou immediately stopped him, reminding him of the plan. Don't be rash. Lure him into the formation. All of Ying Shou's subordinates received the order and took their positions. Seeing their movements, Chu Ran gave a faint smile. Without hesitation, he stepped right into the formation Ying Shou had prepared. The old man smirked triumphantly, thinking he had won. He took the bait. Chu Ran spoke matter-of-factly. Didn't you want me inside the formation? Well, I'm here. Why aren't you attacking yet? Ying Shou and his men were taken aback by his words. Ying Shou's brother shouted, You really are too confident for your own good. This great formation of the Jiang family was created by the legendary Xuan Tian himself. Chu Ran ignored him completely. Save your breath. Just use whatever moves you have. You know, you really shouldn't have laid a hand on my sister. Chu Ran's gaze sharpened, locking onto them. From this moment on, you just need to remember one thing. He pointed his thumb at his chest and declared loudly, I come from hell. Chu Ran stood there, immovable within Ying Shou's formation. The old man snorted with contempt. Too bad you're not the real king of hell. Even if you were the real king of hell, on Jiang family turf, you'd still be nothing but a little imp. Ying Shou immediately poured more power into the formation. The formation grew stronger, threatening to obliterate Chu Ran instantly. The old man chanted the activation command, Heaven has a path, yet hell has no gate. Instantly, another formation opened in the sky, connecting with the one on the ground. A massive barrier formed, enveloping the entire small town. Ying Shou smirked and unleashed his first move. First formation, Sky Dome. From this moment on, there is no escape for you. Chu Ran just stood there watching, seemingly unaffected by the formation. Ying Shou's eyes turned bloodshot. Arrogant and believing he had the upper hand, he unleashed the next technique. Second formation, Eroding Light. Can you feel it? Your spiritual energy is slowly draining away. As he spoke, black mist began to rise from the houses in the town. Chains materialized from the formation. Ying Shou launched the third attack. Third formation, Dragon Bind. Now, even if you were a true dragon, you'd have to bow your head and obey me. Chu Ran calmly rubbed his chin and remarked, I actually haven't seen these three formations before. How interesting. It seems you're borrowing the geomancy of the mountains and rivers. Achieving this level isn't easy. Even the 12 divine lords of Europe probably couldn't handle this formation. Ying Shou gloated. You have a good eye, but a bad fate. Your life ends here today. Well, If you beg for mercy now, it's not too late. Just marry your sister into the Jiang family, and I'll spare your life. Chu Ran's face darkened instantly. So, you really are still obsessing over my sister. You're after her ice crystal body, aren't you? Ying Shou flinched, caught off guard, but he shot back. So what if I am? Chu Ran smiled sinisterly. That is exactly why. I can't leave in peace until I wipe out your entire Jiang family. Hearing that, Ying Shou went berserk. Then I'll kill you first and drag your sister here myself. He poured every ounce of his strength into the massive formation. His subordinates took their positions around the perimeter. The old man roared the activation command, Great Jiang Formation. Open. Simultaneously, the power of all his subordinates converged into one point, launching a synchronized attack at Chu Ran, who stood there like an immovable statue. Chu Ran gave a faint smile and clenched his hand into a fist. He unleashed his technique, Great Yin-Yang Power Fist. Chu Ran launched a fist straight at the enemy, his voice cutting through the air. One punch to divide life and death. The strike unleashed a tornado of energy and lightning, blasting the opponent backward. The ground shattered and quaked, sending debris flying everywhere. The overwhelming power sent enemies scattering like leaves. Jiang Yingshou, stunned by Chu Ran's strength, cried out, How is this possible? Chu Ran stood in the eye of his own storm, his aura towering to the heavens. Yingshou trembled in panic. Why isn't he dead? And how did he destroy our ancestral formation? His brother asked frantically. What do we do now? Yingshou quickly barked out a plan. Stall him. He's just one man, he can't hold out against us forever. Chu Ran, you attack relentlessly, but let's see how long your stamina lasts. Chu Ran radiated a terrifying aura. Jiang Yingshou, your formation is decent, but useless against me. Maybe if you were in the Xiantian realm. But what a pity. He tilted his head, his expression full of provocation. Your Jiang clan is simply too weak. Yingshou reactivated the formation. Arrogant brat. The array shot into the sky, stronger than before, the energy so intense it felt like it would shatter reality. Yingshou roared like a madman. This is the century-old home of the Jiang clan. Our destiny is fused with this very land. The fate of the Jiang clan is the fate of these mountains and rivers. I call upon heaven and earth to fight for me. Ancestors of the Jiang clan, protect your descendants for all eternity. The formation reached critical mass. A terrifying power erupted, red energy swirling violently, filling the space with a savage aura. That massive force surged forward, crashing straight toward Chu Ran. Yet, Chu Ran remained calm. A fine formation. It could slaughter any living being beneath the Xiantian realm. Chu Ran clutched a glowing stone, pulsing with mystical energy. His eyes were cold, his smile arrogant. Too bad. You ran into me. Yingshou's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the technique. That's an unrefined sword seed. Chu Ran moved with lethal grace, attacking swiftly. The stone in his hand struck out like a living weapon. Yingshou couldn't even track the movements as his subordinates were cut down, one by one. A streak of azure energy swept across the sky. It blasted through the ranks, forcing Yingshou to turn in shock. Seeing his army decimated, he clutched his head and screamed. Chu Ran casually raised his hand, forming a finger gun. He whispered a single word, kill. A single drop of water fell from the void, rippling as it touched the surface. Yingshou stood frozen, his face pale with terror. He fled into the air, looking down at the courtyard littered with bodies. Yingshou shrieked, You absolute devil! Chu Ran stood below, looking up with a sneer. Finally. Ak. You see the Jiang clan exactly as the rest of the world sees you. The Jiang family had always bullied the weak and murdered for gain. Today, Chu Ran was here to slaughter every last one of these devils. Yingshou shouted furiously, You think you're invincible? There's definitely someone in this world who can crush you, Chu Ran. He was completely oblivious to the bullet whistling through the air, straight toward his back. The moment Yingshou shut his mouth, the bullet tore right through his spine. Chu Ran turned and walked away, not even bothering to glance back. He tossed back a cold remark. I'll be waiting for that person. But you won't live to see it. As the words fell, Yingshou plummeted from the sky, stone dead. The survivors watched in paralyzed horror. The mighty leader of the Jiang family, dead, right before their eyes. Chu Ran caught the returning bullet in his hand and declared, From this day forward, the Jiang family ceases to exist. He suddenly whipped his head around and roared, So, all you lapdogs better scramble and get the hell out of here. The crowd didn't need telling twice, they scattered in every direction, terrified but grateful that Chu Ran had spared their miserable lives. A smile touched his lips as he approached a figure nearby. Chu Ran asked gently, "Xiaofan, are you all right?" Xiaofan, having witnessed the entire massacre, stood frozen. He didn't answer Chu Ran's concern. Instead, he spun around in a panic, stammering, asking what Chu Ran was actually doing back there. Xiaofan stared, desperate to confirm if this terrifying figure was really his brother Chu. Chu Ran looked back at Xiaofan and said with arrogant confidence, "Even if a god stood in my way, I'd cut them down." With a wave of his hand, he summoned a soft azure light. The light fractured into tiny, shimmering particles that danced and swirled around Xiaofan's father's head. Suddenly, color returned to the old man's face, and the pained expression he'd worn for so long vanished. Xiaofan's father woke up, blinking in confusion at his surroundings. Overjoyed, Xiaofan turned to Chu Ran. "Brother Chu, is my father cured?" But Chu Ran shook his head. "I've only stabilized his condition. I haven't been able to cure the root cause just yet." "Stay here," Chu Ran said. "I'm going to scour the Jiang estate for anything useful." Moments later, he stood inside the family's massive medicinal vault. He paused at the entrance, gazing up at shelves of herbs and medicines stacked higher than a man's head. Chu Ran scanned the room, impressed. The Jiang family really hoarded some good stuff. It's trash compared to the immortal world. But for Earth, these are genuine treasures. Suddenly, he froze. Something amidst the clutter had caught his eye. He picked up a box and peered inside. White spirit grass. Perfect for body tempering. A quick glance around revealed plenty of other precious ingredients too. As Chu Ran continued rummaging through the Jiang family's stockpile, a specific box demanded his attention. He lifted the box and took a sniff. Strange. There was no scent of medicinal herbs at all. Flipping the lid open, he found a stone etched with intricate patterns. Curious, Chu Ran extended his divine sense to probe it. A spiritual light glowed from his forehead, projecting onto the object. But Chu Ran flinched in surprise. "What? This stone? It actually blocked my divine sense?" He glared at the stone, annoyed. "Fine. If you want to play hard to get, don't blame me for using brute force. I'm not leaving until I crack this thing open and see what you really are." He wound up and smashed his fist into the stone. Bam! Sparks flew from the impact. Yet, when the smoke cleared, the stone sat there completely intact, without a single scratch. He stared at the stone in his palm, a mix of shock and rising irritation bubbling up inside him. That punch could have punched a hole through solid steel. How could a mere rock take it without a dent? He set the stone on the ground, his aura flaring with killing intent. He refused to believe he couldn't break it. Chu Ran crouched low, bracing himself for a serious strike. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a barrage of punches, hammering the stone into the earth. Moments later, Chu Ran skidded to a halt, gasping for air as he wiped the sweat from his brow. He muttered under his breath, "Surely I can crack it open this time, right?" But when he looked down, the stone remained completely unscathed, not even a scratch, while the ground beneath it had shattered into spiderwebs. Chu Ran ground his teeth in pure frustration. This thing was really pushing him to the edge. With no other choice, Chu Ran summoned his sword seed. He commanded it to strike. The sword seed shot forward like a bullet, aiming straight for the rock. But instead of smashing it, the blade merely clunked against the surface, before bouncing right back into the air. Chu Ran stared in disbelief as his weapon returned to him. That cursed stone down there didn't have a single mark on it. He stared at the sword seed, completely speechless. But just then, the stone on the ground suddenly cracked open. Chu Ran watched warily as the rock began to vibrate violently. He inched closer as the crack spread like wildfire. The shaking intensified until, boom, the stone exploded, and out popped a pig. Staring at the creature, Chu Ran recoiled in shock, leaning back to put some distance between them. But the pig Zhu Baji seemed furious. It launched itself straight at Chu Ran, growling menacingly. Chu Ran's face went pale. "I'm dead meat," he thought. The pig stood its ground, glaring up at him with eyes burning with rage. Suddenly, a medicine box behind him exploded into pieces. The pig stood amidst the swirling dust, radiating terrifying killing intent. Its hooves scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying. It spoke in a deep, gloomy voice. "I have been sleeping here for 1,000 years. Why did you dare to wake me?" Chu Ran didn't answer immediately. He frowned, calculating. That burst of energy just now was strong enough to instantly kill a first-step grandmaster. Seeing Chu Ran stay silent, the pig's eyes bulged with fury. It roared, "Do you have any idea that waking me up early causes me to lose a part of my memory?" Realizing the situation, Chu Ran wasn't afraid anymore. He squatted down and asked calmly, "So, who exactly are you?" The pig stammered a few words, then suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Its head spun dizzily as it whimpered. I don't remember either." Chu Ran rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Could this be a side effect of the turtle breathing technique? He looked at the creature. "Since you can speak the language of the immortal world, you definitely originate from there. You said you've been here for 1,000 years. Did you also forget the reason you came to Earth in the first place?" Hearing this long string of questions, the pig backed away defensively, snapping that its business was none of his concern. But then, it froze. It finally clicked that Chu Ran was speaking the language of the immortal world. Chu Ran just sighed, looking completely helpless. He flicked the pig's forehead. "You're a bit slow on the uptake, aren't you?" Rubbing the fresh bump on its head, the pig tearfully asked, "Are you from the immortal world too?" Chu Ran introduced himself and explained, "I lived there for a long time. I only left because, well, certain circumstances forced my hand." Hearing this, the pig slumped over, looking utterly depressed. At least Chu Ran knew who he was. The pig couldn't even remember its own name. Seeing the little guy so downcast, Chu Ran felt a twinge of pity. He gently patted its head. "Tell you what, I'll give you a new name. Who knows, maybe one day this name will shake the entire immortal world." Sniffling, the pig asked, "What name?" Chu Ran didn't hesitate. "Zhu Baji." The pig's eyes went wide with confusion. Chu Ran explained smoothly. "In the immortal world, aren't the 8 precepts famous? Each precept holds supreme power. That is the meaning of your name." Hearing this, the pig nodded. That actually sounded pretty cool. After all, who wouldn't want a name with such deep meaning? Its eyes lit up, and it proudly accepted the name Jubaji. Meanwhile, Chu Ran smirked mischievously. Way too easy to fool, he thought. Under the scorching sun at the entrance of a small town belonging to the Jiang family, Chu Ran walked in with Zhu Baji. Xiao Fan spotted him and immediately rushed over, beaming with joy. Chu Ran smiled, while Zhu Baji sat perched on his shoulder, still buzzing with excitement over his new name. Xiao Fan stared at the creature on Chu Ran's shoulder, blinking twice. Was he seeing things? Was that actually a pig? Chu Ran handed him a packet of medicine. "Drink this 3 times a day. You'll be completely cured in 3 days." Xiao Fan took the medicine, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he thanked Chu Ran profusely. Chu Ran waved it off. "We're friends. No need for all that." Standing behind them, Chu Hong whispered to her brother, asking if they should beg Chu Ran to treat their grandfather. Chu Shui sighed helplessly. "We didn't exactly treat him well when we arrived. How can we possibly ask him for a favor now?" Chu Hong looked conflicted. "But what about grandfather's illness?" Her brother replied, "We should go back and prepare first. Next time, we'll visit officially with proper gifts. That's the only way to show Master Chu our sincerity." The scene shifted to Chu Ran's Qianlong villa. The landscape was breathtaking, like something straight out of a painting. Seeing Chu Ran approach, his students rushed over to greet him. He walked in amidst their cheers and enthusiastic shouts. Even Wen Xian bowed respectfully. Noticing the creature on Chu Ran's shoulder, he asked, "Master, are we having roasted suckling pig for dinner tonight?" Chu Ran gave an awkward smile, while Zhu Baji nearly jumped out of his skin in terror. Suddenly, the creature let out a furious roar. Chu Ran whipped his head around, eyes wide. He stared at Zhu Baji, stunned. "Wait, you understand Chinese now?" Zhu Baji grunted a retort, making it clear. "With all your non-stop nagging on the road? I picked it up ages ago." Just then, a figure stepped forward, reaching out to snatch the pig. The man assumed Chu Ran had just brought back groceries and was ready to butcher the catch. That was the last straw. Zhu Baji's rage boiled over. Veins bulged on his furry face as he gritted his teeth. Whoosh! Zhu Baji launched himself from Chu Ran's shoulder, pouncing on the man and sending him screaming in terror. He tore through the area like a hurricane, sending the terrified disciples scattering and screaming for their lives. Wen Xian stood frozen, jaw dropped at the chaos. Chu Ran patted his shoulder, calm as ever. "Relax, he's just playing around. If he was serious, everyone here would be dead." Right on cue, The guy who tried to grab the pig got launched straight onto the roof. He landed flat on his back, staring at the sky, unable to process that he'd just been drop-kicked by a pig. Seeing the beast go berserk, the students in the courtyard swarmed in. They figured this unstable specimen needed to be captured for research. Chu Ran watched the dust cloud of a brawl and let out a long, helpless sigh. Moments later, the dust settled. Zhu Baji sat arrogantly atop a pile of defeated disciples. Only then did Chu Ran step in. "Everyone, meet my new friend Zhu Baji." Hearing his name, the pig stuck his snout in the air, puffing up with pride. Chu Ran waved them off. "You've tested his strength, so stop provoking him. I'm going into seclusion for a while. Don't disturb me unless it's urgent." With that, Chu Ran walked away, leaving Wen Xian in charge of the mess. Wen Xian watched his master leave, then turned back to the pig, still sitting on the students. He wanted to cry. How was he supposed to survive the coming days with this monster? The scene shifts to a winding mountain road, where a luxury car had pulled over. Chu Hong and Chu Shui stepped out. Chu Hong hesitated, clutching her bag. "Brother, this is priceless. Are we really just going to give it away?" Chu Shui kept his gaze fixed on the peak. "Grandfather's life is worth more than any treasure." They began their ascent, completely unaware of the shadowy figures stalking them from the rear. The stalkers locked onto their targets. It was time to move. They planned to strike once the group was deep in the isolated woods. Meanwhile, Chu Shui and his sister reached the stone steps of the hidden dragon villa. Suddenly, Master Wu, trailing behind the siblings, sensed a disturbance. He whispered urgently, "We're being followed. Pick up the pace. Now." Adrenaline kicked in. They sprinted up the path. Chu Shui took the lead, shouting, "Get to the villa. We'll be safe there." Realizing their cover was blown, the assassins abandoned stealth and lunged forward to kill. At that exact moment, a streak of light shot out from the villa's gates. It was Zhu Baji, rocketing down the mountainside. Chu Shui and Chu Hong froze, staring in total confusion. Master Wu stepped in front to shield them, but even he paused as Zhu Baji zoomed past. The assassins skidded to a halt, eyes glued to the flying pig. Zhu Baji slammed into the three attackers like a cannonball, knocking them flat on their backs. He flattened them, but the assassins weren't his target. He was after something else entirely. Zhu Baji frantically dug into the dirt where they stood. He pulled out a glowing stone, his face lighting up with pure joy. Satisfied, he turned to leave, ignoring the dumbfounded humans. But just as he walked away, he froze. He slowly turned back, his expression darkening. "You dare bring killing intent into my territory? Try that again, and none of you are leaving alive." With a final growl, Zhu Baji trotted off. Chu Hong and Chu Shui stood rooted to the spot, unable to believe what they just heard. Master Wu stared at the assassins lying motionless on the ground, his mind racing. These assassins had hunted them for miles, yet he couldn't stop them. He never imagined they'd be wiped out by a pig. Inside the hidden dragon villa, disciples trained in the courtyard. Wen Xian greeted the visitors with a polite smile. "Here for Grandmaster Chu? I'm afraid you're out of luck. He's in seclusion." Chu Shui didn't seem fazed. "That's fine. We'll wait as long as it takes. We must see him." Sensing their sincerity, Wen Xian warmed up to them. "Very well. Feel free to look around while I prepare your rooms." The siblings bowed respectfully. "Thank you." Chu Hong glanced around curiously, then gasped. "Brother, look! It's that pig from before." She pointed to where Zhu Baji was strutting around like a king, flanked by two others. Sun Shang was practically vibrating with excitement, holding a dark object. "Look, it's real black pine dew." They were right, you really do need a pig to find these. He was too hyped to realize he'd just insulted the boss. Fei Yan smacked him upside the head. Zhu Baji let out a cold snort, glaring daggers at Sun Shang. Realizing his mistake, he scratched his head in embarrassment, quickly trying to cover it up. He flashed a thumbs up at the creature, trying to play it cool. "I knew we could count on Master Zhu. You really are amazing." Meanwhile, Fei Yan stared intently at her phone screen, still looking skeptical. Is this really the Black Pine route? Logically, it shouldn't even exist in this area. Zhu Baji, noticing the strange device in Fei Yan's hand, perked up. Eyes wide with curiosity, he trotted over to get a better look. Seeing his interest, she explained. "Oh, this? It's a smartphone. You just type whatever you want into this search bar, and it finds it for you. Anything at all. What do you want to search for?" Fei Yan and Sun Shang leaned in, heads bumping as they watched Zhu Baji, silently amazed. Incredible, they thought. How is he actually typing on a keypad with those pig trotters? On the search bar, he tapped out his own name, Zhu Baji. The other two froze, their faces turning pale. Oh no, this is bad. As the search results loaded, Zhu Baji read the content and started trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. Sun Shang gave a nervous, awkward laugh. Hey, you can't believe everything you read online, right? Fei Yan quickly chimed in. Exactly. People just write nonsense on there, but it was too late. Zhu Baji erupted in fury, practically breathing fire, sending the other two clinging to each other in terror. Seeing the scene, Thu Shui asked with concern, "Is it safe?" Wenxian waved his hand instantly. "It's fine. That Zhu Baji is a friend of Master Chu. He just likes to joke around." Master Wu suddenly recalled the incident outside Flash Dragon Villa and spoke up. "Ah, right. Butler Cow. Master Zhu Baji killed a few people on the mountain road earlier. Their bodies are still there." Wenxian replied calmly. "I know. I'll send someone to handle it." Dark clouds and lightning suddenly broke the clear blue sky. The two Chen brothers were terrified. What's happening? Wenxian, used to this sight, remained perfectly calm. Don't panic. Master Chu is about to come out of seclusion. The surrounding disciples cheered excitedly. Master Chu is coming out. Master Chu is getting struck by lightning again. A bolt of lightning crashed down. Churan looked up calmly, while Zhubaji laughed maniacally. Lightning striking, Master Chu. My favorite moment. Churan watched the descending lightning with indifference. I am a three-step grandmaster. Next is the Xiantian realm. Let the storm rage harder. The moment Churan appeared, Zhubaji charged at him aggressively. Have a taste of this. Confused by the sudden attack, Churan shouted, Hey, let's talk this out. Wait until I finish my tribulation. But Zhubaji didn't listen. He charged forward, delivering a kick with a furious roar. How dare you give me such a stupid name? Take this. Churan glanced at the lightning above, panic setting in. He knows I can't dodge the lightning. He's doing this on purpose to get revenge. The lightning struck at the exact moment the kick landed. Churan had nowhere to hide. The onlookers watched in horror. He took the full force of the lightning and Zhubaji's kick simultaneously. When the lightning faded, Churan stood there in tatters, not a single piece of clothing left intact. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Zhubaji, you bastard. The pig craned its neck and shouted back, Who told you to give me that trash name? The Chen brothers stared in shock, while the surrounding crowd clutched their stomachs, roaring with laughter. Seeing Master Chu look this pathetic, it makes me so happy. Chu Hong couldn't believe her eyes. Is this really the terrifying Master Chu? Chu Ran finally noticed the strangers in the courtyard. Annoyed, he snapped, What are you looking at? Haven't you guys ever seen a handsome guy get struck by lightning before? As soon as Chu Ran spoke, everyone burst into laughter again at his miserable state, while Chu Hong shyly turned her face away. Realizing his awkward situation, Chu Ran hurriedly fled in embarrassment, leaving Zhubaji cackling with glee behind him. A while later, in the guest room of Hidden Dragon Villa, Chu Ran was sitting on a chair, neatly dressed and sipping tea. After listening to Chu Shui's explanation, he asked, So, you're inviting me to Europe to treat your grandfather? He nodded and replied, That's right. I won't hide anything from you. We come from DE International. It's a famous brand, so you've probably heard of it. My grandfather founded this empire, but he suddenly fell gravely ill. Now, my great-uncle Mo is plotting to swallow the entire business. Chu Shui was still speaking when Chu Ran raised a hand to stop him. Family feuds again? I hate trouble the most. I don't want to get involved. Also, those 3 assassins on the mountain road. They were a tale you brought with you, weren't they? Master Wu replied, his voice full of self-blame. Those 3 were likely hired by our enemies. They were essentially at the peak martial master level. I knew the danger was close, but I couldn't do anything about them. It's my own uselessness. Chu Shui comforted him. Master Wu, don't say that. It's not entirely your fault. Chu Ran leaned back in his chair, looking clearly impatient. Trouble. Too much trouble. He closed his eyes and thought, Europe is also the territory of the 12 principal gods. Although I'm not afraid of them, I don't want to go knocking on their door and starting a fight. Chu Shui tried his best to persuade Chu Ran. Master Chu, please don't refuse just yet. We came with sincerity this time. Master Wu took out a box and opened it in front of him. Look at this. I don't know if the water in this bottle is of any use to you. Chu Ran picked up the small vial, and a look of surprise flashed across both his and Zhu Baji's eyes. A stream of cold air radiated from the vial, making Chu Ran exclaim involuntarily, "So cold!" The small vial in Chu Ran's hand sparkled like a precious treasure. "In such a short time, my hand is already frozen. Could this be?" Master Wu immediately spoke up to explain its origin. This water was taken from a pool. Half of the pool is cold, and the other half is hot. On full moon nights, the hot and cold mix to form a vortex. Hearing this, Zhu Baji couldn't help but be astonished and blurted out a name: the Heavenly Demon Divine Pool. Chu Ran shook the vial gently, thinking to himself, water from the Heavenly Demon Divine Pool is a supreme material for refining weapons. But why would this pool appear on Earth? Zhu Baji immediately took out his phone and started typing. Click-clack. He then held the screen up to the 3 members of the Chen family. Where is this pool? How big is it? You guys didn't ruin it, did you? Before they could answer, Chu Ran slammed Zhu Baji's head onto the table. Have you lost your mind? How do you even know about the Heavenly Demon Divine Pool? Besides, that's used for refining weapons. You don't even have a weapon. So what's the rush? Hearing his mocking words, Zhu Baji looked struck down, his expression instantly turning dejected. Chu Shui, who had been watching Chu Ran's attitude the whole time, rubbed his hands together and asked nervously, "So, about our request, will you consider it a bit more?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ran replied loudly, "Consider what?" No need to consider. The 3 members of the Chen family were startled, panicking because they thought he was refusing. But then they heard Chu Ran continue, "We fly straight to Europe right now. I'm going to cure your grandfather." Hearing those words, the Chen family group was absolutely delighted. They hurriedly thanked him profusely. "Thank you, Master Chu." Not long after, at the airport, a plane was preparing for takeoff. Chu Ran was arranged a seat in the VIP cabin by Chu Shui. He sat by the window, looking out in boredom, thinking to himself, Chen Chu Shui is really cautious, insisting we split up to move. Meanwhile, Zhu Baji was as excited as a child on his first flight, running and jumping everywhere, muttering, "So, this is the flying tool that mortals use?" Seeing him running back and forth between the rows of seats, Chu Ran felt a bit annoyed. "Get back here. What if someone spots you?" Zhu Baji replied nonchalantly while playfully hopping around a female passenger's seat nearby. "I've cast a concealment spell. No one can detect my existence. I don't believe it. Watch this." Chu Ran didn't want to hear any more excuses. He grabbed Zhu Baji by the neck, dragged him back to the seat, and said impatiently, "Stop messing around." Just then, a female passenger named Zhong Xinran was attracted by the noise next to her and unconsciously looked over. Sensing a gaze staring at him, Chu Ran turned his head and gave a friendly smile. "Hello." Caught peeking, Xinran immediately blushed, her heart pounding. She thought to herself, "This man is so handsome. Is he interested in me?" She nodded shyly in return. "Hello, my name is Zhong Xinran. I'm from Jinling, may I ask?" He replied cheerfully. "Chu Ran. From Zhujiang." Ignoring his tone, Xinran introduced herself. "I work for the Dime subsidiary in Jinlin. I'm here to report to headquarters." She paused. "What about you?" Hearing the familiar name, Dime, Chu Ran raised an eyebrow. "Dime company again? What a coincidence." Zhou Dong, sitting behind them, interrupted. "Xinran, can you stop flirting with random guys in public? Try to have some dignity." Xinran's face went cold. "Zhou Dong, I'm not your girlfriend or your wife. What I do is none of your business." The atmosphere grew tense. Chu Ran turned to look at him. Zhou Dong met his gaze with an arrogant smirk. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Dong, Deputy Marketing Manager of the Dime Jinlin branch. Where do you work?" "Brother Chu." Chu Ran didn't answer immediately. He just smiled faintly. "All of Jinlin belongs to me. Who do you think I am?" Just as Chu Ran finished speaking, 2 men entered the cabin. A flight attendant approached him politely. "Sir, I'm terribly sorry. We have a VIP with an urgent matter who needs this seat. Could you please take the next flight?" Chu Ran frowned, clearly displeased. "And if I refuse?" The attendant bowed, maintaining a polite tone. "Please cooperate, sir. We will certainly provide financial compensation." Seeing the attendant taking too long, the man behind him lost his patience. He shoved his way forward and barked, "Stop wasting time with him. Hey you, Get up. I'll pay you double, Shinran gasped when she saw the man. That's Zhou Lide, the CEO of Tianhai International. He's our company's biggest client. This kid is in serious trouble. Zhu Baji stared at the scene, whispering in Chu Ran's ear. Well, shall we start? Chu Ran pondered for a moment. Then a faint smile touched his lips. Chu Ran stood up, not wanting to waste his breath. Fine, take the seat. I don't need your money. Lide smirked, satisfied. I knew you wouldn't dare refuse. As they walked out of the cabin, Zhu Baji's eyes burned with rage. He grumbled at Chu Ran. We're just leaving? That was pathetic. Chu Ran replied calmly. He's just a mortal. No need to lower myself to his level. Besides, who said you have to sit inside the plane to ride it? Moments later, the engines roared to life. The tires screeched against the tarmac as the plane sped down the runway and took off. Chu Ran and Zhu Baji were standing on top of the fuselage. Much more comfortable up here, Chu Ran mused. The pig nodded in agreement. True. As the sun began to set, the plane landed at YB City Airport. Shinran and Zhou Dong grabbed their luggage and hurried out. Meanwhile, Chu Shui and two members of the Chen family were still waiting outside for Chu Ran. Zhou Lide spotted them the moment he stepped off the plane. His heart raced with excitement. The Chen siblings from the Dime group? Were they actually here to pick him up? To think such heavyweights would show up personally. It seems I still hold some sway with the Tianhai group after all. The more he thought about it, the smugger he looked. Striding over with a beaming smile, Lide greeted them. Young Master Chen, Miss Chen, you shouldn't have troubled yourselves to come personally. Sending a subordinate would have been plenty. Chu Shui was busy scanning the crowd, but when he suddenly heard the voice, he turned back with a blank look. Oh, CEO Zhou? He shook the man's hand distractedly, his eyes still darting around the area. Pleasure. But, this is awkward. I'm actually here to pick someone else up. The remark made Lide visibly freeze. Forcing down the embarrassment, he asked, Is that so? I wonder who could possibly be important enough to have the young master of the Chen family waiting on them. Chu Shui kept glancing left and right as he replied to Lide. He was on the same flight as you. Perhaps you even saw him, CEO Zhou. He immediately responded, Oh? Then he must be a distinguished guest from the VIP cabin. Speaking of which, since I was coming to discuss business with your company, I had to squeeze onto this flight at the last minute. I actually had to kick some poor brat out of his seat. Chu Shui just let out a vague, oh, not paying much attention. But Lide sneered and kept bragging. That kid was wearing clothes worth a few bucks in the VIP cabin. Hilarious. I kicked him out, and he didn't dare say a word. Look, that's the brat right there. He extended a finger, pointing directly towards Chu Ran. Then, as if realizing something, he scratched his head in confusion. Wait, how is he on the same flight? Even economy class was fully booked. While he was still puzzling over it, he suddenly heard Chu Shui shout with joy. Master Chu! Over here, Master Chu! You've had a long journey. Chu Ran walked over, his gaze shifting toward Lide. Smiling at the man, he replied, Not at all. Thanks to this CEO Zhou here, I got to have quite a unique experience. Chu Shui suddenly recalled Lide's earlier words, and his face instantly darkened. Zhou Lide. Did you just say the person you kicked out was Master Chu? He is our honored guest. Lide began to panic. Before he could even explain, Chu Shui cut him off with a cold voice. At Dime Corporation, we look at character when choosing partners. It seems there's no need for any cooperation between us anymore. With that, Chu Shui and the others quickly ushered Chu Ran out of the airport. On the road, Chu Shui speaks with deep regret. Master Chu, I've treated you poorly. Chu Ran just shrugs. It's nothing. The view from on top of the plane wasn't half bad. Hearing this, Chu Shui beams with relief. That's Master Chu for you, unfazed by anything. Meanwhile, behind them, Zhou Lide is fuming, his face flushing a deep, angry red. Master? What a load of crap. Sat on the plane? Why don't you just claim you flew here yourself like Superman? Cost me my damn contract. He curses, spitting a glob of saliva on the ground before letting out a cold, meaningful HMF. Dime Group. You think I don't know about your internal power struggle? Just you wait. Moments later, inside a luxurious skyscraper, Chen Xiaotong's stern voice cuts through the air. President Zhou, wasn't that business deal supposed to be handled by my nephew? Why come to me instead? At the mere mention of it, Zhou's face twists into a look of pure aggravation. Don't even ask, President Chen. I accidentally offended some Master Chu your nephew invited, and he immediately terminated our partnership. Xiaotong frowned slightly, asking sharply, "And who exactly is this Master Chu?" Zhou answers honestly, "They call him a master, but to me, he looks like a broke, average brat. He fought me for a seat on the plane and got kicked off. Yet, your nephew bowed down and carried his luggage like a servant. I have no idea what's going on between them." Xiaotong ponders for a moment, then waves his hand dismissively. "Understood. Move your orders through me from now on. And if you find out anything else, let me know." Having achieved his goal, Zhou Lide beams with joy, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, President Chen. I'll take my leave now." With that, he quickly scurries out of the room. Once he's gone, Xiaotong speaks up leisurely. "It seems Chen Qushui is desperate to find someone to cure the old man. But to pick someone so young, 10 to 1, he's a scammer," Elisa replies softly. "He may be young, but we should still be cautious." Xiaotong nods in agreement. "I know. Chen Qushui has no parents. If the old man falls, he's the only opponent we have left. Naturally, we must handle this carefully." Elisa steps closer, stroking Xiaotong's face with intimate familiarity. She whispers, "Don't worry, the D-May group will definitely be ours. The master I've brought in to help is an elite, sent directly from the War God Temple." He pulls Elisa into a tight embrace, his voice brimming with delight. "Someone from Jadena's War God Temple? Excellent. With the backing of the 12 High Gods, victory is already in our hands," she replies with arrogant confidence. Naturally. One crisp morning at the apartment complex, Chu Ran is sitting in his room when Qiu Shui suddenly bursts through the door. He speaks urgently, reminding him of their prior arrangement. If it's convenient, they should head over now. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran immediately drops the book in his hand onto the chair and says, "Let's go." He turns back to tell Zhu Baji, who is lounging on the sofa, to stay put. The pig couldn't care less about keeping him there. He just waves a trotter to shoo them away. Outside, Chu Shui respectfully invites Chu Ran into the car. Once inside, he awkwardly admits that he hasn't dared to reveal Chu Ran's true identity to his family yet. "They don't know you are the living Yama, Master Chu, so their attitude might be." Before he can finish, Chu Ran cuts him off. He speaks casually, without ceremony. "I don't care if their attitude is bad. As long as there are no issues with the payment you promised, we're good." Chiu Shui assures him firmly, "That spirit pond is my personal property. I guarantee there will be no issues handing it over." As they drive, Chiu Shui adds more context. He recently discovered that one of his uncles is gunning for his position as chairman. His current wife has deep connections to the War God Temple. "This situation is dangerous, so after you treat my grandfather, I'll arrange for you to leave immediately." Hearing this, Chu Ran just lets out an arrogant laugh. "The War God Temple? What is that to me? Even if all 12 high gods showed up, they couldn't touch a hair on my head. But be honest. You actually want to drag me into this mess, don't you?" Chu Shui flinches, caught off guard by Chu Ran's sharpness. Caught red-handed, he scratches his head and gives a sheepish smile. Nothing gets past Master Chu. Chiu Shui admits he was hoping Chu Ran would take their side. He explains, "In recent years, the War God Temple has been acquiring major companies aggressively. The entirety of Northern Europe is practically becoming the War Goddess's playground." Chu Shui pleads desperately, explaining that his company, "We just want to survive. We really need your help, Master Chu." Chu Ran listens, then simply smirks. "We'll see when the time comes." Moments later, the luxury car pulls up in front of a towering skyscraper. 2 bodyguards stand nearby, eyes scanning everything with hawk-like precision. A long line of security personnel waits at the entrance. Chiu Shui opens the car door, bowing respectfully as he invites Chu Ran to step out. Seeing such a grand welcome, Chu Ran offers a faint smile and strides forward. Shortly after, they arrive at the hospital suite where Chiu Shui's grandfather is bedridden. Every key member of the family is already gathered there. Chiu Shui introduces him to the old man. "Grandfather, this is the person I told you about. He traveled all the way from Huaxia just to see you." The old man looks at the youth before him, visibly surprised. "This is Master Chu?" Suspicion immediately clouds his eyes. How could a master be this young? He's far too young. Qiu Shui must have been scammed. Qiu Shui's grandfather raises a hand, telling him he appreciates the thought. But, suddenly, Chen Xiaotong points a finger right in Qiu Shui's face and barks, "It's bad enough your sister acts recklessly, but now you're joining in on the nonsense too? Has Chu Shui forgotten about the time Chu Hong brought that scamming fortune teller here? Then he turned to his grandfather, urging him to take a look at the Master Qin he had introduced. The master stood there arrogantly, basking in Xiao Kong's praise. Anyone with eyes can see who the real master is, right? Chu Shui's grandfather didn't hesitate either. He wanted to get started immediately. Standing beside Chu Ran, Chu Shui awkwardly asked him to wait a moment until the others were done. Chu Ran looked at the grandfather and voiced his thoughts. Your grandfather has likely been poisoned. Hearing this from the bed, the old man glanced slightly at him but remained silent. Chen Rong, standing nearby, spoke up. They had already invited countless doctors, so they had long known it was poisoning. She sarcastically asked Chu Ran if he had investigated them before coming, just to scam some money. Chu Shui rushed forward to argue, but Chu Ran stopped him. They should just watch how the other man intended to treat the patient first. Then, Master Qin produced a turtle shell, acting incredibly mysterious to captivate everyone's attention. Elisa, standing beside Xiao Kong, whispered, I've observed him. That Chu Ran has absolutely no spiritual energy. He's just an ordinary person. Xiao Kong sneered upon hearing this. This Master Qin is no ordinary man. He is an expert we invited from the War God Temple. Master Qin opened the turtle shell in his hand, revealing a glowing pill inside. He presented the pill to Chu Shui's grandfather, claiming it was a pill he had refined himself. He promised that within 3 days of taking it, the old man would be as lively as a dragon and as active as a tiger. The grandfather looked at the pill resting in the turtle shell with astonishment. Could it really be that miraculous? But Xiao Kong, watching from the side, smirked internally. He had bought this pill at a high price from the War God Temple. Once the old man took it, his life and death would be entirely under their control. Ran, who had approached unnoticed, asked Master Qin, Is this the pill you just refined? The master laughed arrogantly, claiming he could refine at most 2 a day, making it extremely rare. But no one expected that in the very next second, Chu Ran would snatch the pill and pop it into his mouth. Seeing this, Master Qin roared in fury. Yet Chu Ran remained completely indifferent. Chewing the pill, he remarked, If you refine 2 a day, then it shouldn't matter if I eat just 1. Everyone present was so furious their eyes nearly rolled back in their heads. They were rendered speechless. Xiao Kong stood there, suppressing his rage, and growled that Chu Ran had better give him an explanation. Hearing this, Chu Shui panicked, not knowing what to do. Chu Ran heard Xiao Kong's claim and let out a smirk, remarking that they must have scavenged that pill from some random back alley for the old man. He looked him dead in the eye and said, Chu Ran? You're basically asking him to test poison on himself. Then he turned to provoke Master Qin. You said you refine 2 of these a day, right? If that's the case, then whipping up just 1 more right now shouldn't be a problem, should it? Hearing this, Master Qin froze, casting a desperate, pleading look toward Xiao Kong for help. The old fraud was grinding his teeth in rage. That pill cost a fortune. Naturally, they had only prepared 1. Where the hell was he supposed to dig up a second one right now? Seeing that even Xiao Kong couldn't save him, Master Qin started sweating bullets. He immediately spun around to leave, tossing back a pathetic excuse. The Chen family's attitude is absolutely atrocious. I'm not desperate enough to tolerate this insult. I quit. Chen Rong and Xiao Kong panicked, rushing forward to grab the old man and drag him back before he could escape. Xiao Kong pointed a trembling finger at Chu Ran, yelling at his grandfather, Grandpa, look at what this guy is doing. Chu Shui's grandfather looked at Chu Ran in silence. The boy didn't flinch. He just offered a calm, confident smile. Chu Ran looked the old man in the eye and said, Since they can't produce the pill right now, why not let me take a look at you? The old master didn't refuse, whispering a soft agreement. Chu Ran sat by the bed and reached out to check his pulse. After a moment, his eyes snapped open and his brows furrowed slightly. The old master lay there with his eyes closed, conserving his energy. Chu Ran studied him thoughtfully. This man is sick, but he's not senile. He definitely has his own calculations about the situation. He spoke clearly to the old master. You've been suffering from chronic poisoning for over 10 years. You didn't catch it in time, and by the time you knew, it was too late. The old master chuckled softly. You're right. Years ago, on a mountain, I inhaled a strange smoke. Chu Ran just smiled, pulling out his medical kit. Don't worry, I can cure this. He drew a silver needle from his bag, his expression turning deadly serious. He stared for a split second, then flung the needle straight at the patient. The old master kept his eyes closed, not even flinching to see what the boy was doing. The moment the needle pierced the old master's temple, his eyes flew open. Chu Yi's grandfather laughed, looking around the room. I feel much better already. Looks like the old man isn't kicking the bucket anytime soon. Hearing this, Chu Hong and Chu Shui were absolutely over the moon. Only Xiao Tong and Elisa looked like they'd swallowed a fly, their faces dark and unable to squeeze out a smile. Moments later, the scene shifts to the Chen family residence. Chu Ran pulls a needle from Old Master Tai Yang's temple, explaining, "To fully drain this toxin, I'll need about a month of treatment. Given his advanced age, his body can only handle one acupoint treatment a day. That's all for now." Then, Chu Ran turns to take a jab at Master Qin, smirking, "Oops, I accidentally cured him. Sorry you made the trip for nothing, old man." Even Chen Rong does a complete 180, suddenly acting all warm and fuzzy toward Chu Ran. Seeing the room's mood, Xiao Tong can't keep scowling. He forces a smile and tells Chu Shui, "Go on, get Chu Ran settled in for a rest." Chu Shui nods obediently, quickly guiding him toward the guest wing. Chu Hong and Chu Shui flank Chu Ran, chatting excitedly. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong is left behind, face purple with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he glares at the old master, clearly hatching a scheme. As they walk, Chu Hong and Chu Shui can't stop singing Chu Ran's praises. She still can't believe her grandfather's condition is actually curable. Chu Shui, however, gets serious and asks about that so-called Master Qin. Chu Ran explains, "The poison your grandfather caught might have been an accident, but as for that Master Qin, I suspect he's from the War God Temple." The two of them freeze, completely stunned by the name. Chu Ran continues, "That pill was likely from the temple too. It had 100 fruit grass hidden inside, extremely toxic. It won't kill you instantly, but the moment it interacts with the 1,000-leaf flower, it triggers. That combination is a death sentence." His expression turns grim. Chu Shui is shaking with fury. "My second uncle, he's actually that vicious? He really hired someone to murder Grandpa." Then, panic hits Chu Shui, as he remembers Chu Ran was the one who swallowed that pill. "Are you okay? That poison." Before he can finish, Chu Ran cuts him off. "Don't worry, that stuff doesn't work on me." Chu Shui looks conflicted about breaking this news to his grandfather. "Ever since Grandpa got sick, our relationship has been rocky. It's going to be hard to make him believe me." Hearing this, Chu Ran just chuckles. "You're underestimating your grandfather. The old man is sharp. He's playing along to make Xiao Tong lower his guard. Even if I hadn't eaten that pill, he would have found an excuse to reject it." Chu Shui lets out a long sigh of relief. "If that's true, then thank God." Chu Ran steps forward and reassures him. "I'll stay here for the month until the old master is completely cured. You have my word." The scene cuts to a quiet room in the Chen estate. A coffee cup sits on a desk until a fist slams down hard, sending the dark liquid splashing over the rim. Xiao Tong sits in his office, seething with rage, his voice a low growl. "We can't let this go on. If that old man gets cured, we're back to square one. I can't wait any longer." Elisa stands beside him, stroking his shoulder. "Calm down. The chairman's seat will be yours soon enough." She turns to Master Qin. "You've always been Father's right-hand man. This failure isn't on you." Master Qin furrows his brow, sharing his assessment. "That kid. He has skill, certainly, but I sensed absolutely no spiritual energy coming from him, so he's not a martial artist." Xiao Tong pauses, suspicious. Could he be a grandmaster? Grandmasters can suppress their aura, making them invisible to normal martial artists. Elisa lets out a mocking laugh. "Impossible. Even the 12 divine lords didn't reach grandmaster level until they were at least 30. Even Huasha's legendary Chen Zhantian took until 35. How could a brat in his 20s possibly be at that level?" Master Qin raises a hand, nodding in agreement. Xiao Tong's eyes go cold. "Find someone. Kill Chu Ran." Master Qin asks, "Should we utilize the resources of the War God Temple?" "No need." Xiao Tong dismisses the idea. "Just hire a martial artist. We'll frame Chu Shui for the murder. Once that nephew of mine is out of the picture, the company shares are ours." Meanwhile, at the Chen family villa, it's a beautiful sunny day. Chu Ran is lounging around on his phone when the doorbell chimes. He yells out, "Hey, Jubaji, your pizza's here." A lazy voice drifts out from the bedroom. "Get the door for me, will ya?" The delivery guy calls out again. Phone in hand, Chu Ran strolls over to the entrance. Chu Ran swings the door open. Standing there is a delivery man, his face completely obscured by a low cap. Chu Ran stares at him, confused. Who are you? The guy steps inside, uninvited. Just the delivery guy. He sets the box on the floor, then straightens up. The name's B. Pleasure to meet you, Chu Ran. Chu Ran narrows his eyes, sensing the danger immediately. You're suspicious as hell. Who sent you? Elsewhere, Beck sneered, waving his hand dismissively. He wasn't going to reveal his employer to Chu Ran. Just then, the clock in the room struck 8. Beck reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Right on time, he said coldly. You can be on your way now. Beck leveled his gun straight at Chu Ran. Chu Ran rolled his eyes. Using a gun? That was just insulting to someone of his level. Suddenly, a noise from the next room made Beck jump. He smirked mockingly. Oh? You have company? Beck crept toward the door, reaching to open it while keeping his gun trained on his target. He praised Chu Ran's refined tastes, coming to treat a patient while stashing a mistress inside the house. Chu Ran shuddered, imagining the round, fat body of Jubaji being called a mistress. Beck cracked the door open, revealing a small gap. As the door swung open, Jubaji floated out. Beck whipped his head around. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He stumbled back, trying to process the creature hovering in front of him. The shock was absolute. Was that a flying pig? Before he could recover, Jubaji lunged, delivering a flying kick straight to his gut. Beck flew backward, crashing into a pile of furniture. Chu Ran sighed at Jubaji. Easy. I still need to use some of that stuff. Sprawled amidst the wreckage, Beck quickly aimed his gun at the duo, screaming, What the hell are you things? Seeing the guy could still crawl, Chu Ran laughed. Not bad. You're tougher than the average thug. Beck didn't want to talk anymore. He pulled the trigger, but as the bullet sped toward Chu Ran, he simply snatched it out of the air. Beck's jaw hit the floor. How? How did he catch a bullet? Chu Ran asked bluntly. You're with Elisa, aren't you? I knew she'd underestimate me. Hearing that, Beck didn't bother hiding it anymore. Trembling, he gripped his gun and bluffed. I'm an assassin, and I'm Elisa's lover. If you touch me, you won't live to see tomorrow, Chu Ran scoffed. You're just a side piece, and you're trying to scare me? Seeing the threat fail, Beck yelled, Elisa belongs to the War God Temple. You can't touch her. Chu Ran pretended to recoil in terror. Oh no, I'm so scared. Well then, Chu Ran said, his voice dropping, to stop them from coming after me. I guess I'll just have to declare war on them first. Beck's face went pale as a sheet. He actually dared to say that? Who the hell did Chu Ran think he was? He didn't flinch one bit. Instead, he pressed his forehead right against the barrel of B's gun and fired back a question of his own. Since you're in the underworld, you must know exactly who holds the number 6 spot on the dark rankings, don't you? B started shaking like a leaf. He stammered as the realization hit him. Number 6 is the King of Hell, Chu, and the man squatting right in front of him is that very same King of Hell from Huaxia. B instantly slammed his forehead into the ground, kowtowing frantically. He begged Chu Ran for mercy, pleading for his life over and over. When B finally looked up, he saw Pigsy walking toward him, casually picking his nose. Then, the pig just dragged him away, ignoring his blood-curdling screams. Chu Ran stood back and asked, Where are you taking him? Pigsy replied that he just wanted to add a little decoration to the garden. Hearing that, he could only sigh helplessly at this pig. That entire day, the Chen family villa echoed with B's agonizing screams. The next morning, Chu Shui took the lead and asked Chu Ran, Did you sleep well last night? They walked a bit further and spotted Elisa and Shao Kong chatting nearby. Surprisingly, the old man wasn't rude at all. He actually greeted Chu Ran with a warm smile. Not wanting to waste breath on him, Chu Ran gave a dismissive wave and said he was going inside to perform acupuncture on the old master. As soon as Chu Ran turned his back, their smiles dropped, and they started whispering in shock. They couldn't figure out why he wasn't dead yet. Elisa couldn't even get in touch with the assassin she had sent. Shao Kong stared daggers at Chu Ran's retreating back. That kid definitely has a secret we haven't found yet, he muttered. We need to investigate him. For all we know, he might have some powerful master backing him up. Once they left the corridor, Chu Shui asked Chu Ran if he was free that afternoon to come check out his company. Chu Ran saw right through him immediately. Chu Shui just wanted to use his reputation to intimidate others. Caught red-handed, Chu Shui could only give an awkward laugh. Chu Ran cheerfully agreed. He waved his hand and walked ahead, saying he was going to take a stroll around the area first. The foreign streets were bustling with life. As Chu Ran quietly walked through the crowd, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure up ahead. Isn't that Qian Xiao Shui? Xiao Shui was just walking down the street when he heard someone call his nickname, making him jump in surprise. He spun around and saw Chu Ran walking toward him. Xiao Shui was shocked to see his teacher there. The two of them chatted happily. Even Chu Ran hadn't expected to run into him in a foreign country. Xiao Shui explained that he was there to check out some schools, since he was planning to study abroad soon. As it happened, Xiao Shui was on his way to a gathering for the Chinese community to network with some big shots. He invited Chu Ran to tag along. The scene shifted to a bustling bar where almost every seat was already taken. Xiao Shui told Chu Ran that a lot of VIPs were expected to show up, and he wanted to introduce his teacher to them. At a nearby table, a man and a woman were sitting together, deep in conversation. The man was trying to convince the girl, Yang, to go somewhere else for a few drinks with him later. Just then, Xiao Shui led Chu Ran right up to their table. He introduced the man to his teacher. This is Dong Liang. He owns several bars overseas. Then Xiao Shui turned to Dong Liang. And this is Chu Ran, my high school teacher. Suddenly, Yang stood up and leaned seductively against Chu Ran. She told Dong Liang to stop chasing her because she liked this teacher much better than him. After, Dong Liang clicked his tongue in annoyance. Why did his teacher have to show up at a gathering like this? Talk about bad luck. Xiao Shui was eaten up with guilt. He bowed his head, apologizing profusely to Chu Ran, swearing he didn't know those two were like that. But Chu Ran didn't hold a grudge. He just waved it off and invited Xiao Shui for a drink. As the master and disciple sat drinking, they overheard a conversation from the table behind them. People were buzzing that the CEO of Tianhai International was arriving soon, and apparently someone even more important was coming with him. Rumor had it, it was a highness named Len from the Temple of the Sunday. Just then, a middle-aged man strode in, instantly commanding the room's attention. As Li De entered, Dong Liang immediately bowed in respect. Li De chuckled. No need for such formalities. Dong Liang was about to guide him to a VIP area when Li De's eyes locked onto Chu Ran sitting at the nearby bar. He sneered internally. Chu Ran? A big shot? Please, look at him, sitting in the kiddie section, completely ignored. He strutted over to him and raised his voice, dripping with sarcasm. Couldn't scam your way through the DMA group, so you came here to mooch free drinks instead? When Dong Liang rushed over to ask what was happening, Li De dismissed Chu Ran as nothing more than a two-bit con artist. Chu Ran didn't back down. He took a calm sip of water and fired back. Aren't you that damn fatty Chen Chu Shui kicked to the curb? The crowd erupted into whispers instantly. Li De's face turned beet red with humiliation and rage. He snapped, screaming, "The Chen family is scouring the globe for a real doctor, so you ran here to hide, didn't you?" The crowd's suspicion instantly shifted, targeting Chu Ran. Li De sees the crowd whispering insults at Chu Ran and lets out a despicable, sneering laugh. Xiao Shui can't stand seeing his teacher humiliated. He jumps up, desperate to defend Chu Ran's honor. Dong Liang ignores the kid completely, demanding Chu Ran be thrown out immediately. Satisfied, Li De turns to leave. He tells Dong Liang to let the trash stay. As Li De walks away, he tosses one last insult, mocking Chu Ran for being a starving beggar with nowhere else to eat. Chu Ran doesn't even bat an eye at the insults, but Xiao Shui glares after them, trembling with helpless rage. Xiao Shui feels incredibly guilty. After all, he was the one who invited his teacher to this wretched place. He suggests they leave to avoid trouble, but Chu Ran ignores the drama. He yanks Xiao Shui back into his seat, telling him to eat and stop worrying. As he sits, Xiao Shui can't help but think his teacher has skin thicker than a castle wall. Chu Ran calmly sips his tea, asking Xiao Shui if he finally understands the harsh reality of this society. He lectures his student. You must become strong enough to slap this cruel reality right across the face. Suddenly, the entire bar erupts into chaos. Len has arrived. He strides inside, basking in the respectful worship of the crowd. Dong Liang lights up with joy, bowing low in respect. He immediately introduces Li De, who is standing eagerly beside him. Len offers a polite, practiced greeting. Li De instantly bows, stammering about what an honor it is to meet him. The three of them take a table. Len sits in the center like a king, raising his glass for Dong Liang to pour the wine. Beaming with excitement, Dong Liang asks if the rumors are true. Is a new sun god about to be chosen? Lida chimes in eagerly. He's heard that whichever highness reaches the Grandmaster level first will claim the title of the new sun god. The two of them go back and forth, showering Len with flattery, while he sits there in silence, not saying a word. Finally, Len speaks. He admits that breaking through to Grandmaster is incredibly difficult. It looks like a single step, but it can take years to cross that threshold. As he finishes speaking, his eyes lock onto two figures sitting nearby. The entire room follows Len's gaze, holding their breath. Everyone wonders who these arrogant fools are. How dare they sit there and not come over to pay their respects to Len? Seeing this, Dongliang jumps up and screams at them, ordering Chu Ran and Xiao Shuai to come over and bow before His Highness immediately. Chu Ran ignores Dongliang completely. Instead, he looks calmly at Xiao Shuai, who is shaking like a leaf. He warns his student not to turn around. An expert must maintain the aura of an expert, no matter what. Xiao Shuai stammers in terror, asking if his teacher is joking. Surely they should just go over and say hello? Chu Ran points at Xiao Shuai's trembling arm and sighs. You don't even know who he is, and you're already shaking this much? Xiao Shuai doesn't know the man's name, but he knows power when he sees it. Suddenly, Len stands up and marches toward their table. The crowd watches in anticipation, thinking these two are dead meat. They actually dared to ignore His Highness Len. At that exact moment, Chu Ran turns his head, looks Len in the eye, and offers a faint smile. Len freezes. His eyes go wide with shock, and his entire body starts to tremble uncontrollably. The fear has instantly shifted. He can't believe this monster is here. Chu Ran's sudden glance catches Len completely off guard. He's still traumatized by the memory of this man slaughtering Lord Apollo. Standing behind him, Dongliang notices Len's hands are shaking violently. Misunderstanding completely, he thinks Len is shaking with rage. He screams at Chu Ran and Xiao Shuai to get their asses over here right now. Lida joins the shouting match, asking if they have a death wish. Meanwhile, Len is terrified, listening to these idiots dig his grave deeper. Every word they say sends another wave of panic through Len's body. These fools don't realize they are dooming him. When they mention him becoming the next sun god, Len finally snaps. He roars in anger and spins around, delivering a vicious slap across Li Dai's face. The room goes dead silent. Dongliang, confused, stammers Len's name. He can't process it. Why is Lida getting beaten? Is there some kind of mistake? But when he meets Len's eyes filled with murderous rage, he wisely shuts his mouth. Len doesn't stop there. He gifts Dongliang a slap so hard it nearly dislocates his jaw. He points a trembling finger at them, screaming that he hates scum who frame innocent people. He gestures frantically toward Chu Ran, demanding to know why they are still standing there. Chu Ran's expression darkens slightly, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. If this fool dares to call him King of Hell, Chu, in public, he's a dead man. Len catches the hint just in time. He stammers, addressing him as Teacher Chu. Panicking, he orders the two idiots to apologize to Teacher Chu immediately. The entire bar is petrified. Everyone is frozen in place, wondering what on earth is happening. Len rushes over, bowing deeply to apologize for disturbing Chu Ran. But then, Chu Ran looks at him blankly and asks, "Who are you?" sending Len into a fresh panic. Flustered, Len desperately explains that Chu Ran taught him before he came to Huaxia. It turns out, Chu Ran really did mentor Len in the past, teaching him quite a few painful lessons. Everyone present was stunned into silence after hearing his words. To think that Chu Ran was actually the one who taught Len. But he doesn't even bother answering. He just waves a hand, signaling the guy to step outside for a chat. Alan is crying internal tears. Is he doomed today? The three of them walk toward the gate, leaving the crowd behind, totally dumbfounded and floored. Outside, the bar stands a massive, imposing building. Chu Ran walks ahead, telling Xiao Shuai to keep a list of everyone who disrespected them earlier. He plans to come back later and settle the score all at once. Just then, Chu Ran notices the guy sulking behind them. He turns to Xiao Shuai. "You head back first. I've got business with this block of wood." The block of wood in question is standing right there. Chu Ran says goodbye to Xiao Shuai, while Alan stands frozen, stiff as a board. Suddenly, Chu Ran turns back and orders him to follow. The sudden move makes Alan jump like someone stepped on his tail. Chu Ran and Alan walk down the empty street, neither saying a word. Finally, he breaks the silence. "So, what's the deal with the Sun Temple?" Seeing Alan look confused, Chu Ran gets straight to the point. Does your heritage have connections to the other main gods? Alan falls silent. That's top secret Sun Temple intel. How can he just spill it? Chu Ran notices his clenched fists. The guy clearly isn't willing to talk. He stares at him and smirks. Then, they continue walking, one after the other, in total silence. The scene shifts to Chu Ran's villa. It looks like he's bringing him home. Chu Ran leads the way, while Alan follows, his mind a chaotic mess. He glances at Chu Ran, thinking about making a run for it, but the moment he looks down at his feet, he sees a human head. It's literally a head buried in the dirt, eyes rolled back white. It looks absolutely gruesome. Terrified, he jumps back, screaming. Suddenly, the white eyes of the severed head snap open. Beck, buried in the ground, sees the guy above and screams, "I'm still alive, you know." Alan trembles, asking why the hell he's buried there. Before Beck can answer, Chu Ran cuts in, "This guy was sent to kill me. Didn't work out. When I asked who sent him, he wouldn't talk. So, I decided to plant him here." Beck frowns and tries to speak up. Chu Ran knows exactly who the mastermind is. Before he can finish, he eats a kick from Chu Ran. Beck instantly goes dazed, seeing stars and losing track of reality. Chu Ran, still smiling, reminds Alan of his earlier question. He looks at Beck, who's been beaten senseless, but still refuses to crack. Chu Ran doesn't force it. He just says, "Let's go inside and eat first." Alan follows him into the villa. As soon as they enter, they see Zhubaji floating in midair, holding a plate of food. Alan screams in terror. The next second, he catches the plate Zhubaji was holding right with his face. Chu Ran reacts instantly, catching the plate in midair and saving the food from hitting the floor. Holding the plate, he scolds Zhubaji, "Don't play with your food." Then he orders it to go get another plate because they have a guest today. Sitting at the table, Chu Ran cuts his steak and says, "I heard the next sun god will be chosen from you princes. It depends on who becomes a grandmaster first, right?" Chu Ran looks at the trembling Alan across the table. Alan confirms, "That's right." He adds that while the Sun Temple has many grandmasters, only those who accepted the orthodox inheritance from childhood can take the title of sun god. Chu Ran asks, "So, what's the relationship between you and the other main gods?" Alan explains, "They come from the lineage of the 12 temples of Europe. It's similar to different halls within the same sect." Chu Ran nods, understanding. "If it's about lineage, I can make you a grandmaster in a short time. That way, you can take the sun god position and control the entire Sun Temple." Alan is too shocked to speak. But of course, there's a catch. The condition is simple. He has to become Chu Ran's subordinate. He stares blankly, thinking he must have heard wrong. Chu Ran extends a hand. "Agree today, and you walk out alive. Refuse, and I'll have to silence you permanently." Hearing the threat wrapped in an offer, Alan falls silent. He bows his head and asks, "How many years will it take for me to become a grandmaster?" Chu Ran doesn't answer. He just points a finger straight at Alan's face, confusing him. Alan racks his brain but can't figure out what it means. Does he mean 1 year? Chu Ran's finger inches closer to his forehead, showing no sign of stopping. Suddenly, he fires a bolt of green flame right into Alan's face. Alan is instantly knocked backward by the blast, but the strike isn't meant to kill him. He manages to scramble back up. He looks at his hands, feeling a strange energy surging through his body. He kneels there, completely stunned. Overwhelmed by the sensation, he scrambled to grab the edge of the table, struggling to pull himself up. Once on his feet, he still couldn't believe it. He had to ask Chu Ran, Have I really become a grandmaster?" Chu Ran lightly swirled the wineglass in his hand, dropping a few words. "It doesn't take years. With me, Chu Ran. It only takes a single instant." Len's jaw dropped in shock and disbelief. He immediately fell to his knees, declaring he was willing to serve him faithfully for the rest of his life. Chu Ran didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand, telling him to hurry back and become the next sun god. "Just keep an eye on the temple's affairs for me later." Seeing Len grinning like an idiot, he shooed him away. "All right, get going." The man walked out, practically skipping and humming a tune, leaving B in the garden completely baffled. Later, seeing the food untouched on Zhubaji's plate, Chu Ran asked, "You're not eating the beef?" Zhubaji just moped into the room, claiming he had no appetite. Chu Ran felt suspicious. That pig eats like a pig every day. And now he says he has no appetite? Chu Ran was certain there was something fishy going on. Sure enough, late that night, when only one room in the villa still had its lights on. A pig's hoof quietly poked out the door. Zhubaji scanned the surroundings with extreme caution, looking incredibly shady. He then stealthily flew toward the back garden, unaware that Chu Ran had seen everything and was tailing him. He knew it. As soon as it got dark, this pig was bound to make a move. Now, Chu Ran just wanted to see exactly what Zhubaji was up to. He flew to the garden where Beck was buried, but Zhubaji only cared about a patch of dirt nearby. He started frantically digging up the soil, and just as expected, he dug up 2 gemstones, radiating a brilliant light. Zhubaji looked utterly delighted and satisfied, his eyes shining like headlights. He held the 2 stones up to admire them. Finally got them. Hiding in a nearby bush, Chu Ran immediately recognized them. Those are origin stones. That was a mineral even higher grade than spirit stones. 1 origin stone was worth 10 high-level spirit stones. Chu Ran stepped out from the bushes. He walked right up to Zhubaji. "What are you eating that's got you so excited?" Hearing his voice, the pig nearly jumped out of his skin. Right after that, Zhubaji frantically shoves 2 origin stones straight into his mouth. After gulping them down, he tells Chu Ran those were the last 2. Seeing this, Chu Ran grabs the pig's snout and pinches hard, trying to force him to spit them back out. Just as they're tussling, they hear Bei Ke groaning nearby. His face is pale as a sheet as he begs Chu Ran to let him go. Chu Ran dangles Zhubaji in one hand and walks over to where Bei Ke is buried. The guy has finally surrendered, promising to answer whatever Chu Ran asks. Chu Ran squats down and says, "Go ahead, tell me what you know. Let's see if it's actually worth my time." Bei Ke starts spilling his guts, launching into a long story that begins with Elisa. Her father is a prince of the war god temple. But Elisa hasn't officially tapped into the temple's power yet. She's just recruiting assassins to do her dirty work. And among the strongest is a half-step grandmaster. Bei Ke quickly adds that if Chu Ran lets him go, he'll go and smooth things over to broker a peace deal. Chu Ran falls into deep thought. Only a half-step grandmaster? I understand. Saying that, Chu Ran stands up. Seeing this, Bei Ke starts panicking all over again. He heard Elisa mention that a divine envoy is about to descend, so they need tributes. If they don't provide them, the higher-ups will be furious. But Chu Ran has no idea what a divine envoy is. He just walks away, leaving Bei Ke behind. Back at Chu Ran's villa, it's late at night, but the lights are still burning bright. Chu Ran sits down inside, pondering everything Bei Ke just told him. Sword seeds, the heavenly demon altar, and even mystic yang stones have appeared on Earth. What the hell is actually going on? Zhubaji brushes it off, refusing to answer. Instead, he blames Chu Ran for waking him up too early, claiming it made him forget a lot of things. Chu Ran presses on. "Do you really not remember why you came here, Zhubaji? Or do you just not want to tell me?" Hearing this, Zhubaji lowers his head in silence, his brows furrowed in hesitation. Finally, Zhubaji decides to speak. He looks up and reveals that he came from the immortal realm to find eternal life. Chu Ran is shaken to his core. The words echo in his mind, and his hands begin to tremble violently. Zhubaji said he came here, which means Earth. Eternal life has always been the main subject of research in the entire immortal realm. Not cultivation techniques, not mental mantras, but true immortality. Chu Ran turns back and asks Zhubaji, "Is the secret of eternal life really here on Earth?" By now, the pig has jumped onto the sofa and curled up into a ball. He grumbles, "Believe it or not, that's up to you. That's the only thing I remember anyway. Now stop bothering me. I'm starting my cultivation." Chu Ran leans down and stares at Zhubaji. Is this really a cultivation posture? It looks exactly like he's just sleeping. Zhubaji jumps up in anger and yells at Chu Ran, "With these 4 short limbs, do you think I can sit cross-legged?" Chu Ran doesn't bother arguing with Zhubaji anymore. After all, the pig has a point. The scene shifts to the next morning at the villa. Chu Ran wakes up with a yawn and walks out of his room. He sees Zhubaji still lying on the sofa, cultivating, and wonders what kind of breakthrough the pig will achieve this time. Anyway, Chu Ran has to visit the Daime group today, so he tells the pig to stay home and keep cultivating. At the Daime group, a massive skyscraper stands towering in the center of the city. Chu Ran walks into the company wearing a suit with an ID badge around his neck. It's an employee badge for the Daime group. As Chu Ran enters the lobby and looks around, someone walks towards him from the opposite direction. It's Shin Ran. She stops and stares intently at Chu Ran, then speaks up, clearly surprised to see him here. However, he doesn't recognize who she is at first. After thinking for a moment, Chu Ran finally remembers where he's seen her. He excitedly realizes that Shin Ran is someone he met in the past. Chu Ran smiles and says, "I'm just here to take a look around." Suddenly, he flinches in panic. Shin Ran has leaned in right against his chest, catching him off guard. He has no idea what she's trying to do. It turns out Shin Ran is just grabbing the employee badge hanging around his neck to inspect it. She asks how he got the badge. Chu Ran cheerfully replies that it isn't his. He just borrowed it from a friend to get inside and look around. Hearing that, Shin Ran enthusiastically turns around and offers to give Chu Ran a tour of the place. The scene shifts to another location, inside a room where a meeting is taking place. A slender hand points to a section of a document on the table, asking the person opposite what they think of the proposal. Jo Dong sits to the side, laughing heartily and saying it's good. Chin Ran, sitting opposite him, asks if they can sign the contract now. But Jo Dong intentionally stalls, saying there's no rush. He wants to go grab a meal first. Chin Ran sees right through him. His ulterior motives are written all over his face. He's definitely trying to complicate a simple deal. However, she couldn't politely refuse, so she forced a smile and agreed to have dinner with Jo Dong. He acted all chivalrous, opening the door for her. But as soon as they reached the lobby, they ran into a crowd, chatting excitedly. It turned out to be Chu Ran talking to everyone, and whoever listened to him was beaming with laughter. Recognizing an acquaintance, Chin Ran immediately rushed over and called his name. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Ran happily turned around. She asked, "Didn't you say you were going abroad for business? Why are you chatting here?" Chu Ran smiled brightly, explaining that this was also part of his business. However, seeing the two of them so happy made Jo Dong glare in anger. Why does this guy have to show up and ruin my date with a beauty? Thinking fast, Jo Dong extended his hand to greet Chu Ran, but Chu Ran completely ignored him, not even bothering to shake it. Jo Dong was furious. Is he trying to make me lose face right here? Then, as if by accident, Jo Dong brought up the incident where Chu Ran was kicked off the plane by President Chu, just to remind him of his place. Unexpectedly, Chu Ran didn't care in the slightest. He just dismissed it, saying he didn't pay attention to people like him back then. After saying that, Chu Ran turned back to Chin Ran with a grin. "Hey, how about you treat me to a meal today?" She didn't mind at all and just gave a soft smile. She didn't expect someone like Chu Ran to ask a girl to pay for dinner the moment they met. But Chin Ran wasn't petty enough to hold it against him. She nodded. "I actually know a restaurant here that's not bad." Right then, Jo Dong stepped in between them, blocking the way. "I already have a dinner date with Chin Ran today. You pick another time, Chu Ran." Annoyed by Jo Dong's attitude, she swatted his hand away. "It's just a meal. Do you really have to be like this?" Hearing that, he immediately snapped at Chin Ran. "Do you not value this partnership with me, or what?" But Chin Ran wasn't a pushover. She bluntly brought up the fact that Jo Dong was the one dragging out the contract signing. The moment she stopped talking, he went ballistic, pointing a finger right in Chin Ran's face. "If you can't sign this contract with me, then trust me, no one in the entire industry will dare to sign with you." She was seething with rage at his words, but she couldn't find a way to refute him. Just then, Chu Ran stepped forward to shield Chin Ran. "If Jo Dong's company refuses to cooperate, then we'll just drop this partnership." He looked at Chu Ran with utter disdain. "A poor teacher like you thinks he can make decisions for Chin Ran?" Shin Ran, who was standing nearby, stepped in to mediate. "This is headquarters. If you cause a scene, it'll look very bad." But he didn't give her any face either. He sneered, accusing Shin Ran of helping an outsider. "You've only met him twice, and you're already trying to hop into his bed?" Her face went pale, veins popping out on her forehead as she listened. She gritted her teeth and demanded to know what the hell he just said. The moment the words left her mouth, the two of them exploded into a shouting match, neither willing to back down an inch. Then Jo Dong pointed a finger straight at Chu Ran's face and roared, "Do you have any idea how much this partnership is worth? How dare you demand to cancel it?" He then turned to look at Chin Ran, hoping she would take his side. But Chin Ran just stood there with her arms crossed, her expression unyielding. She declared that every decision regarding the Huasheng group would follow Chu Ran's orders. Seeing this, Jo Dong ground his teeth in fury, but there was nothing he could do. He turned back to insult Chu Ran again, calling him the type of man who hides behind a woman's skirt. He added that if Chu Ran apologized right now, he might still have a chance. Chu Ran just sneered. He asked Jo Dong if he knew what happened to the people who dared to demand an apology from him. "They're all dead," Chu Ran said. staring at Zhou Dong with a gaze sharp enough to cut glass. Sure enough, the threat terrified him, forcing him to stumble back a few steps. But then, Zhou Dong started trembling, refusing to believe the words Chu Ran had just spoken. He accused him of bluffing. Chu Ran simply took out his phone and stated that he would indeed continue the cooperation with the company. This is a win-win situation for both sides, so why wouldn't we do it? Zhou Dong laughed with glee, thinking this guy was finally softening up to him. But Chu Ran cut him off. I never said I wanted to cooperate with you. Having said that, Chu Ran dialed a number. The moment the call connected, he spoke first. Chen Chu Shui, isn't it? I'm at your company right now. On the other end, Chen Chu Shui was in the middle of a high-level executive meeting when he took the call. He didn't say a word, but his expression turned incredibly serious. Immediately, Chen Chu Shui stormed out of the meeting room with a darkened face. Back in the lobby, Zhou Dong was shocked to see Chu Ran calling Chen Chu Shui, unable to believe he actually knew such a big shot. But then, denial set in. He convinced himself that Chu Ran had just dialed a random number to bluff him. Chu Ran didn't want to waste his breath. He told him that if Zhou Dong apologized to Xin Ran and Qin Ran before Chen Chu Shui arrived, this situation could still be salvaged. Hearing this, he laughed with contempt. This guy was actually telling him, Zhou Dong, to apologize? He then mocked Chu Ran by repeating his earlier line. Everyone who asks me to apologize is dead. Chu Ran turned to Qin Ran and asked, is this Zhou Dong guy despicable, or what? She immediately replied that he was even cheaper than Chu Ru. Hearing that, Chu Ran instantly grabbed a thick file folder. Chu Ran lunged forward and smacked Zhou Dong so hard he spun around. He pinned him to the ground and roared, I've reached my limit with you. You're even more pathetic than I thought. Today, I'm going to skin you alive so you never forget this. The staff guarding outside jumped at the loud commotion coming from inside. After beating Zhou Dong to a pulp, Chu Ran handed the file back to Qin Ran and reminded the groaning man, remember to be a decent human being in your next life. Zhou Dong lay on the floor, his face swollen like a pig's head, muttering weakly that he wasn't dead yet. Just then, Chen Chu Shui walked in from outside and asked, what is going on here? Seeing his potential savior arrive, Zhou Dong was overjoyed. He scrambled to sit up and immediately started listing Chu Ran's crimes. Hearing this, Xin Ran stepped forward to argue that Chu Ran was only trying to help her, but Chu Ran stopped her, telling her there was no need to explain anything. Immediately after, Chen Chu Shui bowed deeply, showing utmost respect as he apologized to Chu Ran. He added that he would fire Zhou Dong immediately. Chen Chu Shui then timidly asked if Chu Ran had any other requests, promising to do whatever it took to quell his anger. The crowd behind them, especially Zhou Dong, was thunderstruck, unable to believe what had just unfolded. He collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. How could this be happening? At that moment, Xiao Tong and Elisa marched in, surrounded by countless bodyguards, demanding to know what the commotion was. Elisa, seeing Chen Chu Shui there, asked him what was going on. Chen Chu Shui replied that Zhou Dong had offended Chu Ran, so he was planning to force his resignation. Terrified, Zhou Dong crawled to Xiao Tong's feet, begging the old man to save him. Seeing this, Elisa had no choice but to speak up and plead with Chu Ran. But before she could finish, he cut her off and asked bluntly, is this one of your people? He added, your previous subordinate is currently enjoying some very special hospitality from me. Elisa's face went pale with shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office elsewhere, an ashtray was smashed ruthlessly onto the floor, accompanied by a stream of curses. Back in Xiao Tong's office, Elisa was seething with rage over what had just happened. She was trembling with fury. The only way to quell this anger now was to either kill the old master or kill Chu Ran. Xiao Tong looked troubled. He said they should forget about the old master for now, as he was guarded day and night by 2 elite bodyguards, making it impossible to get close. Elisa's face turned purple with rage. She screamed like a madwoman, then just go and kill Chu Ran directly. Xiao Kong sighed, looking utterly bored and helpless. We already investigated last time nobody is protecting Chu Ran, so what's the plan to kill him this time? Elisa immediately launched into a long explanation. This time, they want to borrow a general from the War Temple, plus a few peak grandmasters from our side. With that lineup, he's dead meat. Once my father exits seclusion as a grandmaster, the goddess of war will definitely reward him. Xiao Kong wrapped his arms around her from behind, whispering that soon the entire city would be under their control. Meanwhile, at Chu Ran's villa, it was a beautiful day. He and Chin Ran were watching Baji perform circus tricks when suddenly, the beast turned its head. Sensing an intruder, Chu Ran immediately stood up as well. He walked out, leaving Chin Ran completely bewildered. "What's wrong?" she asked blankly. But before she could get an answer, Baji shot out the window like a bullet. Chu Ran followed right behind. He casually explained that some thieves had stopped by, and he needed to go teach them a lesson. He told Chin Ran not to step outside and mentioned he might be back a little late. She didn't know how to react, so she just nodded blankly and obeyed. Moments later, Chu Ran landed in a different part of the estate. Instantly, he was surrounded by a group of strangers. He lowered his head, thinking, "I can't let Principal Chin get scared." Suddenly, a swirling vortex appeared beneath his feet. It expanded rapidly, engulfing the entire group. Finally, a transparent sphere sealed them all inside. This barrier would ensure no sound escaped to the outside. A mercenary stepped toward Chu Ran and sneered. "Go ahead. Call out whoever is backing you." Chu Ran gave a cheeky reply. "There's nobody behind me, unless you count Baji my pig." The mercenary sighed in disappointment. "Our mission is to kill you, sure, but it's so boring not to test my skills against the expert protecting you." Chu Ran provoked him. "Why don't you make a move? Who knows, maybe I am that expert." The mercenary just pulled out dual swords and laughed mockingly. Chu Ran didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, preparing to flick his finger. Snap! He flicked his finger, sending a tiny blue spark shooting forward. It drilled straight into the mercenary's forehead, freezing him instantly. The man stood motionless, staring blankly at Chu Ran without uttering a sound. The surrounding lackeys were clueless. What the hell was happening to their boss? Suddenly, the mercenary leader pitched forward, crashing to the ground as everyone watched in shock. Dead, instantly, taken out by a single strike from Chu Ran. One minion stammered in terror. His boss was a second-step grandmaster. Just who exactly was this monster standing before them? How could he be this terrifying? Just then, Be Still buried up to his neck screamed at the mercenaries. "That's Chu Ran, the Yamachu from the blacklist." The moment they heard Yamachu, the crowd erupted into panicked whispers. Chu Ran merely smiled. "Well, they know too much now. You're up," he signaled. Zhu Baji. Before the words settled, the creature shot forward. Zhu Baji tore through the mercenaries with terrifying speed. They didn't even have time to blink. The survivors scrambled in terror. One man fumbled for his phone to alert HQ, stammering, It's Chu." He never finished the sentence. Zhu Baji slammed into him, sending the phone flying from his grip. The device smashed against the ground, destroyed. Seeing the squad wiped out, Chu Ran smirked in satisfaction. He turned his gaze to B, still buried in the dirt. "Now, tell me exactly where Elisa's headquarters is." B trembled violently under that stare. Moments later, the scene shifts to a squat building nestled in the heart of the city. This was Elisa's stronghold. Inside, a subordinate reported grim news. Total loss of contact with the strike team. Only a fragment of a message had come through. Elisa swirled the wine in her glass, looking bored. "And? What did it say?" He just said, "It's Chu," before the line went dead. Elisa frowned, utterly baffled. "Didn't I send them to kill Grandmaster Chu? What kind of useless intel is this?" She slammed her glass down. "Incompetent idiots. I should have just sent you," she muttered to the figure behind her. Suddenly, the entire room shuddered. Another guard burst in, panic on his face. "Intruder!" Elisa narrowed her eyes. "Who?" The guard pointed to the monitors. "Him." On screen, Chu Ran strode forward, Zhu Baji flanking him, dragging a large sack. He stood amidst a hallway of unconscious guards, looking untouchable. Elisa stared, unable to believe her eyes. How is this possible? Her voice spiked. "Why is he here? What happened to my hit squad?" On screen, Chu Ran dumped the sack. B's head rolled out, completely unconscious to the world. Chu Ran looked directly into the security camera. "I brought your little boyfriend back. Too lazy to carry the rest. I planted them in your garden." Elisa froze, shock turning into a cold shiver of fear. "He killed them all?" The fragment of the message flashed in her mind. "He is Chu." She stumbled back, trembling. Could Chu Ran be him? Elisa collapsed into her chair, strength draining from her legs. Her face went deathly pale. Chu Ran. Is he the legendary Yamachu? Chu Ran sniffed the air gunpowder, heavy weaponry nearby. In the control room, Elisa screamed, "Level 1 alert, now!" Instantly, the main entrance slammed shut. Blast doors sealed off every exit. Chu Ran glanced at the sealed exit behind him. He lowered his head, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. With a casual wave of his hand, he fired a blast that buckled the reinforced steel door like paper. Stepping through the wreckage, he looked up at the camera again. "Come out, Elisa. Let's chat." Inside, she frantically ordered a distress call. But Chu Ran was already moving, his body erupting with a strange, emerald aura as he deployed a formation. In seconds, a translucent barrier expanded, encasing the entire compound. Panic erupted in the command center, signal dead. Jammed. Elisa listened to the static, terrified. Impossible. On the monitors, Chu Ran was walking leisurely toward her location. Getting closer. Desperate, she grabbed the mic and fell to her knees. Chu Ran. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. We can talk about this." Chu Ran scoffed. "A misunderstanding? After trying to kill him over and over, you think I'm an idiot?" Elisa switched tactics, voice shrill. "The War Temple and the Goddess are backing me. Do you really want to go to war with them?" No answer. Just a blast of energy that obliterated the door standing between them. Chu Ran stared into the lens. "You done talking?" Elisa's knees gave out. Alice caught her, trying to steady her. "He's just human, Elisa. If we unleash the full arsenal, he dies like anyone else." Elisa's eyes darted in fear, then hardened into vicious resolve. "Kill him," she hissed. "Kill him now." The guards scrambled to intercept. Chu Ran rounded a corner, coming face to face with the first wave of Elisa's kill squad. The rest of the squad immediately raised their weapons and shouted, "Fire!" Gunshots roared through the corridor. A relentless storm of bullets rained down, but no matter how much they fired, an invisible shield in front of Chu Ran blocked every single shot. Realizing guns were useless, they switched to grenades. Explosions rocked the area as they resumed their barrage of fire. The corridor was now choked with thick smoke and dust. Inside that haze, the muzzle flashes of their guns flickered endlessly. Watching the chaos on her screen, Elisa smirked, convinced Chu Ran was already dead. But to her shock, he walked out of the smoke completely unharmed. He even complimented them. "Not bad. That power rivals a strike from a third-stage grandmaster." Chu Ran then signaled Baji, who was hiding behind him. "Go get him." The beast lunged forward, wiping out the minions in the blink of an eye. It then charged straight at the surveillance camera. Crash! The screen went pitch black. Elisa screamed in terror and stumbled back. Just then, she heard a noise coming from the door behind her. Alice quickly stepped in, shielding Elisa behind him. Boom! Chu Ran smashed through the wall, stepping calmly into the control room. Alice shouted, "You hold rank 6 on the black list. Isn't slaughtering weaklings beneath your status?" Chu Ran just sneered. Did they ever show mercy to the weak? Elisa snapped at Alice. "Stop talking and kill him." Chu Ran eyed the blade in Alice's hand and remarked, "That's a fine knife. Too bad the person holding it is trash." He shouted, "Shatter!" and thrust his hand toward Alice. Instantly, the blade exploded into fragments. Alice's pupils constricted in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. Before he could react, Chu Ran grabbed him by the throat, lifted him high, and hurled him against the wall. Elisa tried to turn and run, but fear froze her. She looked back and let out a blood-curdling scream. As Chu Ran closed in, Elisa shrieked, "If you kill me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Chu Ran laughed coldly. "I've already died once, and the heavens forced me to reincarnate. Do you really think anything in this world can make me feel regret?" With those words, he turned and walked away with Baji, leaving Elisa stunned in silence. Tears of joy streamed down her face. She thought she had been spared. But suddenly, Chu Ran stomped his foot, shattering the floor beneath him. Massive cracks spread out from his foot, tearing through the foundation. The entire headquarters groaned and shuddered, on the brink of total collapse. Elisa screamed helplessly as she was buried under the falling debris and rubble. Inside a lavishly furnished office, Shao Kong paces back and forth in a panic, clutching his phone and trying to call someone, but no one picks up. He slumps into his chair, his face darkening with dread, terrified because he has no idea where Elisa has gone or why she is unreachable. Suddenly, the phone on the desk buzzes, signaling an incoming call. Shao Kong snatches it up without checking the caller ID. But the voice on the other end isn't Elisa's, it's her father, Bader. The sound of the old man's voice makes him jump in fright. Before Shao Kong can even ask if Bader has finished his secluded cultivation, the old man demands to know Elisa's whereabouts immediately. Shao Kong is struck dumb, unable to answer because he honestly has no clue where that woman is either. While he is still stammering, Bader orders Shao Kong to accompany him to Elisa's headquarters right now. En route, Shao Kong explains that Elisa dispatched experts to assassinate Chu Ran. The car screeches to a halt. They have arrived at Elisa's main base. Shao Kong takes his first step onto the premises, scanning the surroundings. Bader and he approach the pile of rubble that used to be the headquarters. Bader walks ahead, frowning as he asks, "Is this the work of the man you claimed was already dead?" The sight of the devastation makes Shao Kong's knees buckle, and he collapses to the ground, unable to believe his eyes. "So, where is Elisa?" Bader turns on him, cursing him for being a useless fool. The European nations are terrified of their war god temple, so this headquarters was established in secret. Bader had to lock down all information to keep them from finding out. Bader berates both Shao Kong and Elisa, calling them reckless idiots for bringing this trouble to his doorstep. Shao Kong scrambles to his feet and grabs Bader's sleeve, insisting he hasn't been idle. He currently holds Chu Ran's weakness in his hands. He whispers his scheme into Bader's ear, making the old man nod in approval of the move. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifts from day to deep night. It is late, so all the lights in Chu Ran's villa are blazing. He yawns deeply as he approaches his front door. It is this late. Surely Principal Chin has already gone to bed? Suddenly, Ju Baji lets out a low growl, seemingly sensing something amiss. Even Chu Ran instantly detects the lingering aura of a stranger inside his home. He bolts toward the house like a shot. Chu Ran throws the door open, shouting Chin Ran's name in a panic. The living room is empty with nothing out of place, and there isn't a single soul in the bedroom either. Chu Ran searches the room but finds no one. Yet her phone is still here. She wouldn't just leave without it. Zubaji realizes there is only one explanation. She has been kidnapped. Chu Ran isn't overly worried about her safety, since he previously gifted Shinran a protective jade pendant that shields her life in danger. Just then, the phone in his pocket rings. Chu Ran doesn't answer immediately. He frowns, trying to deduce who the caller might be. When he picks up, the voice on the other end asks sarcastically, "Grandmaster Chu, did you have a pleasant evening?" Realizing it is the kidnapper, he asks if his people are there. The man doesn't hide it, revealing he actually has 2 hostages. Chu Ran is stunned and confused. 2 people? Just as he wonders who the second person is, he hears Xiao Shuai screaming for help. Beside him, Chin Ran chimes in, urging Chu Ran to call the police immediately. He knits his brows, feeling conflicted. Xiao Shuai has been captured too, but unlike Chin Ran, that kid doesn't have a protective jade pendant. But Chu Ran quickly composes himself, telling himself not to panic. He cannot let them see any sign of weakness. After letting Chu Ran hear the panicked cries of the hostages, Shao Kong continues, warning that his next choice will determine whether they live or die. But Chu Ran fearlessly threatens the old man right back. He speaks with cold indifference about Xiao Shuai, telling them to kill the brat if they want after all. To him, the boy is just a random student. The moment the words leave his mouth, Chu Ran hears Xiao Shuai let out a blood-curdling scream on the other end. Shao Kong orders his subordinates to drag Xiao Shuai away. Chu Ran freezes while holding the phone. He stays silent, likely already calculating his next move. Then Chu Ran warns Shao Kong not to lay a finger on Chin Ran and demands to know what they want. The old man sneers and states 2 simple conditions. First, Chu Ran must hand over the person backing him, and second, he must stop treating the old master immediately. He listens to every single demand without uttering a word. Shao Kong adds that once the tasks are done, he must come to the War God Temple to make the exchange. Chu Ran remains silent, playing the listener. Beside him, Zhu Baji whispers, "Do you really not care about your student anymore?" Chu Ran immediately snaps at the pig for talking nonsense. He explains that he is only trying to focus the old man's attention on Chin Ran, because Xiao Shuai is the one without the jade pendant to protect him. First, they needed to pinpoint the War God Temple's location. But the moment Chu Ran unlocked his phone, he spotted something incredibly weird. His class group chat was blowing up. Everyone was buzzing about Xiao Shuai getting kidnapped, joking that Chu Ran must have abandoned him. Reading the messages, his face went pale. He froze, completely confused about what the hell was going on. Chu Ran typed back, asking how they knew about events over here so quickly. Someone immediately replied, telling him to just scroll up. Xiao Shuai had actually uploaded a video clip. Chu Ran scrolled up, desperate to see what kind of stunt that idiot was pulling now. He spotted the video file in the chat and tapped play. Honestly, he was morbidly curious, though part of him dreaded seeing something he really shouldn't be seeing. The video showed Xiao Shuai live streaming straight from a cell inside the War God Temple. You could even see Qinran's back in the background of the cell. Was this brat seriously live streaming from prison? Back at the villa, Chu Ran watched the recording. In the video, Xiao Shuai was rambling on until Qinran snapped at him to put the phone away before they got caught. Xiao Shuai quickly ended the stream, whispering, "I'll update you guys later." Chu Ran finished the video, thinking the guy was absolutely ridiculous. That's it? He scrolled down and saw a message claiming they were fine and just messing around. Chu Ran felt totally helpless dealing with this clown, but thanks to the video, he at least got a look at the layout of their cell. He decided to head straight to the War God Temple to check it out himself. A while later, one man and one pig were standing near the temple. For some reason, the place was packed today. People were posing for photos right in front of the gates, and crowds were still streaming in from the streets. Chu Ran asked Ju Baji, who was perched on his shoulder, if his camouflage was holding up. He had no clue what special occasion made the place so crowded. Just then, he heard someone behind him explain that today was the annual grand ceremony, where a special worship ritual would take place. That was why the public was allowed inside. Rumor had it that participating in the worship could even boost your wisdom. The person speaking turned out to be Pan Pan. She seemed to sense someone staring and turned around. The moment she recognized Chu Ran, Pan Pan rushed over to say hello. She introduced herself as his junior from school, assuming Chu Ran probably wouldn't remember her. He smiled and reached out to shake her hand, saying he didn't expect to run into a schoolmate out here. Suddenly, another hand swatted Chu Ran's hand away. A man shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" It was He Shuo, Pan Pan's brother. After slapping Chu Ran's hand, he sneered, "You think a nobody like you can touch a celebrity like Pan Pan?" Pan Pan quickly stepped in to explain that he was just a schoolmate she'd bumped into. Chu Ran didn't get angry. Instead, he just smiled and asked Pan Pan if she was really that famous. When they asked about him, Chu Ran simply said he was currently a high school teacher. Hearing that, He Shuo let out a scornful laugh. Just a broke teacher. He dragged an annoyed Pan Pan toward a livelier crowd. Ignoring her brother's grumbling, she invited Chu Ran to come along with them. When Chu Ran hesitated, Pan Pan quickly added that if it was inconvenient, she'd just go with He Shuo. After all, they had just met by chance. Before she could finish, Chu Ran walked over and agreed. He looked at Pan Pan, thinking that since she couldn't ditch her brother, he might as well tag along for a bit. As they walked, He Shuo bragged about the 12 divine lords, saying each one represented a god-tier ability. If the 12 of them were to merge, their power would rival the gods themselves. Of course, everything he just described was nothing more than a myth. Getting inside the temple required a ticket, but He Shuo claimed he had connections who could get them in through the back door. Spotting a man in a black suit, He Shuo immediately bowed and scraped, addressing him as young Master Ren. Meanwhile, Chu Ran just pulled out his phone to check on things. Xiao Shuai was still live streaming, broadcasting the interior of the War Temple's prison to the whole world. The viewers were losing their minds. It wasn't every day someone pulled off a stunt like this. Checking the stream, Chu Ran saw Xiao Shuai was alone. Looks like they actually listened and only locked Qinran up. Chu Ran ordered Pigsy to scout ahead, suspecting there might be an immortal realm formation laid out. The pig didn't hesitate and shot forward instantly. Over on the other side, He Shuo was busy bowing his head off, thanking that Qi character. But Chu Ran didn't show an ounce of gratitude. Instead, he mocked the guy, calling him nothing more than a rotten hooligan. The moment the words left his mouth, the two of them whipped around. Qi was trembling with rage. "Chu Ran, have you lost your mind? Do you have no respect for anyone?" Chu Ran didn't even bother denying it. He looked him dead in the eye and said he didn't give a damn about Qi. Even in front of Long Qin, Tang Qifeng wouldn't dare speak to Chu Ran like that. He Shuo, terrified, pointed a shaking finger at him. "Apologize to Master Ren, now," but Qi waved him off. "Forget it, we're going in. But him, he stays here." Qi held up a slip of paper, sneering arrogantly. "Without me, you wouldn't even get past the door. You'd be stuck outside taking photos like a common tourist." He handed the slip to the receptionist. After a quick verification, she bowed and invited him inside. He Shuo grabbed Pan Pan's hand and dragged her away, refusing to let her say another word to Chu Ran. Before stepping in, Qi turned back, pointing at the empty space between them. "See this? This is a boundary someone like you will never cross. The receptionist looked at Chu Ran nervously, but before she could speak, Chu Ran handed her a piece of paper identical to the one Chi Gang had just used. She checked it, and just like that, Chu Ran walked right in through the front door. Chi Gang's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't believe his eyes. Chu Ran strolled up and stood right in front of him. Digging a finger into his ear, Chu Ran asked, "Sorry, what was that you were saying earlier?" Chi Gang stood there frozen, looking like a statue with his mouth hanging open. He Shuo and Pan Pan were equally stunned. Suddenly, the click-clack of high heels echoed as a woman entered the area. Chu Hong rushed over, breathless. "Chu Ran, I've been waiting for you forever." Chi Gang froze as he recognized the woman. Both he and He Shuo were in shock. How did Chu Ran know someone like Chu Hong? He thanked her for securing the invitation. Chu Hong looked puzzled. "Why did you suddenly need an invite to the War Temple anyway?" He shrugged, his tone casual. "Nothing major. Just that Elisa is dead. And I wiped out her headquarters last night." Chu Hong jumped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Chu Ran continued without pausing. "After that, they kidnapped 2 of my friends. That's why I'm here." She looked like she was about to faint on the spot. Chu Ran started to walk away, then stopped and turned back to her. "Don't worry," he said. "Once I'm done here, I'll come back and finish treating your grandfather." Chu Hong broke out in a cold sweat. He calls that nothing major? But nearby, someone still refused to accept reality. Chi Gang turned to He Shuo, sneering. "See that? Chu Ran is just a gigolo living off women." He Shuo smirked, playing along. "Exactly. And that rich lady must be blind to keep a loser like him around." Smack! A sharp sound echoed through the hall. Chu Hong had lunged forward and slapped He Shuo across the face, leaving him stunned. He Shuo opened his mouth to scream in rage, but the moment he realized who had hit him, he choked back his words. The scene shifted to the interior of the War Temple, where the seats were already filling up. Chu Ran and Chu Hong walked in, spotting a few empty spots. They sat down, chatting as if nothing had happened. When Pan Pan and her brother finally walked in, Chu Ran waved them over. "Hey, there are seats here." Pan Pan blushed and thanked him. Once everyone was settled, Pan Pan chatted with Chu Ran, while Chi Gang leaned over to whisper to He Shuo. He Shuo was still fuming about the slap. "She's just arrogant because she's from the Chen family," he thought bitterly. Swallowing his anger, He Shuo went back to sucking up to Chi Gang. "By the way, I heard you actually know Tang Chi Feng?" Chi Gang just laughed. "He's about to introduce me to someone even more terrifying." He Shuo's eyes lit up. "Who? Tell me." Chi Gang rested his chin on his hand, grinning. "A legendary figure known as Hell King Chu. Rumor has it, he's the one who killed the sun god, Apollo." They chatted back and forth, and He Shuo arrogantly asked that if Chu Ran ever met Yama Chu, he should introduce them. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuai stared gloomily at his phone screen. He muttered, "Does Teacher Chu really not need me anymore? Why hasn't he come to save me?" Suddenly, a voice came through the phone, whispering, "Quit whining. I've already sent someone to get you." Xiao Shuai lit up. Teacher Chu had actually replied. A few minutes later, he heard a noise coming from behind him. Xiao Shuai jumped up, looking around. "I heard that. You're here to save me, right?" Just as he expected, the sealed door swung open. Xiao Shuai was about to cheer in triumph, but his excitement instantly turned to confusion. The door was open, but nobody walked in. That's when Jubaji grunted to get his attention, striking a majestic pose in the doorway. He stared at the pig in disbelief. It grunted, trying to say, "I'm here to save you." When Xiao Shuai just stood there looking stupid, Jubaji got annoyed and snatched his phone, making him panic. "Hey, my phone!" The pig ignored him and started tapping furiously on the screen. Moments later, Zhu Bajie finished typing. "Stupid human, I'm here to rescue you." Xiao Shuai stared at the screen, completely bewildered. "Why the hell is a pig saving me? Since when can it type?" Chu Ran stares at his phone in the main hall. "Whatever, at least Little Handsome is safe now." Suddenly, thunderous applause erupts, snapping him out of his thoughts. He looks up, scanning the room to see what the commotion is about. Lord Lake makes his grand entrance, basking in the crowd's adoration as he walks in. He wears the stoic mask of a leader, striding to his seat and settling in with practiced dignity. Click. Click. The sharp sound of high heels echoes through the hall. Whispers spread. Who is coming out next? Just as expected, Jadina, the goddess of war, steps into the light. The crowd chants her name in a frenzy. Following close behind is the sea god. Poseidon. Even after they take their seats, the cheering doesn't die down. Lake looks annoyed at being upstaged, but he keeps his mouth shut. Someone shouts excitedly, "The special guest this year has to be Poseidon." But eyes drift to the empty seat beside Jadina. Another guest? Who could it be? Jadina breaks the silence. This fourth seat is reserved for a truly unique guest. She stands, her gaze sweeping over the audience. I know he is here among us. The only question is, will he show himself? The crowd erupts into whispers. Who is she talking about? Who is worthy to sit alongside the 12 Olympians? Chu Ron smirks, letting out a cold scoff. Humph. Suddenly, he stands up. Pan Pan stares in confusion. In a sea of seated guests, his rising figure instantly commands attention. Pan Pan whispers frantically, "Senior brother Chu, what are you doing?" Chu Hong adds nervously, "Professor Chu, please, sit down." As he walks past, Chi Gang barks, "Hey, are you out of your mind, kid? Don't drag us down with you. If you need the bathroom, hold it. You're embarrassing yourself." Chu Ron smiles, arrogant and calm. The person she's looking for is me. They stare blankly, then sneer. Are you delusional? He ignores them, walking slowly toward the stage as the crowd murmurs. Jadina spots him. A knowing smile touches her lips as she waits. The crowd watches, stunned by his confident stride. He walks right up to her. He stops. Chu Ron breaks the silence. I'm here. Let the ceremony begin. Jadina chuckles, satisfied. Without a word, she gestures to the empty throne beside her. Take your seat. Chu Ron casually sank into the chair, looking completely at ease. Before walking away, Jadina shot him a sharp glare, then stepped up to the crowd and shouted. The ceremony officially began. Meanwhile, Chi Gang and his crew were still reeling in disbelief. How was this even possible? He actually sat down? And he wasn't kicked out? Just who the hell is he? The ceremony kicked off with a bang. Festive music filled the air as female vocalists on both sides raised their voices in a mesmerizing chant. Standing center stage was the representative presiding over the entire event. The crowd erupted in cheers, soaking in the electric atmosphere. Just then, someone walked up and tapped Chi Gang on the shoulder. It was Zhou Ke. The two men immediately lit up, greeting him warmly and inviting him to sit. Chi Gang boasted smugly, "This is the young Master Zhou I told you about. He's the one who can introduce me to King Chu Yama." He Shuo chimed in eagerly, "I've heard so much about you, young Master Zhou. Please, put in a good word for me too." Zhou Ke chuckled and replied, "It's nothing. King Chu Yama isn't actually that hard to get along with." Just then, his gaze drifted to the figure sitting on the stage, and his mind started racing. Chi Gang was quick to run his mouth. "Young Master Zhou, you see it too, right? We were all shocked earlier. That brat came out of nowhere and just planted himself up there." Hearing this, Zhou Ke's expression instantly darkened. "Do you have any idea who that is?" He Shuo sneered with open contempt. "Do I know him? Of course I do. He's just a lousy teacher." Chi Gang jumped in to add, "And a pretty boy gigolo living off women." That was the last straw. Zhou Ke couldn't hold back his rage and slapped him hard across the face. Chi Gang clutched his cheek, staring in confusion, while He Shuo panicked. "Young Master Zhou, what's wrong?" Zhou Ke screamed in fury. "I must have been blind to associate with trash like you. Do you know who that is? That is King Chu Yama." Meanwhile, Chu Ron was happily enjoying the ceremony, completely unaware he was the topic of conversation. Chi Gang and He Shuo were so terrified their jaws practically hit the floor. Even Pan Pan, sitting nearby, was paralyzed with shock upon hearing the name. Chu Hong looked on in utter helplessness, unsure how to handle the situation. Before storming off, Zhou Ke delivered a cold ultimatum. "Listen up, Chi Gang. All business between my family and yours is suspended immediately. From now on, never show your face in front of me again." Chi Gang slumped to the ground, frozen, realizing he had just made a catastrophic mistake. Back on stage, Jadina broke the silence. Seeing is truly believing. Mr. Chu really is a young hero. "Ah, what a pity," Chu Ran sighed theatrically. "When I was your age, I was already a general." He smirked, teasing, "I'm actually quite surprised. Seeing a grandma try so hard to maintain the appearance of a young maiden, it's honestly disgusting." Biden, standing nearby, immediately interjected, "If you two have issues, wait until the ceremony is over. Arguing here looks bad." But Chu Ran didn't give him an inch of face. "Shut your mouth, coral worm." Biden couldn't believe his ears. "What did you just say?" Chu Ran waved him off dismissively. "I heard coral worms eat and excrete through the same opening. Don't use that filthy mouth to speak to me." His face turned black with rage. "This is our territory. You better watch your tongue." Chu Ran shot back. "Your territory? As far as I know, this land belongs to the nation of Rui." This remark immediately made the three people next to him look awkward. Lake forced a stiff smile and tried to smooth things over. "Well, the territory naturally belongs to everyone." Hearing that, Chu Ran scoffed, clearly thinking they were cowards. Although annoyed, Lake didn't say another word, only secretly glaring at Chu Ran. Not long after, an announcement boomed out. "The ceremony has concluded. Please exit in an orderly fashion." Groups of people began to file out, whispering among themselves. Pan Pan and Chu Hong were the last to leave, their eyes glued to the situation on stage. Once the hall had cleared, Jadina finally spoke up. "Let's talk in private." She turned and led the way, confident Chu Ran would follow. Seeing Pan Pan still lingering, Chu Hong tapped her shoulder, signaling her to leave. The two women turned and exited the hall. Meanwhile, Lake remained seated with his arms crossed, watching silently from the shadows. He plotted with disgust. "Sooner or later, I will purge all you trash from my territory." A few minutes later, Chu Ran and the others had moved to the rear courtyard of the Divine Temple. Jadina introduced it with pride. "My war temple was established by the very first goddess of war. It has a history spanning thousands of years." She glanced at him, testing the waters. She was a supreme expert of the Xiantian realm. "Can't you feel the uniqueness of this temple, Mr. Chu?" Chu Ran gave a nonchalant assessment. "This palace is passable, I guess." He then pointed to specific spots, analyzing. "There's a formation array there, and another one here. In fact, all 32 corners of this palace are emitting formation fluctuations." Chu Ran turned around with a confident smirk. "When all these arrays converge, they form a world-shaking grand formation, don't they?" Jadina felt a spike of panic. She couldn't understand how he knew so much. Suddenly, Chu Ran stopped walking and asked, "Your Highness Jadina, the trigger mechanism. Is it that brick right in front of me?" He described every detail, as if he had known everything from the start. "If I step on it and trigger the spiritual sense, I'll be hit by the formation's deadliest attack, won't I?" Jadina forced a smile and denied it. "Mr. Chu, you really know how to joke. You are our esteemed guest. Why would I ever activate the formation against you?" Chu Ran replies with a bored expression. "I've got to say, this is a first. Never seen someone invite a guest over like this before." Watching him confidently step right onto the trigger tile, she whispers to herself. He knows it's a trap, yet he steps right in. This guy. He's stronger than I imagined. Poseidon is just as shocked. The stronger he is, the more powerful his legacy must be. We need that power. Jadina nods in agreement. "We have to steal his legacy. It's our only ticket to the Xiantian realm." With the plan set, the trio heads deeper into the ruins, arriving at a magnificent, towering temple. Inside, the air is thick with incense. Swirling smoke fills the room, giving everything a hazy, mystical vibe. Jadina gestures around with excitement. "Mr. Chu, welcome to the real main hall." Chu Ran scans the room. Unimpressed. "Not bad. It's got some style, even if it is a bit shabby." She points to a massive statue. "That is the ancestor of our war temple. Without him, none of this would exist today." Jadina approaches the statue and bows respectfully. According to the records, the ancestor reached the Xiantian realm. Chu Ran couldn't care less. He cuts her off. "So, what's your point?" She turns to him, probing. "Come on, Mr. Chu. Aren't you even a little curious about the Xiantian realm? You're the one person with the potential to actually break through to that legendary level." Hearing this, Chu Ran just smirks internally. In his past life, he surpassed the Xiantian stage more times than he could count. Jadina finally drops the act and gets to the point. "We want you to join us, Mr. Chu. Help us unlock the secrets of the Xiantian." Poseidon steps in. "Exactly. Why don't we make a trade? We swap the intel we have." Now it all makes sense. They're after his legacy. Jadina sweetens the deal. "Cooperate, and your two friends get to walk out of here alive. We'll even forget our little misunderstandings from before. What do you say?" Chu Ran doesn't hesitate for a second. "No deal." Jadina's face instantly goes cold. Excuse me? Did I hear that right? I offered you everything. And you refuse? Chu Ran replies with ice in his voice. The Xiantian realm? For me, that's just a matter of time. Give me a year, and I'll be there. I'm not like you people. Jadena snaps, dropping the friendly facade completely. Well then. Looks like negotiations have failed. Behind her, Poseidon draws his weapon, ready to kill. Suddenly, Bader emerges from the shadows with a squad of soldiers, surrounding Chu Ran from all sides. Chu Ran ignores the threat and stares up at the giant statue. You know, this statue isn't just for decoration, is it? He squints, analyzing the structure. If I'm not mistaken, this is the immortal gate of your war temple, isn't it? Seeing their power spike in rage, Chu Ran knows he hit the nail on the head. Thought so, he smirks. Poseidon can't hold back anymore. King of Hell Chu. You know too much. Now I really want to know what kind of legacy you're hiding. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes from the distance, freezing everyone in place. Chu Ran smiles, satisfied. Oh? Sounds like my two friends are making their exit. Bader realizes what's happening. Damn it, that came from the prison cells. Go check it, now. Poseidon roars at Chu Ran. You have an accomplice? You were just stalling for time. Chu Ran laughs, mocking them. You guys put way too much faith in this temple's security. Jadena screams, furious. Chu, you might be strong, but don't forget this is my domain. Her words trigger a memory for him. That's right. This twisted, demonic legacy of yours. It comes from the Dongshu sect, doesn't it? Poseidon freezes. He can't believe Chu Ran knows that name. He flares his energy, voice trembling with suspicion. How? What else do you know? Chu Ran stays completely calm. It's just a tiny, insignificant sect. Surprised they even have a branch left on Earth. Poseidon attacks, launching a swarm of water bubbles. Chu Ran just leans back casually. Poseidon lunges forward, shouting, not even the heavenly warlord could survive this move unscathed. Chu Ran just extends a single finger, looking bored, too weak. Pop. He taps the bubble, and it instantly shatters into harmless mist. He sighs, losing patience. Come on. Both of you. Stop holding back and hit me with everything you've got. His gaze sharpens, deadly cold. Because if you don't, you won't get another chance. Chu Ran leaps into the air. Let's take this outside. I need more room. Seconds later, he's hovering above the temple, looking down at them through the hole in the roof. Floating in midair, Chu Ran raises his hand, calling forth the power of the wind. A hurricane-force gale rips through the area, threatening to tear everything apart. Then, he summons the lightning. The clear blue sky instantly turns pitch black. Thunder roars as bolts of lightning weave a deadly net across the heavens. With a sadistic grin, Chu Ran begins raining lightning down on the earth below. Jadena panics. We can't win this. Retreat. Now. But Chu Ran isn't about to let them escape. He slams a massive strike directly onto the temple. The impact hits the ground with apocalyptic force, triggering a catastrophic explosion. The shockwave knocks everyone nearby off their feet. Coughing through the dust, they look up in terror, trying to see what just happened. Chu Ran floats above the destruction, looking down at the burning ruins. The soldiers who were so arrogant moments ago are now crushed under the rubble, silenced. Suddenly, Jadena bursts out of the debris, flying into the sky. She glares up at him, screaming in pure rage. Jadena snapped. She couldn't hold back anymore, screaming that he was mocking the gods. She began channeling her power. Instantly, a colossal silhouette materialized behind her, radiating massive waves of pink energy. She gritted out every word, "You deserve death." Just then, Poseidon flew in, cutting her off. Let me handle him first. He closed his eyes as surging tides began to envelop his entire body. Before long, Poseidon had completely vanished within a colossal tsunami. Transformed into a merman, he shot up from the ground, rushing straight at Chu Ran. Chu Ran eyed the weapon in his hand. So that trident is a peak Hautian artifact. No wonder it allows for such a transformation. Poseidon smirked. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is my ultimate form. At his command, violent waves roared and surged forward. Facing such an opponent, Chu Ran actually found it amusing. He channeled energy into his fingertip, sparking arcs of golden lightning. He pointed a finger skyward. The energy condensed into a single bolt of lightning, piercing straight into the heavens. Then, he redirected that bolt straight at Poseidon. Gold lightning met blue water, two massive forces colliding head-on, neither giving an inch. Chu Ran gritted his teeth, struggling to control the immense power that threatened to blow even him away. The lightning intensified, crashing into the raging tides. In a split second, those massive waves were blasted into mere sea foam. Poseidon's face went dark. He never expected this kid could actually counter his attack. Jadina seized the moment, drawing power from her magic orb. Excellent. Now I want your legacy even more. She launched her attack. Pink light from the orb solidified into arrows, thousands of them screaming toward Chu Ran in midair. With his sharp senses, he instantly realized they were poisoned. He retreated, using the 5 elements technique to effortlessly block the toxic barrage. Seeing this, Jadina fumed. Blocked? All of them? Chu Ran gathered energy, forming a sphere in his palm. Now, it's my turn. Once fully charged, he hurled it straight at her. The sphere plummeted from the sky, moving so fast that Jadina didn't have a prayer of dodging. It struck true, piercing right through her chest. Blood gushed from the wound as she collapsed backward. A voice cried out in horror. Did His Majesty just die? But Poseidon remained calm. Jadina doesn't die that easily. Moments later, the massive phantom behind her corpse suddenly flared up. Jadina's eyes snapped open, glowing a blood-red crimson. She jerked upright, her body moving stiffly, like a machine. The gaping hole in her chest began to stitch itself back together. Witnessing this bizarre sight for the first time, Chu Ran frowned. Regeneration? Once the wound fully closed, Jadina let out a sinister laugh. See that? I am a true god. But Chu Ran had already spotted the anomaly. I see through your little trick. It's that statue behind you, isn't it? You're not immortal at all. She stepped forward confidently, not denying his claim. True, I can die. With every step she took, red spider lilies bloomed in her wake. She spoke slowly. But before I die, what will happen to you? As the words left her lips, a field of flowers erupted behind her. Poseidon glared and roared. The real battle starts now. Chu Ran remained calm, channeling his energy. Starts now? I'd say it's about to end. Without hesitation, Chu Ran dove from the sky, charging straight at the two of them. Jadina didn't even have time to react before taking a palm strike to the face. She was instantly sent flying backward. Poseidon raised his trident, striking at Chu Ran, but the boy nimbly dodged to the side and hurled a rock straight at his face. Poseidon instantly deployed a water shield, but it was useless. The rock smashed right through it. Powered by Chu Ran's energy, the stone slammed directly into his skull. Watching from afar, Jadina screamed in horror as her ally was taken down. Poseidon's body slowly collapsed. Chu Ran spoke indifferently. I told you, it's over. At this moment, Jadina seemed to lose her mind. The colossal phantom manifested behind her once again. You cannot be invincible. Today, you die right here. Just then, Chu Ran sensed something approaching. He immediately spun around, spotting several figures flying through the air. Squinting, he saw 3 people rushing toward them. He calculated silently. Reinforcements, probably the other chief gods. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. I can't keep fighting. Chu Ran turned to leave, but not before dropping a final warning. Remember this debt. King of Hell Chu will return to collect. Jadina lunged forward to stop him, but his figure had already vanished. Though he was nowhere to be seen, his voice echoed back to them. The next time I appear, the 12 temples will be destroyed. Hearing this, her eyes bulged with rage. Jadina screamed like a madwoman. King of Hell Chu! Her power exploded outward, shaking the very air around her. 3 figures land at the scene. One calls out, Is it over? The voice snaps Jadina back to reality. She turns her head. The 3 newcomers are already scanning the battlefield. A woman with red hair walks slowly toward where Poseidon fell. He killed Poseidon, she thinks, impressed. Impressive. Jadina calls out sharply. What took you so long? A blue-haired girl analyzes the debris. His power. He's reached the peak of a 3rd-step grandmaster. Aside from God King Zeus, no one can take him in a one-on-one fight. The redhead scoffs, bored. Who said anything about fighting him one-on-one? It's the modern age. Divine sense is useless compared to GPS satellites. Aerie sneers. This is our turf. We can drown him with a human wave attack until he collapses. The redhead cuts her off. Enough. Let's go comfort poor Jadina first. They move into the temple, stepping over piles of rubble and ruin. Jadina sits slumped against a wall. He's not invincible, she mutters. I've been thinking. After he killed Poseidon, he had time to finish me off. But he didn't. The redhead flips her hair, smug. Maybe he sensed us coming. Jadina's eyes light up. Exactly. He knew he couldn't handle us. Or, his spiritual energy is running on empty. Her confidence surges back. He can be beaten. He's just a human, not a god. Energized, Jadina stands up and screams, "Gods can be killed, but we cannot be humiliated." She glances at Poseidon's corpse nearby. And don't forget, Poseidon still has one final trick. Poseidon died to that move, so we have to be careful. Jadina looks toward where Chu Ran vanished. Use the spirit detector. Eri hesitates. Are you serious? That drains too much energy. We've spent years charging it for the divine envoy to find the treasure. Is it really worth wasting it on a single third-step grandmaster? Jadina's eyes gleam with greed. He carries a massive legacy. The divine envoy would be interested. We kill him and offer him as a sacrifice. Plus, he controls a massive spirit mine. If we kill him, it's ours. The envoy won't complain about that. Eri sighs, convinced. Fine. I'll contact Zeus. She looks up at the sky, muttering. Aside from Zeus guarding the base, the other 9 gods will have to mobilize. Jadina grins, victory already in her mind. Chu Ran. You call yourself the king of hell? You're never leaving Europe alive. Meanwhile, Chu Ran sneezes loudly. Achoo! He rubs his nose, sitting at a dining table. Someone must be talking about me. Chinran asks, her voice trembling. Chu Ran. What do we do now? Maybe we should go back home. It's not safe here. Hearing this, he clutched his chest and teased. Oh my, are you actually worried about me? She sighed helplessly. Can't you be serious for once? Don't you have any sense of danger? Chu Ran kept grinning. Seeing you care about me makes me so happy. Chinran's face instantly turned beet red. To break the awkward tension, she raised her beer glass. Anyway, thank you for coming to save me. He raised his glass as well, asking playfully, why stop halfway? Where's the rest of that sentence? Chinran looked confused. What rest of the sentence? Xiao Shui, mouthful of food, hurriedly explained. Principal Chen. Teacher Chu is waiting for you to say, I'll repay you with my body. He then whispered to Chu Ran, I'll speak on her behalf. In my next life, I'll definitely turn into a beautiful woman to repay you. Hearing that, Chu Ran threw his chopsticks right at Xiao Shuai's face in disgust. After the meal, Chu Ran turned serious. You guys need to head back to the country immediately. I've arranged for someone to pick you up. Chinran asked worriedly, Chu Ran, are you really staying? Why not come back with us? He leaned back in his chair, replying softly, I have unfinished business here. He paused, then added, besides, after they attacked us, do they think I'm an easy target? Not fighting back isn't my style. The two looked at his excited expression, speechless. After a moment, Xiao Shui spoke up. Teacher Chu, you're better suited for comedy. He laughed at his own joke. Chu Ran scoffed, you talk too much. After saying goodbye, he returned to the villa, welcomed by everyone. Grandmaster Chu, you've returned. Chu Ran stood at the door. Didn't I say I'd come back to treat the old master? Chu Shui hesitated. I heard you took Poseidon. Chu Ran cut in. I killed him. Now the 12 Lord Gods are down to 10. Funny, isn't it? Chu Shui panicked. You killed another Lord God? Again? Chu Ran yawned loudly, waving them off. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep early today. You guys leave. Without waiting for a reply, he slammed the door shut. The two stood at the door in shock for a moment before quickly hurrying away. Chu Hong followed Chu Shui, muttering, one man against an entire nation. Meanwhile, atop a towering mountain hidden by clouds, Eri analyzed the situation. Of the 12 Lord Gods, 2 are dead, and 5 are in seclusion. That leaves only 5 of us active. Jadina grumbled angrily. I originally planned to use the probe to find Chu Yanwang, but I didn't expect him to return to the Chen family. The red-haired woman spoke seriously. He revealed himself to the entire underworld. If we keep hiding, we'll become a laughingstock. Yi suddenly suggested. We must ask God King Zeus to intervene. The group fell silent until the blue-haired girl agreed. It's our only option. The scene shifts to a lush, forest-covered mountain. 4 figures approached a solitary house perched on a rock amidst a waterfall. One whispered, God King Zeus has been in seclusion here for half a month. We shouldn't disturb him, Jadina retorted immediately. We have no choice. If we don't stop him now, that Chu Yanwang will escape back to Huaxia. He led the group across the bridge toward the house. As they got close, Eri called out loudly, God King Zeus, please show yourself. We have an urgent matter to discuss. Silence followed, broken only by the sound of rushing water. After a long while, the door creaked open. A massive silhouette slowly emerged from the shadows. Zeus stepped out, moving toward Eri, but then vanished into thin air right before their eyes. As they panicked, Zeus's voice boomed from behind them. What is it? The three women spun around and bowed respectfully to the God King. Jadina explained the situation. Poseidon is dead. Killed by Chu Yanwang. Even two of us combined couldn't defeat him. Yi added, we suspect he's reached the top 3 of the blacklist. We need you to kill him. Zeus asked suspiciously. How did he kill Poseidon? I'll explain. He used some unknown weapon to break Poseidon's defense in a single strike. We still don't know what it was, the old man said calmly. Then he is truly worthy of my attention, Zeus mused. Decades ago, Huaxia had Chen Zhantian. Now, they have Chu Yanwang. That land truly breeds talent. He walked back toward the bridge. Forget it. I'll test this brat myself. As he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted, spraying water everywhere and drenching the 4 observers. When the mist cleared, Zeus was gone. One whispered in fear, terrifying. I feel he has already entered the Xiantian realm. The blue-haired girl nodded. At least half a step in. The red-haired woman smiled to herself. I wonder if we'll see Zeus draw his sword this time. Jadina smirked. Chu Yanwang, you're a dead man. The very next day, the news exploded across social media. God King Zeus had challenged Yamachu to a decisive battle. Even the major newspapers were running headlines about this shocking event. Chu Shui rushed over, phone in hand, looking frantic. Master Chu, this is bad. God King Zeus wants to fight you. Chu Ran stepped out, and she immediately showed him the screen. After reading it, he asked, Zeus? The guy at the top of the blacklist? Yes, Chu Shui asked anxiously. Should I get you out of the country? He replied calmly. Why be afraid? He's the one who should be scared of me. Just then, the guest room door burst open. Bard led a group inside, shouting Chu Ran's name the moment he entered. He lunged forward aggressively, roaring, Your death date has arrived. Chu Ran stood motionless, staring coldly as Bard slowly approached. Then, the old man pulled out a letter. God King Zeus challenges you to a duel in 3 days at Mount ABC. He didn't hand it over. Instead, he tossed the letter from a distance, warning, Don't you dare try to escape. Chu Ran raised his hand and caught the envelope effortlessly. He casually tore open the letter to read. Chu Shui stood by, nervously watching his every move, while Bard raised his voice to threaten him again. If you don't dare to show up, that's fine too. You'll just become a laughingstock for the whole world. But if you do go, it's a guaranteed dead end. Chu Ran replied indifferently, Whether I die or not is none of your business. He slowly walked toward the old man. But, whether you die or not, that is my business. Hearing this, Bard asked in terror, What? What are you doing? 2 armies at war don't kill the messenger, Chu Ran scoffed. Save your useless breath. You think I don't know? You and Chen Xiaokong were the ones who kidnapped my friend. He immediately summoned his power. I'll kill you first, then I'll deal with Chen Xiaokong. The people behind only saw a sudden flash of light in front of Bard. The next instant, the old man's body jerked backward. The subordinates scrambled to the sides as Bard's body crashed heavily onto the floor. They all stared at Chu Ran in shock, eyes full of wariness. He waved the letter in his hand nonchalantly. Don't be afraid. I have no quarrel with you, and I don't kill innocent people. Then Chu Ran tossed the letter back, sending a message. Go back and tell Zeus in 3 days. I will be there. The letter floated down, landing gently on Bard's corpse. Task done, the subordinates hurriedly dragged the body away. Chu Shui warned him, Master Chu, I know you're skilled and brave, but you should still be cautious with this Zeus. Rumor has it, he already has 1 foot in the Xiantian realm. Hearing that, he found it even more amusing. Looks like this won't be boring after all. Time flew by. 3 days later, at the snow-covered Mount ABC, Chu Ran strolled alone along the endless path. At that moment, 2 subordinates guarding the entrance were chatting. I never expected Huaxia to produce a character like Yamachu, but I don't think he stands a chance. Zeus is just too powerful. Exactly. Who does Yamachu think he is? Zeus is the true number one. Chu Ran stepped in, cutting off their conversation. Forgive my bluntness, but in my eyes, Zeus is nothing but a fart. The two jumped in surprise. Tourists aren't allowed past this point. Have you ever met Zeus? How dare you judge him? Chu Ran replied calmly. I haven't met Zeus, but I have met Yamachu. They didn't believe him. Keep bragging. Yamachu's true identity has always been a secret. If you claim to know him, then tell us. What kind of person is he? He immediately started praising himself. Yamachu? Oh, he's dashing, young, talented, and incredibly handsome. He's also very humble. If he wasn't, he would have been number one on the blacklist a long time ago. Hearing this, the two burst out laughing. You're full of crap. Just then, a strong gust of wind swept toward the three of them. One sharp-eyed subordinate realized, stop joking around. The main gods have arrived. Chu Ran also sensed someone approaching and immediately looked toward the distant snowy peak. Four main gods quickly appeared in their line of sight. Suddenly, another figure slowly emerged. Zeus materialized out of thin air, standing in front of the other four main gods. The two subordinates said excitedly, That's God King Zeus. Didn't you say you'd never met him? Open your eyes and take a good look. Chu Ran nodded. Then I'll take a good look. One guard blocked him. I said, Tourists, stop here. Where do you think you're going? But instead of taking the stairs in front of him, he took a step onto the empty air. Ignoring the shock and protests of the two guards, Chu Ran leisurely walked up into the sky. The commotion attracted the attention of Zeus and his group. Reaching his desired altitude, he spoke up. God King Zeus, I, Yamachu, have come to accept your challenge. Chu Ran didn't forget to add, I hope you won't disappoint me. The two gatekeepers were thunderstruck. He's Yamachu? How is that possible? Chu Ran and Zeus silently observed each other for a moment. Chu Ran noticed a wooden sword strapped to the old man's back. Chu Ran laughed in amusement. Interesting. A swordmaster, I see. Only then did Zeus speak. Yamachu, you are surprisingly young. He continued with a sneer. Your aura is so feeble, it truly makes me sigh in disappointment. The martial arts world is only interesting because characters like you exist. Zeus speculated. I suppose the two of us represent the absolute peak of power on Earth, don't we? Instead of answering, he fired back a question. You won't even show your face? Fighting in that outfit puts you at a disadvantage. The old man replied indifferently. You aren't qualified to see my face, nor are you worthy of my sword. Zeus really has one foot in the innate realm. Once he cleanses the mortal dust from his body, he will ascend completely. But it's a pity. When all is said and done, he isn't innate yet. Thinking this, Chu Ran jumped down. He scoffed. Even a true innate master wouldn't dare speak to me like that. That provoked him. You arrogant brat! Zeus instantly summoned a red dragon. Controlled by Zeus, the beast roared and charged at Chu Ran. The boy calmly stomped his foot on the ground. The ice beneath him shattered. He stomped again. Instantly, a massive ice dragon materialized. It lunged straight at Zeus. The old man quickly struck out with his palm. The dragon shattered on impact. He leaped back, dodging the falling shards of ice. As he regained his footing, a soft crack echoed. A slash mark appeared on the corner of Zeus's mask, slowly spreading. Seconds later, the mask crumbled, revealing the face beneath. The crowd gasped in shock. Zeus is Chinese? He couldn't help but praise him. You surprise me. Your control over internal energy is masterful. The younger generation is truly terrifying. Chu Ran smiled and stated clearly. First move, I made you show your face. Second move, I'll make you draw your sword. Zeus scoffed at the provocation. I'd like to see how you force my hand. He added, my sword is crafted from peach wood. It grows stronger as I do. If I draw it, you will lose. The boy challenged him. Wanna bet? If you don't draw it now, you'll lose before you get the chance. Hearing this, Zeus raised his hand and cursed. You arrogant fool. As his arm fell, the ground exploded. Chu Ran activated his yin-yang formation. Channeling power into his arm, he unleashed a devastating palm strike. Two colossal forces collided. As expected, a massive explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke. Zeus looked surprised. Are you the successor of Meng Gulun Taichi? But he suddenly changed his mind. No. Meng Taiji isn't at this level. Who are you? Chu Ran didn't answer, instead warning him. Before asking who I am, you should worry about whether to draw your sword. Hearing this, Zeus lowered his head and thought. then let out a soft sigh. The blade on his back began to tremble. "You should feel honored," he declared, "to witness me draw my sword." Zeus gazed at the precious weapon in his hand, murmuring, "A name bestowed by the heavens." In an instant, he unleashed a strike. Chu Ran instantly conjured a yin-yang formation, shielding himself. The strike clashed with the shield, screeching violently, but instead of dissipating, the energy twisted and changed direction. With undiminished power, it slashed down right in front of Chu Ran. Caught off guard, his eyes widened in surprise. Boom! The impact zone exploded, erupting in smoke and fire. The watching main gods buzzed with excitement. God King Zeus has finally acted. For 30 years, no one was worthy. Now, with one sword, he is invincible under the heavens. Through the haze, Zeus's voice rang out. 30 years of secluded cultivation, all to enter the Xiantian realm the moment I drew this blade. As his silhouette emerged from the smoke, he spoke slowly. "I never expected I'd have to use it on you first." The dust settled, revealing Chu Ran standing completely unharmed. Zeus gripped his weapon. "Draw your sword, or you stand no chance." Chu Ran raised a hand, smirking. "Coincidence. You follow the way of the sword, and so do I." Suddenly, a minion's sword began to vibrate violently. His companion frowned. "What's wrong with your blade?" Before they could react, the sword shot into the air, flying straight toward Chu Ran. He caught it effortlessly. "This," Chu Ran declared confidently, "is my sword." Zeus roared in anger. "You claim to follow the sword Tao, yet you possess no sword of your own? This is an insult to the art." He leaped forward, launching a ferocious attack. Chu Ran remained calm. "Your swordsmanship isn't bad." They clashed instantly. Clang! In a single move, the sound of snapping metal echoed. Zeus's wooden sword had shattered Chu Ran's blade. Chu Ran stared at the broken hilt in his hand, slightly bewildered. Zeus frowned. "Your weapon is gone. How will you fight me now?" Chu Ran tossed the broken hilt aside, indifferent. "I forgot to mention, within the sword Tao, I follow the path of the sword array." He unleashed his power. All around, swords at the minions' waists began to tremble. They stared down in confusion. No blade could escape Chu Ran's control. Even those who tried to grip their hilts found them ripped from their grasp. Whoosh! The swords flew in unison toward one direction. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare. Countless blades swarmed around Chu Ran, hovering at his command. In seconds, he had summoned hundreds. Watching this, Athena gasped in realization. When he fought me, he wasn't even using his full strength. Zeus remained arrogant. "Quantity means nothing. Those blades cannot compare to the wooden sword in my hand, for yours lack a soul." Chu Ran scoffed. "That's because your understanding of the sword is too shallow." He activated the Sun Li sword array. Energy surged as he explained. "In the Bagua, Sun represents wind. Li represents fire." His eyes sharpened with killing intent. First formation. Zun Ghost Slash. The swords swarmed Zeus. Unfazed, the God King parried effortlessly, shattering every blade that came near him. Chu Ran didn't pause. Second formation. Li Python Slash. Swords rained down from the sky like a metallic storm. Yet, Zeus observed the formation with terrifying calm. "Your aura remains steady," Chu Ran praised. "You have some skill after all. Among those of your level, you rank upper middle." Zeus raised his sword. 30 years without a blade. "I thought drawing one today would sever my past path." His body began to float. Zeus gazed intently at his weapon. "But your pressure has forced me to break through." A blazing aura erupted from him. "You have allowed me to see my own sword heart." He slashed a strike that tore through the wind. Zeus became one with his blade, the attack hurtling toward Chu Ran like a crushing sphere of energy. Chu Ran nodded calmly. "Good. You finally stepped onto the threshold of the sword Tao." Then, Chu Ran unleashed his true power. His voice dripped with disdain. "But playing with swords in front of this sword immortal venerable, you are not qualified." Third formation, Zun Li Slash. Thousands of swords launched forward. The two colossal energies collided in a cataclysmic shockwave. The heavens shook. Zeus struggled alone against the terrifying force, but it was too much. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Blasted back by Chu Ran's power, Zeus was engulfed in another explosion that shook the very sky. The crowd buzzed with whispers. Did Zeus lose? Impossible. Having knocked the old man back, Chu Ran stood calmly, observing. Then, a triumphant smile curled on his lips. Suddenly, cracks formed in the ice below. Chu Ran was taken aback. Something shot up right in front of his eyes. Reflexively, he raised his arm to shield his face. It was none other than Zeus. The old man spoke with genuine gratitude. King of Hell Chu, thank you. I was stuck, unable to convert my spiritual energy into true essence. I never expected your attack to help me break through the final barrier. Chu Ran froze upon hearing this. Hovering above, Zeus muttered true essence as he channeled his power. Meridians cleared, he immediately bit the hand that fed him. To thank you. I'll just have to kill you. Jadina's group gasped. The God King is invincible. This is a true god. Golden lightning flickered wildly around him. Facing Zeus's provocation, Chu Ran remained unmoved. Then, Zeus's expression shifted. Are you ready? The boy asked back nonchalantly. Forget a half-step innate like you. Even if you were fully innate, what could you possibly do to me? I am the immortal venerable who has slaughtered 10,000 immortals. Why would I fear you? Zeus couldn't handle the insult and attacked immediately. Not backing down, Chu Ran commanded. Fourth formation, detonate. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Jadina and the others scrambled to dodge the blast. Staring ahead, someone asked, who won? But all they could see was a blinding white expanse of ice and snow. A moment later, Zeus's silhouette emerged. The crowd rejoiced. Is that Zeus? The God King won. But as they cheered, Chu Ran suddenly stood up. With one hand, he hoisted the old man high into the air. His usually gentle eyes were now terrifyingly sharp. Jadina's group turned to stone at the sight. Eri clutched her head in despair. God, King Zeus. God is dead? Jadina couldn't accept the truth. She screamed in rage. Impossible. How is he still alive? The girl beside her trembled, muttering, so, the world has no God King anymore. Unlike her friend, she spoke calmly. Does this mean he is now #1 on the dark list? Silence fell over the crowd, heavy and absolute. Chu Ran's face was gloomy, his aura so intense no one dared look him in the eye. He had already dropped the old man's body. Recovering from the shock, Jadina's group began to observe him warily. Just then, Chu Ran groaned, oh, my poor waist, sprained my back just from a little fight. The crowd was left speechless by his sudden goofiness. Seeing there was nothing left to do, Chu Ran casually waved goodbye, making up an excuse about needing a medical checkup. They watch in silence as Chu Ran casually drags Zeus's corpse away. Jadina and Eri exchange glances, their eyes filled with utter confusion. A second later, they descend to the ground. Jadina snaps furiously. Chu Yama, you actually dared to kill the God King Zeus? Hearing this, he turns back with an arrogant smirk and asks, that's right. I killed him. So what? Sensing their hostility, Chu Ran tosses the old man's body aside like trash. Eri and the others are completely stunned. He begins his interrogation. Why the long faces? Your 12 temples have slaughtered plenty of people over the years, haven't you? Eri immediately retorts, first you cut down our sun god, then the sea god, and now you've killed even Zeus. Do you really think our temple has no one left? Facing his rage, Chu Ran asks with chilling brevity. Who's next? You? Jadina snaps back, declaring, don't get cocky, Chu Yama. Even if a god king dies, there is always a successor. The 12 temples will never fall, she continues, her voice dripping with threat. And perhaps you've forgotten. Right now, you're standing in my territory. Her companion points excitedly. Look at that. His hands are trembling. Realizing he's been exposed, Chu Ran immediately hides his hands behind his back. Jadina mistakes this for fear and becomes even more aggressive. He just finished a massive battle. I bet he barely has the strength to stand. The air fills with their determined murmurs. This is a once-in-a-millennium chance to kill him. We cannot let him leave this place alive. Despite the perilous situation, Chu Ran doesn't flinch. He flashes a confident smile and says, do you really think I didn't bring backup? She freezes in shock. Jadina and the others are no exception, their eyes widening in disbelief. Yet, several seconds pass, and absolutely nothing happens. The only thing answering Chu Ran is a bone-chilling cold wind. After a moment, he speaks up awkwardly. It seems my backup is running a little late. Hearing this, Eri leaps forward to attack, roaring, are you toying with us? Chu Ran instantly shifts into a stance, ready to counterattack at any moment. Without a word, he moves as fast as a squirrel, leaping back and forth across the snowy path. Thick dust obscures their vision, making it impossible to track him. Shielding their eyes, the two women panic and ask, "What is going on?" The others share their confusion. Suddenly, a second later, Jubaji appears right in front of Eri. Eri was expecting some giant monster, so he's completely taken aback. Jubaji doesn't waste words and attacks him directly. A single strike snaps Eri's bones in two. Before he can even launch an attack, he collapses to his knees, screaming in agony. Immediately after, Jubaji scampers off after Chu-ran. It takes a long moment for Eri to regain his senses and mutter, It was a pig." Jadina looks around frantically and asks, "What happened to you? Where is Chuyama?" He replies furiously, "He was rescued." "By a pig." Jadina and her group go completely blank. She can't help but scoff, asking, "Have you lost your mind? You're telling me a pig saved Chuyama?" Eri retorts indignantly, "I'm not joking. My arm was kicked and broken by that pig's trotter." Even after his explanation, she still suspects he's hallucinating. Furious, he snaps and screams at her to shut her mouth. Just then, Jadina interrupts. "That doesn't matter. What matters is that we let Chuyama escape. Look ahead. There's nothing left but a white void." As her words fade, a heavy silence descends upon them. The scene shifts to another location, where Chu-ran's pained yelps suddenly ring out. "Ouch. Hey, go easy on me." Inside the house, Jubaji is enthusiastically treating his sprained back. A moment later, Chu-ran asks suspiciously, "I was wondering why you'd be kind enough to give me a massage. Are you taking this chance to mess with me? Stop joking around. I need to process this backlog of information first." As soon as Chu-ran turns on his device, a flood of messages pours in. He sighs helplessly. "Oh my god. They already know everything that happened here. People at school, the Langya team, even my mom knows." While scrolling through the data, Chu-ran suddenly spots information regarding Len. The scene shifts again, and an angry voice booms out. "We must kill Chuyama. We cannot let him return to Huaxia alive." Hearing this, the others chant in unison, demanding his death to wash away their past humiliation. Len listens to their shouting and falls into deep thought. Then, his attention shifts to other details. Glancing to the side, he thinks to himself, Zeus has already been replaced by someone else. Shifting his gaze further, he realizes Poseidon also has a new successor. As the brand new sun god himself, memories of Chu-ran come flooding back. He thinks, "Grandmaster Chu. He helped me become a grandmaster with just a single finger. That is a feat even the temple could never achieve. If the 12 temples continue to oppose him, I fear even our most powerful traditions will be utterly destroyed." Meanwhile, Eri proposes, "We must use the scanner to find and kill him now, while Chuyama's injuries haven't healed." The crowd immediately roars in agreement. But Jadina argues, if the divine envoy descends and sees this mess, he will be furious. We have to deal with this before he arrives. Sensing the situation turning sour, Ren quietly stood up and slipped away in silence. But did he really think he could escape her notice? The moment she demanded to know what he was doing, he thought on his feet, claiming he was just grabbing a sip of water. Having successfully retreated, he let out a long sigh of relief. After carefully checking his surroundings, he whipped out his phone. He immediately texted Chu-ran with a warning. The 12 temples were preparing a scanner to hunt him down. If Chu-ran stepped within 100 meters of that device, his location would be instantly exposed. Reading the message, Chu-ran fell into deep thought. He muttered calmly, "Like a dog with a bone, they just won't let go. Fine. You want to play? Let's play big." The next day, at Chu-ran's villa, despite being dressed in formal wear, he was lounging around, basking in the sun, and scrolling through his phone. Seeing this, Chu Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandmaster Chu, how can you be so calm at a time like this? Everyone is talking about you right now." Chu Hong chimed in anxiously. "The 12 temples are scouring the globe for you. We thought you'd be hiding somewhere safe. We never expected you to just come back." Chu-ran replied at his own pace, "Don't worry. Your grandfather's treatment is almost finished. Once you tell me the location of the altar, I'll be on my way." Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. "All right. Once I get back, I'll send a detailed file to you, Grandmaster Chu." Suddenly, an intruder cut their conversation short. Chu-ran and the others immediately turned to see who dared to interrupt. A group of armed Westerners swarmed in, led by a man named Lesh. He greeted them with a deceptively friendly tone. "Mr. Chu, we meet again." Chu Hong recognized him instantly. He was the head of the Swedish Bader organization. Chu Shui stepped in front of Chu Ran, stammering, "What do you want?" But Chu Ran stood up, gently pushing him aside, and greeted the man casually. "Lord Lech, is that you?" Lech got straight to the point. "I'm here to discuss a partnership." Chu Ran raised an eyebrow, curious about the offer. Lech replied bluntly, "The 12 temples pose a massive threat to our European nations. Since they are hunting you, that means we share a common enemy. I can protect you until your injuries heal. In return, you just need to help us destroy the 12 temples." Chu Ran nodded along, looking impressed. That doesn't sound too bad. Lake was clearly pleased with his reaction. Naturally. But for this partnership to work closely, Mr. Chu, you will need to accept citizenship in our country. Facing Lake's smug confidence, Chu Ran casually dropped a question. "And if I refuse?" The man was so arrogant, he hadn't even considered rejection a possibility. "If you agree, you live. If you refuse, the 12 divine halls will hunt you down and kill you." Lake lowered his voice, issuing a final warning. The choice seemed obvious. He thought this would terrify Chu Ran, but the young man just gave a silent, contemptuous smile. Chu Ran leaned back in his chair, looking completely unbothered as he spoke. "You're right, the choice is obvious. I won't be working with you." Lake blinked, stunned. "Am I hearing things? Did you just refuse our offer?" Seeing the man's confusion, Chu Ran decided to spell it out. "I just did. I thought you came for a partnership, but you're just a stupid pig looking for a penmate, and I have no desire to wallow in the mud with you." Lake lost his patience immediately. "I admit you are strong, but do you know what era we are living in? Bullets might not pierce your skin, but what about an intercontinental ballistic missile?" He raised a hand, voice dropping low. "All it takes is one command from me." A murderous aura surrounded Lake as he told Chu Ran to know his place. Hearing this, Chu Shui and Chu Hong began to panic. Chu Shui turned to Chu Ran, urging him frantically, "You need to leave, now. I'll arrange a route for you. Go back to your country first. We can talk later. This place isn't safe anymore." But Chu Ran waved him off gently. "It's fine. I'll move at my own pace. Just send me the documents. Hurry. I need to find the heavenly demon pool." Chu Shui hadn't expected that reaction and stood there in shock. After a few seconds of hesitation, he helplessly gave in to Chu Ran's demands. The scene shifts to the Jelan Islands. Even from high above, one could tell this was a peaceful sanctuary. The plane touched down. Chu Ran and Zhu Baji began their journey. Looking at the map, Chu Ran spoke up. "Next, we take a train." They traveled from dawn until dusk, watching the mountain ranges turn black against the shimmering twilight. Finally, Chu Ran stood atop a rocky cliff, scanning the area. A moment later, he cheered with joy. "Found it! This is the place!" Without hesitation, Chu Ran and Zhu Baji jumped down. Their destination was the pool of water right in front of them. While the pig grunted with mixed emotions, Chu Ran muttered in excitement, "This is it, the heavenly demon pool." Immediately, Chu Ran crouched down and touched the water's surface. A cold sensation instantly wrapped around his hand, followed by spiritual energy surging into his body. He gasped. "The power is immense. I can't even send my spiritual sense deep enough to probe it." Seeing that he was being ignored, Zhu Baji started to get grumpy. Chu Ran turned to comfort him. "Rushing won't help. You don't have a weapon to refine in this pool. I'm the one who needs to refine the sword embryo here. The heavenly demon pool requires fresh blood as a guide. Then, using the spiritual energy, I can slowly introduce it into the sword embryo. It will take at least a month. I lost a lot of energy in the last battle, so I need to recover first." Time passed quietly by the pool. Zhu Baji was still sulking when suddenly a blinding light lit up the sky, startling him. Chu Ran also sensed something approaching. "Is it the 12 divine halls? They found me this quickly?" No one answered. The object in the sky was getting closer and closer. It wasn't a person. It was a missile. Chu Ran froze for a split second when he realized what it was. The target of that bomb was him. Cutting to Lake's control room, the man couldn't hide his glee. "Found you. How could a martial artist like you possibly understand the power of modern technology?" Down below, Chu Ran smirked, shaking his head. "A nuclear bomb? Really? You guys sure know how to treat a guest." The bomb fell like a comet. Instead of fleeing, Chu Ran charged straight at the massive nuclear warhead. He uttered a single word, "Scram." A deadly aura erupted from him. Chu Ran wasn't joking. He immediately channeled his energy to counterattack. The nuclear bomb entered the trap he had set, its speed instantly dropping. Chu Ran spun around, diverting the bomb's trajectory. It flew straight toward the desolate hills nearby. A massive explosion tore through the sky, shaking the entire region. The shockwave rattled the few houses in the distance. Locals popped their heads out, terrified. What happened? What exploded? Was that an earthquake? They stared at the mushroom cloud, confused. Isn't that the uninhabited zone? Lake's jaw dropped when the plan failed. He blocked it? How is that possible? Just then, a technician spoke up. Sir, look at the data. His hands are shaking. He's at his limit. Hearing this, Lake's arrogant smirk returned. Good. Back at the scene, having deflected the blow, Chu Ran landed by the pool. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, completely exhausted. Things were looking grim. Chu Ran still hadn't recovered enough spiritual energy. He didn't even get a second to breathe before another nuke was dropped right on their heads as a greeting. Chu Ran stared ahead, his eyes heavy with exhaustion, and sighed. Again? But this time, Zhu Baji stepped up. Leave this to me. Zhu Baji shot toward the nuke like a rocket. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air, the searing heat threatening to incinerate the very sky. The blast was so terrifyingly powerful that even Chu Ran had to brace himself. Up above, Zhu Baji was covered in soot, looking like he was seconds away from becoming roast pork. Seeing this, Chu Ran shouted, "Get back here! As long as we're alive, he's never going to stop attacking." Just as he predicted. Seeing that Chu Ran was still standing, the enemy switched tactics to the rolling bomb. Inside the control room, the only sound was the cold hum of machinery. A second later, the technician gave the order, fire. Down below, both Zhu Baji and Chu Ran were locked in, watching for Luke's next move. Sensing a disturbance in the air, Chu Ran immediately yelled a warning. Watch out! Here it comes! The bomb, carrying enough power to wipe them off the map, hurtled straight toward him. Chu Ran's eyes widened in shock. I can't touch it! Time seemed to slow as the rolling bomb closed in. With no way to fight it, Chu Ran and Zhu Baji had only one option left. Run. For a split second, the mountains and forests fell into a deathly silence. Then boom, the entire landscape erupted, shaking the heavens. Civilians, realizing the danger, flooded the streets in a panic to escape. The inferno spread rapidly, consuming everything in its path. High above, watching the destruction, Luke smiled with grim satisfaction. It's finally over. He's dead. Finally. Even if he were a god, he couldn't survive that. He turned to his men. Leak the news immediately. Blame it on the 12 temples. The technicians nodded and got to work. The scene shifts to an ancient, majestic building. Inside, a furious voice roared, "They're pinning the blame on us again?" Jaidina, however, remained calm as she analyzed the situation. Luke wants to make us the world's public enemy #1. We have to clear our names. We can't take the fall for this. But deep down, they were still struggling to process the news. Is he really dead? How is that possible? Then again, King of Hell Chu is still human. How could a mortal body withstand a nuke? Meanwhile, Chu Shui received the report. His eyes widened in disbelief. Grandmaster Chu is dead? Chu Hong trembled, shaking her head. No, that's impossible, brother. He's practically invincible. How could someone like him just die? Chu Shui slumped, guilt washing over him. This is all our fault. If we hadn't invited him to Europe, none of this would have happened. But as he drowned in regret, the door suddenly burst open. Shao Kong marched in with his men, a smug look on his face. "Oh, my dear nephew, you didn't see that coming, did you? Your biggest supporter has fallen." Chu Hong cut him off sharply. "Second uncle, your return is pointless. Grandpa has already recovered. You won't get a single thing from us," the old man sneered. "We'll see about that. As long as he is out of the picture, it's only a matter of time before I take back what's rightfully mine." Meanwhile, at the Fengshan Tang estate, the mood was celebratory. According to our intel, neither the European Alliance nor Huaxia found any signs of life. He's likely been blown to smithereens. Cheers erupted in the hall. Fantastic, Zhen Tian grinned wickedly. With him dead, the Tong family finally has a chance to rise again. Thank God he couldn't withstand that rolling bomb. It had enough power to destroy half the planet. Wang Lan chimed in, looking smug. "I told you so. That bastard was so evil, even the heavens couldn't stand him anymore." Then, Zhen Tian barked an order. "Go drag Tang Wanru back here. And Mom, Don't worry about the Chu family. Someone else will take care of them for us. Just then, the butler rushed in. Sir, several major business tycoons are outside. They want to discuss partnerships with us. Gentian scoffed. Ha! Fair weather friends, all of them. When the Tong family was in trouble, they ran faster than rabbits. The scene shifts to the Chu household, where panic had taken over. Chu Ran is dead? Oh God, it can't be. Shan, he muttered, his face pale as a sheet. Even Lang Ya confirmed it. Little Ran is gone. Tang Wanru and Chu Mu shook uncontrollably. Suddenly, Wanru collapsed from the shock. Chu Mu screamed, Mom, Mom, what's wrong? Elsewhere, Chin Ran gazed up at the clouds, lost in thought. She whispered to herself, I don't believe it. He wouldn't die like that. I'll wait for him. Whether it takes 10 years or 20, I will wait. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. At the blast site, crews were conducting a rigorous inspection. A secretary reported to Luke, We've been scanning for months. Confirmed 0 signs of life. There used to be a lake there, but it's completely evaporated. Luke nodded. Terrain changes are expected with that kind of firepower. It was the rolling bomb, after all. Finally, I can sleep at night. But elsewhere, in a land shrouded by a fierce blizzard, there lay a lake, frozen solid by the extreme cold. Suddenly, long cracks began to spiderweb across the ice. Crack! A figure burst from the frozen depths, shooting into the sky. A figure tore through the air, leaving a long, whistling trail of wind in his wake. He stood high above, indifferent to the biting cold attacking him. The frozen lake surface below was shattered. Despite his scruffy beard, Chu Ran's razor-sharp aura was unmistakable. Chu Ran and Baji didn't die. In fact, they came back stronger than ever. A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. We're back! Then, he shouted with pure relief. We are finally back! The story rewinds to 3 months ago. As the bomb rolled closer, Chu Ran screamed in panic, warning not to touch it. The only thing unaffected was the pool of water right next to them. Without a word, Baji jumped straight into the pool. With the explosion scorching their backs, Chu Ran had no choice but to jump in too. So, the two of them dove into the water to hide. The surface rippled slightly. And then, the entire pond suddenly moved. It twisted left and right, splashing water everywhere like a living creature. A second later, the pond vanished. Back in the present, Chu Ran marveled. I never expected the heavenly demon pond to know how to run away. Good thing we jumped in when we did. He pulled out a sparkling artifact. Chu Ran spoke with satisfaction. In these 3 months, we finally absorbed the entire pond and refined the sword seed into a sword embryo. It hasn't fully formed yet, but this is already incredible. He made up his mind. Once I condense my true essence, I won't have to fear those bombs anymore. Once I reach the Xiantian realm, even nuclear weapons won't mean a thing. Hearing this, Baji got fired up, demanding revenge. Chu Ran stopped him immediately. Don't rush. I need to go back to the country first. We'll deal with things here slowly. I really want to see the look on their faces when they find out I'm still alive. The scene shifts to the DE Group headquarters. From the outside, it towered over the city like a massive lightning rod. Chu Hong announced in a panic, Grandpa passed away. Chu Shui jumped up, refusing to believe it. He asked anxiously, after Master Chu cured him, his health has been great. How could he just suddenly die? Chu Hong stammered, I don't know. Just then, Xiao Tong barged in. My dear niece and nephew, looks like you've heard the news about the old man's death. Hearing that tone, Chu Shui immediately guessed that he was the one who killed their grandfather. Facing that blunt accusation, the man just laughed out loud, completely unbothered. Chu Shui warned him, give it up, second uncle. Even if Grandpa died, he made a will. You won't get a cent. Xiao Tong replied casually. Ah, the will. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Xiao Tong strolled closer, confident as ever. Yesterday, right before he died, he wrote a new will. All the shares are under my name now. Chu Hong snapped back. You're lying. That's definitely a fake will. He didn't flinch, replying, I wouldn't do something so stupid. The will is real. It's been notarized. If you don't believe me, go check for yourself. At that moment, Master Zhou appeared out of nowhere to confirm. That is indeed the truth, beautiful. Seeing his sleazy face, Chu Shui lunged forward. What are you planning? Xiao Tong suddenly spoke up. If Master Zhou likes her, then I'll give her to you as a gift. Hearing that, the master attacked Chu Shui without hesitation. An invisible force slammed Chu Shui hard onto the floor. Even while pinned down by two bodyguards, Chu Shui couldn't stop cursing him, calling him a beast. Desperate, Chu Shui shouted, "Stop it! Don't you touch her!" Master Zhou smiled wickedly. "Don't worry. I'll make her follow me willingly." Chu Hong immediately retorted, "In your dreams, who do you think you are?" Suddenly, his eyes glowed. Master Zhou began using his powers, and Chu Hong's rejection started to fade into a daze. Chu Shui realized what was happening. "I get it now. You used this dirty trick to force Grandpa to write that will. You scumbag." Just then, a voice strange yet familiar rang out, looking like a dried-up stick. "No wonder you have to use these cheap tricks to pick up girls." His pride wounded, Master Zhou roared in anger, "Who's there?" Standing behind the glass wall, Chu Ran calmly replied, "It's me." Xiao Tong's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. He panicked, blurting out, "Impossible! That can't be!" Chu Ran announced with domineering flair, "I have returned." Master Zhou, not knowing who he was, barked aggressively, "Just a brat? You dare cause trouble here?" Chu Ran's expression didn't change, completely unfazed by Master Zhou. But the shattering glass shards around him displayed his terrifying power. Chu Ran controlled the shards, instantly taking down all the bodyguards. Now wary, Master Zhou asked, "Who are you?" Chu Ran replied, "Go ask the boss standing behind you. He knows me." Master Zhou instinctively turned around. He barely managed to say Mr. Chen before seeing Xiao Tong trembling like a leaf. Chu Ran asked smugly, "You thought I was dead, didn't you? What's wrong? Scared now?" A second later, Xiao Tong collapsed to his knees, begging for forgiveness. "Grandmaster Chu, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please spare my life. I won't dare do it again." It was only then that he realized. Grandmaster Chu had returned from the dead. After deducing that this young man was the infamous king of Hell Chu, Grandmaster Zhu was so terrified that tears streamed down his face. Chu Ran simply waved his hand, and the man's head burst into flames. After taking down Grandmaster Zhu, his cold gaze shifted toward Xiao Kong. Being singled out, Xiao Kong trembled in fear. But unexpectedly, Chu Ran turned to Chu Shui and said, "Let's go somewhere else to talk." The bodyguards were too petrified to move. Chu Ran then led the two siblings away from the scene. Xiao Kong stared at Chu Ran's retreating back, utterly confused. A moment later, realization hit him. Did King of Hell Chu just let me go? He didn't kill me. He really didn't kill me. Meanwhile, just as Chu Ran stepped out of the room, he snapped his fingers, and the office behind him exploded. The commotion caused a stir. "What happened? What's going on?" Chu Ran cheerfully pointed back. "You might want to renovate your office." Once he regained his composure, Chu Shui asked in shock, "Grandmaster Chu, you're not dead?" Chu Ran asked calmly, "Does everyone think I'm dead?" Chu Shui confirmed that they did. Hearing his hearty laughter, Chu Hong asked, puzzled, "Grandmaster Chu, are you going to hunt down the 12 temples now?" He replied instantly, "Why would I seek revenge on them if they didn't do it?" Chu Hong was stunned, but Chu Shui immediately guessed the truth. "It was Lech, wasn't it?" Chu Ran confirmed it bluntly. Who else could it be but him? Then, it all clicked for Chu Shui. No wonder the Swedish Bader Alliance has been relentlessly suppressing the 12 temples lately. They've barely fought back, giving up 6 of their temples. Hearing this, Chu Ran spoke casually. "The 12 temples aren't focused on that. They're waiting for someone." Walking behind him, Chu Shui was puzzled. Waiting for someone? Chu Ran turned back and dropped a hint. Waiting for someone who can make the whole world bow in awe. The siblings couldn't follow his train of thought, so they stayed silent. A moment later, he asked them to prepare a plane for his return to the country. Chu Shui immediately pulled out his phone to arrange it. While he worked, Chu Ran thought to himself, "I've been gone so long. Things back home must be in chaos." Scene change. Jujiang. Mount Mei. At the foot of the hidden dragon villa. Soon after, he appeared at his old haunt, sighing with nostalgia. "So many memories. I'm finally back." Taking in the vast scenery, Chu Ran frowned. But why are there so many people watching this place? He was right. Behind the ancient trees, several figures lurked, and even up in the branches, someone was spying on him through binoculars. Chu Ran muttered calmly, "About 10 of them. Seems like quite a few people have their eyes on this place." He strolled forward leisurely and said, "Let's go." It's time to head home. Even the stone steps seemed to have been waiting for their master's return. A second later, Chu Ran's figure vanished into thin air. The spies, watching from the shadows, were left completely dumbfounded. The scene shifts to the main gates of Hidden Dragon Villa. The men in black are Hu Jue's subordinates, while the ones in white belong to Ru Ying's faction. A moment later, Hu Jue shouted in frustration, "Didn't we already have an agreement? If our disciples lost the duel, the loser has to leave. Are you trying to go back on your word?" Ru Ying snapped back. 20 useless pieces of trash. You're all veteran martial generals, yet you lost to 2 little brats. Those 2 brats were none other than Hao Jie and Ying Xiong. Hu Jue immediately tried to kick them out. "Since Grandmaster Ru Ying admits your disciples lost, honor the bet and get lost. I won't be seeing you out." But the old man shamelessly flipped the script. "Do I look like someone who cares about keeping promises?" This made Hu Jue furious. But Ru Ying wasn't done yet. He sneered. "Stop pretending. I know you're just trying to take over Hidden Dragon Villa for yourself now that the king of Hell Chu is dead." Hu Jue shot back. "I may not be a saint, but I'm no ungrateful traitor. Don't you dare think about getting your hands on this place." Ru Ying scoffed. "You really are an idiot." Before the words even landed, he moved at light speed. Hu Jue watched in despair as the old man charged right at him. Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Go, Grandmaster Ru Ying." Not wanting to be outdone, the other side screamed, "Show him your power, Master Ho." The two clashed violently, neither giving an inch. Suddenly, Ru Ying spoke up. "Master Hu, I respect your strength, but at the end of the day, you still haven't reached the second step Grandmaster realm." Hearing this, Hu Jue lost focus for a split second. Ru Ying seized the opening and kicked him square in the throat. Hu Jue took the full force of the blow and was sent flying. His disciples immediately swarmed around him, shouting, "Master! Master!" Ru Ying looked down from above and declared arrogantly, "You lose. Hidden Dragon Villa belongs to me now." But before he could finish his sentence, a fist came flying out of nowhere. Ru Ying took a thunderous hit right to the face. Enraged, he roared, "What the hell was that?" Wen Xian spotted a familiar figure and cheered, "Master Chu." Hu Jue couldn't help but guess as well. "You're back?" It was indeed Master Chu. Over at the entrance, Chu Ran stood basking in the morning sun. The story hits a turning point, as the crowd outside erupts into whispers and gossip. Chu Ran's sudden appearance cut Ru Ying's celebration short. Wen Xian greeted him warmly. "Master Chu, you've returned." Chu Ran smiled and nodded at him. Ying Xiong jumped at the chance to report, "Master, I've been training seriously lately, but that brat Hao Jie has been slacking off every single day." He was immediately interrupted. "Master, I have to report him too. Ying Xiong drank the rare wine you collected." Ignoring the bickering kids, Chu Ran walked over and helped Hu Jue up. He said, "Let's go inside. We have a lot to catch up on." Hidden Dragon Villa was once again filled with laughter. Meanwhile, Ru Ying and his disciples could only stare at their retreating backs. Ru Ying's face twisted in terror, looking like he'd seen a ghost. A second later, he collapsed to his knees right in front of the gate. His students panicked. "Master, what are you doing?" Ru Ying replied, trembling, "The king of Hell Chu is back. A lot of people are about to die." Inside, everyone was chatting happily. Chu Ran was getting updated on everything that happened while he was gone. After listening, he asked, "Did the Wolf Fang team withdraw from here?" Hu Jue confirmed it. "They pulled out a month after news of your death spread. It seems they had another mission." Afraid Chu Ran might misunderstand, he quickly added, "Wolf Fang took good care of us, but they couldn't stay forever." Chu Ran nodded. "They've done enough." Then Hu Jue dropped the bad news. "But Shen Hongru from the Arbor Islands betrayed us. The spirit mine management isn't in our hands anymore." Chu Ran frowned. "Is my family okay?" Hu Zhu answered honestly. "The Chu family is being suppressed by multiple forces. We wanted to help, but we could barely protect ourselves. I heard your aunt was taken by the Tang family, and your father was injured trying to stop them. Your sister, Chu Mu, was snatched by the Jiang family 3 days ago. Rumor has it they want to force her into a marriage." Chu Ran thought to himself, "I gave them protective jade pendants. Since I haven't sensed them breaking, they should be safe for now. I've only been gone for 3 months, and it's already this chaotic. If I ever leave Earth for a long time," he sighed, realizing how unpredictable people's hearts truly are. Hu Jue asked, "Master Chu, what do you plan to do?" He answered decisively, "You stay here at Mount Mai. I'm going to Qinhua City to check things out." Chu Ran glanced toward the gate. As for that guy outside, let him kneel. It'll serve as a warning to the spies watching this place. Let them know that the one man they shouldn't mess with has returned. The scene shifts to the Chu family estate. Just as he finished transferring the cab fare, the driver quipped, "You here to collect debts too, kid?" Chu Ran looked back, confused. "What debt?" The driver shook his head and replied, "I honestly don't know, sir. But lately, all the major clans have been swarming the Chu estate to demand payment. I have no idea how they racked up such a massive debt." Hearing this, the young man fell silent, his gaze drifting thoughtfully toward the looming Chu family estate. As he stepped out of the car, the driver sighed. The Chu family is truly pitiful. They had just started to rise, and now they're already bankrupt. Ignoring the commentary, Chu Ran strode straight toward the entrance. A wall of bodyguards blocked his path. One of them stepped forward, barking arrogantly, "Who the hell are you? Our boss is handling business inside. No entry." Chu Ran's previously warm gaze instantly turned ice cold. He casually shoved the lead guard aside. The remaining thugs saw this display of power and began to tremble in fear. They stood frozen like statues, watching him pass as if paralyzed. As Chu Ran stepped inside, he caught the sound of hushed arguments. "This is all the eldest brother's fault. Shut up. He did it for the family's good." "Well, look where that got us. The Chu family is finished." Yun Yun rubbed her temples, exhausted. "Stop arguing. Nothing is decided yet. Grandpa and Uncle are still upstairs negotiating with them." Just as she finished speaking, a knock echoed from the front door. Yun Yun spun around, on high alert. "Who is it?" She didn't really need to ask. It had to be those debt collectors again. She dragged herself to the door, dreading what was on the other side. But when it opened, she froze. Standing there was Chu Ran, smiling warmly. Seeing him suddenly appear, her eyes welled up. A split second later, she was on the verge of a total breakdown. Chu Ran quickly comforted her. "Hey, don't cry. I'm back, aren't I? Everything is fine." The bickering relatives fell silent, staring in shock. Holding Yun Yun, he turned to them and announced, "Everyone, I have returned." Outside the Chu estate, the gloomy clouds parted to reveal the sun. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the negotiation was reaching a boiling point. Huaige slammed the table in fury. "Old man Ouyang, don't push us too far. You're trying to drive the Chu family to its grave." The old man sneered. "You owe us money. We are the creditors. Paying debts is simply the law of nature." "Shan," he shouted, "how can we owe money we know nothing about?" "This is clearly a trap you set up," the old man replied with a sly grin. "Without proof, that's slander. If you want to argue, we can see you in court." Ouyang Si, sitting nearby, chimed in. "Or just wait until you go bankrupt. You won't keep a single penny anyway." "Shan," he was furious, "you people are despicable. When my son was alive, you wouldn't have dared to corner us like this." As he mentioned this, he choked back tears. "My son." But before he could finish, a cold voice cut him off from across the table. "Enough with the touching father-son drama. We still have debts to settle." Young Master Li added with a sneer, "Old man Chu, don't be stingy. It's not like we're going to hurt your family physically." His tone was dripping with sarcasm. "The Tang and Jiang families took your people, and you didn't dare say a word." Ouyang Si piled on. "The Freedom Alliance seized your mines. Did you object then?" The insults echoed painfully in Huaige's mind. "The Hidden Dragon Villa was wiped out. Could you stop that?" Young Master Li delivered the final blow. "The show is over for the Chu family. Just accept your fate." Ouyang Si laughed. "Your backer is dead and gone," Elder Li added. "And don't forget the debt to the Celestial Master Association." Just as they were gloating, the door burst open. Ouyang Si barked, "Who the hell barges in without knocking? Can't you see we're in a meeting?" But the person standing there was none other than Chu Ran. The entire room froze, heads snapping toward the door. Chu Ran stood at the end of the table, staring at them in dead silence. Shan He, seeing his son who had been missing for 3 months, cried out in joy, "Little Ran." But Chu Ran's expression darkened immediately. His eyes had locked onto the white plaster cast wrapped around his father's arm. Shan He ignored the injury, calling his son's name again emotionally. Chu Ran gently patted him to calm him down. Then, he turned to the group, his voice low. "You were all talking so big just a moment ago. Why the silence now?" The arrogance in the room was instantly replaced by suffocating fear. A single terrifying question raced through their minds. How was he still alive? Knowing they were too stunned to speak, Chu Ran pulled out a chair and sat down. He looked around, his tone mocking. Weren't you having a meeting? Go on, keep talking. Young Master Li looked like he had seen a ghost. He immediately started stammering. Master Chu, I was wrong. I was just confused for a moment. I didn't mean to offend you. I had no idea you were still alive. Seeing him slap his own face to apologize, Yangxi frantically started slapping himself too. Me too, me too. The elders exchanged awkward, terrified glances. Outside, the bodyguards could hear the rhythmic smack of faces being slapped. But Chu Ran remained completely unmoved. Finally, he frowned. Too loud. Stop it. Their hands instantly froze in midair. Both their faces were already swollen and purple. After a pause, Chu Ran spoke again. Elder Ouyang, Elder Li, it's been a long time. The old man forced a stiff smile and replied, It is truly a blessing that Master Chu is still with us. Old Master Li, reading the room, quickly spoke up. Since Grandmaster Chu has returned, I won't disturb your reunion. I'll visit another day, but life isn't a dream. With a mere flick of Chu Ran's hand, the old man slammed back into his chair. Li was terrified by this sudden display of power. Chu Ran finally spoke, his voice calm but cold. Old Master Li, I seem to recall agreeing to spare you people back then. That was because you promised the Celestial Master Association would cease to exist. But look at you now. Chu Ran's aura was so crushing, they couldn't utter a word. Hearing this, cold sweat drenched the old man. When no one dared to speak, Chu Ran called him out by name. Old Master Li, aren't you going to give me an explanation? The old man had planned to slip away quietly, but now he was pinned by the spotlight. Li hurriedly begged, Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll get lost right now. I swear. Chu Ran didn't say a word, just flicked his hand again. Who said you could leave? Suddenly, the old man's body no longer obeyed his own commands. Controlling him like a puppet, Chu Ran dropped a casual line. Forget it. Since you came looking for me personally, I might as well send you on your final journey. Li's face turned deathly pale. He realized exactly what was about to happen. The shadows reflected his pitiful state. A split second later, old Master Li was crushed by Chu Ran's invisible force. The others watched in horror, stunned. Chu Ran remained unfazed, waving his hand once more as Li's stiff corpse toppled onto the floor. Sometime later, the sound of laughter and joy returned to the Chu residence. Smiles blossomed on Huaige and the others' faces. The Chu family was finally gathered together, whole once again. Chu Ran comforted them. It's all right now. I'm back, aren't I? His father replied, It's good. It's good that you're back. Then Shan, he snapped, scolding him. You brat? You still know how to come home? Chu Ran winced at the playful hit, pleading, Dad, I'm the leader of the underworld now. Give me some face. Shan, he laughed. Then that makes me the father of the underworld's leader. Chu Ran's grandmother then asked, How did you survive? We heard the 12 temples used some kind of rolling bomb. Chu Ran immediately countered, Who told you the 12 temples attacked me? Shan, he asked, confused. It wasn't the 12 temples? Then who was it? Huaiji suddenly realized, could it be the Bader organization from the nation of Rui? Chu Ran confirmed, Exactly. It was that guy. Lake. They all pictured Lake's face. Chu Ran continued, The Bader organization wanted to kill me and use the opportunity to wipe out the 12 temples in one go. His grandmother pleaded, Little Ran, the outside world is too dangerous. Let's not go abroad anymore. He reassured her, Don't worry, Grandma. I'm fine. But I have a score to settle with them. Huaige interrupted anxiously. Little Ran, leave that for later. The priority is saving your mother and sister. The Chu family, we were useless. We couldn't even protect our own. Shanhe turned to him. Little Ran, the remnants of the Jiang family sent an invitation. Tomorrow, they're forcing Xiaomu to marry a Jiang at the Tang family estate. Hearing this, Chu Ran vowed he would bring them back safely. The scene shifts to Fengshan capital. Inside a lively banquet, everyone was chatting happily. Qi Rong flattered, You're so lucky. That brother of yours couldn't be the groom, so you picked up the prize. Yanlong replied, It's just fruit falling into my lap. This is destiny. In reality, he was thinking, if the main branch hadn't been wiped out, my branch would never have seen the light of day. I actually have that Chu Yama to thank. However, outwardly, Yanlang boasted, It's a pity that Chu Yama is dead. Otherwise, I would have killed him myself. Hearing this, the man chimed in, Well said, what is Chu Ran anyway? Isn't he already dead and buried? Fei Yan sat there fuming as they spouted garbage like serves him right, and he who laughs last, laughs best. She thought to herself, Master Chu is too powerful to die. He's definitely not dead. The scene shifts to the Tang residence, where Zhen Tian begins making big promises. Brother Jiang, I promise to throw you a grand celebration. And rest assured, no one will dare cause trouble. The man replied politely, I'm imposing on you, Master Tang. Zhen Tian continued, the new invitations are out. Let's see how many people show the Tang family some respect tomorrow. Master Jiang immediately asked, and if someone refuses to come? Zhen Tian looked puzzled. Refuse? His answer was a chilling laugh from across the table. The scene cuts to Zhou Kei's luxurious villa. Inside, Zhou Kei was pleading, Dad, we can't go to the Tang family estate tomorrow. His father replied painfully, but Master Chu is dead. We're already being suppressed if we don't show up tomorrow. It's over for us. Thinking of their grim future, he let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. But Zhou Kei insisted, if we go, we're betraying Master Chu. His father shot back. Do you have any idea what's happening? I heard that man is coming out of seclusion. The whole capital is holding its breath. Hearing a voice ask, who is that? He answered instinctively. But then he froze. That wasn't Zhou Kei's voice. Father and son whipped around, staring at the source of the sound. Standing there was none other than Chu Ran. Zhou Kei, unable to believe his eyes, stammered, Master Chu, is it really you? Chu Ran smiled gently. It's me. Long time no see. Zhou Kei rushed forward, shouting, Master Chu, it really is you. You're alive. His father whispered in awe. It's Yama Chu. He's actually back. The touching moment instantly turned awkward when Zhou Kei grabbed Chu Ran's face and started pinching his cheeks. He cheered, He's real. He's alive, forcing his father to intervene in a panic. What the hell are you doing, you brat? Show some respect to Master Chu. But Chu Ran just laughed. It's fine. Zhou Kei is a good kid. I chose well. By the way, who were you talking about earlier? Who's coming out of seclusion? The father's face turned serious. It is Chen Zhantian, General Chen. Chu Ran frowned. What is Chen Zhantian's connection to the Tang family? Zhou Kei's father explained. Years ago, Chen Zhantian was injured in the war. The Tang patriarch saved his life. He has never forgotten that debt. Everyone fears the Tang family precisely because Chen Zhantian backs them. Chu Ran nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed a significant favor. The father added, which means his return will make the Tang family untouchable. No one would dare provoke them now. But Chu Ran just shrugged. What does that have to do with me? I'd actually like to see what this guy is made of. The father stood there, stunned by his audacity. Meanwhile, Chu Ran smiled to himself. I am the Yama Immortal Venerable. I don't worry about consequences. The scene shifts to the next day at Mount Feng. The foot of the mountain was swarming with people. The parking lot was already packed. Chu Ran and Zhou Kei had just arrived. They exchanged a knowing glance. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of the crowd. A man sneered provocatively. Isn't this young Master Zhou? I thought you looked down on the Tang family. What are you doing here? When he received no reply, the crowd began to whisper. Has the kid changed? He used to be so arrogant, but now he's silent. He probably lost his backing. That's why he's keeping his head down, someone scoffed. Zhou Kei just smirked internally. Just you wait. You won't be laughing for long. Elsewhere, amidst the smiles and chatter, a gasp of admiration rang out. Look, it's Chen Zhantian's nephew, Chen Kai-chiang. If Chen Kai-chiang is here, then General Chen must really be coming out of seclusion. Moments later, the host's voice boomed. Guests, please take your places. The wedding ceremony is about to begin. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. The host invited the couple to the stage. The groom was none other than Yan Lang. Chu Mu, the reluctant bride, was shoved out into the open. Her face was deathly pale, drained of all color. The priest's voice droned on. You two are about to become husband and wife. Does anyone object? Just when it seemed over, a hand shot up from the crowd. I object. The audience gasped in shock. Who is that? What's going on? Whispers spread like wildfire. Is he here to steal the bride? Is he her lover? Ignoring the chatter, Chu Ran walked straight toward the stage. Yan Lang snarled, Who are you? How dare you cause a scene here? Chu Ran calmly pointed at the priest. He asked if anyone objected. So, here I am. The priest sighed helplessly. Sir, please return to your seat. It is clear the bride's heart belongs only to the groom. She will not leave with you. Chu Ran immediately shot back. Who said I'm here to steal the bride? The one I want to steal is the groom. The guests instantly switched into gossip mode. Wait, what's going on? Don't tell me the groom swings that way? Seeing the situation spiral, the groom frantically denied it. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not like that at all. Ignoring him completely, Chu Ran kept talking. Hey, Joe K, aren't you and the groom soulmates? Go ahead, take your man, and leave. Yan Lang couldn't hold back and shouted, Who the hell are you? Are you doing this on purpose? Chu Ran completely ignored him and turned to ask Chu Mu, Is the bride willing to let them be happy together? How could she possibly fail to recognize his voice? Knowing Chu Ran was here to save her, she agreed immediately. Hearing this, the groom nearly exploded with rage. Ice dragon my ass. I am a normal man. I don't have that kind of relationship with him. Just then, Chi Feng stepped forward and warned Chu Ran. If you continue to disrupt this wedding, the Tang family won't be polite anymore. Chu Ran shot back. Oh really? Let me see just how impolite you can get. Chi Feng didn't waste words. He immediately signaled the bodyguards to attack. The bodyguards instantly surrounded Chu Ran, ready to strike. Chu Ran remained calm, smiling strictly. In a split second, he unleashed an invisible force, and the burly bodyguards were instantly wiped out. Chi Feng's jaw practically hit the floor. He was furious, but helpless, managing only a few stammered sounds. Suddenly, Gentian appeared and spoke up. My friend, your skills are extraordinary. You're clearly a man of ability. I wonder if there's been some misunderstanding between you and the Tong family? We can clear this up right now. Chu Ran listened and replied indifferently. Dual pressure. Using Feng Mountain as a foundation. Looks like you've hired a new feng shui master. Hearing himself mentioned, Tianxin stood up to introduce himself. That would be me. I am the untalented new feng shui master. His expression, already serious, turned even graver as he looked at Chu Ran. Suddenly, Tianxin clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to him. The guests were stunned. Qi Feng couldn't help but blurt out, What are you doing? Ignoring the commotion, Chu Ran calmly asked, Master Zhang, how did you recognize me? Addressing the man bowing to him, Chu Ran listened as the master explained everything. When I passed by, the luck of Feng Mountain was concentrated on you, yet you dismantled it with ease. To achieve such a level at your age, I can't think of anyone else but you. The guests began to buzz with excitement. Did they already exchange moves without us noticing? I didn't see anyone lift a finger. Who is that guy? Why is Master Zhang being so respectful? Tianxin bowed again. Disciple of the Heavenly Water Sect, sect leader Zhang Tianxin pays respects to Grandmaster Chu. Hearing this, Qi Feng finally understood. Grandmaster Chu, could he be? Slowly, Chu Ran removed his disguise, revealing a face that hadn't been seen in 3 months. Someone recognized him and screamed, That's Chu the Hell King of Jiangnan, the #1 on the blacklist. Qi Feng finally accepted the terrifying truth. The crowd erupted into whispers again. Chu Ran isn't dead. The Hell King has returned. The crowd pushed forward to get a better look, while the Tang family members scrambled in panic. A subordinate whispered a report. News from Mount Mai says that Grandmaster Ru Ying is currently kneeling in front of the Hidden Dragon Villa. Gentian thought to himself, it all adds up. He is definitely Chu Ran. He really is alive. Chu Mu finally lifted her veil, her voice full of sulking resentment. You actually know how to come back? He turned to her and teased, Why? Did you not want me to return? The little girl wipes her tears and snaps. Stop showing off. Just finish this quick and let's go get Mom. She's been worried sick about you. For once, a rare gentleness softens Chu Ran's expression. I know, you silly girl. Witnessing this, Yuan Lang stammers, Are you really Chu the living Yama? This time, instead of ignoring him, Chu Ran answers directly, Who else would I be? Confirmed by that shocking answer, Yuan Lang turns and bolts instantly. But does he really think he can leave without permission? Chu Ran barely flicks a finger, releasing a wisp of spiritual energy. Weak Yuan Lang instantly faceplants into the dirt. Ignoring him, Chu Ran steps off the platform, heading straight for Gentian and Qi Feng. Panicking, the old man stammers, Chu Ran, let's just drop this. The Tang family never touched your mother or sister, remember? Chu Ran's voice drops to 0. Then why do I recall my father being beaten half to death? Which one of you did it? Every eye shifts to a trembling bodyguard. The doomed man drops to his knees, begging, Master Chu, please, spare me. I swear I'll never do it again. Chu Ran doesn't waste breath on words. He simply flicks his wrist. The doomed man, An invisible force crushes the guard instantly. Life extinguished. Now, the crosshairs shift to the next victim, Qi Feng. The clear sky suddenly darkens, twisting 180 degrees. And the source of this storm is none other than Chu Ran. Lightning arcs violently through the black clouds. A split second later, the crowd watches in horror as a bolt slams directly into Qi Feng. A sudden gust of wind sweeps through, scattering fallen leaves across the silence. Terrified he's next, Gentian blurts out, "You've already killed him. Let it end here. I swear the Tang family will never cross you again." Suddenly, a member of the Jiang family steps out, shouting, "Absolutely not. You slaughtered dozens of our people. Today, I'll show you the true terror of a martial arts family." Instantly, Chu Ran is surrounded again. Yet, he doesn't even blink. "I was careless before. I thought killing the Jiang leaders would be enough to stop the chaos. I didn't expect a few weeds to survive and keep trying to harm my sister." His eyes go cold as he declares, "Fine. Then today, I wipe your entire bloodline from the face of the earth." Power surges around Chu Ran. In a heartbeat, the dozen bodyguards surrounding him collapse. Bodies litter the ground. The survivors gasp, trembling. Are they all dead? "Master Chu, have mercy. The Tang family forced us. We didn't want this. We swear, we'd rather die than step foot in the Tang estate again." Chu Ran remains unmoved. His gaze slowly shifts to Gentian. The old man stammers, "What more do you want? Are you planning to massacre my entire family too?" Chu Ran shrugs, his voice surprisingly calm. "No need. Your family has ties to my mother. After all, just withdraw from Mount Feng and vanish into exile. That is my condition." But Gentian balks. "You want the Tang family to abandon Mount Feng? Impossible." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. "Quite the majestic display, my friend. But aren't you taking things a bit too far?" The speaker is Chen Kai-chiong. The crowd erupts into whispers at the sight of Chen Kai-chiong. Even Gentian bows his head, apologizing for the disturbance. Kai-chiong addresses Chu Ran with a smirk. "Master Chu, I am a descendant of General Chen. The Tang family once did my grandfather a favor. Out of respect for the past, could you perhaps show some leniency? He's about to come out of seclusion. You really don't want to bring unnecessary trouble upon yourself right now, do you?" Chu Ran just looks at him, unimpressed. "Do you speak for Chen Zhantian?" Kai Chiong nods. "Master Tang saved my grandfather's life. If he were here, he would say the exact same thing." Hearing this, Chu Ran's expression shifts. "Let Chen Zhantian come here himself. Only he is qualified to speak to me. You're nobody." Kai Chiong freezes in rage, but before he can act, Chu Ran loses patience and blasts him with a wave of energy. Caught off guard, Kai Chiong is sent flying backward. Gentian scrambles to catch him just in time. He looks down in horror. Kai Chiong is bleeding. The crowd gasps. No one expected him to actually strike a member of the Chen family. Gentian screams, "You dare attack young Master Chen? Do you have no respect for the general?" Chu Ran scowls, his patience gone. "You think Chen Zhantian can save you? Don't be stupid. Do not test my limits." Spiritual energy explodes from Chu Ran's body. The crowd recoils as the sky above twists and warps in response to his rage. Terrified, several men drop to their knees, begging for mercy while scrambling backward. Chu Ran stalks toward them. "I know exactly who was forced, and who willingly hurt my family and friends." He raises a hand, blinding light gathering in his palm. Thunder booms overhead, and bolts of judgment slam down onto the kneeling figures. Smoke rises from the charred bodies. None of them move again. As the survivors approach, Chu Ran mutters a final vow to himself. "If the Tang family refuses to leave Mount Feng, then I will make sure this mountain never sees another crimson autumn again." With those final words, Chu Ran unleashed his magic upon the mountain's crimson leaves. A gale-force wind swept across Mount Feng like a cyclone. Chu Ran treads softly over the carpet of fallen foliage, standing tall and imposing. Behind him, the mountain was stripped bare, not a single red leaf remained. Let's shift scenes. We return to the Chu residence. Chu Ran stood silently by the door. After hearing the full story, Wan Ru couldn't help but feel the Tang family had gone too far. Chu Ran immediately comforted her. "I'm back now, Mom. No need to worry. The Tang family won't dare lay a finger on us ever again." Jokei rushed in with news. "Master, there's a huge crowd outside wanting to visit you. Are you sure you won't see them? Some of them look pretty famous." But Chu Ran had no interest. He gave a dismissive wave, telling Zhou Ke to handle it himself. However, Zhou Ke was confused. Master, didn't you say you were in a rush to get back? Why are you still here? Chu Ran simply replied that he was waiting for someone. Just then, a streak of purple light shot through the window. Chu Ran instantly recognized the energy and snatched the incoming letter out of the air. Zhou Ke jumped back in fright, watching the letter fly in like a projectile. His face was a mask of confusion. Wait, isn't that letter made of paper? How on earth did it phase right through the glass? Ignoring him, Chu Ran calmly opened the envelope. It was a letter of challenge from Chen Tian. The terms, 3 days from now, a duel to the death at Yan Lake. Seeing the challenge, Zhou Ke wondered who would be crazy enough to send such a thing. Then, his eyes drifted to the signature at the bottom. Chen Tian. Zhou Ke went into full panic mode. We're doomed. Master Chu, you need to flee the capital immediately. That's the legendary war god, Chen Tian. Wanru was equally terrified. Little Ran, please don't be reckless. You're still so young. General Chen is a man of great renown and honor. It's better not to make an enemy of him. Chu Ran walked over to comfort her. I know, Mom. The truth is, the moment he came out of seclusion, I sensed his power. That's exactly why I stayed behind. A battle between us is inevitable. Life and death are uncertain, but a winner must be declared. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Chen estate, Kai Chiong was fuming. Grandpa, you have to avenge me this time. I've never been beaten like that in my entire life. His father immediately barked at him to shut up. I've told you 1,000 times to stop mixing with those entitled rich kids. But you never listen. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating. Kai Chiong flinched as the scolding continued. This was the Tang family's mess. It had nothing to do with us, yet you dragged your grandfather into it. Kai Chiong's mother tried to interject to defend her son, but the father ignored her, turning to Chen Tian. Father, surely you didn't need to issue a formal challenge just for this. The pact with the Tang family stated you would only intervene if their lives were in immediate danger. Chen Tian finally spoke, his voice calm. That challenge letter, it isn't for Kai Chiong's sake. The Tang family has become too arrogant, obsessed with reaching the top. Having Grandmaster Chu suppress them is actually a blessing in disguise. This battle is not for my grandson, it is for me. I originally entered seclusion to prepare for a duel with the God King, Zhou Si. I never expected him to fall to Grandmaster Chu first. Now, I must fight this man to find my own path forward. Kai Chiong opened his mouth to speak, but the old general cut him off. The nation is stable, the borders are secure. For once, I wish to do something for myself. Just let this old man be selfish for once, Chen Tian said with a look of pure exhilaration. He walked out with a satisfied smile. Life and death are in the hands of fate. Both Kai Chiong and his father stood there, helpless to stop him. 3 days later, at the designated battleground, Yan Lake. The area was swarming with tourists, but entry was strictly barred. Bodyguards formed a human wall, blocking the restricted zone. However, out in the middle of the lake, several pleasure boats were drifting. Xiao Shuai sat on one of the boats, gazing at the scenery. The area's been under martial law for 3 days. Today's the day of Master Chu's duel, isn't it? Wang Ling stood beside him, confused. If it's under martial law, how did we manage to get in here? He grinned, explaining excitedly. It's all thanks to our goddess Luo Luo and her infinite connections. I bet she's on one of these boats watching right now. A single maple leaf drifted down, landing on the silent water. Suddenly, robes fluttered, generating a gust that swept the leaves away. Chen Tian stood effortlessly on the surface of the lake, radiating an imposing aura. The crowd on the shore went wild, screaming as they saw a man literally standing on water. Meanwhile, Zhen Tian sat at a small tea table, observing the scene from a distance. He turned to Grandmaster Mu. If those two clash, what do you think the outcome will be? Grandmaster Mu replied solemnly. I honestly cannot say. General Chen is like a dormant volcano ready to erupt, but that living Yama Chu Ran, he is like an ancient abyss. No one knows if he is hot or cold, deep or shallow. He paused, then added, but I can sense that General Chen is absolutely stronger than the previous God King, Zhou Si. Zhen Tian mused. That implies the boy named Chu has a high probability of defeat this time. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuai was slumped on the boat, looking bored. Wang Ling shuffled a deck of cards to pass the time. General Chen has been here for ages. Why hasn't our Master Chu shown up yet? Xiao Shuai replied with a glazed look. You know Master Chu's style. If he can be 1 minute late, he will absolutely never be 1 second early. Wang Ling was getting so drowsy she was about to nap, when suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the air. Why don't you get some sleep? I'll play this hand. She snapped out of her daze, eyes locking onto Chu Ran. Wang Ling and Xiao Shuai stared, totally confused. What the hell was he doing here? Chu Ran just grinned, tossing Wang Ling aside like a rag doll. He slid into a seat at the table. I'm here for the duel. Isn't this exactly the show you guys were waiting for? Xiao Shuai frantically urged him to get out there and face Jiang Tian, but Chu Ran didn't budge. He set the time for 12 sharp. Look at the clock, we've still got time, don't we? The deck erupted into noise as they started slapping cards down. Meanwhile, the two figures standing on the bow fell into a heavy silence. Jiang Tian sensed Chu Ran's arrival, but he frowned. Why was the kid wasting time playing cards instead of fighting? Chen Jiang remained stone-faced, standing perfectly still on the rippleless surface of the lake. Finally, the clock struck 12 o'clock sharp. Chu Ran, having played to his heart's content, finally stretched and stood up. Before I go, I've got a few words for you. It's been a while since I gave you guys a proper lecture. In your lives ahead, you'll meet all kinds of teachers. You lot are about to graduate soon, anyway. So today, let me teach you one final lesson. Open your eyes and witness a side of this world you've never seen before. Without letting them get a word in, he vanished. In a flash, Chu Ran appeared in the middle of the lake. His opponent, having waited far too long, looked up with a bored expression. You finally decided to show up. Chu Ran didn't answer immediately. He took a moment to sense the aura. It was the righteous qi, laced with the scent of scorching fire. It must be rising with the noon sun. I've waited until this exact moment. Don't disappoint me. Chen Jiang stared at Chu Ran with steely eyes, delivering a blunt verdict. The younger generation is terrifying. Instantly, the atmosphere around Jiang twisted, turning a bizarre, eerie color. Chu Ran observed him, thinking to himself, strange. A character like Chen Jiang never ascended to the immortal realm in my past life. If he had made it there, he definitely would have had the potential to reach the nascent soul realm. Chu Ran stood tall, facing Chen Jiang. Beneath his feet, he could feel the moisture rising. The water beneath him began to swirl, forming a vortex. It looked as if he had just unlocked a massive bagua formation right on the lake's surface. Chu Ran gently raised a hand. His spiritual energy seized control of the lake, and the water erupted upwards, taking the form of a colossal serpent. Even Jiang Tian had to offer praise. Grandmaster Chu, you've truly opened my eyes. It seems I found the right person after all. However, in my eyes, your power is still far too weak. The water beneath his own feet began to tremble. Chu Ran smirked. He really has condensed his true essence. He's even stronger than God King Zhu Si. Jiang Tian leaped onto the water serpent. He raised his leg high above its head and stomped down with crushing force, driving it back into the depths. Chu Ran's water serpent instantly disintegrated, losing its form completely. Now, Chu Ran got serious. He realized the true foundation of true essence was indeed formidable. This man was a terrifying opponent. Chu Ran manipulated a nearby tree, ripping it roots and all from the earth. He hurled the massive trunk straight at Jiang Tian, but Jiang Tian shattered the timber with a single, casual punch. The impact was so great, it triggered a powerful explosion beneath the water's surface. The spectator boat rocked violently from the shockwave. Xiao Shuai hugged a pillar, sweating bullets. Teacher Chu, stop making such a mess for the cleaning ladies. Back to the duel. Chu Ran didn't hold back his praise. You really are stronger than God, King Zhu Si. Waiting for you these past few days wasn't in vain, but now, it's my turn. He shifted into an attack stance, launching himself at Jiang Tian with a fist charged with power. But before he could land the hit, Jiang Tian raised a barrier of water to block him. Chu Ran couldn't stop in time. He punched straight into the water barrier. Jiang Tian watched coldly as water sprayed everywhere. He spoke softly. The power of true essence is not something you can even imagine. Chu Ran, fearless as ever, fired back. You really think the great yin-yang fist, the peak technique of the postnatal realm, only has this much power? Chu Ran cast a spell, condensing the water streams together. Seeing this, Jiang Tian finally understood. No wonder God King Zhu Si couldn't defeat you, even after condensing his true essence. But I am not him. As soon as he finished speaking, He unleashed a flurry of sharp, slashing attacks. The two clashed head-on in the middle of the lake, triggering a deafening explosion. The water churned violently, rocking the boat nearby. The boats on the lake struggled to maintain control against the chaotic waves. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Gentian remarked, "I thought when I came out of seclusion, only God King Chu Yi would be a worthy opponent. I never expected to meet you." He stomped his foot on the lake's surface, and a massive wall of water rose up behind him like a waterfall. "I never expected this." As he spoke, a spear suddenly materialized, resting firmly in his grip. Gentian gripped the spear shaft tightly. He hovered in the air, radiating an aura of absolute power. The spear tip pointed straight down, ready for war. Chu Ran looked amused. "You cultivate a fire attribute mental method, and your spear is the same. Yet, you submerged it in Yan Lake to suppress it. That sudden explosion of power. The sheer pressure coming off both of them is terrifying." Chen Zhantian retorted, "They call me a martial arts prodigy, seen once in a century. But you? You're a monster that appears once in a millennium. I can't afford to be careless." Chu Ran dismissed the compliment. "In the world of martial arts, age is irrelevant. Power determines status, nothing else." Hearing this, Chen Zhantian steeled his resolve he wouldn't show a shred of mercy. Chen Zhantian lunged, his spear thrusting straight at Chu Ran. The boy dodged in a blur, but the blade still managed to slice through a piece of his sleeve. Chu Ran's expression darkened instantly. The spear intent was overwhelming. It sliced the lake water right in half, creating a dry vacuum between the two fighters. The lake began to boil, bubbles rising ominously to the surface. Terrified, the spectators scrambled over each other to get as far away from the water as possible. Bodyguards on the boats screamed for order, trying to quell the panic. Above, dark clouds gathered out of nowhere, crackling with jagged streaks of lightning. Chu Ran moved like a phantom, effortlessly weaving through every lethal strike. Chen Zhantian grit his teeth. "His body is too tough. I definitely landed those hits, but they didn't even leave a scratch." The once overflowing Yan Lake had evaporated, leaving behind a dry, cracked riverbed. The two titans stood facing each other under the scorching sun. Chu Ran taunted, "You really are strong. Give it another year, and you might have actually found the path to the innate realm on your own." "General Chen, I respect you, but I am the Yama King, and I have never known defeat." Hearing this, Chen Zhantian's blood boiled. His spear expanded, growing massive in his grip. He unleashed the Flame Dragon Strike, conjuring a sinister purple dragon that roared into existence. The earth beneath them was so parched it shattered into spiderweb cracks. Jadina, watching from the sidelines, finally spoke up. "Huasha's Chen Zhantian has surpassed even the 4 pillars of our past generations." Yi added grimly, "Huaxia already has Chen Zhantian. How did they spawn a monster like King Chu as well? If those two ever teamed up against the outside world, we'd all be doomed." Dark clouds swarmed the sky, blotting out the sun completely. Chu Ran watched Chen Zhantian struggle and thought, "He's trying to win a war of attrition. My spiritual energy is plentiful, but it's nothing compared to the power of true essence." Suddenly, Chu Ran unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. His golden aura exploded outward, drowning out every other presence on the battlefield. Chen Zhantian frowned, confused. What is he doing? Defensive tactics would clearly give him the advantage right now. Pushing aside his doubts, he launched the Flame Dragon Guide. Wrapped in blinding purple light, Chen Zhantian charged, his spear leading the way. But Chu Ran became the weapon itself. He surged forward, meeting the relentless barrage of spear thrusts head-on. Chu Ran blocked the devastating spear strikes with his bare hands, laughing calmly. "You know, this is the first time anyone has actually managed to pin me down." Chen Zhantian replied grimly, "It's useless. True essence is an existence without equal, a power that doesn't belong to this mortal world." Chu Ran's eyes gleamed with mockery at those words. Suddenly, Chen Zhantian's expression twisted into pure horror. Chu Ran was fighting back, punching the tip of the spear with his bare fist. Fist met steel, yet Chu Ran's hand remained unscathed. Instead, the legendary spear began to bend, warping under the impossible force. Chen Zhantian's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Seizing the moment, Chu Ran delivered a catastrophic punch, sending the general crashing into the earth below. A massive cloud of dust exploded on impact. The spectators watched in stunned silence, eyes wide. High above, Chu Ran hovered calmly, waiting for his opponent to rise. Down below, the impact zone had become a massive, gaping crater. Chu Ran looked at his fist with a satisfied smirk. I plan to condense my true essence later, but combat really is the fastest way to evolve. Despairing cries rang out from the crowd. General Chen. Lost? They couldn't believe what they were seeing. King Chu is truly invincible. Jadina gasped, panic setting in. One of the four pillars. Defeated? Bullets couldn't kill him, and now even Chen Jiantian has fallen. Is there anyone on Earth who can stop him? Below, Kai Chiang asked, voice trembling. Dad, did Grandpa really lose? His father shook his head firmly. No. Your grandfather isn't someone who goes down that easily. Years ago, he was already a grandmaster. He has only grown stronger since then. Meanwhile, Chu Ran sighed, impressed. Still standing? I guess that's the innate realm armor at work. As the words left his lips, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the crater. A second later, Chen Jiantian shot out of the pit, but the dignified general was gone. His clothes were shredded, leaving him looking like a ragged beggar. Chu Ran called out, "You have your innate armor, and I have my grand mastery of lightning. I'd say that makes us even." The crowd below erupted into wild cheers. General Chen hasn't lost, General Chen! They chanted his name like a mantra, clinging to the belief that their undefeated legend could not fall. Chen Jiantian's voice cut through the air. I didn't expect Master Chu to have already condensed true essence. Chu Ran scoffed in return. You might have the innate armor, but with your current strength, you can barely bring out a fraction of its power. But I have fully condensed my true essence. And within my rank, I am invincible. Chu Ran stared him down, delivering the final ultimatum. So tell me, General, what do you have left to fight me with? It was then that Jiantian finally broke his silence. Grandmaster Chu, you may be my opponent, but I actually owe you a debt of gratitude. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes, sensing something off. Before he could pinpoint it, the old general continued. If it weren't for you, I never would have grasped the concept needed to see the path that lies ahead. The spear in his hand ignited with spiritual energy, blazing fiercely. An instant later, a massive formation encircled his body. The crowd below panicked, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Run! Get out of here! It's too dangerous!" Perched on a nearby rooftop, Jadina and the others watched the scene unfold, their expressions grave and unsmiling. Jadina began to panic. This is impossible. Even Chu the Yama shouldn't possess an aura this terrifying. The only explanation is that he's attempting to break through to the Xiantian realm. Bolts of lightning suddenly tore through the pitch-black sky. Seeing this, some of the onlookers erupted in excitement. That's the Xiantian realm. The legendary realm lost for 1,000 years. I'm actually seeing it. Meanwhile, Chu Ran fell silent as he observed the celestial phenomena. Opposite him, Jiantian was bathed in a faint, ethereal glow. A split second later, a complex formation manifested behind his back. Jiantian's hair, once snowy white, turned jet black in an instant, as if he were reverting to his prime. Standing before Chu Ran now was a rejuvenated Jiantian, radiating an overwhelming, explosive aura. Facing this miraculous rejuvenation, Chu Ran didn't flinch. He spoke calmly. So, you've realized that the true essence lies in purging the body's impurities. Not bad. Jiantian remained silent in his new form, so Chu Ran continued his analysis. The Xiantian realm requires cleansing the impurities from the 5 internal organs, restoring them to their primordial state, and you chose to start with the heart. The heart corresponds to fire in the 5 elements. Since your cultivation method is fire-based, that was the correct choice. Your talent is truly shocking. If I could bring you to the Taiji sect, you'd be a prodigy. However, the spiritual energy on Earth is far too thin to support the birth of a true Xiantian expert. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding spiritual energy stopped flowing into Jiantian's body. Jiantian froze, staring in disbelief. Rage boiled within him. Damn it! I was only half a step away from the Xiantian realm. The spectators below groaned in disappointment. It stopped? Did General Chen make it to the Xiantian realm or not? Another replied, Who knows? None of us have ever seen a Xiantian master before. Ho Jue, watching anxiously, sighed. We're screwed. I have a bad feeling. Teacher Chu is in serious trouble. The moment he finished speaking, Zhu Baji slammed his phone right into Ho Jue's face. Stunned, Huju read the message on the screen. Relax. It's just a Xiantian. Little brother Chu will handle this in a heartbeat. He's already cultivated true essence. Hu Jue stared at the words just a Xiantian, completely flabbergasted. Back on the battlefield, Chu Ran was still lecturing. General Chen, your comprehension is remarkable, but the spiritual energy of this world is simply insufficient. You can't break through like this. You'd need to find a spirit mine and enter seclusion for several months to have a chance. Zhan Tian listened, bewildered. The Xiantian realm is a mystery. How does this kid know so much about it? Shaking off the thought, he waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. I am already a quasi-Xiantian. In a flash, a razor-sharp spear materialized in Zhan Tian's grip. Bursting with power, he bellowed, Grandmaster Chu, do you still dare to continue this fight? Chu Ran shrugged, looking completely unbothered. Of course we're fighting. It's just a Xiantian realm, General Chen. Don't get too cocky. Xiantian doesn't mean you're invincible. He smirked, adding, I told you. I am invincible within my rank. A quasi-Xiantian is still bound by the Haotian realm. How could you possibly defeat me? Hearing this, Zhan Tian roared, his fighting spirit igniting. Then let's finish this. He twirled his spear through the air with deadly precision. Chu Ran leaped into the sky, ready to engage. Massive boulders behind him began to levitate. Moments later, 3 colossal stone pillars rose from the ground. It was Chu Ran who had summoned these ancient pillars. He landed lightly atop one of the pillars and looked down. If you were born with innate supernatural powers, you might have stood a chance. But as you are now, you have zero hope of winning. The pillars weren't just stone. They were etched with dragon patterns and pulsating with intense spiritual energy. With a shout, he unleashed his technique. 3-stone sword formation. Zhan Tian refused to back down, launching a fierce counterattack. He tried to block one of the massive pillars single-handedly. The pillar shattered on impact, but the force sent Zhan Tian crashing to the ground. He stumbled back dozens of steps, gasping for air. A terrifying realization hit him. Did he not use his full strength before? Before he could recover, the other 2 pillars hurtled toward him. Looking like a mere ant facing a god-tier attack, Zhan Tian had no choice but to burn every ounce of his energy to defend himself. Under his desperate defense, the 2 stone pillars began to crack. Seeing the cracks, Zhan Tian grinned. It's useless. You simply don't understand the power of the Xiantian realm. Chu Ran noticed the old man's defiance. Is that so? He taunted. You haven't seen anything yet. The 3-stone sword formation is only now revealing its true power. He focused his mind, channeling his energy. The sheer pressure of his aura blasted the surrounding debris outward. A moment later, Chu Ran dropped a bombshell, his voice chillingly calm. General Chen, this sword formation of mine has slaughtered Xiantian experts before. Do you really think you can survive it? Zhan Tian looked like he couldn't believe his ears, but he immediately launched an attack, deciding to gamble everything on one move. His spear danced alone, battling against massive conjured boulders. Zhan Tian believed that, as a celestial, he could never lose to a mere mortal. Too lazy to argue, Chu Ran unleashed the 3-stone sword formation. Heaven collapse. It was only a summoned soul sword, but the sight alone was terrifying. Eyes wide with shock, Zhan Tian stammered, What kind of technique is this? Before he could get an answer, he was forced to block the first sword. Just one strike, and he was already crumbling. Exhaustion washed over Zhan Tian's face. A second later, Chu Ran launched the second sword. The destructive power of the second sword rivaled the first. A beam of light slammed into the ground with blinding speed. Facing imminent death, he gathered every ounce of his remaining strength to defend himself. After the clash, Zhan Tian was completely drained. Yet, he stubbornly leaned on his spear, refusing to fall. Chu Ran looked at him and sighed. Zhan Tian, you are the strongest person I've met on Earth, but to me, Lord Yama, you are nothing more than a tiny ripple. He then declared, It ends here. Consider it an honor to fall beneath my 3-stone sword formation. Hearing this, Zhan Tian screamed in denial, refusing to believe it. Suddenly, Zhan Tian grabbed his spear, channeling his energy to attack Chu Ran. Moments later, Zhan Tian unleashed his move. Chu Ran didn't even blink, launching his third sword, the strongest strike of them all. The destructive power turned the world upside down. The moment the two attacks collided, a massive explosion erupted. Sparks from the impact flew in all directions. The destruction spread further and further. Bystanders had to dive behind walls to avoid the blast. For a long time, dust and smoke obscured everything. When it settled, they asked, "What happened? Who won?" Someone pointed in shock. "Look over there," they gasped. "Yanhu has been split in two." The crowd moved closer to see the final result. They peered down curiously, unsure of the victor. Just then, Kai Qiang spoke with certainty. "Of course the old man won. He's reached the Xiantian realm. How could a mortal defeat him?" But Kai Qiang's father remained silent, deep in thought. Slowly, a silhouette emerged from the smoke. They whispered, wondering who it was. As the dust fully cleared, the crowd recognized the figure and cheered, "It's General Chen. General Chen is invincible." Hearing the crash, Xiao Shuai's face crumpled as he stammered, Did Teacher Chu actually lose?" But as the choking dust finally settled, Chu Ran's silhouette emerged from the haze. The crowd froze in total shock, while Xiao Shuai and the gang erupted into wild cheers. "Teacher Chu won," Duan murmured from the rooftop, eyes wide with disbelief. Logically speaking, a Xiantian expert can't be defeated by a mere grandmaster. That's an absolute rule written in the ancient texts. A second later, the two exchanged a knowing glance. Voicing his suspicion, he muttered, "There's only one explanation. Chen Zhantian hasn't fully stepped into the Xiantian realm yet, while King of Hell Chu is infinitely closer to it." On the ground, Chu Ran began striding toward them. The gawking crowd instantly scrambled aside, parting like the Red Sea to clear a path for him. Seeing that the survivor wasn't his grandfather, Kai Qiang instantly flew into a rage. "You, Chu, where is he? If anything happened to my grandfather, don't think you'll leave here alive." But before he could finish, his father barked at him to shut up. Kai Qiang stared at his father, wearing a look of utter betrayal. Meanwhile, Chu Ran's gaze shifted to the father, watching his next move. To everyone's shock, the man bowed deeply. "Thank you, Grandmaster Chu, for fulfilling my father's dying wish." Chu Ran merely offered a non-committal humph in response. With a flick of his wrist, he slammed Chen Zhantian's spear into the earth. His business finished, Chu Ran turned on his heel and walked away. Wang Ling and Xiao Shuai practically floated with joy as he approached them. Chu Ran looked at them and asked, "So, what exactly did you learn from this final lesson?" Xiao Shuai bounced up and down, replying energetically, "Teacher, you're telling us the world is huge, right? That we have to challenge higher levels so we don't end up like frogs at the bottom of a well?" Wang Ling chimed in with a beaming smile. "I get it too. No matter what happens, never give up. Persistence is the only path to true victory." But judging by Chu Ran's expression, that wasn't the point at all. He raised a hand, signaling them to stop their nonsense. With a scoff, he declared arrogantly, "Is that the garbage you came up with? You guys learn nothing but nonsense. Wasn't the whole point of this final lesson for you to witness my godlike magnificence?" The students stared at him, completely speechless. After a long pause, Wang Ling sighed helplessly. "I finally understand how you won." Xiao Shuai nodded in agreement. "Yeah, your face is so thick, no weapon could ever pierce it." Just then, Qifeng stepped forward, interrupting the moment. "Chu Ran, don't think just because you survived this, the Tang family will let you off the hook." Chu Ran whipped around, fixing him with a mockingly tender gaze. After a moment, he replied, "The Tang family keeps targeting me again and again. It seems you people aren't even afraid of my mother, are you?" Tang Gentian snarled. "What are you planning? Do you honestly think you can wipe out the entire Tang family?" Chu Ran shook his head nonchalantly. "Oh, no, not all of you. But I do need to hand out a little punishment. Otherwise, you Tangs will never learn your lesson." With a casual wave of his hand, invisible force struck. Qifeng's body convulsed violently before he collapsed to the ground, limp as a rag doll. The onlookers screamed in panic. "Murder! He killed him!" Tang Gentian stood frozen, unable to process the sudden escalation. Chu Ran's expression remained icy. "In my past life, you people destroyed my family. In this life, I won't give you the chance to ruin anything ever again." Yet, instead of fear, Tang Gentian roared with hatred. "Chu, you killed my son. I swear on my life, I will have my revenge." Chu Ran didn't even bother to look back. As he walked away, he tossed a careless reply over his shoulder, "Be my guest." Tang Gentian slumped, watching the retreating figure with helpless rage. Chu Ran vanished into the distance, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Suddenly, Kai Chiang gasped as his father dove straight into the crater. The man scrambled frantically, as if terrified of being too late. Confused, Kai Chiang chased after him. Just then, the ground began to tremble. Boom! A figure burst from the rubble. It was none other than Chen Zhantian. Father and son were overjoyed, but as Kai Chiang rushed to check his grandfather's injuries, the rest of the crowd swarmed the area. Zhantian spoke with humble grace. Friends, I am currently just half a step from the Xiantian realm, but I have already found the path to reach it. Wait until my injuries are fully healed, and I will reveal the answer to all of you. Hearing this, everyone cheered. Finally, there is a road to the Xiantian realm. General Chen is truly too generous. General Chen is the benefactor of the entire martial arts world. Hearing their praise, John Tian asked, "Benefactor? Perhaps there truly is a benefactor, but that person is not me." Meanwhile, in another location, the bald leader asked in desperate confusion, "Why? How can the survivor be Chu Ran?" Then the secretary reported, "Sir, a post has appeared on the Warrior Forum, claiming to be Yama Chu and publicly exposing everything we have done." Surprise after surprise struck, leaving him unable to react in time. He even added a sentence saying he had promised this debt must be calculated clearly. At this point, Lake was completely helpless before the news. The scene shifts to the Chu family. Jubaji asked curiously, "Are we going to deal with Lake now?" Chu Ran replied, "No rush. I have to resolve the matter at the Kiamu Islands first. Right now, that place is occupied by the Liberty Alliance. It seems they are using Wang Sheng, ranked second on the blacklist, as their backer. Does Shen Hongru think the Liberty Alliance can protect him?" Shortly after, Chu Ran moved to the Chiamu Islands. He walked confidently with Jubaji perched on his shoulder. After a trek on foot, Chu Ran finally arrived at his destination. Out of habit, he stopped to look around for a moment. Then, man and beast exchanged a meaningful glance. Unknown what they discussed, but the beast chose to leave for another spot. Only Chu Ran continued the journey alone. A staff member saw him entering and stopped him. "Stand still. This boxing gym does not do business with outsiders. It is now private territory. Entry is forbidden." Chu Ran replied, "I know this place is the headquarters for managing the spirit mine, isn't it? Go inside and pass a message to Hongru that an old friend named Chu seeks an audience." Hearing this, the guard wondered, "You know Manager Shen?" Scene shift. The situation inside the building was also worth noting. Hongru guessed solemnly, "Yama Chu is becoming more famous. We took his spirit mine, so sooner or later, he will come to take it back. Now, you tell me, should we keep this spirit mine, or give it up?" A young woman heard this and replied, "He's just one Yama Chu. Is there a need to be so scared? Didn't the master's side say nothing about it?" A gaunt man sitting nearby added, "Even though the outside world is praising Yama Chu to the skies, the master is the true hidden powerhouse." The old woman added, "Besides, this place has a killing formation set up by the master. Even a god would arrive only to regret it." A muscular guy laughed happily and spoke, "So if we kill Yama Chu, we can make a name for ourselves and rise to fame, right?" A guy sitting next to him chimed in, "In that case, we definitely won't let go of this spirit mine." Seeing that none of his allies shared his mood, Hongru became even more gloomy. Moments later, a staff member suddenly arrived to report, "Manager Shen, there is a young man outside claiming to be your friend here to visit." He waved his hand dismissively. "What friend? Not meeting anyone. Can't you see I'm busy?" Who expected that a second later, the staff would say, "He says he is a Huasha person named Chu," causing Hongru to turn to stone on the spot. He then stammered to confirm, "Named Chu?" At that moment, Hongru was so panicked he jumped up and screamed, "Yama Chu is here." A second later, Chu Ran walked in and greeted, "Boss Shen, long time no see. Looks like you've forgotten your old friend." The expression on the man's face had turned to stone. Seeing this, Hongru bowed and scraped, replying, "How would I dare forget Grandmaster Chu? I just didn't know you were visiting today, so I couldn't welcome you from afar. Please forgive my offense." Chu Ran didn't bother replying, just glancing around the room. The remaining people were all enveloped in a faint light. After observing, he muttered to himself, "Most people here used special methods to forcibly increase their cultivation. Must be that Wang Sheng's tech martial arts. Seems this person obtained the inheritance quite early, and his own comprehension is extremely high. Otherwise, he couldn't have raised so many grandmasters in one breath. Truly, the silent enemies are the most terrifying ones. Seeing him silent, Hongru probed, "Is Grandmaster Chu here for tourism this time?" Chu Ran picked a comfortable sitting posture before replying, "I won't beat around the bush. You all have occupied this spirit mine for a long time. Today is the time to return it to me." He didn't expect Chu Ran to get to the main point so quickly, so his face went pale and he couldn't speak. Chu Ran saw this but still pressed. "What do you think?" At this, the others began to look at each other with hidden meaning. Finally, the young girl was the first to speak up, calling to him, "Grandmaster?" She spoke as she walked over. "Before, people rumored you were dead. Director Shen is the manager, so he could only make decisions on his own. How can you call it occupying?" Finished speaking, she placed her hand on Chu Ran. The young girl then used a charm technique and asked him, "Don't you agree?" But Chu Ran had long been immune to her, so he replied coolly, "A mere Mai Yi demon dares to act presumptuous here?" Immediately, the young girl clutched her face and shrieked, "My eyes! My eyes!" Seeing this, the rest of the group didn't hesitate. They lunged forward to attack, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. "Are you tired of living?" Hearing this, he cut them off with a cold, arrogant question. "And who exactly do you think you are?" Sensing the terrifying pressure radiating from Chu Ran, the group froze, completely stunned by his power. Turning his gaze, he asked, "Hongru, tell me, how do you plan to handle this spirit mine?" The old man immediately bowed and scraped, stammering, Of course, it returns to you." The gaunt man instantly objected. "No, the Liberty Alliance will never agree to that." The muscular one chimed in, sneering, "Chu Ran, our alliance leader laid down the laws here long ago. I don't care how high your cultivation is, you're a dead man walking." Facing their threats, Chu Ran remained completely unfazed. "Is that so? Then let's see just how much this Liberty Alliance of yours is actually worth." Unable to stand his blatant provocation any longer, the man gritted his teeth and activated his formation. Seeing the signal, the woman immediately shouted the incantation, "Heaven and earth, infinite power." The three elders unleashed their universal manifestation technique. The leader laughed mockingly. "The grand formation is active. Prepare to die without a grave." But barely a second later, the entire formation shattered into dust. His eyes went wide with panic. He couldn't understand how the formation had just vanished into thin air. Suddenly, Zhu Baji appeared, his voice smug. "Obviously I did it." He sat casually on Chu Ran's shoulder, holding up a glowing object. "Look at what I found." The muscular man gasped in horror. "That's the formation core." "How? How did you find the eye of the formation?" But before Zubaji could answer, Chu Ran cut in, his voice icy. "I gave you all a chance, but you refused to stop. Now, it's my turn." As the words fell, he channeled his internal energy. In an instant, the group was knocked out cold by Chu Ran's power. Seeing the situation spiral, the muscular man panicked and used a secret technique to call for backup. "Heaven and earth. Boundless longevity. I summon the Alliance leader." Instantly, the figure of the one called the Alliance leader manifested in the air. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing it. That's a technique from the immortal realm, separating divine will to form a body. On the other side, the man bowed low the moment he saw Wang Sheng appear. "What is it?" Wang Sheng asked. The muscular man whined like a child. Leader, someone is trying to steal the spirit mine. They even injured the three killers." Wang Sheng frowned. "Who has the guts to touch the Liberty Alliance's people?" Before the echo faded, Chu Ran stepped forward. "That would be me." Wang Sheng sighed, almost impressed. "Chu Ran, so you really are alive." Chu Ran ignored the sentiment completely, asking coldly, "And who are you supposed to be?" Wang Sheng introduced himself. "I am the leader of the Liberty Alliance, Wang Sheng. You may also know me as X." Realization dawned on him. "So, you're the nameless X. The one ranked second on the blacklist?" Seeing Chu Ran knew his reputation, he advised, "Since you know who I am, you should leave." But Chu Ran didn't care for his words. He scoffed arrogantly. "A mere sliver of divine will dares to lecture me?" Naturally, the Alliance leader wasn't pleased with that answer. "Fine, then let me show you the true power of divine will." Wang Sheng unleashed a wind palm strike. Chu Ran instantly countered with a punch of his own, scoffing, "This is nothing but child's play." Wang Sheng paused, surprised. You've already advanced to the innate realm? No wonder you're so arrogant. I'll let you live a few more days. When the time is right, I will come for your life." Emboldened, the muscular minion shouted, "Chu Ran, did you hear that? Once the Alliance leader descends in person, there will be nowhere on Earth for you to hide. You're dead." Finding him too noisy, Chu Ran flicked his finger, sending a burst of flame to silence him, forever. Meanwhile, Hongru was fleeing for his life, cursing himself. "Those Liberty Alliance people are lunatics. Why did I ever partner with them?" But he didn't get far before Chu Ran blocked his path. "You run quite fast, Hongru." The old man trembled, falling to his knees. "Master Chu, spare me. I was threatened. Please, give me one more chance." But this time, there was no mercy in Chu Ran's eyes. He spoke coldly. "Threatened, you say? I saved your life once, and you bit the hand that fed you. I have no need for traitors." The scene shifts to Longdu, where Wang Sheng sat deep in cultivation. Wenbo suddenly appeared. "Leader, did something happen at Qiaomu Island?" Wang Sheng replied calmly. "I'm afraid we couldn't hold on to the spirit mine." Wenbo was concerned. "Without the spirit mine, how will you advance to the innate realm?" He answered indifferently, "It doesn't matter. I exchanged a blow with Chu Ran just now, and I gained some enlightenment. I heard when he destroyed the Tang family at Fengshan, he used the Heavenly Thunder extermination. Let's go there and take a look." Wenbo bowed. "As you command." Left alone, Wang Sheng murmured to himself, "Chu Ran. We will meet again very soon." The scene cuts back to the Qiaomu archipelago under the night sky. Zhu Baji looked at him curiously. "What are you doing, Chu Ran?" He replied with two simple words, "Cultivating." The creature was puzzled. "You're already in the innate realm. Why do you still need to train?" Chu Ran explained, "The immortal gate is about to open. If I don't cultivate, how will I deal with those from the immortal realm?" Convinced, Zhu Baji immediately shouted, "Then I want to train too." Suddenly, Chu Ran flinched, causing Zhu Baji to ask nervously, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" A rare look of shock crossed Chu Ran's face. He whispered to himself, "Is this an inner demon?" The pig muttered, "Inner demons only show up when you have unfulfilled wishes or unpaid blood debts. Just how many enemies do you have, anyway?" Chu Ran gave a cold smirk. "Oh, you know this one personally." The scene shifted abruptly to the southern nation. Below the stage, reporters gossiped with bored expressions. "Lord Lake is hosting again? I'm sick of his face. The main gods are all in seclusion, so he's the only one running the show." Just then, a secretary rushed in, face pale with panic. "Lord Lake, bad news. Chu Ran isn't dead. He's going on a rampage, hunting down his enemies. You need to be careful." But Lake just waved him off, his arrogance unshaken. "He already lost to me once. Besides, didn't he run back to his country? Why should I be afraid of a loser?" He sneered to himself. "I'm not like those cowardly main gods, cowering inside their temples, afraid of their own shadows. I've been a lackey for years. Finally, it's my time to shine." But as Lake basked in his glory, his eyes snagged on a familiar face in the audience. He froze instantly. There sat Chu Ran. Cold sweat erupted from every pore on Lake's body. Lee's face went deathly pale as he screamed, "Surround him! Now!" Instantly, a swarm of bodyguards materialized, guns trained on Chu Ran, barking orders for him to freeze. He stretched his limbs and scoffed, "Come at me all at once. I'm in a rush." The bodyguards didn't hesitate. They opened fire instantly. Bullets rained down like a storm, filling the air with the acrid stench of gunpowder. After a relentless barrage, one of them signaled to stop, thinking the job was done. Lee stared in shock, gasping, "Is he dead already?" A split second later, Chu Ran burst through the smoke, sneering. That little tickle wasn't even enough to scratch an itch. The screams of the bodyguards immediately followed. Seeing this, the man began to tremble uncontrollably, but he forced himself to speak. "Chu Ran, calm down. We can talk this out. The entire South belongs to me now. Whatever you want, I can." Lee didn't even get to finish his sentence before a slash cut him short. Chu Ran stood over him, his voice cold. "Sorry, but the only thing I want is your life." Just then, a helicopter descended from the sky. A group of unfamiliar bodyguards jumped out, shouting "Master Chu," which left him confused. "Who the hell are you people?" Panting heavily, they introduced themselves. "We are bodyguards from the Luo family. Our young miss, Luo, was kidnapped days ago with no leads. The family head begs to see you." Chu Ran was stunned by the news. The scene then shifted to Longdu. Wenbo's voice rang out. Alliance leader, Chu Ran, suddenly appeared in the south today. Here is the footage from the scene. Wang Sheng watched the clip and sighed in admiration. That speed. Truly worthy of Master Chu. He fell into deep thought. I assumed my cultivation was at the peak of the mortal realm, but Chu Ran is even more terrifying. How interesting. Moments later, Wang Sheng asked about the surveillance formation. When Wenbo reported it was fully set up, he looked incredibly pleased. As he walked away, Wang Sheng muttered, borrowing the residual spiritual energy Chu Ran left here, I must take the next step. I will be in seclusion for 3 months. Unless it's an emergency, do not disturb me. Wenbo bowed and obeyed. Soon after, the helicopter touched down at the Luo estate. The moment Luo Yan saw him, he cried out, Master Chu, you've finally come. Seeing Chang Heng there as well, Chu Ran asked what had happened. The old man replied, the other day, a man in black suddenly raided the estate. He knocked out all the guards and toppled a wall with a single palm strike before snatching my daughter. Chang Heng added grimly, according to the guards, that man was not from Hua Nation. Chu Ran smirked coldly. Sounds interesting. Let me see exactly who has the guts to pull a stunt like that. The scene from that night was projected before them. Luo Yan looked at Chang Heng in confusion, but the old man only gasped, realizing Chu Ran had already reached the Xiantian realm. Meanwhile, analyzing the intruder's movements, Chu Ran recognized the aura immediately. So, it's him. Luo Yan asked anxiously, Master Chu, who are you talking about? Chu Ran replied thoughtfully, it's Jingtian Shanger from the Ying Nation. Luo Yan exclaimed, the Ying Nation? We have no grudge against him. Why would he take my daughter? Chu Ran deduced internally. The Jingtian clan collects hostages with special physiques to cultivate their forbidden arts. They must have targeted Luo's phoenix physique. Knowing the culprit, Luo Yan became more frantic than ever. What are we going to do? Chu Ran patted his shoulder. Relax, old man. I'm going to get her back. They dare touch my student? Even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. Soon after, a plane took off into the sky. Chu Ran calculated. According to the Jingtian cultivation method, they will only process Luo 7 days after the full moon. So for now, she isn't in immediate danger. Snapping out of his thoughts, his eyes landed on something nearby. It was an invitation to the Jingtian clan's banquet. He turned to the passenger beside him. Miss, you dropped this. She looked up and thanked him. She introduced herself as Yuko and curiously asked for his name. Chu Ran casually told her. A moment later he asked, heading to the island for a date? Yuko shook her head. No, it's a business party hosted by the Jingtian family. Chu Ran smiled. What a coincidence. I actually have a bit of a relationship with Jingtian Shanger myself. Her eyes widened, and she whispered, are you talking about the old family head? Unfortunately, he's been in seclusion for a long time. This party is being organized by his granddaughter. Chu Ran noticed her expression. The Jingtian family is powerful in the Ying Nation. You were invited, so why do you look so miserable? Is something wrong? Yuko sighed, honestly. I won't lie to you. I'm not exactly close with the Jingtian family. If I go alone, she will definitely humiliate me. If you aren't busy, could you pretend to be my boyfriend and go with me? It's okay if you say no. To her surprise, Chu Ran agreed instantly. She beamed with joy and thanked him profusely, but Chu Ran smirked, thinking he was the one who should be thanking her. The scene shifted to a lavish banquet. A luxury car pulled up to the hotel entrance. Chu Ran and Yuko stepped out, having finally arrived at their destination. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized her. She pitched her voice high, feigning intimacy. Long time no see. Yuko's face lit up, genuinely thrilled to run into an old classmate. Teiko arrived as well, but the woman gave her the cold shoulder, dismissing her with a curt, we're heading in. Catch you later. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes, sensing the overwhelming aura of yin energy radiating from her. He turned to Yuko. Who is that? Yuko immediately explained. That's my old college roommate. We used to be really close. The scene shifts to the heart of the banquet, where the air is filled with the elegant hum of melodious strings. The moment Chu Ran stepped inside, he knew. There was no trace of Luo's spiritual signature nearby. She wasn't here. Just then, a staff member intercepted them. Excuse me, miss. New guests must register. Is this gentleman with you? Yuko nodded politely. This is Mr. Chu Ran, visiting from Huaxia. A ripple of murmurs went through the crowd. What? A Huaxia native? Talk about bad luck. The staff member gave a fake apologetic smile. I'm terribly sorry. Miss Kageda has strictly forbidden any citizens of Huaxia from entering. Yuko frowned, confused. On what grounds? Right on cue, Tenka stepped forward, her voice dripping with arrogance. On the grounds that my grandfather is the #1 martial artist in the Ying Nation. The Kageda clan stands at the apex of this country. My word is the law. The surrounding guests gasped, awestruck by her domineering presence. Defeated and embarrassed, Yuko turned to her friend. Churan, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. He shrugged, completely unbothered. Don't worry about it. If I'm not welcome, I'll just leave. But, as they turned to go, the woman barked an order for them to halt. Tenka sneered. Did I say you could leave? Yuko spun around, defensive. What exactly are you trying to do? Teiko stepped in, trying to de-escalate the situation. Miss Kageda, please. Yuko didn't mean any harm. For the sake of our friendship, just let her go. Tenka whipped around, eyes flashing. Are you trying to lecture me on how to behave? Teiko shrank back, trembling. No, I didn't mean. Before she could finish, Tenka shoved her violently. Then stop meddling in business that doesn't concern you. Teiko stumbled, unable to find her footing, and collapsed to the floor. Yuko and the guests gasped in horror. She's fainted, someone cried out. But Tenka just scoffed, looking down at the unconscious girl with contempt. Oh please, she's just faking it to scam some money. Chu Ran, having seen enough, stepped forward. Step aside, let me take a look. Moments later, Yuzi started getting anxious and asked how she was doing. Chu Ran immediately reassured her. Don't worry, she's fine. Then, he let a single drop of water fall onto the heiress's forehead. The onlookers whispered among themselves, Is that spirit stone essence? Before long, the heiress began to groggily wake up. As she sat up, the crowd erupted into chatter. She actually woke up? What kind of medicine is that effective? Yuzi was stunned and asked, Churan, are you a doctor? He just smiled humbly. I only know a little bit. The heiress, now fully conscious, thanked Churan profusely. He simply explained, Your body had a massive amount of cold yin energy. I've already dispelled it, so it won't trouble you again. With that, he turned around, ready to leave. As Churan walked away, he thought to himself, Miss Jingtian, the bait is set. Now I just wait for you to bite. Just as he predicted, the crowd was already speculating. Using such rich spirit essence to save a stranger, that kid must possess a spirit vein. The scene shifts to the Orochi shrine. Shang-Er looked at the view ahead and psyched himself up. Finally, I'm almost there. His eyes gleamed with greed. Once I sacrifice this final phoenix vein woman to the statue, I can break through to the innate mid-stage. Just as Shang-Er was arrogantly thinking no one on the planet could match him, Luo Luo's voice dripped with disdain. Keep dreaming. Shang-Er froze, stunned. What did you just say? She looked him dead in the eye. I said, stop daydreaming. A second later, Shang-Er slammed her into the ground, furious. You dare doubt my Bushido spirit? After I sacrifice you, I will flatten the entire Hua nation. Luo Luo clutched her head, sneering. You? Alone? He huffed coldly. Little brat, don't you know I am Shang-Er, the strongest warrior in the Ying nation right now? Luo Luo almost laughed in his face. You relied on evil arts to get first place. You're not even fit to carry Chu Ran's shoes. Puzzled, he asked, Who is Chu Ran? Luo Luo smirked, happy to educate him. He's the first to enter the innate realm, and my master. Even the 12 gods aren't his match. She was about to ramble on about his glorious achievements when Shang-Er cut her off. Realizing she was just stalling for time, Shang-Er knocked her unconscious with a swift blow. He threw her back over his shoulder, muttering smugly, 3 hours until the sacrifice. No matter who he is, no one can save you now. Back at the island villa, Chu Ran was searching. He circulated his energy, frustrated. I've been checking for half a day and still can't find Luo Luo's aura. Something is blocking my senses. Looks like I have no choice but to pay that old thief Shang-Er a visit. Just then, a voice called out, Chu Ran, are you asleep? He replied, Come in. What do you need this late at night? Yuzi looked anxious. I've been thinking. You should leave. The Jing Tian family is petty. I'm afraid she'll bring people to cause trouble. To her surprise, Chu Ran chuckled. Let them come. I'm counting on it. Yuzi stared at him, bewildered. Chu Ran continued, Miss Yuzi, your family is heavily oppressed by the Jingtian clan. If they were gone, you'd live better, right? Confused, she replied. Well, yes, but the Jingtian family is huge. How could they just disappear? Chu Ran smiled calmly. Anything is possible. Who knows? Maybe in a few days, they really will vanish. A few days later, under a clear sky, a servant rushed to inform Yuzi that guests had arrived. She was shocked. Taizi and Mr. Sato are here? Longjing stepped forward. I came to thank Mr. Chu for saving my daughter. The heiress added, Thank you, Mr. Chu. If not for you, I wouldn't be standing here today. Chu Ran waved his hand. No need for formalities. Let's talk inside. Yuzi quickly went to pour tea. Once settled, Chu Ran turned to Mr. Sato. When did your daughter's illness begin? Longjing answered immediately. When she was 15. She visited the Orochi shrine, and ever since she came back, she's had this condition. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes. The Orochi shrine? Do they worship the eight-headed snake there? The heiress nodded. That's right. It's a famous shrine. We go there for everything, weddings, funerals, you name it. Chu Ran stated calmly. Your illness is directly linked to that shrine. Longjing froze, completely stunned. He stammered, But the shrine worships the ancient guardian snake. How could it harm people? Seeing his doubt, Chu Ran said, True or false, we can test it right now. The heiress asked skeptically, Test it? How? Chu Ran's expression turned serious. We just need a drop of your essence blood. That will prove everything. The two exchanged uneasy glances. She hesitated, stammering, Father, look at this. After a few seconds of weighing the options, Longjing finally made the call he'd let the boy give it a shot. With the green light given, Chu Ran immediately roared, All right. Evil dispelling, poison purging, invulnerable, essence blood, come forth. Instantly, a drop of essence blood materialized from the Crown Prince's body. Spell complete. Chu Ran's demeanor shifted to total calm as he spoke. Mr. Zuo Teng, does this aura feel familiar to you? Longjing shot to his feet, gasping. It really is the aura of the Baki Shrine. The Crown Prince, however, remained puzzled. But isn't the entity worshipped at the Baki Shrine a divine beast? How could this be? Chu Ran immediately shut that down. That is no divine beast. It is an evil spirit from the outer realm. The two were left reeling, shock written all over their faces. What? An evil spirit? From the outer realm? Chu Ran pressed on, explaining, Precisely. Someone summoned this evil spirit from a higher plane down to the mortal world, plotting to siphon its power for their own cultivation. That's when Longjing noticed something odd. Mr. Chu, you just arrived in the Ying Nation. How do you know all of this? Facing the interrogation, Chu Ran replied with humble confidence. I may not know the affairs of the Ying Nation, but when it comes to the immortal realm, I know a thing or two. Longjing listened, skepticism creeping in. Is such a technique even possible? To know the secrets of the immortal realm? After a moment of deep contemplation, he finally voiced his suspicion. Could it be, are you the famous Grandmaster Chu of the Hua Nation? The moment Chu Ran confirmed it, Longjing's attitude shifted to utmost respect. I had no idea a great figure had graced us with his presence. Please, forgive my ignorance. Chu Ran seized the opportunity. No harm done. I am new to the Ying Nation and unfamiliar with the lay of the land, but I do have a keen interest in the Baki Shrine. Get me a map. Longjing agreed without hesitation. Consider it done. I'll have someone bring it to you immediately. Is there anything else I can do for you? Chu Ran paused, thoughtful. As a matter of fact, there is. But first, I need to deal with the flies buzzing around outside. Longjing looked confused, but Chu Ran simply turned his head, raising his voice. You friends outside have been listening for quite a while. Why not come in and say hello? The spies outside panicked. Damn it, we've been made. In less than a second, they scrambled to retreat. Longjing offered to send men in pursuit, but Chu Ran waved it off. It wasn't necessary. Meanwhile, atop a skyscraper, the spies, the flies from earlier, began their report. Miss, we've confirmed the man's identity. Tianxia snapped, ordering him to spit it out. The subordinate replied, His name is Chu Ran. He is the very same Grandmaster Chu who has been undefeated in recent battles. She frowned, puzzled. What? Him? Why would he come to our Ying Nation? The spy continued. We don't know his motive, but he has discovered the anomaly at the shrine and is preparing to make his move. Tianxia thought to herself, the shrine is critical to the Jingtian family. I cannot let him ruin everything. She immediately issued a command. Take me back immediately. I must report this to grandfather. But suddenly, a voice cut through the air, freezing her in place. Apologies, but you aren't going anywhere. In a flash, Tianxia's subordinates were incapacitated. She found herself encased in a pale blue prison of light, completely immobilized. Back at the estate, Longjing grew restless. Grandmaster Chu, what exactly are we waiting for? Chu Ran took a leisurely sip of his tea. We are waiting for Miss Jing Tian. A second later, that same pale blue light materialized. Tianxia was dumped onto the floor. She looked around, bewildered, having no idea where she was. Longjing's eyes widened. It really is Miss Jing Tian. Grandmaster Chu, why did you kidnap her? Chu Ran replied with a shrug. She took my student, so I simply invited Miss Jing Tian over as a guest. Tianxia, trembling, tried to threaten him. This is the Ying nation. If you dare lay a finger on me, you will never leave this country alive. Chu Ran scoffed. I don't care about the Ying nation. Besides, I have no intention of harming you. With that, Chu Ran tossed her into a room, warning her to stay put and behave. Dusting off his hands, he turned to his host, Patriarch Zuo Teng. Please send a message to that old thief. Tell him his granddaughter is in my custody. Longjing nodded firmly, preparing to set off immediately. The scene shifted to the shrine. Luo Luo, defiant as ever, screamed, You bastard, let me go. But Shang merely smirked. Everything is prepared, just a little longer, and our great work will be complete. It is an honor to become a sacrifice. Once you are offered, Lord Baki will shatter the barrier and descend upon this world. He was still rambling when his phone rang. Shang answered, annoyed. Calling at a time like this? It had better be important. His eyes went wide. What? A man from the Hua nation kidnapped Tianxia? Hearing this, Luo Luo's eyes lit up with hope. Someone from the Hua nation? Could it be Chu Ran? Shang calculated that there was still time before the ritual, enough time to crush this intruder. Without hesitation, he roared, Open the barrier! He turned back to Luo Luo with a sneer. Stay in your cage for now. Once I deal with that Chu fellow, I'll come back to send you to the afterlife. The scene shifts. Moments later, a voice called out to him from the shadows. He turned to find Ryuke holding a document. Master Chu, this is the topographical map of the Baki shrine. Chu Ran nodded his thanks, studying the layout as he strode forward. He deduced that, since the Kageta family intended to use Luo Luo as a sacrifice, they wouldn't keep her too close to the main shrine entrance. Based on the 8 gates formation, the Death Gate is the only logical place. Just then, Yuko came sprinting toward him, breathless and panic-stricken. Chu Ran! She skidded to a halt, her eyes wide with fear. Shoji! He's here! In stark contrast to her terror, Chu Ran casually stretched his arms. Perfect timing. You two stay put. I'll be right back. Yuko grabbed his arm, trembling. Are you crazy? He's the #1 martial artist in the entire Ying nation. Can you really handle him? Even Ryuke chimed in. She's right, Master Chu. For your safety, perhaps we should formulate a strategy. Chu Ran waved them off. Too much hassle. I'll go deal with it and come right back. Outside, Shoji spotted him and roared, You shameless brat! How dare you kidnap my granddaughter? Unfazed by the old man's rage, Chu Ran smirked. Shameless? That's rich coming from you, Shoji. If you hadn't snatched my student first, I wouldn't have had to resort to such tactics. Simple trade. Give me Luo Luo, and you get your granddaughter back. Naturally, Shoji wasn't about to accept those terms. The old man arrogantly declared he would take both Chu Ran's and Luo Luo's lives instead. Chu Ran shook his head, sighing. You really have a death wish, don't you? Back in safety, Yuko paced nervously. Do you think Mr. Chu is in danger? Ryuke kept his cool. I doubt it. He's in a league of his own. Back on the battlefield, Shoji unsheathed his blade, sneering. You Huasha dogs are truly laughable. Shoji lunged forward, intent on a killing blow. But in the blink of an eye, the person collapsing to the ground wasn't Chu Ran, it was Shoji. Chu Ran dusted off his hands, looking down at the defeated master. So this is the best the Ying nation has to offer? Disappointing. Yuko, watching from a distance, covered her mouth in shock. One move. It only took one move? Ryuke couldn't help but marvel. That's Master Chu for you. One strike to decide life and death. Before they could celebrate, Chu Ran vanished into the shadows. Where did he go? She asked, bewildered. Ryuke smirked. Where else? He's going to burn that shrine to the ground. He wasn't wrong. Chu Ran stood before the Baki shrine, eyes glowing. Heaven and earth, heed my call. Let the foul miasma disperse, slay the demons, bind the evil, annihilate the 10,000 ghosts. As the incantation ended, a terrifying wave of power erupted from his body. As the dust settled, Chu Ran surveyed the ruins. This filth should have been wiped from the earth long ago. Inside, Luo Luo looked up, confused. The barrier. Why did the light just vanish? Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped through the gloom. Chu Ran smiled gently. Sorry I kept you waiting. Seeing him arrive, she let out a sigh of relief. Chu Ran. Teacher, you're finally here. Thank goodness. I knew you'd come to save me. Barely finishing her sentence, Luo Luo began to drift off. He stepped forward, scooped her up, and whispered, just sleep. I'll take you home. Just as Chu Ran turned to leave, a bone-chilling voice echoed out. How dare you steal my sacrifice? A purple serpent lunged forward, cursing. Unforgivable. He didn't flinch, coolly assessing the threat. This guy broke the barrier himself? Looks like I'll have to handle this personally. He gently set Luo Luo down. Hearing his tone, the snake flicked its tongue, hissing, You despicable servant! It lunged, intending to turn Chu Ran into a snack. But before it could touch a single hair on his head, he scoffed. You really don't know your place. This only enraged the purple serpent further. The audacity. I will swallow you whole. Facing the blatant threat, Chu Ran replied calmly. Just a lowly beast from the Xuanyu River, yet you dare act arrogant here? With that, he taught it a brutal lesson. After taking a severe beating, the creature begged Chu Ran to stop, crying out, I yield! I yield! He demanded to know why it came to this plane. The monster replied pitifully, I didn't want to, but the immortal world's spiritual energy is decaying. If I don't consume energy, I'll starve to death. Chu Ran frowned, confused. Why didn't you go to the Taiji sect? They are benevolent. Helping you cultivate wouldn't be difficult for them. The creature panicked. That name is taboo. You can't speak it. Suspicious, Chu Ran asked. What's wrong with the #1 sect of the immortal world? The little monster answered honestly. 100 years ago, the Taiji sect was annihilated. Chu Ran's eyes went wide. What did you say? He grabbed the beast tightly, his voice dropping. Who destroyed the Taiji sect? The monster stammered. I don't know the details. I heard that after Yama Immortal Venerable failed his tribulation, the major powers joined forces. They ambushed the Taiji sect. Caught off guard, more than half the sect was slaughtered. Since then, the Taiji sect ceased to exist. No one knows where the survivors went. A moment later, Chu Ran's voice turned dark with rage. Those bastards. Sensing an opening, the monster saw its chance. It tried to launch a surprise attack to take him down, but in that fateful split second, Chu Ran noticed. He crushed it in his grip. You seek your own death. The monster gasped, recognizing the technique. That's the Yama fist art. Who are you? Chu Ran answered coldly. I am the one who failed the tribulation you spoke of. Yama Immortal Venerable. The monster was scared out of its wits. You're not dead? But Chu Ran didn't give it time to process. He ended its life instantly. It knew too much. Moments later, he fell into deep thought. Before my tribulation, I left them a contingency plan. The Taiji sect shouldn't have been wiped out so easily. I must return to the immortal world to uncover the truth. Suddenly, he noticed something. Is that the remnant soul of the 8-headed serpent? The spiritual energy is dense. If I refine this, it could create a new spirit vein and bless this entire region. Just then, a surge of power materialized. Wang Sheng appeared, greeting him. Long time no see, Grandmaster Chu. Chu Ran eyed him. What are you doing here? Wang Sheng beat around the bush. I came to thank you. Thanks to the energy you left at Feng Mountain, I've finally ascended to the Xiantian realm. Chu Ran scoffed. You came to thank me with just a projection of divine thought? You definitely have other motives. Caught, he admitted the truth. I can't fool you. I came for the 8-headed serpent's soul. I hope Grandmaster Chu will be generous and let me take it. Chu Ran refused flatly. I'd rather use it to bless the common people than let you consume it for cultivation. Wang Sheng's expression hardened. Is there really no room for negotiation? Chu Ran replied casually. If you can beat me, I might consider it. Hearing this, Wang Sheng burst out laughing. You know my projection can't defeat you, so you're saying that on purpose, aren't you? Chu Ran reassured him. Relax, I won't bully you. To be fair, I'll use my divine thought too. Happy now? Seeing him switch forms so easily, Wang Sheng gasped. You know how to use divine thought too? That's an immortal world technique. Chu Ran cut him off, annoyed. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then fight, Wang Sheng declared arrogantly. In the realm of divine thought, no one is my match. A second later, he unleashed the heaven and earth slash. Chu Ran didn't back down, countering with the yin-yang universe art. The two massive forces collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. Wang Sheng was shaken. This pressure, it's immense. How can you control divine thought so perfectly? Chu Ran, who exactly are you? Chu Ran replied calmly, beat me, and I'll tell you. Hearing this, his resolve hardened. I've trained bitterly in feng shui. Today, I'll show you the power of my qi luck. As the words left his lips, he unleashed the heaven-turning, earth-subduing palm. Yet, the boy didn't even flinch, countering instantly with a single move. One finger breaks the heavens. Wang Sheng's attack shattered in an instant. But he didn't stop. He prepared his next move, roaring, My Tao connects heaven and earth. All creation bows to aid me, he shouted to the skies. I borrow the power of mountains and rivers. I borrow the essence of man. Chu Ran recognized it immediately. That's the void art. So, you're from the feng shui sect in the immortal world. Too late to realize that now, Wang Sheng scoffed. He struck with full force, yelling, Great Sun Feng Shui Golden Light Art. Facing the incoming blast, Chu Ran replied calmly, You borrow the luck of heaven and earth, but my move destroys them both. He struck. In less than a second, Chu Ran had completely nullified the old man's attack. Wang Sheng was thunderstruck. Impossible. That move was used by my ancestors to wipe out tens of thousands of demons. Who are you? Chu Ran gave a cryptic reply. If you want to know, come find me at Hidden Dragon Manor. Before the old man could say another word, Chu Ran banished him. Wang Sheng's spiritual projection was instantly forced back to its owner. Back in his body, Wang Sheng made up his mind. Fine, I'll go to Hidden Dragon Manor personally. The scene shifts to Hidden Dragon Manor. Zhu Baji saw the boy relaxing and asked, Why are you just lounging around drinking tea? Chu Ran took a sip and replied, I'm waiting for someone. A fellow arrival from the immortal world. Zhu Baji blinked. Who? Wang Sheng. I reckon he's at the front gate right now. Hearing this, Zhu Baji immediately volunteered to go out and test the guy. Chu Ran didn't stop him, just muttering to himself, I'm afraid that pig is about to learn a painful lesson. Outside, Wang Sheng was sizing up the place. I didn't expect Hidden Dragon Manor to be so rich in spiritual energy. Suddenly, a loud noise caught his attention. Zhu Baji charged in with overwhelming momentum. Eat my kick! Wang Sheng didn't even draw his sword. He just blocked with one hand, sending the pig flying. He dusted himself off. Is this the welcome ceremony you prepared for me? Hardly entertaining. Just then, Chu Ran's voice drifted out. My pet is a bit naughty. Please don't hold it against him. Come inside. Let's talk. Once Wang Sheng entered, the boy spoke politely. Please, have a seat, Alliance Leader Wang. Or perhaps, I should call you the successor of the Feng Shui sect? Wang Sheng waved it off. That's trivial. I came here for your true identity. Chu Ran, who exactly are you? The boy stopped beating around the bush. Yama, Immortal Venerable. Have you heard that name? The old man answered instantly. Of course. The supreme existence who dominated the immortal world and suppressed 10,000 realms. Are you his disciple? Chu Ran dropped the bomb casually. No. I am Yama Immortal Venerable. Wang Sheng was baffled. How? Didn't he die during his tribulation? I did, the boy confirmed. But like you, I was reborn in the human world. The old man narrowed his eyes. So, you saw through me too? My turn to ask, Chu Ran said. Let's talk about you. What was your name in the immortal world? Wang Sheng answered honestly. In my past life, I was the sect master of the Feng Shui sect. Feng Shui Z. Chu Ran snapped his fingers. Ah, I remember. That small sect at the foot of East Mountain, right? The old man thought to himself. Compared to your Tai Chi sect, literally every other sect is a small sect, isn't it? He confirmed it aloud. Then Chu Ran asked, You want the remnant soul of the eight-headed serpent to return to the immortal world, don't you? Wang Sheng counted on his fingers. Correct. By my calculations, the immortal gate opens in 5 days. With enough spiritual energy, I can go back. The boy nodded. That matches my prediction. Chu Ran suggested he stay at the manor until the gate opened. Wang Sheng obediently agreed. 5 days later, a blinding light suddenly erupted. Chu Ran stood before the gate, chanting, "Divine gate open, Tai Chi return," but nothing happened. He muttered, "Not even a shadow?" Something definitely happened to the Tai Chi sect. Just as he was losing hope, the gate stirred. Chu Ran cheered up. "The immortal world." Someone answered me. A second later, a young girl crawled out of the immortal gate. Fang Xin looked around, unimpressed. "Where is this? Why is the spiritual energy so weak?" The boy frowned. "Who are you? And why are you crawling out of my Tai Chi sect's stone tablet?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I was suddenly wrapped in golden light. And when I opened my eyes, I was here." Chu Ran pondered. Did the chaotic energy in the immortal world accidentally drag a bystander through? Fang Xin asked again. "By the way, where exactly is here?" Chu Ran replied, "This is the human world." She eyed him suspiciously. "The human world? Judging by your tone, you seem to know a thing or two about the immortal world." The boy slicked back his hair, striking a pose. "I am the supreme god emperor who roamed the immortal world unhindered. Yama Immortal Venerable." Fang Xin exploded. "Are you scamming me? The Venerable died ages ago. This place is weird, and you're even weirder." With that, she stormed off. Seeing this, he called out, "Hey, where are you headed?" Fang Xin chirped, "I'm starving. I need to find some food." You immediately offered to be her guide, claiming you knew exactly where the best grub was hiding. The scene shifts to the Pantheon. Irie needed to be absolutely certain. "Are you sure you want to summon an immortal envoy?" Jadina shot back. "What choice do we have? Are we just going to let Chu Ran trample all over us forever?" They chanted in unison. "We of the Pantheon humbly pray for the immortal envoy's descent." An instant later, that familiar golden light erupted once more. Jadina cried out in delight. "She's here!" That woman descending. "It's He-Zhe." Meanwhile, at another location, a subordinate reported, "Master Zhan, the immortal gate is opening right here." Zhan Tian commanded, "Good. Prepare the formation," he thought greedily. "If we can welcome a powerful envoy this time, my cultivation is guaranteed to soar to the next level." With that, Zhan Tian poured his resolve into activating the array. Moments later, a voice boomed, "Lady June has arrived." The crowd gasped in awe. "Is that a real immortal? Her aura is incredible." Zhan Tian bowed politely. "We welcome your arrival." Lady June glanced around blankly, cutting him off. "Are you speaking to me?" Beside her, Shufeng barked furiously. "Audacious! A human ant dares to address the saintess? You deserve death 1,000 times over." Without another word, he launched an attack. Zhan Tian shouted, "Watch out! Get behind me!" But it was too late. Everyone was instantly struck down. Zhan Tian stared at the carnage in shock. "Why? I welcomed you with respect. Why would you hurt my people?" Shufeng replied coldly, "The human realm is nothing more than our backyard garden. What right do you ants have to negotiate?" Enraged, Zhan Tian unleashed his power. "Then taste the strength of the human realm." But before Zhan Tian could even land a hit, he was blasted away like a rag doll. Lady June intervened. "Shufeng, don't kill them all. We still need these lower realm beings for manual labor." He bowed respectfully. "As you wish, Saintess." Zhan Tian lay there, filled with regret. Damn it. What kind of monsters have I invited into our world? The scene cuts to a cafeteria, where Fang Xin was stuffing her face, eyes sparkling. Delicious. This is so freaking good. Chu Ran seized the moment. "You still haven't told me your name." She didn't hesitate. "I'm Fang Xin. And I'm loving this meal. Come back to the immortal realm with me. I'll get you a job as a servant at our Lingqing Academy." He immediately declined. "Sorry, but I have zero interest in being a servant." Fang Xin pressed on. "Don't look down on it. For a mortal, just setting foot in the immortal realm is a massive blessing." Suddenly, a breaking news broadcast on the TV cut them off. Reports are coming in of violent attacks occurring across the globe. "We urge all citizens to stay indoors for their own safety." Chu Ran muttered to himself, "The 12 Pantheon gods? Did they summon people from the immortal realm too?" His phone rang immediately. It was Zhan Tian. Something terrible had happened in Dragon City. The scene shifts to Dragon City, where a voice roared, "Do you have a death wish? How dare you offer this trash to the Saintess?" The man trembled in terror. "Forgive me, Saintess. I didn't know." Lady June replied indifferently, "Be more careful in your next life. Kill him." Her handmaiden drew a sword. "As you command." Jean Tian rushed in to stop them. Lady June flicked her hand, blasting him back. "When did I give you permission to interrupt me?" Though battered on the ground, Jean Tian gritted his teeth. "Saintess or not, you cannot slaughter innocent people like this." She stands up, furious. "You dare defy me again and again? Then go reincarnate." Lady June strikes. But her attack is blocked mid-air by a surge of power. Shocked, she wonders who interfered. Chu Ran replies calmly, "I should be asking who you are." Seeing him, Lady June scoffs. "Just another ant with a death wish." Chu Ran doesn't flinch. "Ant or not, test me and find out." She sneers. "A tiny Scientian realm cultivator? My maid is enough for you." He frowns. "Fine. Then I'll send a representative too." And his choice? None other than Fang Xin. She panics. "Chu Ran. That's the celestial clan, the bloodthirstiest in the immortal world. Are you trying to get me killed?" He reassures her, "I've got your back. Just follow my lead." Still doubtful, she asks, "What if I lose?" Chu Ran instructs, "Celestials are fast. Use Water Dragon Bullet to pin her down." Skeptical but desperate, she sighs. "Water element. Fine. This lady will trust you just this once." Fang Xin shouts, "Hydro-severing body art." She launches the Water Dragon Bullet. The maid sneers. "Low-level trash magic? You think this can hurt me?" But a second later she screams, "My arm! Why can't I move it?" Watching closely, Chu Ran transmits his voice. "Good. Now, use the second form." Fang Xin unleashes the second form, soaring dance of the 9 heavens. Caught off guard, the maid takes the full hit. Furious, the maid hisses, "You dare humiliate me in front of the Saintess?" She draws her sword art. Terrified, Fang Xin cries out, "Chu Ran!" "What now?" He stays calm. "Don't panic. She's all offense, no defense. Use the third form to strike her heart gate." Fang Xin obeys instantly, unleashing the third form, Flying Swallow Slash. She puts everything she has into one desperate strike. The maid curses, "Damn it, beaten by a mortal?" Fang Xin cheers. "I actually won?" Lady June explodes with rage. "Wretched brat! You dare hurt my servant?" She summons her guards to surround Fang Xin, her voice dripping with venom. "Tear that suicidal fool apart." Fang Xin screams, "Chu Ran, save me." "I'm here," he replies. "Taiji Bagua Fist." In a blink, the guards are sprawled on the floor. Lady June gasps, "The Taiji lineage? How do you know that? Are you from the Taiji sect?" Chu Ran muses. Seems the immortal world isn't full of idiots after all. Suddenly, Xu Fang steps forward. "I've heard the Taiji sect's arts are mysterious. I've been dying to test them. I, Xu Fang, will be your opponent." He smiles cunningly. Xu Fang activates an array. Nearby, Jean Tian realizes, that's the earth-devouring array. It consumes everything. He yells at everyone to run. Before fleeing, Jean Tian looks back. The fate of the Hua nation rests on Chu Ran's shoulders. Inside the array, Chu Ran remains calm. "Not bad. Even in the immortal world, you'd be considered a talent." Xu Fang grins. "Glad you know." But Chu Ran adds, "Too bad before me. You're just showing off amateur tricks to a grandmaster." He unleashes the Taiji Yin-Yang Fist. Xu Fang is blasted back, stunned. Impossible. As the dust settles, Xu Fang's defeat is undeniable. Lady June seethes. "You defeated 2 of my subordinates? I will make you pay for this humiliation." She summons the 3 live steeds. 3 pale pink beasts materialize. Chu Ran thinks, "Taming peak-grade divine beasts as clan watchdogs? Impressive." Lady June gloats, too late for regrets. "No one has survived the hooves of the 3 live steeds for centuries." He retorts, "I compliment you once, and you let it go to your head? Come on then." Sparks fly. She sits back confidently. Big talker. "One stomp is enough to crush you to paste." Moments later, Chu Ran stands unharmed inside his shield. "Oh, really?" Lady June's eyes widen in shock. "What? You're fine?" He calmly unleashes the 4 Crimson Flame mantra. The horses take the full force of the strike and disintegrate instantly. Witnessing this, she is absolutely furious. That is an inner sect technique of the Taiji sect. How can a mere mortal like him know how to use it? After a moment of shock, she finally demands, "Who exactly are you?" Chu Ran replies indifferently, "You aren't worthy to ask me that question. Do you think being from the Celestial clan gives you the right to look down on everyone? I've been wanting to teach arrogant trash like you a lesson for a long time." Saying that, he delivers a sharp flick to Lady June's forehead. Chu Ran's speed is so terrifyingly fast that she can't even react, let alone dodge. A split second later, a massive explosion erupts with devastating force. Chu Ran casually remarks, "Just a small punishment. I hope you'll learn to be a bit more humble in the future." Seeing this, her subordinates scream in horror. "You dare injure the Saintess? Everyone, attack!" The rest of them roar in unison, "Avenge the Saintess, kill this low-level scum." He leaps into the air and judges them coldly. "Even your master isn't my match, let alone a bunch of mixed trash like you." With those words, Chu Ran unleashes his attack. In no time at all, every single one of them collapses to the ground. Hiding behind the door, Fang Xin thinks, "The Celestial clan has superior strength, but even they are no match for him. If I can cultivate under his guidance, I'll definitely become strong enough to avenge my parents." Meanwhile, Chu Ran calculates as he walks. He heard them call her the Saintess of the Celestial clan. Figuring she might be useful later, he decides to capture her. A moment later, Zhang Tian returns, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Grandmaster Chu, for eliminating the enemy on behalf of Hua country. This is all my fault. If I hadn't summoned them, none of this trouble would have happened. I am a sinner." Chu Ran shakes his head. "Elder Zhan, no need to blame yourself. The immortal world's malice doesn't stem from you. Those jackals have been waiting for an excuse to run rampant for a long time." Hearing such a confident assertion, the old man asks, puzzled, "How do you know that?" Chu Ran ignores the question. "It's a long story. Right now, I need to go quell the chaos. The future of Hua country relies on you." Zhang Tian asks skeptically, "You're going to the immortal world? Are you sure? Even the Xiantian realm here is merely the entry level up there." Chu Ran immediately replies, "Don't worry about that. I have my ways. Before I leave, I will eliminate all remaining threats to Hua country. As for that purple-haired saintess, send someone to guard her." The old man immediately obeys. The scene shifts to a few days later at Hidden Dragon Villa. Inside the house, Fang Xin is confused. "Didn't you say you were going to deal with the bad guys? Why are you cooped up in here all the time?" Chu Ran replies calmly, "Hunting them down one by one is too troublesome. It's better to wait for them to deliver themselves to my doorstep." She frowns and snaps, "Stop tricking me. What kind of villain would voluntarily come knocking just to throw their life away?" Unexpectedly, he answers, "I have plenty of enemies here. Now that the immortal gate is open, they'll definitely summon their backers to seek revenge on me. I can already sense someone approaching. Stay inside and don't come out." Chu Ran turns on his heel and leaves, ignoring Fang Xin calling after him. She thinks to herself, "You better not die. This lady still wants to be your disciple." Outside, Zhu Baji asks innocently, "Chu Ran, are you really preparing to go back to the immortal world?" He replies thoughtfully, "That's right. But first, I have to deal with these guys." Just then, a mocking voice rings out. "Still as arrogant as ever, aren't you?" Jadina continues confidently, "Today, the descended immortal envoy will definitely take your life right here." Facing her threat, he replies without flinching, "It doesn't matter which rotten shrimp from the immortal world shows up. It's useless." Jadina loses her patience. "Fine then. Let's see you defeat our Lord Immortal Envoy first." She bows respectfully and chants, "The Temple of Gods welcomes the Immortal Envoy." Immediately, Hezi appears and asks, "Chu Ran, are you ready to be destroyed?" Hearing this, he thinks, "The lamp in her hand is interesting. I can sense a familiar aura coming from it." Zhu Baji offers to scout, but Chu Ran flatly refuses, saying it's no match for them. Zhu Baji gets embarrassed and angry, charging straight forward. Seeing the pig attack, she chants, "In my name, Scorching Sun Void." Zhu Baji is instantly surrounded by scorching flames. It screams in panic, "Ouch, this fire won't go out." Just as it's about to be roasted alive, Chu Ran grabs it. He scolds gently, "I told you not to go up there. Happy now?" It replies dizzily, "I almost turned into roast pork." A moment later, Chu Ran sets it down and makes a promise. "Wait here. I'll avenge you." After walking a certain distance, He crouches and leaps into the air. Chu Ran throws a punch while shouting, "You dare burn my pet? Taste my fist first, then we'll talk." A massive explosion erupts. Ari and Jadina gasp in shock. "Oh my god, that's the immortal envoy. How are we supposed to fight this?" Chu Ran turns back and scoffs. Truly short-sighted. This guy is nothing more than the lowest level demon from the immortal world. Angel? What a joke. Right then, a strange object suddenly materialized. Jubaji spotted it instantly and shouted a warning. The pressure radiating from the entity actually took Chu Ran by surprise. Heizei cursed in a rage. "You bastard! How dare you slander our demon race?" It was an unforgivable crime. The more she spoke, the more furious she became. Heizei immediately unleashed the demonic skywheel. She channeled every ounce of her power, hurling the attack at him with a vicious curse. "Die!" Chu Ran calmly sidestepped the blow and critiqued. "Not a bad move. Your pose is quite stylish, too. Pity your aim is a bit off." Hearing this, Heizei roared, "All you do is talk big. If you're so great, then stop dodging." He shrugged effortlessly. "Fine, have it your way." The moment Chu Ran spoke, she unleashed the frenzied demon god dance. Simultaneously, he fired his own technique straight at Heizei. A split second later, her body was sliced clean in half. Heizei shrieked in disbelief. "That's the divine sword embryo. How could you possibly possess such a treasure?" Chu Ran didn't answer immediately, instead taunting her. "Defeat me, and maybe I'll tell you." Hearing this, her bloodlust only intensified. "Fine, then taste the power of the demon race's cultivation red lantern," she chanted. "Demon soul return," and a torrent of killing intent surged out like a waterfall. Jubaji grabbed him, panicked. "I sense a terrifying aura. It's too dangerous, we need to run." But Chu Ran remained unbothered. "What's the rush? Let's see who shows up first. We can always run later." Moments later, Niu Mozi appeared, bellowing, "Who summoned me?" Heizei immediately bowed respectfully. "Lord Niu Mo, it is I, your most loyal servant. Please descend and punish this fool who seeks death." Niu Mozi demanded aggressively. "Is it you who provoked my servant?" Chu Ran casually admitted it was him. Seeing this, Heizei gloated. "Lord Niu Mo is here. You're dead meat, kid." Even Yi and Jadina thought the same. "I've finally waited for this day, to watch Chu Ran die with my own eyes." But to everyone's shock, the demon suddenly knelt down and bowed before Chu Ran. "Master above, please accept this bow from your disciple." This move instantly turned Heizei's joy into sheer terror. Yi's group was equally stunned. "He's kneeling before Chu Ran?" Meanwhile, Niu Mozi whined aggrievedly. "Master, I've had such a hard time looking for you. Back at Lingqing Academy, I caught the scent of the Tai Chi sect, but it turned out to be a false alarm. I never expected it to be real this time." Hearing this, Chu Ran thought, "Lingqing Academy has the aura of the Tai Chi sect? That's a clue worth investigating." He patted the demon's head and comforted him. "You've worked hard, little Niu Niu. I'd love to catch up, but keeping a sliver of your spiritual consciousness in the human realm for too long isn't good. You should head back." Before leaving, he offered, "Master, do you need me to take care of this trash for you?" Chu Ran thought about it and nodded. Niu Mozi marched aggressively toward them and roared, "You dare target my master? Are you tired of living?" Heizei frantically denied it. "No, Lord Niu Mo, you must be mistaken. There's no way he's your master." Hearing this, he flew into a rage. "Shut your mouth. My master is the Yan Luo Immortal Venerable, famous across the 10,000 worlds. Who would dare impersonate him?" Hearing the name Yan Luo Immortal Venerable, the color drained from her face instantly. Niu Mozi continued, "I released this soul lantern into the 3 realms to find my master. I never expected it to fall into your hands and be used as a weapon to wreak havoc." Heizei had no choice but to beg, "Please, spare me. I'm willing to serve you like a beast of burden." Niu Mozi flatly refused and obliterated her on the spot. Seeing this, the other 2 were terrified. "The divine envoy is dead. Run." Hearing this, Niu Mozi whipped around. Trying to run? Divine flame. In less than a second, Yi and Jadena were incinerated by scorching flames. After finishing the job, Niu Mozi said, "Master, I'll be waiting for you in the immortal realm. You have to come back." Chu Ran gave a firm nod. The soul lantern flickered and went dark, its light extinguished for good. Jubaji's jaw dropped. "Did I hear that right?" he asked in panic. "You're the Yan Luo Immortal Venerable?" The guy who was ranked #1 on the Immortal Realm server? Chu Ran replied. Didn't I tell you that ages ago? You just didn't believe me. Just then, Fang Xin ran over with urgent news. Chu Ran, something's wrong. When she mentioned discovering a glitch, he asked, what kind of problem? Fang Xin dropped a bombshell. Right now, 1 day in the human realm equals a whole year in the immortal realm. Both Zhu Baji and Chu Ran were completely blindsided by this news. It suddenly clicked. No wonder the opening of the immortal gate felt so strange this time. He said, looks like we need to get back to the immortal realm. Fast. She looked worried. But the immortal gate is already closed. How are we supposed to get back? Chu Ran explained. The gate is closed, but the barrier between the two realms hasn't fully formed yet. It shouldn't be too difficult. He immediately began chanting a spell, manipulating the cosmic coordinates. Moments later, a portal linking the two worlds tore open, shifting the scene to the heavenly god continent. At a certain tower where Chu Ran touched down after reaching the immortal realm, Fang Xin stepped out, beaming with joy. Finally back. He glanced out the window, puzzled. Back in Hua City already? Chu Ran calmly assessed the view. Hasn't changed a bit. Turning around, he suddenly spotted a strange girl. Yuechan blinked blankly. Why is there a man here? Meanwhile, Chu Ran wondered, what's she staring at me for? Suddenly, Yang Yuchan shrieked, pervert, and bolted away. He started to chase after her to clear things up, having no clue what just happened. A moment later, a frustrated groan echoed back. She grumbled as she walked. Just my luck. Run into a pervert just trying to use the restroom. But then, Yuechan realized her scented sachet was gone. Figuring she dropped it in the restroom, she decided to just buy a new one. Meanwhile, Fang Xin eagerly asked, so, what do you think of the immortal realm? Chu Ran replied casually, aside from the spiritual energy being a bit thick, it's nothing special. Speaking of which, do you know where Lingqing Academy is? She replied instantly. Of course. That's our school. Right. You just got here and have nowhere to stay. Why not come to our academy and apply as an immortal teacher? You seem pretty skilled. Chu Ran calculated internally. Little Niu mentioned the aura of the Taiji sect appeared at Lingqing Academy before. Definitely worth investigating. He told Fang Xin to lead the way, but she protested. What's the rush? It's rare to visit the Hua capital. Let's look around first. Just then, Zhu Baji chimed in. It's so lively over there. Fang Xin explained excitedly. Today is the annual Hua City Festival. The festivities have moved to the South City Gate. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Hurry, the City Lord's sedan is coming. I want to see her grace. Soon, Xia Ying's sedan passed by. Chu Ran watched with the crowd, then mused, this aura feels so familiar. He turned and asked, do you know this City Lord's background? Fang Xin rattled off the details immediately. Naturally, City Lord Xia Ying is the daughter of the Xia family. But she couldn't cultivate, so her family abandoned her. She was adopted by a powerful expert back then, but sadly, he died not long after. When she paused, Chu Ran pressed, and then, Fang Xin continued. She vanished for decades. When she returned, she was the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the immortal realm. Chu Ran nodded. It really is her. A memory flooded back. A young, innocent Xia Ying asking, when I grow up, can I marry you? Chu Ran had awkwardly replied, you have to cultivate to at least the nascent soul stage first. Chu Ran sighed internally. I never expected that little girl to actually reach nascent soul. If I reveal myself now, investigating will get complicated. He decided quickly. Fang Xin, let's go. Meanwhile, Xia Ying thought, I felt the immortal venerable's aura. She immediately ordered the sedan to stop. Her maid asked, what is it, City Lord? Xia Ying asked urgently, did you feel the immortal venerable's aura? The maid replied, City Lord. The venerable died years ago. You must be mistaken. Ignoring her, Xia Ying cast the spirit-seeking art. The crowd whispered, what's wrong with the City Lord? Is she looking for someone? After a moment, she sensed nothing. Xia Ying sighed. Just my delusion, I suppose. Master died long ago. How could he be here? She ordered the sedan to continue. 3 days later, in the imperial capital, Fang Xin suddenly spoke up. Chu Ran, I have a favor to ask. He replied casually. Let's hear it. Rarely shy, she hesitated before speaking. If you really become an immortal teacher at Lingqing Academy, can you take me as your disciple? Chu Ran was blunt. I could, But your aptitude is terrible. You won't achieve much. Fang Xin turned red with embarrassment and anger. Nonsense. Your aptitude is the bad one, she huffed. This lady has superior natural talent. Several experts have already verified it. Chu Ran raised an eyebrow. Really? Why can't I see it? Fang Xin thrust her arm at him. Check for yourself. Chu Ran sighed helplessly. You really won't give up until you hit a wall, huh? Fine, I'll take a look. He reached out to probe her spirit. The truth was not what Chu Ran expected. Seeing his stunned expression, Fang Xin smirked. Well, scared you, didn't I? He murmured. You actually possess the ancient Lingxiao bloodline. She beamed proudly. See? I wasn't lying. Chu Ran started walking again, adding, but the bloodline isn't pure enough. Even if I teach you, the highest you'll ever reach is the nascent soul stage. Fang Xin beamed with delight. Yuan Ying, you did an excellent job. I am very pleased. Before long, the two of them arrived at the gates of Lingqing Academy. Fang Xin turned to give her final instructions. The reception hall is just ahead. Go and register yourself. Chu Ran nodded with a simple grunt of acknowledgement. Inside, Qing Tian yawned, stretching lazily. Man, this job is way too easy. But in a split second, Chu Ran appeared before him. Greetings. I am here to apply. The examiner frowned, looking him up and down. Apply? Did anyone refer you? Chu Ran tilted his head, feigning confusion. Refer me? No, I came alone. Qing Tian didn't mince words. Then take my advice, don't waste your time. Without a referral, you won't even make it to the evaluation stage. Suddenly, Wang Chen stepped in. Teacher Lin, that's hardly fair. Our academy has always welcomed students from humble backgrounds, hasn't it? He scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Fine. If you care so much, you deal with him. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Wang Chen didn't let it bother her. She turned to Chu Ran with a warm smile. Please, follow me. As they walked, she introduced herself as a teacher of the academy, identifying the rude man as Mr. Lin. Chu Ran frowned. Why does that Mr. Lin have such a chip on his shoulder against me? Wang Chen sighed, her voice dropping. He is the son of the city lord of Bihai. With a background that powerful, he tends to look down on commoners like us. But be careful, he is likely going to be one of the examiners for the selection. Try not to get on his bad side. Chu Ran was baffled. Does a humble background mean I am automatically disqualified from becoming a teacher? Wang Chen paused, considering her words. Not exactly. It is just that. One of the candidates this year is a tutor to the imperial prince. Lin is obviously betting on him to win. However, the head of the academy will be overseeing the exam personally. She is a woman of integrity. If you have the skill, you will have a chance. As she pushed the doors open, a wave of mockery washed over Chu Ran. Another one? Look at him so rustic. Guess there won't be any good show to watch with this guy. Wang Chen ignored the jeers. Wait here, she told him softly. I will call you when it is your turn. Chu Ran nodded his thanks. Suddenly, the doors swung open again. Fu Cao strolled in with an air of leisure. It seems all the elite youth of the capital have gathered here. The crowd that had just been sneering instantly lit up. Vice Master Fu, you actually came. We thought the rumors were a joke. With your status, why would you lower yourself to apply here? The old man waved a hand in mock humility. Nonsense. I have been in the imperial palace too long. My skills are stagnating. I just wanted a change of scenery. Noticing Chu Ran staring at him without bowing, Fu Cao narrowed his eyes. Who is that brat over there? He thought. He sees me and doesn't even pay respects? Irritated, the old man approached him. You look unfamiliar, little brother. Where did you work before this? Chu Ran's reply was cool and detached. Before asking questions, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The crowd gasped, erupting in outrage. Insolence! Do you really need Vice Master Fu to introduce himself to a nobody like you? Fu Cao raised a hand to silence them. It is fine. I actually admire this young brother's straightforwardness. I am Fu Cao, the personal mentor to the second prince of the Qin Feng Empire, Qin Ling. Chu Ran nodded. I am Chu Ran. I also worked as a teacher in the human realm. I suppose that makes us colleagues. The sycophant sneered. Kid, Vice Master Fu is an imperial tutor of the immortal realm. How dare you claim to be in the same league? Another chimed in, laughing. Talk about trying to paint yourself in gold. Unfazed by their mockery, Chu Ran shrugged. There are countless princes in the immortal realm. teaching just one of them. Is that really something to brag about? Fu Cao's face darkened. What would you know about it? The second prince is a prodigy. He reached the Xiantian realm at 10 years old. His future is infinite. Chu Ran cut him off cold. Even if he ascends the throne, what does that have to do with you? Why live your life begging for scraps from royalty? Moreover, the path of cultivation is an act of defiance against the heavens themselves. If we fear neither heaven nor earth, why should we tremble before a mere tutor of a prince? The crowd fell silent, their conviction wavering. His words struck a chord. They realized they had spent years chasing fame and profit, forgetting their original intent to cultivate. Wang Chen watched, secretly impressed. Unexpectedly, he has some wisdom, she thought. She then gestured for Chu Ran and Fu Cao to follow. Moments later, Wang Chen led them into the main hall and announced, "The candidates have arrived." Seated before them were the two chief examiners, Headmistress Yue Chan and teacher Lin Qingtian. Lin immediately stood up to greet the VIP. "Elder Fu, it is a true honor for Lingqing Academy to have you here." Fu Cao smiled smugly. "Teacher Lin, you are too kind." Yue Chan watched from the side, her eyes cold. "Sucking up already? It makes me sick." She cleared her throat. "I was told there were two candidates. Where is the other?" Step forward. A second later, Chu Ran spoke up. "Hello. I certainly didn't expect to see you here." Yue Chan's eyes widened in shock. "You? Why are you here?" He calmly raised a hand. "Miss, please. What happened earlier was just a misunderstanding. I assure you, it wasn't intentional." Seeing Chu Ran about to spill the beans, she immediately cut him off. "Shut your mouth. Don't you dare say a word." Wang Chen, hearing this, asked with piqued curiosity, "Manager Yue, is there some bad blood between you and fellow Taoist Chu?" Yue Tian denied it out loud, but internally, she was panicking. "I absolutely cannot let anyone know I ran into him in the restroom." A moment later, Wang Chen began the announcement. "All right, next up is the aptitude test." She conjured a massive brush out of thin air and declared, "This is the subject of the first trial." Fu Cao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "The judge's brush?" Wang Chen confirmed, "Correct. Anyone who can use the judge's brush to write a character with more than 5 strokes passes." After explaining the rules, she invited the two to begin. Fu Cao thought to himself, "This judge's brush is a top-tier artifact. Even I might not be able to control it smoothly." Despite his doubts, the old man muttered an incantation. "Spirits of the list, burdens of the weak, object manipulation." The brush immediately wobbled as he finished speaking. Qingtian saw this and heaped on the praise. It moved, as expected of Elder Fu, but internally, Fu Cao was thinking, "Thank God I only have to write 5 strokes. Any more and I'd die of exhaustion." Immediately after, he shouted, "Heavenly spirits, banish the evil, move for me." The judge's brush slowly began to write on the white paper. Yue Tian observed and pondered. It's a bit forced, but he managed to move it. It seems this connection hire actually has some skill. After clearing the first trial, Fu Cao let out a long sigh of relief. Qingtian over on the side continued his bootlicking. "Immortal Master Fu is so cool, truly a dragon among men." Then, he switched his tone completely to address the boy. "Hey, you brat. Immortal Master Fu is done. What are you waiting for? Start already." Chu Ran put on a thoughtful expression and replied, "Wait a moment. Let me think." Seeing his hesitation, Fu Cao immediately started mocking him. "This judge's brush is extremely heavy. It's no shame to admit defeat now, Brother Chu. No need to stall for time." Hearing this, the boy repeated, "Me? Stall for time?" With that, Chu Ran flicked his hand and commanded, "Brush, rise." The judge's brush, which had been motionless, instantly moved. Qingtian was dumbfounded. This kid, he can control the judge's brush too? On the other side, the brush was dancing madly across the paper under Chu Ran's guidance. Witnessing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but wonder, is he actually writing a poem? Moments later, Chu Ran recited aloud, "The Yellow River's waters move out of heaven, entering the ocean, never to return." As he finished speaking, he stopped the brush and announced, "All right, done. Everyone, this Qiang Jinju is my answer." Yue Tian, who had been stunned into silence, finally spoke up. "He filled a whole page? Is this something a human can even do?" Chu Ran cheekily replied with just 2 words, "Secret." She didn't bother prying further and just said, Consider yourself lucky. On to the next test. Immediately after, Wang Chen spoke up again. The second trial is a practical operation. Please watch. A second later, she deployed a pale blue barrier. Then, Wang Chen seriously explained the rules. This is the crystal armor barrier used for defense. You have 10 minutes. Let's see who can detect the flaws in this armor. Fu Kao stepped up first. Let this old man take a look. Before long, he spoke up. I've seen enough. This barrier has a total of 6 weaknesses. Wang Chen turned to ask the boy, Chu Ran, how many do you see? He answered without hesitation, 7. This made Fu Cao incredibly smug. Young man, do you think simply saying a higher number makes you better? I am a guardian spirit master by trade, so I am very familiar with this. There are definitely only 6 weaknesses. Wang Chen thought that while Chu Ran's spiritual power wasn't bad, his martial knowledge was lacking. She then announced the results. Immortal Master Fu passes this round. Chu Ran fails. Fu Cao was very satisfied with this outcome. He happily said, "Thank you all for your support. From now on, this old man is officially a member of the Chu Ren Academy." But Chu Ran questioned, "The barrier clearly has 7 weaknesses. Why do you say 6? Qing Tian exploded with rage. The audacity. This barrier was created by the lady herself. Do you think you know better than her? Unexpectedly, Yue Tian intervened. If you say there are 7, then point them all out. If you make sense, I'll consider it a pass. Hearing this, he turned to protest. Manager Yue, this is. She cut him off bluntly. If the Lingqing Academy is recruiting talent, we must be fair and just. Chu Ran began to point them out. From the outside, there are gaps in the east, west, south, and north. The heaven and earth positions are also insufficient. Wang Chen replied, we already know about those 6 spots. Where is the 7th one you mentioned? A second later, he answered, the final weakness is you, Miss Wang Chen. Her eyes went wide with shock. Fu Cao thought, so he's just clowning around. But asked aloud, then tell us, why is Miss Wang Chen a weakness? Chu Ran explained. The spiritual energy in her body is stagnant, so she cannot maintain the barrier for long. In less than 3 seconds, it will shatter on its own. Before he could even start counting, the barrier shattered just as predicted. Yue Tian was completely taken aback. Wang Chen, what is the meaning of this? She blinked, looking completely dazed. I took a bad hit sparring the other day. I just couldn't hold my ground. Hearing that excuse made her blood boil. It was obvious even to Chu Ran that the immortal teacher position was being handed to that guy on a silver platter. Fu Cao immediately shot back. Director Yue, let's stick to the facts. I clearly passed the test first. Qing Tian chimed in, lowering his voice. Director, Fu Cao is the second prince's man, and technically, he did pass. He paused. Maybe we should? Yue Tian sighed, forced to reconsider. Fine. Since you both passed the exam, in the interest of fairness, you are both hired. The student induction ceremony is in 2 days. Go get ready. Wang Chen turned to Chu Ran, beaming. Congrats. Looks like we're colleagues now. But Chu Ran frowned. Director Yue mentioned an induction ceremony. What's the deal with that? She explained. It's a public recruitment drive. Every immortal teacher has to scout for students. The more you recruit, the higher your status in the academy. Wang Chen nudged him. Come on, let's get you registered. Chu Ran nodded his thanks. Moments later, Fu Cao growled, his voice dripping with venom. That little brat, he almost ruined everything. Qing Tian blinked. Ruined what, exactly? The old man lowered his voice, sounding conspiratorial. I'm here on the second prince's orders. We're hunting down the remnants of the Taiji sect hiding within the academy. Qing Tian froze, completely blindsided. The Taiji sect? I thought they were wiped out ages ago. Fu Cao sneered. A few months back, the imperial preceptor sensed someone in this very academy using the Taiji Heart Sutra. Qing Tian shook his head. Impossible. I'm here every single day. If someone was using that kind of power, I would have sensed it. Fu Cao ignored the protest. The Taiji sect cost us too much blood in the past. We cannot allow them to rise again. Starting today, if you see anything suspicious, anything at all, you report directly to me. Qing Tian bowed his head. Understood. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. A sea of students flooded the grounds. Hurry up. The immortal teachers are starting recruitment. Stop pushing. The proctor barked at the crowd. Single file, one at a time. Immediately, students clamored around one figure. Master Fu, please, accept me as your disciple. Fu Cao smirked and raised a hand. You want to join my sect? Fine. The entry fee is 10,000 spirit stones. Up front, the students hesitated, murmuring among themselves. That's a fortune, Fu Cao scoffed. 10,000 stones for a guaranteed bright future? You think that's too high a price for greatness? The hesitation vanished, replaced by desperate hope. He's right. If I can just get into Master Fu's class, I'll be set for life. I'm in. Me too. Meanwhile, Fang Xin slumped over the counter, looking miserable. We haven't even handed out a single flyer. Chu Ran, look. They're stealing all the students. Aren't you worried? Chu Ran didn't even look up. Quality over quantity. I wouldn't take that trash even if they begged. By the way, I heard Lingqing Academy has a 1,000-year-old black turtle ship. Do you know where it is? Fang Xin snapped, her eyes wide. Are you serious? We're about to fail and you're thinking about a boat? If we don't recruit 5 students, you're going to get fired. Chu Ran lazily pointed to a sign. Relax. I put up an ad, didn't I? What's the panic? Fang Xin looked like she was about to have an aneurysm. Suddenly, a loud, eager voice cut through the noise. Young master, which teacher are you going to pick? Cheng Tian strolled in, looking bored. I've already decided. He scanned the room, his gaze landing on a quiet corner. What about that one over there? His servant scoffed. Him? Young master? He's a nobody. A rookie. You should go with Elder Fu. Cheng Tian smacked the servant's head. Idiot. I'm only here for the credentials. With my genius, I could have a pig for a master and still become a legend. Somewhere far away, Zhu Baji sneezed. Did someone just say they wanted me as their master? Cheng Tian marched up to the desk. Hey, Teacher Chu. I've decided. I'm enrolling with you, Fang Xin gasped, shaking Chu Ran's shoulder. Wake up. That's Cheng Tian, the top-ranked freshman. Chu Ran didn't even open his eyes. Not interested. Go find someone else. Cheng Tian froze, his jaw dropping. Excuse me? What did you just say? Chu Ran finally sat up, looking the boy dead in the eye. You heard me. You have no respect for anyone. With that attitude, all the talent in the world won't save you. Not that you have any talent to begin with. Cheng Tian's face turned red with rage. You bastard. Do you have any idea how many famous masters are begging to teach me? Chu Ran didn't blink. They don't want you. They want to suck up to your family. A true genius has a solid foundation and deep internal power. You're hollow. The servants stepped forward, hands on their weapons. Watch your mouth. You dare speak to the young master like that? We'll smash this pathetic stall to pieces. The commotion caught Fu Cao's attention. He squinted. Isn't that the eldest son of the ancient Wood City Lord? The city lord dotes on that boy. If I can recruit him, the second prince's influence will skyrocket. Smirking, the old man began to make his way over. Listen here, little brother Chu. If you don't have the guts to take him, just say so. No need to drag others down to make your point. Fu Cao then turned to young Master Mu with an offer. Are you willing to take me as your master? Cheng Tian didn't hesitate for a second. If Master Fu is asking, then of course, I obey. But suddenly, one of the old man's subordinates interrupted with news. Master, all our spots are full. Look here. Fu Cao didn't even blink. Simple. Just kick one of them out. Liu Dao. Looks like we have no destiny as master and disciple. Go find somewhere else. Liu Dao immediately protested. But I already paid the registration fee. The old man's reply was utterly shameless. Paying was voluntary. I never said taking your money meant I'd actually teach you. That made his blood boil, but Fu Cao couldn't care less. He immediately grabbed Cheng Tian and walked off. Seeing this, Chu Ran spoke up. Liu Dao, want to take me as your master? Fang Xin heard this and frowned. Chu Ran, are you crazy? You're ignoring the top freshman for a nobody? He calmly replied. In terms of talent, Cheng Tian isn't even half the man he is. Liu Dao then spoke up with brutal honesty. But I'm out of spirit stones. A second later, Chu Ran shrugged indifferently. I take disciples, not money. I only care about fate. And just like that, he bowed and accepted him as master. Seeing Fang Xin just standing there, Chu Ran nudged her to greet her senior brother. Fang Xin was baffled. I got here before him. Why on earth is he the senior brother? He dropped a truth bomb with a gentle smile. Because his talent is higher than yours. Obviously. Moments later, Chu Ran produced 2 round pills, one green, one gold, and told them to eat up. They wondered what the hell these were. He explained, "These are elixirs. I condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to trigger the Lingxiao clan bloodline dormant inside you." Fang Xin started to actually believe him. She popped it in her mouth, only to immediately gag and cough violently. Ugh, what is that smell? Chu Ran didn't even bother answering. He just handed the green pill over. "Liu Dao, this one's for you." Seeing the different color, Fang Xin demanded, "Hey, why is his different from mine?" Chu Ran pretended to think deeply before replying, "He has a natural wood spirit root. Of course the recipe is different." Liu Dao dazedly thanked him for the gift, but before he could eat it, a black shadow swooped in and snatched the pill right out of his hand. She blinked, confused. What just happened? Chu Ran, however, scowled. That thief has some nerve. He immediately took off after the thief, shouting, "Stop right there." The thief wasn't scared at all. He actually taunted back. "Catch me if you can." Chu Ran thought to himself, shadow control technique? Haven't seen that art in ages. He didn't keep the guy waiting. He instantly drew his sword. In no time, the guy was pinned under Chu Ran's blade. He yelped in pain. "Ow, ow, too tight. Stop. I'm not running anymore. I'm Fei Yan. I'm a new student too. I've seen you around, Mr. Chu." Chu Ran kept a poker face. Shadow manipulation is a heaven rank technique. You need to be at the nascent soul stage minimum to use it. But as far as I know, no freshman this year has reached nascent soul. He paused for a beat, eyes narrowing. "So, who are you really?" Knowing his cover was blown, Fei Yan shrugged and admitted it. "Wow, you actually figured it out. Well, guess I can't let you leave here alive." As soon as the words left his mouth, he launched an attack. Facing imminent death, Chu Ran remained calm. "Killing me to silence me? Interesting." Fei Yan ignored him and unleashed his ultimate move, demonic nightmare crows. Fei Yan smirked triumphantly. This is what happens when you know too much. Surrounded by a swarm of dark birds, Chu Ran casually analyzed the situation. Manipulating this many illusions at once, you're definitely no ordinary student. But at the end of the day, illusions are just fake. With that, Chu Ran shattered the barrier of birds surrounding him. Fei Yan was so shocked he nearly fell over. "How the hell did he break my secret?"